Chapter 230, Heavenly Qi. Gu Bai believed that even if Su Wuji ventured into the cultivation world and faced countless battles, the 6 mechanical arms he prepared would be enough to support Su Wuji until he reached the nascent soul realm. After breaking through to the nascent soul, his body would have a chance for nirvana, and Su Wuji's severed arm should be able to regrow, at which point Su Wuji would no longer need the mechanical arms. Thank you, Su Wuji said seriously after a long pause, looking at the mechanical arms Gu Bai had prepared for him. Also, I'm no longer the sect master now, you can just call me Wuji from now on, Su Wuji added after some thought. After all, Gu Bai had already become the sect master, so calling him sect master would be a bit awkward. Gu Bai nodded, he had just been used to calling him sect master out of habit. Then, big brother, we're off, Gu Bai waved at Ye Fan, ready to leave. Gu Bai smiled and nodded, none of them were overly sentimental, and Ye Fan and the others were just leaving, not saying they wouldn't return. Be careful, Gu Bai looked at the 3 and reminded them one last time. The 3 nodded seriously again, then turned and left without looking back. Gu Bai quietly watched their departing figures until they completely disappeared from his sight, then he turned and left. The cultivation world they were in was called Tiangsu world, which should be a minor 1,000 worlds. Soul transformation cultivators were the upper limit of the Tiangsu world. To break through soul transformation and reach a higher realm, one needed to ascend and go to other more advanced worlds. Although it was a minor 1,000 worlds, the Tiangsu world was very, very large. It could be roughly divided into 4 domains, and the area where Gu Bai and the others were located was the Northern Han Immortal domain, one of the 4 domains. The Northern Han Immortal domain had countless dynasties and sects, and the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, next to Qingzhou, was one of the overlords of the Northern Han Immortal domain. The current Qin Emperor of the Great Qin Immortal dynasty was very likely a soul transformation powerhouse. Ye Fan and the other 2 should cross the Tianyuan Desert and venture into the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. Although the Great Qin Immortal dynasty was called an Immortal dynasty, it was composed of hundreds of states, and each state had various large and small forces. The Great Qin Immortal dynasty was nominally their CEO ruler, but its actual territory only consisted of the central states. Therefore, the Great Qin Immortal dynasty was very suitable for loose cultivators to venture into, at least they could make a living. And the reason Ye Fan and the other 2 went to the Great Qin Immortal dynasty was to prepare for the Heavenly Dao Qi. Nascent Soul, similar to Golden Core, was divided into 3 different qualities. They were Heavenly Dao Nascent Soul, Earth Path Nascent Soul, and the lowest quality Human Path Nascent Soul. To condense a Heavenly Dao Nascent Soul, in addition to unparalleled talent, one also needed the legendary Heavenly Dao Qi. Heavenly Dao Qi was a spiritual object descended by the Heavenly Dao. Every 500 years, the Heavenly Dao would send down Heavenly Dao Qi to various parts of the cultivation world. At that time, countless Golden Core cultivators, and even cultivators in the Nascent Soul realm, would contend for the Heavenly Dao Qi to condense a Heavenly Dao Nascent Soul. Often, one wisp of Heavenly Dao Qi would be contested by hundreds of Golden Core cultivators, and even cultivators in the Nascent Soul realm. For cultivators like Ye Fan and the others, who did not have a strong background, it was almost impossible to obtain Heavenly Dao Qi. But fortunately, there was still more than 100 years until the next descent of Heavenly Dao Qi. With Ye Fan and the others' current strength, if they cultivated for another 100 years, they should be able to contend with Nascent Soul cultivators. And Ye Fan and the others going to the Great Qin Immortal dynasty was to prepare in advance, preferably to organize their own forces, so that when they contended for the Heavenly Dao Qi, it would at least be easier. I hope their journey goes smoothly, Gu Bai sighed, silently praying for the 3. More than 100 years later, the strength of Ye Fan and the other 2 would undergo a qualitative change. Even Ye Fan, with the lowest cultivation, would be able to cultivate to the Golden Core late stage. By then, even Nascent Soul cultivators would not be a match for the 3, and the 3 should be able to easily seize 3 wisps of Heavenly Dao Qi. Besides him, there were no other people present to see Ye Fan and the others off, not because they were lazy, but because they simply did not know that Ye Fan and the other 2 were leaving. Ye Fan and the other 2 left quite suddenly, and besides him, they did not tell anyone else. Even Xing did not know that Su Wuji and the other 2 had already left. According to Su Wuji, he did not want such a sad farewell with Xing. After Ye Fan and the others left, it did not cause much impact. Lingyun sect remained as usual, everyone did what they were supposed to do, and most people didn't even notice that Lingyun sect had 3 fewer Golden Core cultivators. After all, Lingyun sect had virtually no enemies in Qingzhou, and within the 10,000 barren mountains, at least for several hundred, or even 1,000 years, no Yao beast would covet Qingzhou. As for human race cultivators, they would even less covet Qingzhou. To reach Qingzhou, one must cross the entire Tianyuan Desert. Qingzhou itself was not large, and its resources were limited, so Nascent Soul level forces did not care for it. Even if Golden Core level forces coveted it, they couldn't defeat the current Lingyun sect, which led to Qingzhou having almost no external forces. Without danger, it was naturally not the turn of the Golden Core true person within the sect to act. Since the war between Qingzhou and the Ya race ended, it seemed that no Golden Core level combat power had ever taken action again. Ye Fan and the others leaving naturally would not have any impact on Lingyun sect. Now, the Golden Core true person within the sect could be said to be very bored, just wandering around every day. Tianming Ziai, Wang Meng and the others even turned into idlers, doing nothing all day, and wanting to drag Gu Bai to drink every night. After all, cultivators are also people, they don't have to be in seclusion all day cultivating. In fact, after cultivating to the Golden Core realm, unless they were like Ye Fan and Gu Bai, who wanted to break through to the Nascent Soul, they would spend a lot of time cultivating every day. Normal golden core cultivators, after breaking through to the golden core realm, hardly cultivated anymore. After all, the golden core realm was their limit. Rather than spending a lot of time cultivating to only improve their combat power by a little, it was better to enjoy life. Gu Bai's life also became peaceful, although the absence of Ye Fan, Gu Bai, and the other two made Gu Bai a bit unaccustomed. But fortunately, Qing Ning was still by his side, and when he was bored at night, he could also find Tian Mingzi, Wang Mang and other good friends to drink with, so Gu Bai lived a leisurely and comfortable life. Life in Lingyun sect was quite uneventful, even Gu Bai, as the sect master, did not have much to do. Gu Bai did not feel bored because of this, on the contrary, Gu Bai lived a fulfilling life every day, and the large amount of free time allowed him to continue studying medicine. He knew many things, including alchemy, artifact refining, and even the Dao of formation, all of which had reached a height unattainable by ordinary people. But the most core was always medicine, other things were just incidental, at most only studied when bored. Chapter 231, Thriving. Although Gu Bai's medical skills were already quite superb, even among third-order physicians, he could already be called a great master. However, Gu Bai still felt it wasn't enough. He had only gone a bit further than ordinary people on the path of a third-order physician. But he had not reached his limit, there were still many areas where he could continue to improve. Of course, Gu Bai did not isolate himself, researching medical skills alone. He generously shared all his knowledge for everyone in Qingzhou to learn. Qingzhou was not lacking in gifted physicians. After learning Gu Bai's knowledge, they would continue to research along Gu Bai's Dao. Even if each person could only take one step forward in their lifetime, countless people combined could provide Gu Bai with a vast amount of knowledge, at least much faster than Gu Bai researching alone. This day, in the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai had just finished processing sect documents and was about to get up and leave when a purple flying eagle suddenly flew in from the window. Seeing this purple raptor, Gu Bai smiled. He took out some dried meat from his storage pouch and handed it to the flying eagle, then took a storage ring from the flying eagle's leg. The purple flying eagle was clearly exhausted. It stopped by the window and ate the dried meat Gu Bai gave it in large gulps. Gu Bai opened the storage pouch and found it contained a large pile of precious spirit objects, a dozen medical books, dozens of golden core realm cultivation techniques, piles of various books from the great Qin Immortal dynasty, and over 100 third-order spirit medicines. Ye Fan and the other two would send a few letters each year, informing Gu Bai of their status. Most of the items were delivered by a special second-order flying eagle cultivated by the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Ye Fan and the others specifically bought one to keep for traveling back and forth to Lingyun sect. Although this kind of second-order flying eagle had weak combat power, its speed could rival a golden core cultivator, and its endurance was also very good. After all, Ye Fan and the others were only venturing out, they hadn't left Lingyun sect, and essentially, they were still members of Lingyun sect. Each year, they would also send many medical books and items Gu Bai needed from the great Qin Immortal dynasty. These books and medical texts were all brought by Ye Fan and the other two at Gu Bai's request. Although these books could not directly enhance Gu Bai's combat power, they could broaden Gu Bai's horizons. Even though he was in the remote Qingzhou, Gu Bai had a clear understanding of the entire cultivation world. Most of the medical books recorded third-order medical Dao knowledge, which provided great help to the current Gu Bai. Gu Bai searched through the storage pouch and quickly found a letter among the mixed books. This letter was written by Ye Fan and the others to him, mainly detailing what they had been doing in the past few years. Gu Bai opened the letter and read it carefully. Gu Bai first frowned deeply, and only when he read the later content did his furrowed brows slowly relax. This brat. After Ye Fan and the others arrived at the great Qin Immortal dynasty 2 years ago, they became loose cultivators in the most prosperous Yunzhou. However, reality dealt the three a heavy blow. They found that the life of a loose cultivator was not as wonderful as they had imagined. To earn cultivation resources, they basically took any job, but the resources they painstakingly earned were not even enough to maintain their daily cultivation. It was then that Ye Fan and the others realized how difficult it was to get by in the cultivation world as a loose cultivator without a faction as a background. Fortunately, Gu Bai was a third-order alchemist. Ye Fan and the others could collect third-order spirit medicines and have Gu Bai refine them into medicinal pills to earn some cultivation resources. Otherwise, the three of them probably wouldn't even be able to maintain their daily cultivation. The three, finding it truly difficult to get by, decided that since being a loose cultivator was hard, they might as well become cultivator robbers. Of course, Ye Fan and the others still had some morals. They didn't rob normal cultivators, but rather those cultivator robbers who committed many evils. This could be said to be a perfect match. All three had spent a long time in the law enforcement hall, and Gu Bai and Su Wuji had even served as the hall masters of the law enforcement hall. Although Ye Fan didn't become a hall master, that was only because he was too lazy to do so. Regarding how to find cultivator robbers and, after capturing them, how to pry open their mouths to find their hidden treasures, the three had incredibly rich experience. Thus, in just a few years, dozens of long-renowned golden core cultivator robbers fell victim to the three. In this way, the three became famous. In just a few years, they had already gained some notoriety in the great Qin Immortal dynasty, especially within the cultivator robbers circle. Almost all cultivator robbers knew about Ye Fan and the other two, as the saying goes, the bold get rich, and the timid starve. The three also earned resources in these few years that they couldn't have earned in thousands of years when they were loose cultivators. This included over 100 third-order spirit medicines, countless precious magic treasures, among which were many top-quality magic treasures, various precious spirit objects, and dozens of golden core realm cultivation technique secret manuals. Of course, this process was also extremely perilous. Besides facing the brocade-clad guard of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, who specialized in apprehending cultivator robbers, they also had to face retaliation from cultivator robbers. The brocade-clad guard was actually fine. Ye Fan and the others had not touched the interests of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. On the contrary, they had alleviated some of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's pressure, so they only casually sent a few brocade-clad guard to put on a show. The most difficult part was the retaliation from cultivator robbers. Although cultivator robbers usually acted alone, they were actually quite united. They had a specialized intelligence network and occasionally cooperated with each other. Ye Fan and the other two had faced an ambush by cultivator robbers. A trap was set by over a dozen Golden Core Realm cultivator robbers and one early-stage Nascent Soul cultivator robbers to encircle and kill the three. However, the three were not easily bullied. So Wuji and Gu Bei teamed up to fight the Nascent Soul cultivator robbers. Ye Fan was responsible for dealing with the remaining Golden Core cultivator robbers, and ultimately, both sides suffered heavy losses. However, since that battle ended, Ye Fan and the other two no longer dared to go too far. After all, one who often walks by the river will eventually get their feet wet. Although there was no accident this time, an accident would come one day. The three discussed it and decided to join the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and become brocade-clad guard. Although the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty knew the identities of the three, it did not refuse, as Ye Fan and the other two indeed possessed some skill. And after becoming brocade-clad guard, the three not only enjoyed the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's intelligence network, making it easier to find hidden cultivator robbers. Although in that case, they had to give half of their spoils of war to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. But this was very worthwhile because they gained a legitimate identity. Even if they caused trouble for cultivator robbers, they didn't have to worry about retaliation from cultivator robbers, as they had official backing. Apprehending cultivator robbers was a legitimate matter. Even if cultivator robbers wanted revenge, they would at most do it secretly and would not openly besiege the three as they did last time. After becoming brocade-clad guard, the three also flourished. This is the experience of Ye Fan and the other two in these past few years. Chapter 232 Crazy Involution. In the letter, Ye Fan also mentioned that he hoped Gu Bai could refine the third-order spirit medicine they obtained into medicinal pills. Besides alchemy, Ye Fan also hoped Gu Bai would refine a complete set of standardized magic treasures for them. The quality didn't need to be too high, just reaching the magic treasure level would suffice. They wanted to use these third-order medicinal pills and magic treasures to win over people's hearts and cultivate their own brocade-clad guard team. Of course, Gu Bai wouldn't be doing it for free. Gu Bai only needed to use 2/3 of the materials, and the remaining 1/3 of the materials would be their payment to Gu Bai. Gu Bai was naturally very pleased that the three of them could join the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Joining the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty did not mean they were truly people of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Their relationship with the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty was more like a cooperative one, and the three could leave the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty at any time. Humph. Gu Bai stretched, humming a cheerful tune, and walked towards the Danding division. Since it was a request from his disciple, his younger brother, and his old father-in-law, Gu Bai naturally wouldn't disappoint the three of them. Standing beside the pill furnace, Gu Bai skillfully manipulated the spirit medicine, placing them into the pill furnace one by one in order for refining. As the spirit medicine burned in the flame, its impurities were gradually removed, quickly transforming into pure medicinal liquid. Gu Bai skillfully cast out a series of spell seals, and under his control, the medicinal liquid slowly condensed into medicinal pills. Opening the pill furnace, Gu Bai took out 4 round and full medicinal pills. He refined a third-order low-grade solid origin pill, which, when consumed, could increase the cultivation speed of Golden Core cultivators. It was the most consumed and most popular third-order medicinal pill. Looking at the 4 medicinal pills in his hand, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. A single furnace yielded a full 4 medicinal pills, and all of them were of high-grade quality. Although the quality of the medicinal pills was only third-order low-grade, this was still very impressive. Generally speaking, medicinal pills are divided into ordinary medicinal pills and fine medicinal pills, but refining fine medicinal pills is incredibly difficult. Even a third-order late-stage alchemist would find it very difficult to refine a single third-order low-grade fine medicinal pill. Although the medicinal pills refined by Gu Bai did not reach the level of fine medicinal pills, they were still the best quality among ordinary medicinal pills. Moreover, Gu Bai refined a total of 4 medicinal pills. Normally, one portion of spirit medicine can only refine 3 medicinal pills. Only a third-order medium-grade alchemist has a chance to refine 4 medicinal pills, but the quality of those medicinal pills cannot compare at all to the medicinal pills refined by Gu Bai. Given Gu Bai's current alchemy level, he is rare even within the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. It could be said that Gu Bai was a chicken that lays golden eggs. Gu Bai could earn a generous reward by casually refining a furnace of medicinal pills. As long as Gu Bai joined the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, his status and treatment would definitely far exceed that of a Golden Core late-stage Grand Cultivator. This was the benefit of having a skill. Even if alchemy was only Gu Bai's sideline, it could ensure that Gu Bai would never lack for food and drink and could thrive anywhere. Ye Fan mentioned multiple times in his letter that he regretted not learning medical skills or alchemy methods from Gu Bai. When Ye Fan first embarked on cultivation, he had Gu Bai's care, and by the time he could stand on his own, Ye Fan had already become a Golden Core Immortal Master, practically invincible in Xing. This led Ye Fan to mistakenly believe that as long as he was powerful, he would not lack resources. Ye Fan's idea was indeed not wrong. In Xing, he did possess strength to be proud of. But that was only in Xing. After leaving Xing, Ye Fan's Golden Core realm strength was not outstanding in any way. He couldn't even talk about strength that transcended the rules. Ye Fan tried to replicate their behavior in Qingzhou, but was ultimately hunted by a nascent soul true lord. Although they fought that nascent soul immortal master to a draw, if the three of them had not joined the great Qin immortal dynasty and become brocade-clad guard, the next time they faced a threat, it might not be just one nascent soul true lord. Therefore, Ye Fan could only abide by the rules, and only technical talents like Gu Bai could thrive in the great Qin immortal dynasty. Gu Bai and Suoji also regretted not learning a skill before leaving the sect, which resulted in the three of them only knowing how to fight and kill. Fortunately, they had Gu Bai's help, who could refine third-order spirit medicine or other spiritual items into medicinal pills or magic treasures. This way, they wouldn't have to sell them to the great Qin immortal dynasty at extremely low prices. Otherwise, even if the three became brocade-clad guard, their lives probably wouldn't be too easy. Refining a furnace of third-order low-grade medicinal pills was not a very difficult task for Gu Bai, who had already become a golden core cultivator. Gu Bai did not, like normal third-order alchemists, need to rest for 2 or 3 days after refining a furnace of medicinal pills before continuing to refine. Due to his immortal physique, Gu Bai could push his body's potential to accelerate the recovery of his magical power. For a normal cultivator, this would cause irreparable damage to their foundation, but Gu Bai didn't care. He could do whatever he wanted, as he would recover quickly anyway. After only a brief rest, Gu Bai had already recovered to his peak state. Without much rest, Gu Bai immediately began refining the second furnace of medicinal pills. Thus, in just 3 days, even though Gu Bai still had to handle sect affairs during the day and accompany Qing Ning at night, Gu Bai still refined 21 furnaces of medicinal pills. This speed was 21 times that of a normal alchemist, because a normal alchemist, even in good condition, would need 2 to 3 days after refining one furnace of medicinal pills before they could continue refining the second furnace. It could be said that Gu Bai alone was equivalent to 21 highly skilled third-order alchemists. If he refined medicinal pills every day, his impact would even far exceed that of a nascent soul true lord. Gu Bai spent several months like this, finally refining all of the more than 100 third-order spirit medicine and countless second-order high-grade spirit medicine obtained by Ye Fan and the others into medicinal pills. After orderly placing all the medicinal pills into jade bottles, Gu Bai then went to the Hall of Weaponry and began forging magical artifacts for Ye Fan's people. In addition to a large amount of spirit medicine, Ye Fan also sent him spiritual items that could be used to forge magic treasures. There were many of them, all purchased by Ye Fan at Gu Bai's request. Although Ye Fan and the others sounded miserable, they were actually very wealthy, even richer than an average nascent soul true lord. After all, cultivator robbers robbed those wealthy cultivators who were easy to bully. Over time, every cultivator robbers became extremely rich, with assets far exceeding those of ordinary golden core cultivators. And with Ye Fan and the others backed by the great Qin immortal dynasty, as long as they had spirit stones, they could buy almost anything. Gu Bai ignited the earth fire and began forging magical artifacts. He was forging a complete set of standardized magic treasures, consisting of 4 types of magic treasures. The inner garment was a form-fitting soft armor, with silk from golden silkworms as the main material, capable of greatly absorbing kinetic energy. The outer garment was somewhat similar to a tight-fitting suit on earth, dark brown overall, with armor-like iron plates at vital points that could withstand fatal damage. The outermost layer was a black cloak, and his face was also covered by the cloak. And the cloak had the effect of isolating qi. As long as he put the cloak on his head, a layer of black mist would conceal his face. His weapon was a long blade, black and red, with the main material being third-tier spiritual iron, profound shadow iron. Magical artifacts made from this spiritual iron could absorb blood qi, slightly improving the magical artifacts' quality, making them very suitable for killing and deeply favored by Jishu, marauder cultivators, and demonic cultivators. These 4 pieces of equipment were all low-grade magic treasures, which was the limit of what Gu Bai could currently forge. Although the individual attributes were not outstanding, the overall capabilities were extremely strong, and most importantly, they were very cool and mysterious. Even a golden core middle stage cultivator would not look shabby wearing this set of equipment. Imagine a group of people wearing black cloaks, with other parts of their bodies covered by clothes, their faces hidden by mist, holding black long blades, and exuding terrifying killing intent walking towards you. The most crucial thing is that because the black cloak has the function of concealing qi, you cannot perceive the specific cultivation realm of the opponents. At this time, even if your cultivation realm is very high, facing such a scene, you would probably be drenched in sweat. Gu Bai busied himself for a few more months and finally forged 10 sets of standard magic treasures, as well as 3 upgraded sets, which were improved based on the original 4-piece set, raising their overall quality to the medium-grade magic treasure level. These were specially made for Ye Fan and the other 2. As for weapons, Gu Bai did not forge them, as the 3 of them each had their own weapons. It's not that Gu Bai didn't want to forge higher quality magic treasures, but medium-grade magic treasures were already his limit. After all, he had been an artifact refiner for too short a time, far less deeply than he had delved into the medical Dao and pill Dao. Previously, he could only forge low-grade magic treasures. The reason he could forge medium-grade magic treasures was because he had forged a full 10 sets of low-grade magic treasures. Due to his extreme proficiency, Gu Bai was able to temporarily break through and become a medium-grade artifact refiner, barely able to forge upgraded versions of these 4 types of magic treasures. Gu Bai did not keep 1/3 for himself as per the regulations. Instead, he refined all of it into medicinal pills and magic treasures. The 3 of them were currently in the midst of building their power and urgently needed these things to win people over. They lacked all sorts of things, so how could Gu Bai charge them fees? Putting these items back into a storage pouch and tying it to the eagle's leg, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction. Go, deliver these things to your master. Gu Bai rubbed the eagle's head and said softly. The eagle rubbed against Gu Bai's hand with a slight reluctance, then let out a loud cry and soared into the sky, disappearing into Gu Bai's sight in an instant. This second-tier flying eagle had been staying at Lingyun Sect during this period, enjoying good food every day, and had gained a lot of weight in just a few months. Gu Bai was not worried that the eagle would be intercepted by others, because the eagle flew at a very high altitude, tens of thousands of miles above the ground. At this altitude, the spiritual chi was already quite thin, and almost no cultivator would fly that high. In addition, before the eagle departed, Gu Bai also cast a divination, and the result was that the eagle would not face any threats, and the storage pouch containing the supplies would be safely delivered to Yefan. Finally, I'm done. Gu Bai let out a long breath. This period had exhausted him. He had hardly rested, spending all his free time refining medicinal pills or forging magic treasures. If it weren't for his immortality, allowing his body to always remain at its peak state, any other golden core cultivator would probably have been worn out long ago. But while his body was fine, Gu Bai's spirit felt a wave of fatigue. Of course, Gu Bai was not without gains. His gains were enormous. Having refined so many third-tier medicinal pills and magic treasures, his understanding of the pill dao and artifact refining dao had improved significantly. The most obvious progress was that he could finally forge medium-grade magic treasures. Gu Bai rubbed his somewhat throbbing temples, and dragging his tired body, he quickly returned to his immortal cave. Pushing open the door, Xing had already prepared a meal for him and was sitting by the table waiting for him to return. How come you're back so early today? Seeing Gu Bai's figure, Xing was slightly surprised. Gu Bai had been very busy recently, almost always returning to his immortal cave late every day, but today he was nearly half an hour early. Xing did not show any dissatisfaction about this. She knew that Gu Bai, as the sect master, had great responsibilities, so she would silently prepare meals every day and wait for Gu Bai to arrive, trying to lighten some of Gu Bai's burden. Because things are done, and now I'll have time to accompany you. Seeing this warm scene, a smile unconsciously appeared on Gu Bai's lips, and he said softly. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. During this period, Lingyun Sect remained peaceful, with no major incidents occurring. His overall strength was steadily improving, and his medical dao, pill dao, and artifact refining dao had all improved. As for Yefan and the other two, with the medicinal pills and magic treasures refined by Gu Bai, they quickly gathered a large group of Golden Core realm cultivators, and formed a team composed purely of Golden Core cultivators, traveling throughout the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to kill Jishu, marauder cultivators. The three of them were also the type to seek revenge immediately. After becoming brocade-clad guards, they quickly found the nascent soul cultivator robbers who had chased them previously. The three of them led their team and jointly besieged and killed that nascent soul cultivator. This battle even shook the entire Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Soul transformation cultivators generally did not act easily, and nascent soul cultivators below them were already considered top-tier combat power in the Heaven Ruins continent. Even in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, the number of nascent soul true lords did not exceed 100. The nascent soul cultivators who truly served the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty were probably only a little over 20 people. These dozens of nascent soul true lords were distributed among dozens of states. On average, only one nascent soul true lord could be found in 10 states, and they were basically rarely encountered in daily life. As for nascent soul realm Jishu, marauder cultivators, they could be counted on one's fingers. Since that battle, the three of them had come to prominence, becoming rising stars among the brocade-clad guards. Over these past 10+ years, Gu Bai continuously refined medicinal pills and forged magic treasures for the three of them. With Gu Bai's medicinal pills and magic treasures, the three of them quickly gathered a formidable force of dozens of Golden Core cultivators in just over 10 years. These people, dressed in unified black robes and wielding black long blades, were known as the most elite brocade-clad guards of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Although these people were nominally brocade-clad guards of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, they actually only obeyed the commands of Yefan and the other two. Gu Bai was not surprised by this at all. It was his idea in the first place. As early as 10 years ago, Yefan and the others spent a fortune to buy yin and yang mother-child jade. No matter how far apart they were, the two jade pendants could connect with each other. Regarding how to win over people's hearts without angering the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, it was actually Gu Bai who guided Yefan from behind. Although Yefan was powerful in combat and had high emotional intelligence, he was ultimately not very good at managing a force. The reason Gu Bai did so much was so that 100 years later, Yefan and the others could more easily compete for heavenly Dao Qi. Undeniably, Yefan and the others were indeed very strong. After another 100 years, with the three of them cooperating, they might even be able to solo a nascent soul cultivator without taking damage. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. When the heavenly Dao Qi appears, it might trigger hundreds of Golden Core and even nascent soul cultivators to fight over it. With their own force, Yefan and the others would likely find it much easier to compete for the heavenly Dao Qi. Although Gu Bai's strength was not particularly strong, his wisdom and ability were undeniable. Even now, he could still provide great help to the three of them. This day, after handling sect affairs, Gu Bai, dragging his slightly fatigued body, arrived at the nameless mountain peak. The location of this nameless mountain peak was quite remote, but the scenery was extremely beautiful. From above, one could almost see the entire Lingyun sect. Whenever Gu Bai felt tired, he would come to this nameless mountain peak alone, drink some tea, and look at the starry sky to relax his mood. Besides this, it was also the regular drinking spot for Gu Bai, Yefan, Gu Bei, Suwuji, and the others. Almost whenever they had free time, the few of them would gather here, drinking and chatting heartily under the starry sky. Of course, occasionally a disciple would stumble in, but long ago, Suwuji had listed this place as a sect forbidden land, strictly prohibiting disciples from entering. To be safe, an illusion formation was also set up below the nameless mountain peak. Cultivators who entered the formation would unconsciously bypass the area. This place had also been specially renovated by Gubai, with some beautiful stone tables placed around, and a peach trees by clear water planted in the very center by Gubai. After over 100 years of growth, the peach trees by clear water had reached the second tier, bearing some delicious bishui peach every few years. Of course, every time the bishui peach had not yet ripened, most of them would be secretly eaten by Yafan, Gubei, or Suwuji. But now, since the three of them were not present, the peach tree was covered with bishui peach. The peaches were pink, juicy, and emitted a faint fragrance. Gubai sat alone under the peach tree. At this time, the sky had already grown somewhat dim, and the sun was no longer scorching, slowly disappearing over the distant horizon. Gubai quietly watched the sunset, watching the sun completely vanish, eventually being replaced by the moon, with stars twinkling in the sky. Only then did Gubai come back to his senses. He felt a faint sense of loss in his heart, as if he hadn't waited for the person he wanted to wait for. When did I become so fragile? Gubai found it somewhat amusing. He knew why he felt lost. Because whenever he was alone, spacing out on the nameless mountain peak, Gubai would always bring 2 jars of wine to drink with him. Although he knew Gubai was in the extremely distant Great Qin Immortal dynasty and was almost impossible to appear before him to drink with him, Gubai still had a faint expectation, which was why he waited for so long. Gubai shook his head and turned to walk down the mountain. Big brother. Just as Gubai was about to reach the foot of the mountain, he heard an extremely familiar shout. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Gubai suddenly turned around and saw Gubei's familiar figure. He was just as he had been many years ago, carrying 2 jars of strong liquor in his hands, smiling foolishly at him. Gubai shook his head in disbelief. But his incredibly rational mind told him that he was not dreaming, everything appearing before him was real. Gubai did not speak. He stood in place, slightly hesitant. Gubai and the other 2 should be in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty right now, it was impossible for them to appear in Qingzhou. But if it was an illusion, it was a bit too real. With his state of mind, he wasn't so weak as to be unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Gubai took a deep breath, suddenly drew his sword, and unleashed a green sword chi, striking towards Gubei's direction. If the Gubai in front of him was Gubai himself, then with Gubei's strength, his sword chi would not be able to harm him at all. So Gubai unhesitatingly struck with his sword. Faced with his attack, if he defended, Gubai would instantly be able to tell whether he was the real Gubai or not. Big brother, look closely, it's me, Gubai. Gubai was startled when he saw Gubai's attack, but he quickly reacted. Bolts of lightning appeared in front of Gubai, forming a lightning barrier that barely blocked the sword chi. Seeing this, Gubai frowned. He had lived with Gubai for so many years that he recognized at a glance that what the person in front of him was using was indeed Gubei's lightning technique. Gubei's lightning technique was extremely overbearing and could not be imitated by anyone. After confirming that the person in front of him was Gubai, Gubai instantly relaxed. However, Gubai was still somewhat puzzled because the Gubai in front of him was a bit too weak. Even if this sword chi was his full power strike, with Gubei's strength, he should have been able to block it with ease. Not like now, where he could only barely withstand Gubai's attack. You brat, after returning to the sect, why didn't you even say hello? Gubai walked up to Gubai, then forcefully punched Gubei's chest, saying with a smile. Ha ha ha, wasn't I trying to give big brother a surprise? I didn't expect the surprise to turn into a scare. Gubai scratched his head with a smile, a little embarrassed. After chatting with Gubai for a few more sentences, Gubai completely confirmed that the person in front of him was Gubai. By the way, why has your strength become so weak? Were you ambushed by an enemy in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty? Gubai slightly sensed Gubei's cultivation and found that the Gubai in front of him only had the cultivation of a golden core initial stage cultivator. And his overall strength was even weaker than when Gubai was at the golden core initial stage before. This is not my main body, it's just one of my incarnations. My main body is still over in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. However, I am telepathically connected with this body and can project my will into it. As early as 10 years ago, I split off this clone, but it was only today that this clone returned to the Lingyun sect. Although its cultivation is only golden core initial stage, its overall strength is 30% weaker than when I was at the golden core initial stage myself. But this clone of mine can steadily defeat an ordinary golden core middle stage cultivator, and as long as it's given enough resources, my clone can quickly cultivate to the golden core middle stage, and even the golden core late stage. This way, even if I am far away in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, if the sect encounters danger, I can protect it at the first possible moment. Gubai said with a slight hint of pride. So that's how it is. Gubai nodded, understanding in his heart. After cultivating to the golden core realm, one can use various precious materials, along with a trace of their own soul fragment, to create an incarnation. The incarnation itself has no consciousness and needs to be controlled by the main body. However, for a golden core cultivator, simultaneously controlling 2 bodies is not too difficult, as long as the 2 bodies are not engaged in high-intensity combat at the same time, maintaining daily life can be easily accomplished. The incarnation is essentially a weakened version of the main body, anything the main body can do, the incarnation can also do, but it will be severely weakened. Furthermore, the incarnation will not possess any of the divine abilities that the main body knows. At most, it can only release weakened versions of divine abilities. Although raising an incarnation to the same realm as the main body is simpler than the main body's breakthrough, it still consumes a large amount of resources. Moreover, the incarnation has another drawback: its own realm cannot be higher than the main body's. At most, it can only maintain the same realm. Instead of spending such a vast amount of resources to nurture an incarnation, it would be better for the main body to use them itself. Therefore, generally speaking, almost no cultivator would refine an incarnation. Big brother, come, let's drink. Gu Bei raised his wine jar and said with a smile to Gu Bai. For the first time in a long while, seeing Gu Bei's familiar smile again, Gu Bai also revealed a genuine smile from the bottom of his heart nature. The two brothers, reunited after a long separation, sat on the nameless mountain peak, drinking and chatting. Mostly, Gu Bei spoke while Gu Bai listened, as Gu Bei excitedly recounted their experiences in the great Qin Immortal dynasty. It must be said that compared to his uneventful life in Lingyun sect, Gu Bei's life in the great Qin Immortal dynasty was countless times more exciting. He had traveled to endless deserts, seeking treasure troves hidden within the sands, and had also delved into boundless seas to explore the mysteries of the ocean floor. He had witnessed the most prosperous immortal city in the great Qin Immortal dynasty and had also visited the legendary heaven-gazing tower to gaze at the starry sky. He had befriended heroes from all walks of life, met many prodigies, and learned that there are always people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Having left his protection, in merely 30-odd years, Gu Bei had undergone earth-shattering changes, making him feel a little unfamiliar. The two of them continued to drink until late into the night before each departing. Gu Bei still resided in his original immortal cave. After all, the incarnation, in the end, was still Gu Bei himself. Gu Bai did not conceal the news of Gu Bei's return, nor did he restrict any of Gu Bei's actions. Lingyun sect was no longer the Lingyun sect of the past. As the absolute overlord of Qingzhou, Lingyun sect had no need to hide any of its trump cards. Gu Bei's return did not disrupt Gu Bai's rhythm of life. He still did whatever he usually did, it was just that in the evenings, Gu Bei would forcibly drag him along to drink. Time flowed by, and 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. A melodious flute sound drifted down from the nameless mountain peak. Even from a great distance, it could be heard by the disciples of Lingyun sect, and all who heard the flute sound were drawn to it. The flute sound seemed to have the effect of cleansing the heart nature. After listening for only a short while, everyone felt their inner selves calmed. Originally, they had many distracting thoughts, but now they were extremely peaceful, as if they had entered a state of sagacity. Gu Bai, dressed in a white robe, stood beneath a peach tree on the nameless mountain peak. A gentle breeze lightly ruffled his white hair. He held a green long flute, and this melodious flute sound emanated from him. After a long while, Gu Bai finished playing the song he had composed himself. Ever since he had completely become idle, Gu Bai had begun to research things that could improve one's heart nature. Almost instantly, Gu Bai took a liking to the elegant flute, and in just 10 short years, Gu Bai had mastered the flute. Learning a musical instrument, while not able to increase strength, could enhance one's aura. In just 10 years, Gu Bai felt his own aura had significantly improved. It had become much softer, without the sharp pressure typical of a golden core cultivator. It could be said that even if Gu Bai stood before a mortal, that mortal would not fear Gu Bai. This was an incredibly astonishing thing in the cultivation world. High realm cultivators, even if they tried their best to conceal their qi, the unconsciously emitted pressure would still make lower realm cultivators gasp for breath. Even a golden core cultivator with a very good temper like Xing, when a foundation establishment cultivator spoke to her, they would unconsciously feel nervous. There was no helping it, the difference in life essence was too great, just like a lion and a rabbit coexisting. Even if the rabbit knew the lion wouldn't harm it, it would still unconsciously feel afraid. But Gu Bai did not have this problem. His good temper was well known. His aura not only did not make people feel afraid but instead made them instinctively want to be close to him. All the disciples had a very good relationship with Gu Bai. They were not afraid to interact with him at all. Some bold female cultivators would even pretend to trip when passing by Gu Bai, wanting to hug him. Of course, Gu Bai avoided all of these. He did not want to experience Xingning's swordplay. Good, well played. Gu Bai stood quietly on the peak, his aura perfectly blended with the mountain, like a spirit of the mountains. A round of applause came from behind Gu Bai, breaking the harmonious atmosphere between man and nature. Gu Bai clapped his hands and said loudly. Besides Gu Bai, Xingning, Tianming Ziai and the other golden core cultivators also applauded, cheering for Gu Bai. Are you all that idle? Why do you come to this mountain peak every day to watch me practice? Gu Bai's expression instantly fell. He sighed helplessly and turned to look at the people behind him, saying. This nameless mountain peak was where he practiced his musical instrument. He didn't know when it started. Every time he practiced, the golden core cultivators within the sect would come to this nameless mountain peak and quietly listen to him play his instrument. At first, it was fine. Only Gu Bai and Xingning would come to listen to him play the flute, but his flute sound traveled very far, and many sect cultivators could hear it. Although the nameless mountain peak had been listed as a sect forbidden land, and ordinary cultivators were strictly prohibited from entering, golden core cultivators were allowed to enter the nameless mountain peak. Hearing the beautiful flute sound, the golden core cultivators within the sect unconsciously came to this nameless mountain peak. As time went on, more and more people learned about this place. Until now, every time Gu Bai practiced music, almost all golden core cultivators in the sect would come to this nameless mountain peak to enjoy the beautiful flute sound up close. There was no helping it, who made Gu Bai's flute playing so beautiful. The beautiful flute sound seemed to be able to cleanse the soul. Fortunately, these golden core cultivators had a very good relationship with Gu Bai, and they were also very well behaved, hardly making any noise. Yes, we are that idol. After hearing this, Gu Bai thought for a moment, then said very seriously. Hearing this, Gu Bai covered his forehead speechlessly. He almost forgot that it was currently a peaceful and prosperous era, and the golden core cultivators within the sect were all bored stiff. The scenery on Nameless Mountain Peak was excellent, and there was also free music for them to listen to. The golden core cultivators of the sect, who didn't know what to do, naturally all ran to Nameless Mountain Peak to listen to Gu Bai play music. Gu Bai shook his head, put away his flute, and then turned and left Nameless Mountain Peak. He wasn't as idle as these people. As a sect master, he had to handle sect affairs every day. In addition, Gu Bai also spent a lot of time every day studying the medical Dao, refining medicinal pills, and forging magical artifacts. He only had a short period of free time each day for practicing music. At the sect leader's residence, after finishing all the documents, Gu Bai stretched comfortably. Just as Gu Bai was about to turn and leave, he heard a loud cry, and a huge purple flying eagle suddenly stopped by the window of the sect leader's residence. Are you little Zi? Gu Bai looked at the purple flying eagle with some doubt. Little Zi was the name he gave to this flying eagle. However, Gu Bai didn't expect that after only a few years of not seeing it, Little Zi had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, becoming a third-order demon beast. Little Zi had an ordinary purple eagle bloodline, which was not particularly outstanding among Yao beasts. Although it possessed unparalleled speed and endurance, it was limited to that. In other aspects, it was far inferior to other Yao beasts of the same realm. Even if Little Zi had cultivated to the late stage of the second order, it was almost impossible for it to break through to the third order. Unless Little Zi obtained an astonishing stroke of luck, it would be able to break the constraints of its bloodline and become a third-order demon beast. After glancing at Little Zi, whose appearance had changed slightly, Gu Bai understood in his heart that this should be the credit of that boy Ye Fan. Ye Fan always managed to obtain what he wanted without realizing it. Although spirit medicine that could enhance Little Zi's bloodline was rare, it wasn't non-existent. Little Zi affectionately rubbed against Gu Bai, showing no hint of the majesty of a third-order demon beast. Gu Bai rubbed Little Zi's head, then took out a large plate of dried meat from his storage pouch and handed it to Little Zi, before taking the storage pouch from Little Zi's leg. As Ye Fan and the other two gained a firm foothold in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, they also had dozens of golden core cultivators following them. Almost every few years, Ye Fan and the other two would send a large number of spirit medicines for Gu Bai to help refine. Most of them were refined by Gu Bai into spirit medicine, or magical artifacts and magic treasures, while the remaining part served as the foundation of Ling Yun sect. Gu Bai opened the storage pouch and found over 100 third-order spirit medicines and various resources inside. After checking everything, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. In addition to the regular spirit medicine, the storage pouch also contained a bottle of marrow cleansing fluid, and its quality was quite high, capable of greatly improving a cultivator's aptitude. Besides the marrow cleansing fluid, there was also Millennium Earth Spirit, which could stabilize one's cultivation and strengthen one's foundation after consumption. In addition, there were many other spirit medicines that could improve aptitude and strengthen one's foundation. These were all collected by him at the request of Ye Fan and the other two. For golden core cultivators like him, their effect might not be significant. But for foundation establishment cultivators, these things had surprisingly good effects. Gu Bai also didn't intend to use them himself. He collected these things for his two troublesome disciples. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan were the earliest and most worrying disciples he had taken in. Their talent in the medical Dao was undeniable. They had both become top-tier second-order physicians, and with their cooperation, their theoretical knowledge could rival a third-order physician. However, both of them were too obsessed with the medical Dao and not very keen on cultivation, coupled with the fact that their aptitude was not particularly outstanding. Therefore, even though Gu Bai had been supervising their cultivation, they only managed to cultivate to the 9th layer of foundation establishment at nearly 200 years old. Under normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the Golden Core realm. The foundation establishment realm was their limit. But Gu Bai was not satisfied with this. Even with the life extension pill he refined, they could at most live to just over 300 years old. In other words, in another 100 years, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, his two beloved disciples, would reach the end of their lives. This was unacceptable to Gu Bai. Although Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall were called disciples, Gu Bai had come to treat them as his own family. Therefore, Gu Bai had started preparing many years ago, intentionally collecting spirit medicines that could improve aptitude and foundation. However, such spirit medicines were often very rare. Qingzhou was only so big, and even if one searched all over Qingzhou, one wouldn't find many. But after Ye Fan and the other two gained a firm foothold in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, they could use the Great Qin Immortal dynasty's connections to help Gu Bai collect these spirit medicines. With the Great Qin Immortal dynasty's network, such low-grade spirit medicines were actually not rare. They could be bought with a bit of spirit medicine, far unlike Qingzhou where they were priceless. After organizing the spirit medicine in the storage pouch, Gu Bai called Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan over. Now, the two of them had completely passed on the Hall of Returning Spring to Oriental Yuch, and they had retired. However, they still did not relax, spending a lot of time every day studying medical skills. Master, is there something you need us for? Lu Ruyan, holding Oriental Starfall's hand, walked in from outside the door. Even though they were nearly 200 years old, which was considered middle-aged among foundation establishment cultivators, their appearance remained the same as when they were young. Oriental Starfall still looked like a frail scholar, and Lu Ruyan was still full of vitality, like a disciple who had just entered the sect, showing no signs that they were nearly 200 years old. After all, as physicians, no one knew better than them how to maintain their bodies. This is for you. Strive to break through to the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. I don't want to see a white-haired person send off a black-haired one. Gu Bai directly threw a storage pouch to them, then said with a smile. This storage pouch contained spirit medicines that could improve aptitude and foundation. Lu Ruyan reached out and took the storage pouch, and after opening it and taking a look, both of them immediately widened their eyes. Master, this is too precious, I can't accept it. After exchanging glances, Lu Ruyan immediately took the storage pouch and tried to return it to Gu Bai. As top-tier physicians, although the spirit medicines in the storage pouch were rare, they recognized most of them. Therefore, they understood that the spirit medicines in this storage pouch were valuable, and it would be very difficult for Gu Bai to gather them, even for him. Stop talking nonsense, take it quickly, and break through to the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. Now I am the only third-order physician in all of Qingzhou. After you break through to Golden Core, you can help me share the burden. Gu Bai, however, took a step back and did not accept the storage pouch. Seeing Gu Bai's determined gaze, Lu Ruyan and Oriental Starfall exchanged glances again, then both sighed in unison. Their master was good in every way, except that his personality was incredibly stubborn. Since he said he was giving it to them, they had to accept it. After the two left, Gu Bai called Oriental Yuch over. He had also prepared spiritual items for Oriental Yuch that could enhance his aptitude and foundation. As the daughter of Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, Oriental Yuch perfectly inherited all their strengths. Not only did he possess extremely high medical deo talent, but his cultivation talent was also quite outstanding. At just over 100 years old, he had already become a second-order physician with profound medical skills, and his overall strength was second only to Gu Bai. Furthermore, his cultivation had not fallen behind. Oriental Yuch had already cultivated to the foundation establishment late stage, and if nothing unexpected happened, he could cultivate to the Golden Core realm. However, Gu Bai was not satisfied with this. He wanted to enhance Oriental Yuch's talent and foundation as much as possible, allowing Oriental Yuch to form a superior Golden Core. This way, Oriental Yuch would have a slight chance of breaking through to the nascent soul realm. Although it was just a hope, it was still a hope, better than having no hope at all. Oriental Yuch quickly arrived. He carefully pushed open the door and warily looked at Gu Bai. Master, you can't make me work for you this time. As the hall master of the Hall of Returning Spring, my daily work is very hard. It wasn't that Oriental Yuch was like this for no reason, it was just that he had been tricked too badly by Gu Bai last time. To copy the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, Oriental Yuch stayed up all night, taking several years to finish copying it. Although this also significantly improved his medical deo level, it left an indelible psychological shadow on Oriental Yuch. Don't worry, it's a good thing, not for you to work. Gu Bai smiled helplessly and handed a storage pouch to Oriental Yuch. Inside are some spiritual items that can improve your aptitude and foundation, which should make it easier for you to form a superior Golden Core. Gu Bai said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Oriental Yuch's expression instantly became serious. Master, your kindness is something I will never forget in my life. I will definitely repay you when I have the chance. Oriental Yuch did not refuse. After taking the storage pouch, he said with an extremely firm tone. There's no need for repayment. Just don't cause me any trouble in the future. Gu Bai smiled and waved his hand. He didn't need Oriental Yuch's repayment. Seeing Gu Bai like this, Oriental Yuch stomped his foot with slight dissatisfaction. What he had just said was serious and not a joke. After Oriental Yuch left, Gu Bai continued to handle sect affairs. An hour later, Gu Bai stretched. He had finally completed his tasks for the day. However, Gu Bai did not return to his immortal cave to rest but walked towards the Danding division. He naturally had to refine the third-order spirit medicine that Ye Fan and the other two sent him into third-order medicinal pills and send them to Ye Fan and the others. In the pill refining room, Gu Bai controlled the pill fire, skillfully refining medicinal pills. In the past 20 years, Gu Bai had refined at least 1,000 furnaces of third-order medicinal pills, which was a terrifying number. An ordinary third-order alchemist might not be able to refine so many medicinal pills in their entire life. With such a massive accumulation, Gu Bai's alchemy had advanced by leaps and bounds, almost catching up to his medical deo. Now, Gu Bai felt no pressure at all refining third-order medium-grade and low-grade medicinal pills, and even for third-order high-grade medicinal pills, Gu Bai could guarantee at least a 90% success rate. Gu Bai could now be said to be a legitimate third-order high-grade alchemy great master. Third-order high-grade alchemy great masters were rare even in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, and those like Gu Bai, who were highly efficient in production, could even command treatment comparable to nascent soul cultivators. In just over a month, Gu Bai had refined all those more than 100 third-order spirit medicine into medicinal pills. Afterward, Gu Bai went to the Hall of Weaponry and began to refine Magic Treasure. He still refined the Magic Treasure 4-piece set. Although the quality was still medium-grade Magic Treasure, the overall quality had improved significantly compared to before. Previously, for medium-grade Magic Treasure, Gu Bai could only barely engrave 4 array patterns, which belonged to lower-quality medium-grade Magic Treasure. But now, Gu Bai could easily engrave 6 array patterns, which belonged to the best-quality medium-grade magical artifact. Now, Gu Bai was only one step away from becoming a third-order high-grade artifact refiner. Putting all the items into the storage pouch, Gu Bai skillfully tied it to Xiao Zi's leg. Xiao Ziyi chirped, transforming into a purple stream of light that shot into the sky, instantly disappearing from Gu Bai's sight. After Xiao Ziyi became a third-order demon beast, his speed increased dramatically. What used to take several years for a round trip now only took a few months to travel between the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and Qingzhou. In 30 years, Ye Fan and the other two had gained some influence in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Especially within the brocade-clad guard, the brocade-clad guard they led was the nightmare of all cultivator robbers in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Even cultivator robbers at the nascent soul realm had to retreat when facing Ye Fan and the other two. After the three had their own forces, they had completely passed the difficult period and were thriving in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. However, according to Ye Fan and the others, although they were incredibly successful in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, they greatly missed the delicious food made by Gu Bai. They all said that once they broke through to the nascent soul realm, they would definitely return to Lingyun sect and stay for a few decades. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. After 3 years of cultivation, Oriental Yuch and Lu Ruyan had refined their magical power to the limit and were preparing to break through to the Golden Core realm today. Oriental Starfall sat cross-legged in the secret chamber, adjusting his state. Gu Bai stood outside the secret chamber, quietly waiting for Oriental Starfall to break through. Lu Ruyan and Oriental Yuch stood beside Gu Bai, both looking very nervous. Don't worry, I did a divination before, and Xing Luo will successfully break through. Gu Bai smiled and rubbed their heads, saying in a gentle tone. He wasn't lying to them. Just a few nights ago, he had indeed observed the stars and calculated that Oriental Starfall would be able to break through. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, most of their unease dissipated, because Gu Bai never lied, and his guarantees were always real and effective. As Gu Bai expected, after Oriental Starfall adjusted his state for 3 days, he finally began to break through. Soon, Oriental Starfall's aura began to rise steadily, and he also gathered all his magical power in his danshan, beginning to form his golden core. Gu Bai had already prepared 3 core formation spiritual items for Oriental Starfall in advance, but Oriental Starfall only used 1 core formation spiritual item. Core formation spiritual items can improve the quality of the golden core and slightly increase the success rate, but this is limited to 1 core formation spiritual item. If a second or even a third core formation spiritual item is used, although it will continue to improve the quality of the golden core, and even make it possible to form a superior golden core. However, this would also make forming the golden core much more difficult. Oriental Starfall was self-aware, he clearly knew his own limitations. His cultivation aptitude was merely ordinary, with no outstanding qualities. It was only because his master found him many spiritual objects that could enhance his aptitude and foundation that he had the capital to break through to golden core. But one must be strong oneself. These spiritual objects could at most serve as an aid, perhaps elevating him to the ranks of a genius, but only an ordinary genius, far from a prodigy. Being able to form an ordinary golden core was already a blessing, forming a superior golden core was beyond his capabilities. Forcibly forming it would only lead to a failed breakthrough, and all his efforts would be in vain. Boom. Rumble. The moment the golden core formed, a thick layer of tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. The thickness of the tribulation clouds was not on the same level as those of Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and others, but they still emitted waves of terrifying pressure. Oriental Starfall took a deep breath. He left the secret chamber and flew above the Lingyun sect. One lightning tribulation after another struck down, but Oriental Starfall easily resisted them. After all, what Oriental Starfall had formed was merely an ordinary golden core, so the power of the lightning tribulation was limited, and there were only 18 of them. As the last lightning tribulation was easily blocked by the purple cloud thunder shield, Oriental Starfall was recognized by the heavenly Dao, officially becoming a golden core cultivator, and could at least enjoy 800 years of lifespan. Master, I succeeded. Oriental Starfall flew in front of Gu Bai, his expression no longer as composed as before, and his voice barely concealed his excitement. However, this was normal, as it was a breakthrough to a major realm, a transformation of his life essence. From the title, it could be seen that after cultivating to the Golden Core realm, one would be called a Golden Core true person and could have their own title. As for Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone in the cultivation world, even in the relatively remote Qingzhou, they could only be considered slightly stronger cannon fodder. In a large-scale war, if both sides had Golden Core true persons, no matter how many Foundation establishment cultivators there were, it would be difficult to determine the ultimate outcome of the war. But Golden Core cultivators were different. Even in today's Qingzhou, the number of Golden Core cultivators was only a little over 20. Although the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty had numerous Golden Core cultivators, they were still pillars of strength and could not be called cannon fodder. Congratulations! Gu Bai patted Oriental Starfall's shoulder and said with a smile. After Oriental Starfall's successful breakthrough, Lu Ruyan followed closely. Gu Bai had also performed a divination earlier, predicting that Lu Ruyan would also successfully break through to the Golden Core realm, just like Oriental Starfall. Lu Ruyan also spent 3 days adjusting her state to its optimum before beginning to form her Golden Core. Like Oriental Starfall, she only used 1 core formation spiritual object. The result was as expected. Lu Ruyan successfully formed her Golden Core and, after easily passing the lightning tribulation, became an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. On that day, Gu Bai personally organized a grand bonfire party, and almost everyone in the sect attended. The successive birth of 2 Golden Core true persons was a joyous occasion, even for the current Lingyun sect. Cheers! Gu Bai drained the strong wine in his cup, looking at his 2 disciples who had now become Golden Core true persons, and smiled from the bottom of his heart. The reason he worked so hard was precisely to have no regrets, just like today. And now, Gu Bai could proudly say that he had achieved it. It was because of him that his two troublesome disciples were able to break through to the Golden Core realm. On the table in the sect leader's residence, a massive map was spread out. This was a map of the entire Qingzhou, detailing various locations in Qingzhou and the distribution of spiritual qi concentration. However, this map had many dense markings. Gu Bai planned to implement a massive project, to transform Qingzhou, this impoverished land, into a prosperous cultivation holy land. This was not Gu Bai's fantasy, he had made considerable preparations for it. Gu Bai intended to plant spiritual plants at the core points where spiritual qi converged throughout Qingzhou. Spiritual plants and spiritual qi have a symbiotic relationship. Spiritual plants require spiritual qi to grow, but once grown, they can increase the concentration of spiritual qi to a certain extent. Therefore, in places with dense spiritual qi, there is a high probability of a high-grade spiritual plant at the core. Furthermore, spiritual plants can also serve as the core of a formation. Many sects mountain-protecting formations have a high-grade spiritual plant as their core. Gu Bai planned to systematically plant spiritual plants, ultimately using all spiritual plants as nodes, totaling 3,650 nodes. Corresponding to the 3,650 stars in the sky, he would set up a massive formation called the Small Zhoutian Star Array. The formation could make spiritual qi flow more rationally, and with multiple spiritual plants, over time, the spiritual qi concentration in Qingzhou would inevitably become higher and higher. Moreover, the Small Zhoutian Star Array is a quasi-fourth grade formation. The entire King's Hu's spiritual qi enhancement formation, the Small Zhoutian Star Array, is not weaker than a normal fourth grade formation. In this way, even if a nascent soul true lord attacked Qingzhou, the Lingyun sect could rely on the formation to block the nascent soul true lord outside Qingzhou. The Small Zhoutian Star Array was not created by Gu Bai but was given to Gu Bai by Ye Fan. No matter how heaven-defying Gu Bai was, with his current aptitude, he could at most set up a third-grade formation. It would be impossible for him to design this super formation, whose complexity rivaled a fourth-grade formation. According to Ye Fan, he accidentally saved a fourth-grade formation Great Master, and to repay the life-saving grace, that Great Master personally helped Ye Fan design this Small Zhoutian Star Array. This statement immediately raised many questions. First, how did Ye Fan save a fourth-grade formation Great Master? Even if it were true, as Ye Fan said, that he indeed saved a fourth-grade formation Great Master, and that fourth-grade formation Great Master wanted to repay the favor. But how could a fourth-grade formation Great Master, who had never even been to Qingzhou, set up a super formation that was precise to every location in Qingzhou? The Small Zhoutian Star Array utilized Qingzhou to its extreme, which required an extremely thorough familiarity with Qingzhou to achieve. Even Gu Bai, a local, probably couldn't meet this condition. Could it be that there was a fourth-grade formation Great Master hidden in Qingzhou whom he didn't know about? However, Gu Bai did not ask further, he trusted Ye Fan as usual. If Ye Fan didn't say, there must be some hidden difficulty, but Ye Fan's feelings for him and for the Lingyun sect were genuine. Ye Fan truly wanted to help the Lingyun sect. If so, what was there to worry about? Setting up the Small Zhoutian Star Array was a massive undertaking. An ordinary Golden Core sect would not even be able to gather the materials even if they emptied their coffers. But fortunately, the Lingyun sect was not an ordinary Golden Core sect, its scale was not far from that of a nascent soul sect. Moreover, the three of Ye Fan were backed by the great Qin Immortal dynasty, so the Lingyun sect did not need to worry about the materials. Gritting their teeth, and with the accumulation of the three of Ye Fan over many years, they could barely gather enough. Of course, to set up such a vast formation, it would require at least dozens of formation masters working for several decades. This requires an experienced Three Tribulations formation master to oversee the whole situation. Although the Small Zhoutian Star Array is a quasi-fourth-order formation, it is essentially still a third-order formation. It is a super formation composed of countless third-order formations, second-order formations, and even first-order formations, comparable to a fourth-order formation. Therefore, to set up the Small Zhoutian Star Array, only one experienced third-order formation master is needed, along with dozens of formation masters to assist. However, it might take a long time, possibly dozens or even hundreds of years to barely complete, as it is a formation that covers an entire province. And coincidentally, Gu Bai just barely met this standard. Formation is a very basic cultivation skill, and Gu Bai, who is proficient in artifact refining, could barely be considered a third-order formation master. Coupled with his previous experience in planting large-scale spirit medicine, Gu Bai felt that he should be competent for this job. After carefully reviewing the map of Qingzhou, Gu Bai immediately began to gather people. A total of 13 second-order formation masters, and 43 experienced first-order formation masters. Influenced by the Hall of Returning Spring, other departments within the sect also began to emulate the Hall of Returning Spring's model, starting to teach disciples in large numbers. Thanks to this, the number of formation masters within the sect, after more than 100 years of development, far exceeded that of the past, growing from only 3 second-order formation masters to now more than a dozen. It was precisely because of this that they had the capital to set up the small star array, otherwise, even with the formation and materials, there wouldn't be enough manpower to set it up. Gu Bai did not delay. Once everyone had arrived, he began to assign tasks to all the formation masters. He felt a subtle sense of unease, always feeling that something big was about to happen in the cultivation world. He searched through numerous ancient texts, and combined with his understanding of star-gazing techniques, Gu Bai discovered that Ye Fan might be a person of great luck, meaning he was the son of luck of this world. Barring any accidents, the Son of Luck should be able to cultivate to the highest realm of this world, which is soul transformation great expert. However, this process is accompanied by many hardships. The Son of Luck himself will not die, but those around him will be in danger. Therefore, Gu Bai decided to make preparations early, no matter how great the cost, to set up the small Zhou star array, which could at least ensure the safety of those around him. The small Zhou star array is a super formation composed of 18 third-order formations, over 300 second-order formations, and over 3,000 first-order formations. Gu Bai's task was to plant 18 third-order spirit plants in the 18 most spiritual chi-rich places in Qingzhou, and set up 18 third-order formations, to serve as the core of the small Zhou star array. The spirit plants and precious materials needed for the formation were all delivered by Ye Fan and his 2 companions. To procure so many spirit items, Ling Yun sect and the 3 of them almost gave up everything they had, finally managing to barely gather enough. Time flew by, and 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. After more than 50 years of preparation, the small Zhou star array was finally completed. Standing at the highest point of Ling Yun Peak, Gu Bai felt a surge of emotion. Ling Yun sect naturally served as the most central formation eye of the small Zhou star array, and a high-grade third-order Ren Shui peach tree was even planted on Ling Yun Peak. Once the formation was activated, Ling Yun sect would become the convergence point of spiritual qi for the entire Qingzhou. At that time, the spiritual qi concentration of Ling Yun sect would definitely improve by a level. The spiritual qi concentration at the very center, Ling Yun Peak, could even sustain the daily cultivation of a nascent soul cultivator. Gu Bai took a deep breath, and with both hands, he formed complex hand seals, preparing to activate the small Zhou star array. Buzz. As the formation was activated, a golden light emanated from Ling Yun Peak, then spread outwards. Centered on Ling Yun sect, 3,650 formations were gradually activated. They were connected like spider silk, forming a super formation that enveloped the entire Qingzhou. As all the formations were activated, a faint golden light ascended, enveloping the entire Qingzhou. At the same time, the spiritual qi concentration of Ling Yun sect was also slowly increasing. Although the rate of increase was very slow, Gu Bai, as a golden core immortal master, could clearly perceive that spiritual qi was continuously and slowly gathering towards Ling Yun sect. Only then did Gu Bai slightly relax. With the formation's enhancement, even if a fourth-order demon emperor personally attacked Qingzhou, it would be difficult to break through the formation's defense. Now, there are only 20 years left until the heavenly Dao Qi descends from the heavenly Dao, and all forces have made preparations early. Ye Fan and his 2 companions have already rallied over 100 golden core cultivators, who will help them obtain the heavenly Dao Qi when it descends. Furthermore, the 3 of them have already cultivated to golden core perfection, having virtually no opponents in the golden core realm, and working together, they can easily encircle and kill a nascent soul true lord. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty had also secretly courted the 3 of them, promising that the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty would not interfere when they contended for the heavenly Dao Qi. This was the greatest help to the 3 of them. As long as the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty did not intervene, other forces would not be able to contend with them. Barring any accidents, the 3 of them would all be able to form heavenly Dao nascent souls in 20 years. Thinking that Ling Yun sect would have 3 nascent soul true lords, and they would even be heavenly Dao nascent souls, Gu Bai felt a sense of relief. After some thought, Gu Bai still decided to cast a divination for the 3 of them, to see if their contention for the heavenly Dao Qi would go smoothly. That night, Gu Bai ascended the star-gazing tower, holding the Xing compass, and began to operate the wondrous star-gazing technique. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty is different from Qingzhou. Qingzhou is only so large, and the number of golden core cultivators is very small, so divining the future is not very difficult. Gu Bai, with only foundation establishment cultivation, was able to accurately predict what major events would happen in Qingzhou decades later. But Ye Fan and his 2 companions had already left Qingzhou and gone to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Their future fate was tied to the entire Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. And the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty is countless times larger than Qingzhou, and the current Qin Emperor is even a soul transformation great expert. Just by having the thought of observing the future of Ye Fan and his 2 companions, Gu Bai suffered a strong backlash, instantly spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood and losing decades of his lifespan. But Gu Bai did not intend to give up. He had successfully broken through to the golden core realm, and his strength had undergone a qualitative change. With the star-gazing tower and the Xing compass, he should be able to barely glimpse the future, at least to calculate whether Ye Fan and his 2 companions would die during the process of contending for the heavenly Dao Qi. Gu Bai's lifespan burned wildly, and in just a few breaths, he lost another few decades of his lifespan. Gu Bai took out a copper coin, and with a casual toss, he threw the copper coin onto the table. This was the most basic wondrous divination method. If the copper coin landed face up, it meant that Ye Fan and his 2 companions would encounter misfortune, and if it landed face down, it meant that Ye Fan and his 2 companions would be safe and sound. Clang! After the copper coin landed on the table, it didn't face any side, instead, it stood upright on the table. Gu Bai frowned. This meant he hadn't failed, nor had he calculated any result. Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky, intending to use the star observation secret technique to continue divining the future. Suddenly, Gu Bai felt a faint threat. His intuition warned him not to continue divining, or he would suffer a severe backlash. But Gu Bai didn't stop. Instead, he rapidly burned his lifespan to strengthen the star observation secret technique. Pfft! Gu Bai suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, then instantly lost consciousness and lay straight on the ground. A few seconds later, Gu Bai took a deep breath and climbed back up from the ground. Something is wrong, very, very wrong. Gu Bai frowned in thought. He had just suffered a terrifying backlash. His head was hit by an unknown impact, causing blood to flow from his 7 orifices, and the heavenly Dao also took away decades of his lifespan. Lifespan was secondary, the most crucial thing was that this massive backlash almost shattered Gu Bai's brain. This was an injury that could kill any golden core cultivator, and Gu Bai was no exception. He hadn't divined the specific location where the heavenly Dao Qi would descend, he had only divined whether Yafan and the other two would be in any life-threatening danger. This wasn't a big deal. At most, it involved the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, but not much. Even if there was a backlash, it wouldn't be this severe. With the blessings of the Stargazing Tower and the Xing compass, even if he suffered a backlash, it shouldn't be this severe. The most unusual thing was that the lifespan deducted this time was very little, which was strange. It clearly didn't seem like the work of the heavenly Dao. Gu Bai was relatively familiar with the heavenly Dao. Generally speaking, even if he forcibly divined the future, the heavenly Dao would only take his lifespan. It was merely a matter of how much was extracted, there wouldn't be too much of a backlash. Since it wasn't the heavenly Dao, then someone was concealing the heavenly mystery of the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. And the person concealing it was a great master of divination Dao, at least a 4th-tier diviner, to be able to conceal the luck of an entire dynasty. Gu Bai quickly adjusted his state and once again began to divine the future of Yafan and the other two. This time, he didn't calculate whether Yafan and the other two would be in danger, but instead started to calculate what they would encounter in the future. He used a more advanced divination secret method this time. If successful, images of the future would flash through his mind. Of course, this also consumed an extreme amount of lifespan. Just casting the secret method consumed about 100 years of Gu Bai's lifespan. But it was still the same as last time, Gu Bai suffered a powerful backlash and had decades of his lifespan taken away. A few seconds later, Gu Bai climbed up again. Just like last time, he still hadn't divined any future. No images of the future flashed through his mind, only a mass of unknown mist appeared. Gu Bai shook his head, feeling a bit unconvinced. This was the first time he had been frustrated since learning the star observation secret technique. At the same time, Gu Bai felt a slight unease in his heart. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen. After adjusting his state, he once again began to divine the future. This time, he didn't choose to divine for Yafan and the other two. This time, Gu Bai calculated what major event would happen in Qingzhou 20 years later. Pfft! Gu Bai once again spat out a large mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. After a few breaths, Gu Bai regained consciousness. Gu Bai's eyes widened, slightly disbelieving. He had actually suffered a backlash again, which was very wrong. He hadn't divined the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, he had only calculated a bit about King Su's future. With his current strength, this would almost be without any risk. He almost always performed such a divination every once in a while. At most, he would only lose a few years of lifespan, he would not suffer a backlash at all. But now, he had suffered a severe backlash. Gu Bai's expression turned serious. He once again performed the star observation secret technique, preparing to calculate what major event would happen in Qingzhou 10 years later. But even for such a simple matter, Gu Bai still suffered a backlash. Bad, quite bad. Gu Bai realized the seriousness of the matter. He could understand the heavenly mystery of the Great Qin Immortal dynasty being blocked, but why would the heavenly mystery of Qingzhou be blocked? Gu Bai once again fully unleashed the star observation secret technique, wanting to peek into the heavenly mystery, but Gu Bai found that the heavenly mystery was in chaos, as if it had been blocked by someone. It wasn't just Qingzhou or the Great Qin Immortal dynasty as single regions, the heavenly mystery of the entire Sky Ruins world had been blocked. He could no longer divine any future. Once he forcibly divined, he would suffer a severe backlash. Clearly, this was a soul transformation realm great master who was skilled in divination, who had spent a great price to forcibly seal the heavenly mystery of the entire Sky Ruins world. Just then, the yin and yang twin jade he carried with him also trembled slightly. Gu Bai extended his divine sense into it, reading the message Yafan had sent. A moment later, Gu Bai's brows furrowed again. Because according to Yafan, the entire Great Qin Immortal dynasty or even the entire cultivation world was in chaos now. The heavenly mystery was being concealed, and countless divination great masters who tried to calculate the future suffered severe backlashes and died untimely deaths. In just one day, 4 or 5 4th-tier divination great masters died from backlash. All major top-tier forces began emergency preparations of supplies to cope with unforeseen needs. Yafan and his brocade-clad guard were also forcibly taken over, either to leave the Great Qin Immortal dynasty or to obey the arrangements of the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. Under normal circumstances, Yafan and the other two would undoubtedly return to Qingzhou immediately. But the heavenly Dao Qi was about to descend. As long as they remained in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, they would receive help from the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, at least 3 heavenly Dao Qi. Yafan wanted to ask for his opinion, whether to stay in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty and return to Qingzhou after breaking through to the nascent soul realm 20 years later. Or to return to Qingzhou now to cope with unknown dangers. This was a very difficult choice. Logically speaking, it would be the wisest choice for Yafan and the other two to stay in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. King Su's geographical location was very remote. If a major event occurred in the cultivation world, it would most likely not involve Qingzhou. Even if Yafan and the other two didn't return, Qingzhou would most likely not encounter any danger. 20 years later, when Yafan and the other two successfully broke through to the nascent soul, their strength would undergo a qualitative change. At that time, Even if the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty wanted to keep Ye Fan and the others, they simply couldn't. When Ye Fan and the other two returned to Qingzhou, with 3 heavenly Dao nascent souls guarding Qingzhou would be worry-free no matter how chaotic the cultivation world became. Gu Bai did not reply. He took a deep breath and began to frantically burn his life origin, intending to forcibly divine the future. Gu Bai's eyes emitted a faint starlight. He looked up at the starry sky, trying to observe the future of Ye Fan and the other two from a sea of mist. Soon, Gu Bai suffered a strong backlash. Blood tears streamed from his eyes, but Gu Bai did not stop. In this state, Gu Bai was already infinitely close to a 4th-tier diviner. In a trance, Gu Bai finally caught a glimpse of the heavenly mystery. He saw the sky dyed crimson, and Ye Fan, dressed in armor, stood side by side with 2 others, with hundreds of black-clad golden core cultivators behind each of them. They were standing on a magnificent and majestic city wall, which was the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's national protection wall. Besides Ye Fan and his group, there were countless cultivators densely packed on the city wall, all staring solemnly into the distance. In the distance, an endless tide of Yao beasts was surging towards them at an extremely fast speed. Gu Bai suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, instantly losing several hundred years of his lifespan, but he still propped up his body and continued to divine. Immediately after, a second scene slowly emerged before him. Ye Fan and the other two were besieged by Yao beasts. Gu Bai's body was cut in half by a 4th-order demon emperor, and Su Wuji, facing the endless siege of Yao beasts, ultimately died of exhaustion. Only a severely wounded and dying Ye Fan was rescued by reinforcements from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai was horrified. It was the first time he had seen the 3 of them in such a disheveled state. Just then, a pair of enormous golden pupils seemed to notice Gu Bai. Bang! It seemed that because Gu Bai had peered into the future, he suffered an invisible attack, and in an instant, Gu Bai exploded. Literally, he was directly blown into countless fragments from the inside out. A moment later, a flash of light passed, and Gu Bai stood in place with lingering fear, panting heavily. He had truly experienced the taste of death just now. Gu Bai clutched his chest, and only after feeling his orderly heartbeat did he gradually calm down. Those golden pupils were clearly the pupils of a Yao beast, and it was obvious that a great power of the demon clan had acted to seal off the heavenly secrets. If Gu Bai's guess was correct, a super war involving the entire cultivation world, all human race and Yao race, would soon break out. And according to the scene he saw in the future, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty would also fall into a bitter struggle. Of the 3, only Ye Fan would survive in the end, with Gu Bai and Su Wuji both having died in battle. This should be the future that might happen after more than 10 years. Staying in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty would lead to misfortune. Since that was the case, it would be better to return to Qingzhou, where at least their lives could be guaranteed. Heavenly Dao Qi descends once every 500 years, so at worst, they could form a Earth Path nascent soul, or wait for another opportunity later. Although Heavenly Dao Qi descends only once every 500 years, it is not so easily dissipated. Generally, large forces will retain 1 or 2 Heavenly Dao Qi for their personal disciples. Ye Fan and the others would not have no chance to obtain Heavenly Dao Qi in the future, it would just be a bit more difficult. Gu Bai no longer hesitated and immediately sent messages to Ye Fan and the other 2. Gu Bai did not explain too much, he simply told Ye Fan and the other 2 to rush back to Qingzhou as quickly as possible, and if there were trustworthy people, it would be best to bring them back to Qingzhou. Gu Bai could not guarantee whether a great power of the demon clan would notice if he said that the human race and Yao race would engage in a great war. Currently, the human race only knew that the heavenly secrets were blocked, but did not know it was the Yao race's doing. The human race high-level officials could at most only suspect the Yao race. This was clearly the Yao race's plan, they wanted to catch the human race off guard. But if the Yao race knew that Gu Bai had already discovered their plan, even a soul transformation great Yao might personally act to silence him. Holding the yin and yang mother-child jade, Ye Fan frowned after seeing the message from Gu Bai. What did Gu Bai say? Su Wuji looked at Ye Fan and asked in a deep voice. Master said to rush back as quickly as possible right now. Ye Fan said with a frown. The 3 exchanged glances, and the atmosphere became slightly heavy for a moment. Heavenly Dao Qi was too important for the 3 of them, it concerned whether they could go further in the future. Let's go, we'll return now. But the 3 looked at each other, without any hesitation, and immediately began to pack their belongings, preparing to return to Qingzhou. Although they didn't understand why Gu Bai wanted them to return now, they all knew one thing, Gu Bai would not harm them. Since he told them to return, he must have his own reasons. We have a very urgent matter and need to return to our hometown. This matter is very dangerous. Is there anyone who wants to come with us? Before leaving, the 3 gathered their brocade-clad guard team, which they had established for many years. This was a brocade-clad guard team composed of over 100 Golden Core Immortal Masters, most of whom were Golden Core Immortal Masters skilled in combat. It could be said that it was precisely because the 3 had rallied such a massive team that they had a foothold in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. But now, the 3 were very decisive, leaving without any hesitation, directly abandoning most of their teammates. The brocade-clad guards were all bewildered. Why were their captains suddenly leaving when everything was fine? No, absolutely not. This is a chance to contend for Heavenly Dao Qi, an opportunity that comes only once every 500 years. Once missed, we'll have to wait another 500 years. Immediately, some people wanted to stop Ye Fan and the other 2 from leaving. They had followed Ye Fan and the other 2 in battles for many years. Now that the 3 were finally about to break through to the nascent soul realm, their old generals would be able to enjoy the benefits. But they never expected the three to suddenly leave at this critical moment. Wouldn't all their years of effort be in vain? My decision is made. Ye Fan shook his head and said with an extremely firm tone. With his calm and steady personality, he had been the invisible captain of the three-person team many years ago. After forming the Law Enforcement Hall team, Ye Fan was even chosen as the captain by Su Wuji and Gu Bei. The two of them were only responsible for fighting. Seeing that Ye Fan's mind was made up, the Golden Core cultivators no longer tried to persuade him, and the atmosphere became somewhat oppressive and heavy. Following Ye Fan and the other two to leave the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty was a very risky move, especially now that the heavenly secrets were obscured. Smart people could tell at a glance that this was a chaotic period when a major event was about to happen in the cultivation world. During this chaotic period, without the protection of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, their situation would be quite dangerous. Following Ye Fan and the other two was completely gambling with their lives. If Captain hadn't saved me back then, I wouldn't be here today. My life belongs to Captain, and I choose to follow Captain. Just then, a burly man at Golden Core late stage said without hesitation. With the strong man's joining, the other Golden Core cultivators exchanged glances and also chose to follow Ye Fan and the other two. Until the end, nearly half of the Golden Core Immortal Masters chose to follow Ye Fan and the other two, totaling more than 50 Golden Core Immortal Masters. Even though Ye Fan did not explain the reason and emphasized that following him would involve life-threatening danger, they still did so. This was the terrifying personal charisma of Ye Fan and the other two, especially Ye Fan. His personal charisma was simply terrifying. His inherent confidence and powerful strength made people unconsciously want to follow him. Looking at these Golden Core cultivators who wanted to follow him, Ye Fan revealed a gratified smile. With the help of these Golden Core cultivators, even if the Ling Yin sect encountered great danger, they should be able to easily overcome it. The situation was urgent, so Ye Fan gave everyone half a day to pack their belongings. Ye Fan and the other two, taking advantage of this short time, sold all their assets in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and then purchased a large quantity of basic war supplies. In addition, Ye Fan and the other two also acquired a large number of third-tier spirit medicine, third-tier spirit ore, and a series of other practical and valuable spiritual items. Half a day later, Ye Fan summoned a huge flying boat and led everyone towards Qingzhou. This flying boat, named Azure Cloud Flying Boat, was a high-grade magic treasure, only one step away from being a pure Yang spiritual treasure, crafted by a fourth-tier artifact refiner from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. The keel of the flying boat was made from the spine of that fourth-tier Azure Dragon, and the outer wood was from very high-quality third-tier ironwood trees. The flying boat was also equipped with a quasi-fourth-tier formation. Under Ye Fan's control, it could barely contend with a nascent soul true lord. Upon learning that Ye Fan and the other two were heading towards Qingzhou, and that they were bringing over 50 Golden Core true persons, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Ye Fan and the other two had not break through to nascent soul, their combined strength could still besiege and kill an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Nascent soul cultivators were already the top combat power below soul transformation, and in the entire cultivation world, the number of nascent soul cultivators was not too large. Furthermore, kings whose location was extremely remote and held no strategic value for the Ya race. Even if Qingzhou were captured, reaching human race territory would require crossing the Tianyuan Desert, and the harsh living environment of the Tianyuan Desert was equally fatal to Ya beasts. Therefore, staying in Qingzhou was actually quite safe. The Ya race would not spend a huge price to attack a place with no value. However, Gu Bai did not relax his vigilance. He immediately convened a sect meeting that day, gathering all the high-ranking officials of the sect. After such a long period of development, the Ling Yin sect already possessed over 20 Golden Core true persons and an incredibly strong foundation. It was only one nascent soul true lord away from becoming a nascent soul sect. The heavenly secrets have been shielded by an unknown great power. The cultivation world is likely to fall into chaos. We need to prepare early, Gu Bai said with an extremely solemn tone in the sect leader's residence. Gu Bai's words were like a bomb, and the scene immediately became chaotic, filled with the sound of discussions. Quiet. I have already notified Ye Fan, Gu Bei, and the former sect master to return to the sect. The small Zhou star array has also been set up. Even if the cultivation world becomes chaotic, it will not affect Qingzhou, Gu Bai said calmly, without any panic. After hearing Gu Bai's words and seeing his composed expression, most of the panic in everyone's hearts receded, and the scene returned to quiet order. Yes, with the sect master overseeing the situation, and Ye Fan and the other two rushing back, what more did they have to fear? Seeing everyone calm down, Gu Bai discussed the plan with them. Actually, there wasn't much to do, just strengthening the border defenses and collecting supplies. Gu Bai was quite experienced in this and quickly assigned tasks to everyone. Subsequently, Gu Bai notified all the forces of the Qingzhou alliance, asking those with people to contribute people, and those without people to contribute resources. After quickly arranging everything, Gu Bai headed to Huanglong Immortal City, preparing to upgrade the city's protective formation. Qingzhou, backed by the Tianyuan Desert and bordered by the endless sea to its left, had only a small area connected to the 10,000 barren mountains, making it an easily defensible region. Huanglong Immortal City was no longer a spirit chi sparse as before, thanks to the small Zhou star array. Huanglong Immortal City happened to be a formation eye, and at the very center of the Immortal City, a third-tier yellow spirit tree was planted. Therefore, the spirit chi in Huanglong Immortal City became incredibly dense, making it an excellent cultivation holy land. Moreover, the formation of Huanglong Immortal City was interconnected with the small Zhou star array, receiving significant enhancement. Gu Bai's purpose for this trip was to strengthen the formation of Huanglong Immortal City. Although the small Zhou star array enveloped the entire Qingzhou, it leaned more towards defense and support, and was not adept at counterattacking. Gu Bai planned to set up several more third-tier formations skilled in attack in Huanglong Immortal City. Due to its connection with the small Zhou star array, Huanglong Immortal City could mobilize the spirit qi of the entire Qingzhou. Therefore, the spirit qi in Huanglong Immortal City was almost inexhaustible, unlike before when they had to worry about spirit qi depletion. Countless cultivators heeded Gu Bai's call, traveling thousands of miles to Huanglong Immortal City. Many white-haired elders, upon arriving at Huanglong Immortal City again, were even more moved by the scene, trembling with excitement. They recalled their memories of fighting the beast tide in Huanglong Immortal City when they were young. They could have peacefully retired at home, but upon hearing Gu Bai's summons, they dragged their aged bodies from all over Qingzhou, just to contribute their meager strength before they died. Upon hearing this news, Gu Bai personally came to welcome these distinguished veterans. Upon seeing Gu Bai, these old men were so excited they became incoherent. Physician Gu, do you still remember me? If you hadn't used your secret technique to save me multiple times back then, I would have died in that war long ago. An old man with a hideous scar on his face said excitedly, falling to his knees before Gu Bai. Looking at the old man before him, Gu Bai felt incredibly familiar. He pondered for a moment in his mind, and soon, the person in front of him overlapped with a youthful figure. I remember you. Your name is Zhang Hua, right? I remember you always getting injured. I must have saved you 5 or 6 times, haven't I? Gu Bai said with a smile, looking at the old man before him. This person left a deep impression on him, not because he was particularly powerful, but because his vitality was very strong. He had followed Ye Fan in battles, always charging to the front lines of the battlefield with Ye Fan, but he didn't possess Ye Fan's formidable strength. Injuries were commonplace for him, and he had been on the brink of death many times, but Gu Bai had always saved him. Seeing that Gu Bai still recognized him, the old man was so excited he couldn't speak. Looking at the white-haired, no longer young Zhang Hua, Gu Bai also felt a bit emotional. Time seemed to have been accelerated, his memories were still stuck before he became the sect master. But he never expected that his comrades who once fought alongside him were now old and frail. Gu Bai had a vague realization in his heart, and his mind quickly flashed through the life and death separations he had experienced over the years, as well as the various uncertain futures he had divined. Regarding Time River, Gu Bai seemed to have a completely new understanding. A mysterious aura emanated from Gu Bai's body, and he stood motionless in place. Gu Bai, who had been secretly protecting Gu Bai, instantly flashed in front of Gu Bai, blocking everyone else. He knew that Gu Bai had entered a state of epiphany, something ordinary cultivators might not encounter even once in their lifetime. Vaguely, Gu Bai seemed to see an endless time river. He was in the middle of this long river, behind the river was his life's experiences, and in front of the river was a mist. Gu Bai knew that this was the legendary time river, which only those with great divine power could glimpse. After a long time, Gu Bai finally awoke. He rubbed his somewhat swollen head. It was only by virtue of epiphany that he could glimpse the grandeur of the time river. However, the Dao of time river is too profound, even immortals find it difficult to master. He had only glimpsed the time river and was still a long way from mastering time river. Big brother, are you all right? Gu Bai looked at Gu Bai and asked with some concern. Epiphany is a very dangerous thing. If one is not careful, one can suffer qi deviation. I'm fine, I was just a bit lost in thought earlier. Gu Bai waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. This epiphany had greatly benefited him. Although he didn't comprehend any powerful cultivation technique secret manuals, he did glimpse the time river. Therefore, he gained a preliminary understanding of time river. When he breakthroughs to the nascent soul realm or spirit transformation realm in the future, there will be an extremely low probability of awakening a divine ability related to time river. In addition, there was his star-gazing secret art. If he were to divine the future again, he should be able to obtain a more accurate vision. Seeing that Gu Bai was fine, Gu Bai nodded and quietly retreated. Although this was only Gu Bai's incarnation, it now possessed the cultivation of a golden core late stage. Although not as strong as Gu Bai's main body, its strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary golden core late stage cultivator. After calming himself down slightly, Gu Bai immediately led the many formation masters to begin strengthening the formation of Huanglong Immortal City. Time flowed by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, Huanglong Immortal City once again became prosperous, with most of the cultivators from Qingzhou gathered here. Although Gu Bai did not explicitly state it, he only said that it was to prevent war and conduct drills. Everyone knew in their hearts that a war was probably about to break out, and it would be a war against the Ya race. Otherwise, why would they come to Huanglong Immortal City? Wasn't it to guard against the Ya race's attack? Gu Bai still implemented military management, with the cultivators who participated in the last Beast Tide War serving as instructors. They taught these young cultivators, imparting valuable combat experience. These were precious, life-saving experiences they had summarized from countless bloody lessons. In this year, Gu Bai also led many formation masters from the sect to set up several additional third-tier great formations. Afterward, Gu Bai temporarily returned to Lingyan sect. He led the Danding division in the Hall of Weaponry, starting to refine medicinal pills and magical artifacts day and night. The flying boat's speed was incredibly fast. Even the tens of millions of miles from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to Qingzhou only took a little over a year to reach Qingzhou. Parking the flying boat at the entrance of Lingyun sect, Ye Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion looking at the familiar sect before him. Master, we're back. Ye Fan did not immediately enter the sect, but instead shouted loudly at the sect's entrance. After all, besides the three of them, he also brought more than 50 Golden Core Immortal Masters. If they were to enter the sect directly, facing so many unfamiliar Golden Core Immortal Masters, it would not be good if it caused a misunderstanding. Hearing Ye Fan's familiar voice, Gu Bai immediately put down what he was doing. He flashed and appeared outside the sect. As soon as he stepped out of the sect, Gu Bai saw the three figures he was so familiar with. It's good you're back, it's good you're back. Gu Bai walked up to Ye Fan and patted Ye Fan's shoulder. Only then did Gu Bai slightly relax. Ever since the three of them left, he had been supporting the entire sect alone. And he didn't have the formidable strength of Ye Fan and the others, so he could only be extra careful. Ever since he divined the future of this war that would sweep across the entire cultivation world, it was as if a huge stone had been placed on his back, suffocating him. Fortunately, Ye Fan and the other two were relatively reliable. Upon receiving his message, they immediately rushed back to Qingzhou. These are our brothers who went through life and death with us in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, their strength is all very good. Ye Fan smiled and introduced the many Golden Core cultivators behind him to Gu Bai. The Golden Core cultivators following behind Ye Fan all quietly looked at Gu Bai. Although they had never met Gu Bai's name frequently appeared in the mouths of Ye Fan, Gu Bai, and Su Wuji. And the frequency was quite high, even Su Wuji, who spoke the least, would talk about topics related to Gu Bai at least 10 times a day. In their mouths, Gu Bai was like a perfect person. Besides not being good at combat, he was omnipotent in every other aspect, and his personality was also excellent. Therefore, they were quite curious about Gu Bai, wondering if there really could be someone like Gu Bai in the world. Now that Gu Bai himself appeared before them, they were naturally extremely curious. Gu Bai wore a white robe with many beautiful golden patterns carved on it. The style of the clothes was quite classical, the most traditional long robe. Aside from attending important occasions, very few people would wear such a long robe in daily life, because while long robes were beautiful, they would affect daily life. Generally, only older and very rigid cultivators would wear such traditional long robes in their daily lives. Wearing such a long robe, coupled with Gu Bai's white hair, made Gu Bai appear rather aloof, like an immortal who did not partake in worldly affairs. But the aura emanating from Gu Bai was incredibly gentle, making people feel very close to him and instinctively developing a good impression of Gu Bai. The aloof and gentle auras merged, creating a wonderful chemical reaction that made it hard to look away. It could be said that Gu Bai looked more like a cultivator than anyone else present, fulfilling all of their fantasies about cultivation. So handsome. This was everyone's first impression upon seeing Gu Bai. Not to mention female cultivators, even male cultivators were attracted by the aura around Gu Bai, instinctively wanting to learn more about Gu Bai and become friends with him. You've had a long journey. I've prepared a welcome feast for you. Now, have a good rest. Gu Fan revealed an incredibly gentle smile, then spoke in a soft tone. Looking at Gu Bai's incredibly gentle smile, everyone felt as if their hearts had been cleansed, becoming even more peaceful. The cultivation world was not as beautiful as imagined, instead, it was filled with intrigue and schemes, and murder for treasure was a common occurrence. Nearly 1/5 of cultivators had been cultivator robberses, and even with their vigorous efforts to apprehend them, there were still countless cultivator robberses. Once you showed any abnormality, such as possessing precious spiritual items while not being strong yourself, you would be targeted by cultivator robberses. In addition, a considerable number of cultivators chose to cultivate demonic path cultivation techniques. It was common for them to massacre an immortal city to refine a magic treasure, or even slaughter an entire state to increase their cultivation. They truly hadn't seen someone as pure as Gu Bai in a very long time. It was strange, despite being their first meeting, and not even having exchanged a single word, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that Gu Bai was extremely reliable. These brocade-clad guards, who had previously defied everyone, were as docile as children in front of Gu Bai, being led by him on a tour of Lingyun sect. Following behind Gu Bai, Ye Fan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He had thought Gu Bai's charm was strong, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. These brocade-clad guards were not easy to get along with, most of them were loose cultivators, and a small portion had even been cultivator robberses for a period, only later turning over a new leaf. Although these individuals were all very strong and had some special skills, none of them submitted to anyone else. Before Ye Fan arrived, they were completely leaderless. Even Ye Fan himself had spent several years, relying on overwhelming strength and numerous benefits, to earn their heartfelt loyalty. Before coming, Ye Fan had been somewhat worried that these people wouldn't accept Gu Bai as the sect master. But he didn't expect that Gu Bai, with just a smile and a few words, would win them over. My name is Gu Bai, you can call me Physician Gu, or Sect Master, or even just my name, of course. However, I still prefer to be called Physician Gu, because being a physician is my primary job. If you get injured in the future, you can come to me, as long as you still have a breath left, I guarantee I can heal you. Gu Bai walked and smiled as he introduced himself to everyone, as if these people were his long-lost friends. Understood, Physician Gu. The many Golden Core cultivators following behind Gu Bai called out in unison. This is the Hall of Returning Spring within the sect. Before I became sect master, I was a physician here. Everyone immediately quieted down, pricking up their ears, wanting to hear Gu Bai tell more about his past. In the evening, Gu Bai personally cooked a sumptuous welcoming feast for everyone. The main dish was a large pot of incredibly tender braised pork, the meat of which came from a third-tier pig demon. In addition, Gu Bai also cooked a large pot of spiritual rice. These spiritual rice grains were of second-tier quality, incredibly sweet, and he had personally grown them. Delicious, delicious, Simply too delicious. Ye Fan wolfed down his food. After nearly a century, he finally ate the braised pork made by his master again. As he ate, Ye Fan even shed tears of emotion. Like Qingning and Gu Bei, Ye Fan's favorite dish was the braised pork made by Gu Bai. But ever since he went to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, Ye Fan had never eaten Gu Bai's braised pork again. As long as one cultivated to the foundation establishment realm, one could initially abstain from grains, and it was fine even if they didn't eat for several years. After reaching the Golden Core realm, most cultivators would hardly ever eat gourmet food again. Even if they did, they would only eat some spiritual chirich spirit beast meat. But at most, it would only be simply roasted. Although the taste was still good, it wasn't as delicious as the braised pork made by Gu Bai. Gu Bei and Su Wuji were not much better off. They were all wolfing down the dishes, a large piece of braised pork with every bite. As for the Golden Core cultivators who came with them, they wished they could swallow their tongues, focusing only on shoveling down food, their mouths so full they couldn't even speak. Watching everyone wolf down their food, Gu Bai revealed a heartfelt smile. No lofty praise was needed, a diner eating heartily was the best praise for a chef. Gu Bai made a full pot of braised pork. The pot was 5 meters high and 10 meters wide, enough to feed tens of thousands of people. But this entire pot of braised pork was eaten clean by everyone. Golden Core cultivators possessed unparalleled physiques and could digest while eating. Almost everyone ate hundreds of caddies of meat to finish this large pot of braised pork. Ye Fan, with a bulging belly, lay contentedly on the ground. Afterward, everyone settled into the sect under Gu Bai's arrangements. Although they didn't move into the inner sect, each person had their own small courtyard near the inner sect. The small courtyards were personally designed by Gu Bai, with beautiful and peaceful scenery, and 2 spiritual trees planted at the entrance. The fruit trees were laden with tempting spiritual fruits, just looking at them made one feel joyful. Originally, the spiritual chi within the small courtyards was insufficient to support the daily cultivation of Golden Core cultivators. But ever since the small Zhou Tian star array was set up, the spiritual chi within Lingyun sect had increased severalfold. Even outside the inner sect, there was enough spiritual chi to support the daily cultivation of Golden Core cultivators. In addition, Gu Bai also granted them the official status of guest elder, allowing them to receive a substantial amount of spirit stone every year. The many Golden Core cultivators were very satisfied with this arrangement and happily moved into their small courtyards. And they also promised that if they were injured, they could come to him for free treatment. This was the promise of a great master of third-tier medical arts with superb medical skills. They only needed to help the sect when it faced danger. Although this treatment was not as good as being a brocade-clad guard in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, they didn't have to face life and death situations daily like in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. The atmosphere within the sect also made them feel very comfortable. Here, they didn't have to frantically compete every day like in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Life in Lingyun sect was quite peaceful and serene, and the disciples and elders treated them kindly. Even though the atmosphere within the sect was somewhat heavy due to the impending war, it was still much better than in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. It could be said that Lingyun sect was a perfect holy land for retirement. Humph, easily handled. On the nameless mountain peak, Gu Bai looked up at the sect and murmured, "Master, you're still the best." Just then, Ye Fan walked over with several jars of wine, smiling. Gu Bei and Su Wuji followed behind him. He, of course, otherwise, how could I be your elder brother? Gu Bai said with a hint of pride, hands in his pockets. Ha 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 ha. The few of them suddenly burst into laughter. Even though they hadn't seen each other for nearly a century, their relationship hadn't grown distant in the slightest. Come, let's drink. Gu Bai raised his wine cup and said with a smile. The 4 of them simultaneously drained the strong liquor in their cups, then began to chat. Ye Fan and the others recounted their experiences in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty over the years to Gu Bai. Although there had been many letters exchanged before, it was never quite the same as speaking in person. Gu Bai, like an old father, listened with a smile to the experiences of Ye Fan and the other 2. Ye Fan and the other 2 did not ask why Gu Bai had suddenly called them back. They believed that Gu Bai must have his own reasons for doing so. Gu Bai also did not mention this matter, as he was afraid the Ya race might notice, only subtly indicating that a great catastrophe sweeping through the cultivation world would occur in over a decade. By the way, where is Qingning? I haven't seen her all day. Su Wuji took a sip of wine before asking the doubt in his heart. From the moment he arrived at the sect until now, he hadn't seen his precious daughter Qingning, which made Su Wuji somewhat puzzled. Seeing Su Wuji's expression, Gu Bai shook his head helplessly. She's still mad at you. Who told you to disappear without a word and not even tell her when you left? It took me several days to coax her, but she hasn't forgiven you. She's currently hiding at home, still angry. Gu Bai felt a bit exhausted. Did Su Wuji not realize that doing so would hurt Qingning? Qingning had first experienced the pain of losing her mother, and he had coaxed her for a long time, finally getting her to sleep. But when she woke up, her father had disappeared without even saying goodbye, abandoning Qingning to go adventure with Ye Fan and the others in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Only Qingning was left alone in the sect. Su Wuji himself was carefree, leaving behind a heartbroken Qingning for him to comfort. Gu Bai was certain that if he hadn't been there to accompany Qingning and soothe her wounded heart, Qingning might have taken up her sword and gone to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to find trouble with Su Wuji. At the time, my mind was a bit chaotic, so I didn't think that much. Upon hearing this, Su Wuji also realized his mistake. He scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. Then what should I do next? I can't just let her stay there sulking, can I? Should I send her some gifts? Su Wuji looked at Gu Bai, hoping Gu Bai could offer some advice. You don't need to send anything. Just spend more time with her, what she needs now is companionship. Gu Bai sighed again, then said in a deep voice, and then looked at Ye Fan. And you, Ye Fan, didn't you see that Zhou Shui likes you? Even if you don't like her, as a good friend for many years, and having fought alongside her for so many years during the war with the Ya race, what does it mean to just leave without saying goodbye? Did that young lady offend you somewhere? Is she worth you treating her like this? Do you know that because of your departure, Zhou Shui almost developed a heart demon, which nearly affected her breakthrough to Golden Core? If I hadn't made preparations early and refined a heart-calming pill for Zhou Shui to take during her breakthrough, let alone condensing a superior Golden Core, whether she could successfully break through would have been a problem. Gu Bai pointed at Ye Fan and said indignantly. The three of them had been carefree back then, leaving as they pleased, but they left him with a mess. Perhaps influenced by him, Ye Fan placed great importance on love. Because liking someone and becoming a Dao companion are two different things, the latter represents a heavy responsibility. In this regard, he did very well, unlike some people who fall in love with everyone they meet and maintain ambiguous relationships with multiple female cultivators. This is a very irresponsible behavior, because a person's love is limited. The cultivation world also does not advocate this behavior, the cultivation world promotes monogamy. In this aspect, Ye Fan did very well. Even though Zhou Shui was excellent in all aspects, and Ye Fan even liked Zhou Shui a little, Ye Fan still did not choose to become a Dao companion with Zhou Shui, instead intentionally maintaining distance. But he couldn't just disappear without a word, could he? He almost made Zhou Shui completely withdrawn. Even when Ye Fan returned, Zhou Shui intentionally avoided him. This couldn't go on. Master, I know I was wrong. I'll go apologize to Zhou Shui when I get back. Hearing Gu Bai's stern words, Ye Fan was so frightened that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly, and quickly promised. Although Gu Bai was usually very gentle, as a master, he would also be very strict when necessary. At the same time, Gu Bai's words also made Ye Fan realize his mistake, he should not avoid the feelings between himself and Zhou Shui. Although the two could not become Dao companions, he should not deliberately avoid Zhou Shui because of this matter. Gu Bai thus lectured Ye Fan and Su Wuji. What the two of them did was indeed dishonorable, they just packed up and left, leaving behind a mess. The three of them lowered their heads, not daring to say another word. Although Gu Bai himself had done nothing wrong, he still felt somewhat guilty when facing Gu Bai. After a long while, Gu Bai finally let out a long breath, feeling refreshed. All right, I've said what needed to be said. You know what to do next. After speaking, Gu Bai turned and left, returning to his immortal cave. Humph, so you finally remembered to come back. Pushing open the door, Qing Ning was standing there with her arms crossed, looking angry, waiting for him. Qing Ning, you misunderstood. I went to get justice for you. I just taught Wuji a lesson, making him deeply realize his mistake. Gu Bai gently ruffled Qing Ning's beautiful hair and comforted her with a smile. I knew Gu Bai, you're the best. Upon hearing this, Qing Ning's anger instantly dissipated. She hugged Gu Bai and said happily. Sleepless night. In the morning, Gu Bai pushed open the door, feeling refreshed. As the sect master, and with so many people suddenly arriving at the sect, he needed to arrange everything properly. The more than 50 Golden Core true persons brought by Ye Fan and the others, under Gu Bai's arrangements, behaved themselves every day. Those with special skills, such as alchemy and artifact refining, were pulled by Gu Bai to help out. And these Golden Core true persons all respected Gu Bai immensely. Because Gu Bai had previously taken the time to care for each of their bodies, treating their hidden old injuries that had accumulated over many years. This made them very grateful to Gu Bai. Having fought for many years in the brocade-clad guard, it was inevitable to sustain hidden injuries during battles with cultivator robbers or demonic cultivators. Some demonic cultivators practiced very special cultivation techniques, and once a wound was left, it might never heal completely, or even if it did, it would damage their foundation, leading to a significant reduction in lifespan. Cultivators like them, who often fought, could usually only live to just over 700 years old, completely unable to reach the theoretical lifespan limit of 800 years. But under Gu Bai's treatment, their hidden injuries were completely healed, allowing them to easily live to nearly 800 years old. Furthermore, Gu Bai also promised to refine a life extension pill for each of them, ensuring they would live to at least 900 years old. Upon hearing this, these Golden Core cultivators were so excited that they almost acknowledged Gu Bai as their godfather. The reason was simple, the third-order life extension pill was extremely difficult to refine. It wasn't something that could be refined just by gathering the spirit medicine, even a late-stage third-order alchemist would find it very difficult to refine a life extension pill. Precisely because of this, the third-order life extension pill was incredibly precious in the cultivation world, and even in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, it was priceless. Cultivators like them, who didn't have significant backgrounds, would find it very difficult to buy a third-order life extension pill, even if they had the money. Gu Bai's existence allowed each of them to live an average of 200 years longer, which was an immense favor. Master, is it still not too late for me to learn medical skills from you now? Watching the Golden Core cultivators who had followed him be completely won over by Gu Bai in just a few years, even secretly calling Gu Bai their adoptive father, Ye Fan finally understood how important it was to have a skill in the cultivation world. Good boy, you've finally come to your senses. Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan with some surprise. Many years ago, he had urged Ye Fan to learn medical skills from him, but Ye Fan had given up shortly after. He hadn't expected Ye Fan to want to learn medical skills again, and Gu Bai was naturally very pleased about this. This is the Yellow Emperor's inner canon that I wrote, a total of 458 volumes. However, given that you are just beginning to learn the medical Dao, you only need to learn the content of the first volume within 3 years to be considered qualified. Gu Bai smiled and pulled out an enormous medical book from his storage pouch. Looking at the medical book in front of him, which had at least 1,000 pages and was almost half as tall as a person, Ye Fan's mouth twitched slightly. He somewhat regretted the decision he had just made. But the words were already out, and Ye Fan still had some self-respect. He didn't want to give up so soon. Opening the first page of the first volume, what greeted his eyes were densely packed black characters smaller than flies. The Yellow Emperor's inner canon was a massive book, with a single volume being almost half as tall as a person. Just the first page was filled with tens of thousands of characters. These were introductions to the basic theoretical knowledge of the medical Dao, allowing one to gain a preliminary understanding of it. Ye Fan took a deep breath and began to read seriously. That Ye Fan could reach his current level with inferior aptitude meant he had naturally put in efforts unimaginable to ordinary people. Settling down to study was not difficult for Ye Fan. However, even with such a firm will, when Ye Fan flipped through this medical book, he felt a wave of sleepiness originating from his soul. Even though a golden core true person had already transcended the mundane and would not feel the slightest sleepiness even after not sleeping for several years, he was still so sleepy he couldn't open his eyes. Ye Fan shook his head, forced himself to stay awake, and seriously continued to flip through the medical book. He had endured so many difficulties along the way, and the cultivation technique that Master Yu had called extremely difficult to learn, he had always been able to learn with ease. Ye Fan simply didn't believe that a small medical book could be so easily handled. I will win. Ye Fan showed an extremely confident expression and whispered. He confidently flipped through the medical book, and looking at his confident expression, he seemed omnipotent, as if nothing could stump him. An hour later, Gu Bai finally finished dealing with the sex documents. He turned to look at Ye Fan studying in the corner, wanting to see how Ye Fan was doing, but found that Ye Fan had already fallen asleep, sprawled on the medical book. Walking up to Ye Fan, Gu Bai discovered that Ye Fan hadn't even turned to the second page. Seeing this, Gu Bai sighed helplessly. The medical Dao is one of the most difficult cultivation arts to get started with, and mastering it is even harder. To become a physician requires talent, and this talent is not simply comprehension ability. Even with excellent comprehension ability, if one lacks patience, they cannot become a physician. If Gu Bai hadn't been vigorously developing the medical Dao all these years, this vast Qingzhou would probably not have produced many second-order physicians. But even so, the current number of second-order physicians in Qingzhou is still not too many, let alone third-order physicians. Besides Gu Bai, there was only Oriental Yuch, a third-order physician. Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan, working together, could barely be considered a third-order physician. But if spoken of individually, only a portion of their skill reached the third level, and they could not be called third-order physicians. Not to mention Qingzhou, even in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, third-order physicians were extremely rare, even fewer in number than nascent soul cultivators. Wake up, don't sleep, your drool is sticking to the book. Gu Bai patted Ye Fan's shoulder, waking him up. Hey! Ye Fan looked up, a bit confused, and glanced around, seemingly not understanding why he had suddenly fainted. Alas, it seems you don't have the talent to become a physician. Gu Bai patted Ye Fan's shoulder and said in a deep voice. To become a great master of the medical Dao like him, one must have enough love for the medical Dao. Otherwise, no matter how high one's comprehension ability, they can at most become an ordinary physician. When Gu Bai had just broken through to the Golden Core realm, Gu Bai had pulled Gu Bai along to study medical skills for a considerable period of time. Gu Bai had superior comprehension ability, plus he had the personal one-on-one guidance of a medical Dao great master. But even so, Gu Bai only barely became a first-order physician in the end, and was completely clueless about medical Dao theory. At most, he could only transform the creation divine thunders so that it could be absorbed by others. After finishing the sex affairs, Gu Bai immediately went to the Danding division to begin refining medicinal pills. He was preparing for the upcoming war, needing to ensure that everyone had enough medicinal pills and complete sets of magical artifacts and magic treasures. More than 100 years ago, the reason Qingzhou was able to withstand the beast tide's attack was because it had strong enough logistical support. Even though the number of Yao beasts was several, even dozens of times, that of the Qingzhou cultivators, they were still firmly held outside the city walls. Time slowly passed, and in a blink of an eye, more than 10 years had gone by. During these past 10 years, Gu Bai crafted a set of magic treasures for every golden core cultivator. The raw materials were mostly body parts of third-order demon beasts and the spirit ore brought by Ye Fan. This significantly boosted the strength of all golden core true persons within the sect. Afterward, Gu Bai led the majority of the sect's golden core true persons to guard Huanglong Immortal City. After more than 100 years, many foundation establishment cultivators had emerged in Qingzhou. Including the Lingyun sect's 4,000 foundation establishment cultivators, the small Huanglong Immortal City had already gathered tens of thousands of foundation establishment cultivators. As for the number of qi refining cultivators, it was even greater. Even though Gu Bai had specifically raised the requirements, only late-stage qi refining cultivators were qualified to go to Huanglong Immortal City. But even so, the number of qualified qi refining cultivators reached several hundred thousand, and the numerous cultivators filled Huanglong Immortal City. For this, Gu Bai had no choice but to urgently expand Huanglong Immortal City to barely accommodate the hundreds of thousands of qi refining realm cultivators. Besides the people from Lingyun sect, All 50 plus golden core true persons that Ye Fan brought back also followed Gu Bai to Huanglong Immortal City. By then, Huanglong Immortal City possessed over 70 golden core true persons, tens of thousands of powerful foundation establishment cultivators, and hundreds of thousands of qi refining late-stage cultivators. Coupled with the small Zhou Tian star array and the formation inherent to Huanglong Immortal City, the current Huanglong Immortal City could be said to be impregnable. Even if several fourth-order demon emperors attacked simultaneously, they would not be able to breach Huanglong Immortal City. Since that day, Gu Bai had never attempted divination again. It was a great fortune that his previous divination about the future went undetected by a great power of the demon clan. Gu Bai dared not guarantee that if he continued to divine, he would not be discovered by a great power of the demon clan. He could only dispatch several cultivators skilled in stealth to hide within the 10,000 barren mountains to monitor the movements of the Ya race. On this day, Gu Bai, as usual, stood on the city wall of Huanglong Immortal City, surveying the surroundings, when his transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Gu Bai inserted his divine sense into it, quickly checking the message, and a moment later, Gu Bai's brows furrowed. Cultivators deep within the 10,000 barren mountains had detected that the Ya race was beginning to gather abnormally, already forming a beast tide of considerable scale. It seems war is about to break out. Gu Bai murmured softly, then he immediately called Ye Fan over and dispatched Ye Fan to the depths of the 10,000 barren mountains to monitor every movement of the beast tide. After more than 100 years of cultivation, Ye Fan had already reached the golden core late stage. Although not explicitly stated, Ye Fan's strength had actually surpassed Gu Bai and Su Wuji, placing him at the forefront of the three. Furthermore, Ye Fan was quite versatile, unlike Su Wuji, who only knew sword techniques. Ye Fan, in addition to mastering sword techniques, was also proficient in many secret arts, having almost no weaknesses. Ye Fan was also skilled in stealth. As far as Gu Bai knew, Ye Fan possessed an unknown secret art and had cultivated it to the perfection realm. The current Ye Fan was able to completely conceal his aura, making it difficult even for a nascent soul true lord to discover him when he was hidden. Therefore, Ye Fan was most suitable for this task. He could constantly observe the movements of the beast tide without worrying about being discovered by it. Even if the beast tide discovered Ye Fan's whereabouts, they would find it very difficult to catch up to him. Because Ye Fan had also cultivated an escape technique that allowed him to burn his essence blood to accelerate, reaching speeds so fast that even a nascent soul true lord could not catch up. Don't ask why Ye Fan knew such a heaven-defying escape technique, just know that he did. Be careful, don't get too close, just get a general idea. If you're discovered, run this way. Gu Bai patted Ye Fan's shoulder and said earnestly. Understood, master, I will be careful. Ye Fan smiled and nodded, even though his strength was already very great. His strength had even grown so strong that everyone believed he was incredibly powerful, that nothing could stop him, and that he would never encounter danger. But Ye Fan knew that no matter how powerful he was, he could still be injured, or even die. And his master, while also thinking he was strong like everyone else, would always care for him. Caring whether he would get hurt, this feeling of having someone constantly care for him was truly wonderful. After seeing Ye Fan off, Gu Bai immediately organized everyone to begin preparing, in order to prevent a sudden attack by the Yao beast. Soon, more detailed intelligence came from Ye Fan's side, which was not as Gu Bai had imagined. The Ya race was indeed slowly gathering and forming a massive beast tide. And unlike last time, the beast tide gathered this time consisted of elites. Almost all of them were second-order demon beasts, with first-order Yao beasts even being used as food. The scale of the beast tide was enormous. According to Ye Fan's perception, there were hundreds of thousands of second-order demon beasts alone. Although no fourth-order demon emperors appeared, the number of third-order demon beasts also exceeded 100. However, the beast tide did not advance towards Qingzhou as expected. Instead, it took a turn, bypassed the Tianyuan desert, and headed towards the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Seeing this, Gu Bai was momentarily torn between laughter and tears. It was indeed as he had predicted. The Ya race began to gather, forming a beast tide, preparing to attack the human race's territory and engage in a major war with the human race. But with Qingzhou's current scale, it could not be the Ya race's primary target. Only important places like the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty could become the Ya race's primary target. After all, wasn't the war between the Ya race and the human race precisely for the purpose of gaining more territory? The Ya race simply did not care for a remote and desolate place like Qingzhou. Even if the Ya race wanted to attack Qingzhou, it would have to wait until the later stages of the war, when the Ya race had gained an advantage. Soon, Ye Fan returned to Huanglong Immortal City from the depths of the 10,000 barren mountains. Master, I just received news that the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty has already been attacked by the beast tide. Dozens of fourth-order demon emperors and thousands of third-order demon kings, leading an endless beast tide, caught the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty off guard. The beast tide directly occupied several provinces of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and even though the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty dispatched more than a dozen nascent soul true lords, they couldn't reclaim those provinces. Ye Fan said in a low voice. Although he had returned to Qingzhou, this did not mean he had no one left in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. The three of them, Ye Fan, had been in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty for so long that they still had some connections. Even though he was in the extremely distant Qingzhou, Ye Fan could know the situation of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and even the entire cultivation world, at the first opportunity. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but sigh at the cruelty of war. Several provinces of territory, it was likely that all the sects and even mortals living there had been slaughtered by the Ya race. The Ya race had, so to speak, forcibly torn a piece of fat meat from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, these were all the foundation of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. What about other parts of the Heaven Ruins cultivation world? Have they been attacked by the beast tide? Gu Bai asked in a deep voice. Yes, the 4 great immortal domains of the cultivation world were almost simultaneously attacked by the beast tide. Our Northern Han immortal domain is a relatively severe area, almost all top forces were simultaneously attacked by the beast tide, suffering extremely heavy casualties. Now, the Myriad Immortals Alliance has dispatched people to support various locations in the cultivation world. Tianese Sword Province also dispatched countless sword cultivators, including a sword cultivator great power of the spirit transformation realm, and dozens of nascent soul true lords. However, they are not going to provide support, but to cause a ruckus in the 10,000 barren mountains. I heard that the sword Dao great power of the spirit transformation realm cleaved a 5-tiered spiritual vein in the 10,000 barren mountains into 2 with a single sword, causing heavy losses to the Ya race. Now the entire cultivation world is in chaos, all forces are engaged in fierce battles with the beast tide. Ye Fan said in a low voice. Gu Bai's expression was solemn, it was indeed as he had predicted, the Ya race had launched a full-scale attack on the human race, and both sides were fighting fiercely. However, it was fortunate that King's whose location was relatively remote, so the flames of war should not reach Qingzhou for a while. Don't relax your guard. Enter a state of alert. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. Standing on the city wall of Huanglong Immortal City, Gu Bai frowned deeply. Although King's whose location is very remote and the probability of a Yao beast tide attack is small, it doesn't mean it's impossible, so they still need to be extra careful. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several years had passed. During these past few years, the cultivation world had truly fallen into complete chaos. From the news received through Ye Fan's network, Gu Bai learned that the battle between the human race and the Ya race had quickly entered a fever pitch, with both sides having completely gone berserk. Today, the Ya race occupied several of our human race's states, tomorrow, our human race would seize several of the Ya race's states. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, which was relatively close to Qingzhou, had suffered heavy losses during this period. In just a few short years, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty had lost several nascent soul true lords in succession. Of course, the Ya race was not having an easy time either. Several fourth-order demon emperors were also taken down by the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and the few states they had managed to occupy were also recaptured by the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. However, both sides have remained relatively restrained so far, only deploying nascent soul and lower combat power, with the soul transformation realm mighty figures not personally taking action. The time for the heavenly Dao Qi to descend is not far off. In just one more year, the heavenly Dao Qi will descend upon various parts of the cultivation world. At that time, the already incredibly chaotic cultivation world will likely become even more chaotic. After all, heavenly Dao Qi is also a treasure that can enhance the innate talent of Yao beasts. At this point, every nascent soul cultivator is incredibly precious, not to mention a heavenly Dao nascent soul. Both sides want to increase their combat power as much as possible. When the heavenly Dao Qi descends, perhaps a single heavenly Dao Qi will attract several nascent soul cultivators to compete for it. On this night, Gu Bai stood on the city wall of Huanglong Immortal City, quietly looking up. Gu Bai performed the star observation secret technique, wanting to observe the future, but only saw a mass of mist. Even if Gu Bai disregarded the consumption of his lifespan and burned his lifespan with all his might to push aside the mist, what he saw was a chaotic heavenly secret. It is currently a chaotic era, and the heavenly secrets are inherently incredibly chaotic, making divination much more difficult than before. Moreover, the mighty figures of the human race and the Ya race have a great understanding. They have jointly disturbed the heavenly secrets of the Tiangsu world, causing even fifth-order diviners to be unable to calculate any useful information now. After all, the ability of divination is too heaven-defying. If all my actions are within your predictions, what's the point of fighting? Just surrender. Whether it is the righteous path or the demonic path, whether it is the Ya race or the human race, none can accept that their actions will be divined by the other side. Therefore, whenever the cultivation world falls into great chaos, all forces will tacitly take action to jointly disturb the heavenly secrets of the cultivation world. After all, while one cannot calculate the opponent's intelligence, the opponent also cannot calculate one's own intelligence. This way, the ultimate victory of the war will depend on the hard strength of both sides, and it will no longer be possible to gain an advantage through divination. After a long time, Gu Bai shook his head. The heavenly secrets were too chaotic, like countless threads entangled together. In the past few years, Gu Bai had tried countless methods to divine the future, but without exception, all of them failed. Even if he barely succeeded, what he obtained were chaotic hints, making it impossible to distinguish what was true or false. Master, I have something I want to tell you. Just as Gu Bai was gazing at the starry sky, Ye Fan's voice came from behind him. What is it? Gu Bai formed a hand seal, setting up a sound insulating array around him, and then turned to look at Ye Fan. Master, I have a vague premonition that in 1 year, a heavenly Dao Qi will likely descend within Huanglong Immortal City. Ye Fan took a deep breath, hesitated for a moment, and then finally said in a deep voice. This was not his premonition, but rather that Yu Lao could use a special secret method to attract a heavenly Dao Qi when it descended. This way, even without going to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, Ling Yun sect could still produce a heavenly Dao nascent soul. Ye Fan was not thinking about becoming a heavenly Dao nascent soul himself, he was more concerned about Qingzhou. Even if the person who ultimately used the heavenly Dao Qi was not him, it would certainly be chosen from either Gu Bei or Su Wuji. As long as Qingzhou could produce a heavenly Dao nascent soul, it could firmly establish itself in this chaotic world. However, What Ye Fan was worried about was that once the Yao race discovered the heavenly Dao Qi falling into Qingzhou, they would inevitably gather a Yao beast tide and launch a fierce attack on Qingzhou. Therefore, Ye Fan reminded Gu Bai in advance, hoping that Gu Bai could make preparations early. I understand. Gu Bai nodded seriously. He did not ask Ye Fan why he knew that heavenly Dao Qi would descend in Qingzhou in a year, but as always, chose to trust Ye Fan. Seeing Gu Bai's serious demeanor, Ye Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Bai did not delay further. That very night, he notified all the forces of the Qingzhou alliance, asking them to send troops to support Huanglong Immortal City. At the same time, Gu Bai urgently transferred most of the combat power from the sect, especially the Golden Core true persons, who were almost all called over by Gu Bai. In just half a month, over 10,000 Foundation Establishment cultivators and more than 70 Golden Core realm cultivators had gathered in Huanglong Immortal City. A few years ago, when the Ya race did not attack Qingzhou, Gu Bai had sent away most of the cultivators from Huanglong Immortal City, leaving only a small portion to guard Huanglong Immortal City. After all, the environment of Huanglong Immortal City was not very good, even somewhat harsh, and not suitable for cultivators' daily residence. Moreover, normal cultivators also need to live, and with everyone crowded into Huanglong Immortal City, the daily consumption of supplies reached a terrifying number. Lingyun sect could not support so many cultivators for a long time. But according to Ye Fan, a heavenly Dao Qi would descend in Qingzhou in a year, which would inevitably be detected by the Ya race. The Ya race might send a fourth-order demon emperor to lead the team personally, just to compete for that heavenly Dao Qi. Therefore, calling these cultivators back was very necessary, although these cultivators could not stop High Realm Yao. But they could stop first to second-order demon beasts, allowing Kings Hu's Golden Core cultivators to free up their hands to deal with the Ya race's third-order demon beasts. Under Gu Bai's call, countless cultivators once again came to Huanglong Immortal City. Especially the physicians from the Hall of Returning Spring, almost all of them were dispatched to the rear of the Huanglong Immortal City wall, solely to treat their own cultivators at the first moment when war broke out. 1 year later, on the city wall of Huanglong Immortal City, it was now packed with people, densely filled with cultivators. Even though the city wall of Huanglong Immortal City had undergone several expansions, with a width of nearly 10 meters, it still appeared somewhat crowded. Gu Bai stood at the highest point of the city wall, with Ye Fan, Gu Bei, and Su Wuji standing behind him. Behind the three of them stood Qing Ning, Tianming Ziai, Ice Frost Genren, and other Golden Core cultivators from the sect. And behind them stood a group of black-clad body cultivators dressed in black, holding blood-red long sabers, and emitting waves of evil qi. Gu Bai looked up at the sky, calculating silently in his mind. If he wasn't mistaken, today was the day the heavenly Dao Qi would descend from the heavenly Dao. The process of the heavenly Dao Qi descending was very eye-catching, no matter how far apart, it could be seen clearly. Therefore, each heavenly Dao Qi would trigger an extremely tragic struggle. Originally, when the cultivation world was still in a peaceful period, the human race and Ya race would only contend for the heavenly Dao Qi within their own territories. And they wouldn't go too far, generally speaking, they wouldn't involve nascent soul true lords. But now it was different, both sides were fighting so fiercely that they were practically beating each other's brains out. Once heavenly Dao Qi was discovered, both sides would inevitably contend for it with all their might, without any consideration for sentiment. Boom! In the sky, a rift suddenly opened, and immediately, countless white streams of light fell from this rift. These streams of light, like meteors, descended towards various parts of the cultivation world. The number of streams of light seemed many, but spread across the cultivation world, they were pitifully few. It was possible that only one heavenly Dao Qi would appear in hundreds of states. Under Gu Bai's gaze, there were 3 heavenly Dao Qi descending towards the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. In addition, 2 more heavenly Dao Qi landed deep within the 10,000 barren mountains. However, not a single heavenly Dao Qi descended towards Qingzhou. Was it just Ye Fan's illusion? Gu Bai thought silently to himself. According to his observation, not a single heavenly Dao Qi descended towards Qingzhou. However, this was normal. Heavenly Dao Qi was determined by the concentration of spiritual qi in the region and the number of powerful cultivators. Just like the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, an area with boundless territory and incredibly rich spiritual qi, it would almost every 500 years have 2 to 3 heavenly Dao Qi descend. But Qingzhou had incredibly thin spiritual qi, and it was right next to the Tianyuan Desert, which led to no heavenly Dao Qi ever descending there in recorded history. Even if he set up the small Zhou Tian star array and forcibly increased Kings Hu's total spiritual qi, it still couldn't meet the requirements for heavenly Dao Qi to descend. Everyone looked at Ye Fan, hoping he could provide an explanation. Wait a little longer, my premonition is almost never wrong. Ye Fan said calmly, seemingly full of confidence in his premonition. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, this is just your premonition, and even if it doesn't happen, it's no big deal. Gu Bai patted Ye Fan's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Good for you, Ye Fan, your showing off failed, didn't it? Gu Bai was much more direct, he vigorously patted Ye Fan's shoulder and said with a laugh. With Gu Bai's intervention, the tense atmosphere on the scene largely dissipated. Old man you, my lifelong reputation depends on you. Ye Fan still maintained his confident demeanor on the surface, but inwardly he was anxious to death. He kept urging Old Man Yu in his mind. Don't worry, when have I ever been wrong? Old Man Yu's somewhat displeased voice sounded deep in Ye Fan's mind. At the same time, a heavenly Dao Qi that was falling towards the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty in the sky slightly deviated, slowly falling towards Qingzhou. For unknown reasons, whether by coincidence or something else, this heavenly Dao Qi actually landed directly inside Huanglong Immortal City. Gu Bai extended his hand, transforming it into a vine, which coiled around the heavenly Dao Qi and pulled it before him. Is this heavenly Dao Qi? Looking at the mass of gas emitting waves of white light in his hand, Gu Bai was slightly amazed. From this mass of gas, he felt an endless power of creation. Gu Bai did not immediately distribute this heavenly Dao Qi, he took out a jade bottle and carefully placed the heavenly Dao Qi into it. As for distribution, let's talk about it after the war ends. Right now, what we should consider is how to resist the attack of the beast tide. Gu Bai said in a deep voice, meaning that having heavenly Dao Qi didn't mean one could immediately break through to the nascent soul realm. This required time, even someone as strong as Ye Fan would need several days to break through to the nascent soul realm. And the current situation was clearly not suitable for a breakthrough. Ye Fan and the other two nodded, they were not in a hurry at all about how to distribute the heavenly Dao Qi. As longtime friends, their relationship was already as close as brothers, so it didn't really matter who broke through to nascent soul first. Anyway, the person who first broke through to heavenly Dao nascent soul would definitely seek heavenly Dao Qi for the other two later. The front line will be left to you to command, remember to come find me if you get injured. Gu Bai patted Ye Fan's shoulder and said very earnestly. Although he was good at managing the sect, he was not good at commanding battles, as the saying goes, professional matters should be handled by professionals. It was more suitable for Ye Fan to command battles on the front line. As for himself, he was more suited to be in the rear, leading the physicians of the Hall of Returning Spring, to become the most reliable support for their side in the war. Ye Fan nodded, taking Gu Bai's place and standing at the very front of everyone. Gu Bai silently retreated to the back of the city wall, ready to treat severely injured cultivators at any time. They didn't have to wait too long, Qingzhou was too close to the 10,000 barren mountains, and in just a few days, the beast tide arrived near Qingzhou. Rumble rumble rumble. The ground trembled slightly. Soon, the distant sky turned dark. Countless dense Yao beasts surged towards Huanglong Immortal City. Because of their immense numbers, the Yao beasts were like waves, attacking one after another. This was a true beast tide, with so many Yao beasts that they resembled a surging tide. The sky was also filled with flying Yao beasts. These Yao beasts, due to their sheer numbers, completely blocked out the sunlight. At the very center of the beast tide, a gigantic crocodile appeared, hundreds of meters tall, covered in black scales, and emitting terrifying pressure. This was clearly a fourth-order demon emperor, and not just an ordinary fourth-order demon emperor. Its strength should be very close to the middle stage of fourth order. And on the head of this black crocodile, there stood an emerald green praying mantis. Although its exact realm couldn't be discerned, it should also be a fourth-order demon emperor. Following these two fourth-order demon emperors were hundreds of third-order demon beasts. Clang! A young Foundation establishment cultivator, seeing this shocking scene, was so frightened that he immediately dropped the long sword in his hand. He would die, staying here, he would definitely die. It was impossible for human power to stop such a beast tide. Such a thought flashed through his mind, and this young cultivator subconsciously took a step back. He hadn't thought of running away, he had only subconsciously retreated a step because he was too afraid. Pfft! The young cultivator had just turned around when a green sword chi cut him in half at the waist. Retreat half a step, and you will be killed without mercy. Even if you die, you must die on the city wall. Ye Fan's face was extremely grim, he roared loudly. Then, Ye Fan casually waved his hand, unleashing several streaks of green sword chi, which cut several retreating cultivators in two. Perhaps startled by Ye Fan's actions, the morale that was about to collapse instantly stabilized. Even though Ye Fan's actions were excessive after all, anyone would be afraid if they were sentenced to death just for retreating a few steps out of fear. No normal person could accept it. However, not a single person present dared to stand up and accuse Ye Fan at that moment. They knew that in war, there could only be one voice, and everyone had to, and could only, obey Ye Fan's commands. Even if Ye Fan randomly killed people, it wasn't their place to interfere. Ye Fan also had his reasons for doing so. As the leader, he knew he absolutely could not be soft-hearted at this moment. Because if even one person retreated, then a second and third person would follow. Once too many people retreated, some would seize the opportunity to escape, and once someone chose to escape, it would trigger a chain reaction, with all those afraid of death following suit. In the end, even cultivators who were not afraid of death would subconsciously follow and escape, leaving only a very small number of elites among elites. But even if this small group of elites were strong, they would not be able to withstand the beast tide's attack. Ye Fan had to prevent this phenomenon, even if there was the slightest possibility. Therefore, Ye Fan had acted just now, without any explanation, directly cutting those few cultivators who had retreated half a step into two. Even if some of them hadn't actually thought of escaping, but had just subconsciously retreated a step out of extreme fear. Prepare to face the enemy, Ye Fan roared loudly, then he directly activated the formation of Huanglong Immortal City. The city walls immediately shimmered with golden formation runes, and at the same time, countless golden rays of light appeared out of thin air from above, shooting towards the endless beast tide. Any Yao beast that touched the golden light rays would have its body pierced through by them. Simultaneously, countless fire dragons, lightning, frost, strong winds, and other attack methods all swept towards the beast tide. This was the third-order great formation that Gu Bai had set up in advance. In just a few breaths, thousands of second-order demon beasts and tens of thousands of first-order Yao beasts died under the formation's attack. But compared to the entire beast tide, it was a drop in the bucket. There were still endless Yao beasts rushing towards Huanglong Immortal City. Especially the two fourth-order demon emperors at the very center, they were extremely fast, and in just a few breaths, they had already overcome layers of obstacles and were about to reach Huanglong Immortal City. Stop them! Ye Fan glanced at Su Wuji and Gu Bei, then shouted loudly. At this moment, someone had to stop those two fourth-order demon emperors, otherwise, with their strength, it would likely only take a moment to smash through Huanglong Immortal City's walls. And the only people present capable of dealing with fourth-order demon emperors, besides Ye Fan himself, were Gu Bei and Su Wuji. As for Ye Fan himself, he had to lead all the Golden Core cultivators to deal with the hundreds of third-order demon beasts within the beast tide. Third-order demon beasts were equivalent to Golden Core cultivators of the human race, and the Golden Core cultivators in Qingzhou, even including those brought by Ye Fan, totaled only a little over 70 people. In contrast, on the Ya race side, there were hundreds, even several hundred, third-order demon beasts, a number several times greater than the cultivators of Qingzhou. So Ye Fan had to personally take action and lead his side's Golden Core cultivators to contend with the hundreds of third-order demon beasts in the beast tide. Gu Bei and Su Wuji did not hesitate for a moment and instantly rushed towards the two fourth-order demon emperors. It was as if their enemies were not fourth-order demon emperors, a major realm higher than them. Su Wuji revealed an excited smile. He held the high-grade magic treasure Azure Sky Sword, and wore a full set of white armor personally crafted by Gu Bei. The white armor was pieced together from countless high-grade magic treasures, and its combined power was no weaker than a high-grade magic treasure. Puchi! Puchi! Su Wuji's mechanical arm, due to operating at overload, emitted bursts of hot air from its mechanical seams. This was the dragon-scale mechanical arm that Gu Bei had recently made for Su Wuji, with the main material being the inverse scale of the fourth-order demon dragon that Ye Fan and the other two had slain back then. Although its quality was still within the ranks of magic treasures, and its wind and attribute only reached the limit of ordinary magic treasures, the hardness of the mechanical arm was already infinitely close to a pure yang spiritual treasure. Su Wuji exerted all his strength, swinging an enormous silver sword chi towards the distant fourth-order Azure Mantis. The silver sword chi was incredibly large and contained an unimaginably vast sword chi. Merely the residual energy of the sword chi left a massive sword mark dozens of meters wide and thousands of meters deep on the ground. This was Su Wuji's full power strike, and its might had already far exceeded the limits of a Golden Core cultivator, reaching the level of a nascent soul cultivator. Gu Bei also simultaneously conjured a golden giant 100 meters tall, its entire body surging with golden extremely yang divine thunder. Gu Bei gathered most of the lightning power onto the spear in the giant's hand, then directly threw it towards the two fourth-order demon emperors. The intensity of this attack was no weaker than Su Wuji's sword chi, and in terms of attack range, it was even slightly stronger. Ye Fan also simultaneously cut his own wrist, coating his long sword with fresh blood, then, with all his might, unleashed a blood-red sword chi. The sword chi, having absorbed his essence blood, became incredibly blood-red and its power increased exponentially. Its power was even slightly stronger than Su Wuji's sword chi. Ye Fan and the other two could be said to be extremely decisive. As soon as they started, they each unleashed their full power strikes. The previously relaxed and carefree Azure Mantis's expression instantly became serious. It did not choose to dodge, but instead shielded its two arms in front of itself. At the same time, waves of azure light appeared on the Azure Mantis's body, which was clearly one of its innate divine abilities. The Azure Mantis's entire body seemed to have transformed into the most expensive jade, especially its two arms. Like the most exquisite works of art, they shimmered with cold light. Under the enhancement of its innate divine ability, the Azure Mantis's defense was elevated by a notch. That's right, the Azure Mantis did not intend to dodge, it was prepared to directly receive Su Wuji's sword chi. The giant crocodile beneath its feet did the same. A layer of dark black crystal suddenly appeared over the huge black crocodile's entire body, as if it had put on a layer of black armor, enveloping its entire body. This was also one of the black crocodile's innate divine abilities, which could raise its defense by a notch. And undoubtedly, the intensity of these three attacks had already reached the level of a nascent soul cultivator. If they were to land within the beast tide, they would likely instantly take out 20 or even 30 third-order demon beasts, as well as countless lower-level Yao beasts. Unfortunately, the vast majority of third-order demon beasts in the beast tide were standing right behind them. If the two of them had dodged, Ye Fan and the other two's full-strength attack would have struck the numerous third-order demon beasts behind them. The unprepared third-order demon beasts, facing the full-strength attack of Ye Fan and the other two, had almost no chance of survival. Even a third-order late-stage great demon couldn't withstand their full-strength strike. Furthermore, these third-order demon beasts were all standing together, so if they were hit, dozens of third-order demon beasts would likely be instantly annihilated. This was unacceptable to these two fourth-order demon emperors. These were the accumulated resources they had gathered for a long time. They wouldn't feel any heartache no matter how many first or second-order demon beasts died, but every third-order demon beast that died would make them ache for a long time. To gather so many Yao beasts, even if their two fourth-order demon emperors joined forces, it would take decades, or even a century. If all their subordinate Yao beasts died in battle, what would they use to conquer the human race's territory? Even if they could slaughter the human race's high-ranking officials, they would have no subordinates to occupy these territories. Therefore, these two fourth-order demon emperors, to protect their subordinates, could only choose to directly take the full-strength attack from Ye Fan and the other two. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The Azure Mantis and the giant crocodile were instantly sent flying several thousand meters. When they climbed back up from the ground, two sword marks appeared on the Azure Mantis's smooth, mirror-like body and arms, with drops of green blood flowing down from the wounds. Those were caused by the sword chi of Su Wuji and Ye Fan. As for the black crocodile below, it was even more miserable. Two sword marks, over 10 meters wide, appeared on its forehead, and its entire body was charred black from being electrocuted. However, compared to the black crocodile's hundreds of meters tall body, these 2 wounds were at most minor injuries. It seems I underestimated you. Mere Golden Core Realm cultivators can actually injure me, the black crocodile said in a deep voice. Not only can I injure you, I can also kill you. Gu Bei controlled the enormous golden giant and charged towards the black crocodile. Meanwhile, Su Wuji, holding the Azure Sky Sword, engaged in fierce battle with the Azure Mantis. Both sides tacitly chose to fight far away from the main battlefield. Because at their level, even the aftermath of an attack could cause fatal damage to lower realm cultivators. And with the large number of Yao beasts on the battlefield below, if both sides truly fought without restraint, the Yao beasts would suffer the most. As for Ye Fan, his entire body was engulfed in blood-red flames. With the enhancement of the blood-colored flames, Ye Fan's aura steadily rose. Soon, Ye Fan's aura also reached the half-step nascent soul realm. A bloodthirsty light flashed in Ye Fan's eyes. He took a deep breath and unleashed sword after sword towards the beast tide. Each sword chi could slay dozens of third-order demon beasts, and if a third-order demon beast couldn't dodge in time, it would also be severely wounded by Ye Fan's extremely sharp sword chi. What Ye Fan needed to do now was to expand his side's advantage as much as possible, preferably by killing all the third-order demon beasts on the opposing side by himself. This way, the Ling Yun sect's losses could be minimized, and the probability of his friends in the sect getting injured would be smaller. At this time, the other Golden Core cultivators within the sect also unleashed their magic treasures and charged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the Yao beasts. Xing Ning, wielding a high-grade magic treasure, engaged in battle with a third-order late-stage great demon. Although Xing Ning herself only had a Golden Core middle-stage cultivation, with her formidable sword intent and the enhancement of numerous high-grade magic treasures, Xing Ning's combat power was not much weaker than that of a Golden Core late-stage cultivator. Under Ye Fan's leadership, and by relying on Huanglong Immortal City's formation, the Golden Core cultivators of Qingzhou truly managed to firmly block the hundreds of third-order demon beasts outside Huanglong Immortal City. It was only then that the main force of the beast tide had just reached the vicinity of Huanglong Immortal City. The cultivators who had been waiting for a long time on the city walls all used their signature divine abilities to attack the Yao beasts below the city walls. However, the number of Yao beasts was simply too immense, and soon a large number of Yao beasts climbed onto the city walls, engaging in close quarters combat with the cultivators. Although the cultivators of Huanglong Immortal City had undergone long periods of training and were personally taught by Golden Core True Person, their overall strength was very strong. Often, one cultivator could contend with 2 to 3 Yao beasts of the same realm, and with mutual cooperation, they could cover injured companions, allowing them to retreat to the rear for treatment by healers. Therefore, the casualty ratio could be reduced to 1 to 10, or even 1 to 20. However, the number of cultivators in Huanglong Immortal City was limited, while the beast tide's numbers were simply too vast, even describable as endless. Moreover, the cultivators of Huanglong Immortal City would tire, and their chi would also be exhausted. Even if enough recovery medicinal pills were prepared beforehand, the cultivator's body could not withstand continuous high-intensity combat. A thin young cultivator laboriously pulled his long blade out of a Yao beast's body. Just as he was about to rejoin the battle, his body felt a surge of weakness. He stood rooted to the spot, panting heavily. At this moment, his condition was by no means good, the armor he wore was tattered, and more than half of it was stained red with blood. Part of it was from Yao beasts, and part was his own, and the long blade in his hand had also become somewhat damaged. If one looked closely, they would find that many tiny nicks had appeared on the blade. Just then, everyone present was suddenly enveloped in a golden light. He discovered that after being enveloped by this golden light, the meager chi remaining in his body began to recover at an extremely fast rate. The numerous gruesome wounds on his body were also slowly recovering at a visible speed. Even his sore and weak muscles no longer felt so painful. At this moment, at the rear of the battle formation, Gu Bai was emitting a faint golden light, fully unleashing his innate divine ability, Merit Light. Under the illumination of the Merit Light, everyone's chi and injuries were recovering at an extremely fast rate. This was equivalent to each person having a healer constantly following them, treating their injuries without pause. Even the Golden Core cultivators above the battlefield were recovering at an extremely fast rate under the illumination of the Merit Light. Gu Bai could adjust the frequency of the Merit Light. If the frequency was set to maximum, it would also be effective for Golden Core cultivators. Even for a great cultivator like Su Wuji, a Golden Core late stage, his injuries were recovering extremely quickly. If the cultivation world were likened to a game, then Gu Bai would be a T0 level support, and the Merit Light would be an overpowered divine ability. As long as Gu Bai kept the Merit Light active, the cultivators fighting on the field could continue to fight as long as they didn't die. The only drawback of the Merit Light was its enormous consumption. If it were any other Golden Core cultivator, their chi would likely be exhausted within a few breaths. Because the chi and injuries recovered by others were not generated out of thin air, this required consuming the user's own chi. However, Gu Bai was an exception, he didn't have to worry about chi consumption at all. Gu Bai's own magical power reserves, although only at the level of an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. However, he could restore his magical power by burning his life origin, making his magical power almost infinite. Under the illumination of the Merit Light, some tired cultivators instantly became energetic. Kill. The defensive line, which had been somewhat pushed back, slowly began to advance again. Above the sky, 18 third-order late-stage great demons, 72 third-order middle-stage Yao beasts, and 180 third-order early-stage Yao beasts firmly surrounded Ye Fan alone. The positioning between the Yao beasts was extremely precise, subtly forming a super formation that trapped Ye Fan in the middle. Do not think that the Yao race does not know alchemy, formation, and other cultivation techniques. That is only true for low-level Yao beasts. Once they reach high levels, they will automatically awaken related bloodline memories. Although far from being as proficient as the human race, they still know basic formations and medicinal pills. This grand formation was specifically developed by the Yao race to counter the human race's high-end combat power, capable of trapping nascent soul cultivators with over 200 third-order Yao beasts. A slightly weaker nascent soul cultivator might even be trapped to death, and even a stronger nascent soul cultivator would be unable to break free from the formation's restraints in a short time. Ye Fan twisted his neck, his expression quite relaxed, as if what was before him were not over 200 third-order Yao beasts of similar strength. His entire body ignited with red and white flames. The red flames were the chi emanating from Ye Fan burning his own blood. The white flames, meanwhile, continuously restored Ye Fan's damaged essence blood, allowing him to maintain this state for a considerable period. In this state, Ye Fan's various aspects were greatly enhanced, making him half a nascent soul cultivator. Ye Fan brandished the long sword in his hand and engaged in battle with the surrounding Yao beasts. The blood-colored sword chi, mixed with Ye Fan's blood, was extremely sharp. Each blood-colored sword chi could severely wound or even kill a third-order Yao beast. This was still with the formation's enhancement. Without the formation, even a third-order middle-stage Yao beast might not be able to withstand Ye Fan's casual blow. Ye Fan now did not look like a golden core cultivator at all. The oppressive feeling he displayed was even slightly stronger than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Rather than saying these 200-plus third-order Yao beasts surrounded Ye Fan, it would be more accurate to say Ye Fan surrounded these 200-plus third-order Yao beasts. This was Ye Fan, who dared to directly confront half of the third-order Yao beasts in the beast tide with his strength alone, and without any pressure. Ye Fan's only current weakness was that his current body could not sustain high-intensity combat for too long. After all, at the end of the day, he was only a golden core cultivator. Even with the recovery of the vitality fire, it was not enough to sustain him for too long in battle. Ye Fan cut down another third-order Yao beast with his sword, while silently calculating his magical power recovery rate versus consumption rate. He could kill all these third-order Yao beasts in a short time, but by then, his magical power would be almost exhausted, making it impossible to support Gu Bei and Su Wuji. But if he chose to conserve magical power, by the time he finished his battle, Su Wuji and Gu Bei's battles might also be over. He had to grasp this balance well, fighting at a moderate pace. This way, when the battle ended, he would still have half of his magical power left, allowing him to support Su Wuji and Gu Bei. Just then, a golden light shone upon Ye Fan. Ye Fan felt a warmth spread through his body, and his magical power recovery speed increased by another notch. Gu Bei calculated briefly that his magical power recovery speed had increased by about 50%. This greatly alleviated his pressure, allowing Ye Fan to fight to his heart's content without worrying about magical power loss. Even if his magical power was completely depleted, under the dual blessings of the life fire and merit light, Ye Fan could recover very quickly. This familiar feeling, is it Master's merit light? As Gu Bei's disciple, Ye Fan naturally knew about Gu Bei's awakened merit light and had personally experienced it before. Then let's have a great battle. Ye Fan revealed an excited smile. The red flames burning on his body grew even more intense. He finally stopped holding back and unleashed his full strength. Soon, dozens of third-order Yao beasts died under Ye Fan's sword. Just as Ye Fan was fighting to his heart's content, his extremely keen intuition suddenly began to flash, warning him of danger from behind. Without thinking, Ye Fan turned and swung his sword backward. Clang! With a metallic clang, a black sharp spike was deflected by Ye Fan's longsword. However, another smaller and traceless sharp spike pierced through one of Ye Fan's arms. This is as far as you go, human race. At this moment, a massive porcupine slowly emerged from the ground. Ye Fan looked at the porcupine before him with an extremely solemn expression, because judging by the pressure emanating from it, this was clearly a fourth-order demon emperor. And from the appearance of this porcupine, it should be a ghost poison porcupine. Every spike of the ghost poison porcupine is highly poisonous. Once poisoned, it is almost incurable. Apparently, a total of 3 fourth-order demon emperors came with this beast tide, but this ghost poison porcupine had been hidden in the shadows, preparing to ambush Su Wuji and Gu Bei. It was only because Ye Fan had killed too many third-order Yao beasts in a short time that this ghost poison porcupine chose to ambush Ye Fan. Ye Fan's pierced arm instantly turned purplish-black, and black, foul-smelling blood slowly dripped from the wound. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Gu Bei, in his golden giant incarnation, was engaged in a fierce battle with the black crocodile before him. Their battle was simple and unadorned, without any techniques or defenses. It was a fierce melee of you hit me with a punch, and I'll smack you back with a tail. Gu Bei's Heavenly Thunder Dharma idol skill, enhanced by Gu Bei's divine ability, the extremely Yang Divine Thunder. His body's strength was already on par with an ordinary fourth-order demon emperor, and for a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Gu Bei found it difficult to break through the giant crocodile's defense, at most causing only minor injuries. And even if the giant crocodile broke through the golden giant's body, the golden giant could recover in a very short time. Although they appeared evenly matched, with neither able to overcome the other, only Gu Bei knew that he was at a disadvantage. Like Ye Fan, even though he possessed an immortal golden core and cultivated a special secret technique that made his magical power incredibly pure, he was ultimately only a cultivator of the golden core realm. Casting the divine thunder aspect consumes an immense amount of magical power, normally used as a ultimate move and impossible to maintain for long periods. Even with Gu Bei's magical power reserves, he could only use it for a short while. Creation Divine Thunder could accelerate his recovery speed, granting him nascent soul level recovery. However, Gu Bei's magical power reserves could not compare to a fourth order demon emperor. Given enough time, he would inevitably be defeated. Just then, a golden light enveloped Gu Bei, and he felt the magical power within his body recovering at an extremely fast rate. It seems Big Brother made his move. Gu Bei laughed heartily, immediately increasing the input of magical power, and a set of golden armor slowly appeared on the golden giant's body. A thunder spear also slowly condensed in the golden giant's hand. At the same time, the golden giant's size also grew significantly. The golden giant kicked the giant crocodile away, then swung the golden spear in its hand, directly piercing the black crocodile. This was the final form of the Divine Thunder aspect, with the blessings of the Heavenly Thunder body and the extremely Yang Divine Thunder. The final form of the golden giant's combat power even surpassed that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Originally, this state was extremely draining on magical power, but with Gu Bei's merit light, Gu Bei was finally able to maintain this state for a long time. At the same time, in another battlefield, Su Wuji, holding the Azure Sky Sword, engaged in an extremely thrilling close-quarters battle with the green emerald mantis. Clang, 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 clang. Sounds of metal clashing echoed in the sky as Su Wuji swung the Azure Sky Sword in his hand, fully resisting the green emerald mantis's attacks. In just an instant, one person and one beast had exchanged hundreds of blows, and in the end, Su Wuji was still slightly inferior, with 4 or 5 hideous wounds appearing on his body. Human, I acknowledge your strength. The green emerald mantis looked at Su Wuji, speaking in a low voice. Even a fourth-order sword cultivator would not dare to fight him in close quarters, but the human in front of him did, and blocked all of his fatal attacks, only suffering minor injuries. Su Wuji gasped for breath. The battle with the green emerald mantis just now was extremely perilous. He was not like Gu Bei, who possessed the Heavenly Thunder body and extremely abnormal talent, which made Gu Bei's raw strength no less than that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Nor was he like Ye Fan, who possessed countless divine abilities and an explosive number of trump cards, allowing Ye Fan to navigate battles with ease. Su Wuji's talent was not particularly good, and when he had his breakthrough, Ling Yun's sect was not particularly wealthy, so Su Wuji ultimately only condensed a superior golden core. Compared to Gu Bei and Ye Fan's immortal golden cores, Su Wuji's talent could be said to be very poor. Even after cultivating special secret techniques and refining his magical power to its limit, Su Wuji's raw strength was far from comparable to Ye Fan and Gu Bei. Su Wuji could only rely on his sword techniques, honed through countless trials. It was by relying on his sword techniques that Su Wuji, with his superior golden core, could fight alongside Ye Fan and Gu Bei, 2 peerless prodigies. It was precisely by relying on his sword techniques, forged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Su Wuji was able to battle a fourth-order demon emperor, even injuring the fourth-order demon emperor, earning the fourth-order demon emperor's respect. However, Su Wuji's body was not particularly outstanding. If there had been any slight error just now, he would have died in the green emerald mantis's hands. But instead of being afraid, Su Wuji showed a hint of excited smile, and the sword chi emanating from him became even sharper. This was the Dao he had chosen. As a sword cultivator, tedious and boring bitter cultivation could only maintain the level of his sword techniques. Only by fighting enemies, especially strong ones, could his sword techniques progress. Especially those life or death battles, as long as he could survive, his sword techniques would inevitably have a breakthrough. Su Wuji relied on one battle after another, facing enemies much stronger than himself, almost always life or death struggles, to forge his powerful sword techniques. So much so that he could rely on his powerful sword techniques, with a superior golden core, to fight a fourth-order demon emperor to a standstill. If it were any other superior golden core cultivator, let alone fighting to a standstill, it would be a question of whether they could even last 3 moves. If Su Wuji could survive this time and slay the green emerald mantis, then his sword intent would inevitably have another breakthrough, becoming even more refined. Again. Su Wuji shouted loudly, then tensed all his muscles, aimed at the green emerald mantis, and unleashed a crescent-shaped sword chi. The sword chi was extremely fast, almost instantly arriving in front of the green emerald mantis, seemingly about to cut off the green emerald mantis's head. However, the green emerald mantis slightly shifted its body and dodged the sword chi. The sword chi struck the ground violently, carving out a giant gully dozens of meters wide and bottomless. Your attack is too slow. The green emerald mantis suddenly disappeared from its original spot and reappeared behind Su Wuji, swinging its arm towards Su Wuji's neck. Su Wuji's pupils constricted violently, almost without thinking, he placed the Azure Sky Sword in his hand behind his neck. Clang! With a crisp sound, Su Wuji was sent flying several thousand meters. He felt his brain spinning and saw double. Before he could recover, Su Wuji felt another threat. Unable to react in time, Su Wuji could only try his best to shield his neck with his arm to block the fatal attack. Clang! With a metallic thud, Su Wuji was sent flying several thousand meters again, and a strikingly huge wound appeared on his mechanical arm. Clang! Clang! The green emerald mantis's figure disappeared from its original spot, then reappeared behind Su Wuji. It swung its arm without hesitation, aiming for Su Wuji's vital points. But Su Wuji was indeed a sword cultivator who had climbed out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even with his brain spinning, he instinctively swung his sword and blocked the attack. However, the green emerald mantis swung its other arm, striking at Su Wuji's chest. With just one blow, an incredibly hideous wound was left on So Wuji's chest. If So Wuji hadn't been wearing the armor refined by Gu Bai, coupled with the protection of the soft armor close to his body, this one strike might have cut So Wuji in half. But even with multiple layers of protection, this strike almost cost So Wuji his life. Through the wound on his chest, one could clearly see So Wuji's beating heart. Clearly, the strength of this green emerald mantis had been severely underestimated. Among the 3 Fourth Order Demon Emperors, the strongest was not the black crocodile, but the inconspicuous green emerald mantis standing on the black crocodile's head. After the green emerald mantis unleashed its divine ability, its entire body turned an emerald green, and its defensive power greatly increased. Even So Wuji and Ye Fan's full power strikes could only barely leave a shallow scratch. This defensive power, let alone for a golden core cultivator, even a nascent soul cultivator of the same level would find it very difficult to break through the green emerald mantis's defenses. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, allowing it to instantly dodge So Wuji's attacks. The most heaven-defying thing was that the green emerald mantis also possessed a divine ability that allowed it to instantly transmigrate through space. So Wuji was certain that the green emerald mantis had appeared behind him in an instant. The process from its appearance behind him to attacking So Wuji could take only a single instant. Only because So Wuji had experienced countless battles, honing his terrifying intuition, was he able to sense the green emerald mantis's attack in advance, allowing him to defend preemptively. If it were anyone else, even a nascent soul cultivator, they likely wouldn't be able to block the green emerald mantis's strike. Even more heaven-defying was that the green emerald mantis used spatial transmigration twice in a row, and it was an instant movement with no wind-up time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hit so badly. But So Wuji was indeed an extremely experienced sword cultivator. Upon discovering that the green emerald mantis could move through space, So Wuji did not resist. He made a very risky move. So Wuji gambled that the green emerald mantis's spatial movement divine ability had usage limitations. It couldn't continuously move through space, at most it could only instantly move twice, which would allow him to seize the opportunity to counterattack. Therefore, the flying So Wuji did not take any countermeasures, merely pretending to be dazed from the blows, all to test whether the green emerald mantis could perform a second spatial movement. Flying in midair and temporarily losing consciousness, he was the perfect bait. And just as So Wuji expected, the green emerald mantis couldn't resist the temptation and immediately performed a second instant movement, intending to directly slice So Wuji in half. Fortunately, So Wuji's terrifying intuition saved him again, allowing him to block 2 fatal attacks in a row. And next, it was his turn to counterattack. The sword Dao So Wuji cultivated was the Dao of sword slashing all things. His sword could cut anything and could unleash invisible sword chi targeting the spirit. For a sword cultivator, this was simply a divine skill. Invisible sword chi was formless and traceless, making it extremely difficult to detect. And once struck by invisible sword chi, the spirit would be severely damaged, causing cultivators of the same realm to be stunned for several seconds. Cultivators with a lower realm than So Wuji might even have their divine sense directly shattered, turning them into a fool. Cultivators with a higher realm than So Wuji would also be affected, losing consciousness for an instant, though it was only a fleeting moment. But for a cultivator like So Wuji, an instant was enough. The reason So Wuji hadn't used it earlier was his fear that the green emerald mantis would detect and dodge it. After all, although invisible sword chi was formless and traceless, nascent soul level cultivators had extremely keen perception. Even if they couldn't see the invisible sword chi, they could sense danger and thus dodge. So Wuji had practical experience with this. In battles with a 4th Order Azure Dragon Demon Emperor and a nascent soul cultivator robbers, both opponents had detected So Wuji's invisible sword chi. The Azure Dragon Demon Emperor might have been overconfident, choosing not to dodge even after sensing danger. Therefore, his spirit was momentarily dazed, and So Wuji and the other two seized this brief moment to severely wound the Azure Dragon Demon Emperor. As for the nascent soul cultivator robbers, he did sense the danger and dodged in time. But now, the distance between the green emerald mantis and him was less than a meter. If the green emerald mantis couldn't use spatial movement, then it would inevitably be struck by this invisible sword chi. And the facts proved that So Wuji had gambled correctly. The green emerald mantis's powerful intuition did indeed sense the presence of the invisible sword chi. But at this moment, the green emerald mantis simply couldn't dodge. Just as So Wuji had guessed, it could only instantly move twice and couldn't instantly move 3 times in a short period. The green emerald mantis only felt a pain in its glabella, and its vision plunged into darkness. Its divine ability could provide it with unparalleled defensive power, but only physically, not spiritually. So Wuji's eyes instantly sharpened. He quickly turned and swung the Azure Sky Sword in his hand, striking towards the green emerald mantis's neck. The Azure Sky Sword shimmered with silver moonlight. This was a new move So Wuji had researched, which allowed sword chi to be attached to the body surface, strengthening the power of the slash. So Wuji attached his full moon sword chi to the Azure Sky Sword. Clang! The long sword struck the neck but did not sever the green emerald mantis's neck, instead, it produced a metallic clang. Break for me! The long sword instantly broke through the green emerald mantis's defense. In just a moment, the green emerald mantis's neck was mostly severed. But at this moment, the green emerald mantis also woke up. It suddenly flapped the wings behind it and instantly dodged So Wuji's attack. So Wuji gathered his magical power at his injured chest, forcefully stopping the gushing blood. Then, So Wuji looked up, his battle intent soaring, at the green emerald mantis in the distance. Even with such severe injuries, So Wuji's battle intent showed no signs of flagging, instead, it grew even stronger. Just then, a golden light shone upon So Wuji. So Wuji only felt that his greatly depleted magical power was recovering at an extremely fast rate. And his chest suddenly became incredibly itchy. So Wuji knew that this was his chest wound recovering at an extremely fast rate. Well done, Gu Bai. So Wuji instantly guessed that this was Gu Bai's doing. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his confidence in winning increased by a few points. Green blood slowly flowed from the green emerald mantis's neck. It looked at So Wuji in the distance with a solemn expression. It hadn't expected this human to be so troublesome. With only a golden core realm cultivation, he could fight with it for so many rounds without falling into a disadvantage. And he possessed extremely terrifying combat experience, instantly guessing the limitations of its divine ability and devising a way to ambush it. If it hadn't reacted quickly just now, waking up at the last moment, it might truly have had its head severed. This exchange between the two sides was a draw. Seated at the very back of Huanglong Immortal City, Gu Bai was fully unleashing his divine ability, Merit Light. Gu Bai's gaze was fixed on the distant battlefield, ready to provide support at any time. Above Huanglong Immortal City, Ye Fan stared intently at the ghost poison porcupine in front of him. His current situation was very bad. Not only did he have to face the ghost poison porcupine, a troublesome fourth-order demon emperor, but he also had to contend with the encirclement of over 100 third-order demon beasts. Furthermore, Ye Fan's arm had been poisoned by the ghost poison porcupine, and he had completely lost all sensation in it. And the purple poison was slowly spreading from his arm to his entire body. Even though Ye Fan suppressed it with magical power, the poison continued to spread slowly. The most famous aspect of the ghost poison porcupine is its potent venom. Even a nascent soul cultivator would fall into a weakened state if pricked by its spines. Not to mention a golden core cultivator, who would likely die instantly from the poison. Ye Fan relied on his vitality fire and his powerful physique to barely suppress the spread of the toxin. He was facing the encirclement of one fourth-order demon emperor and over 200 third-order demon beasts. Even a nascent soul cultivator facing such a scene would likely meet a bitter end. But Ye Fan did not despair, he merely rapidly contemplated countermeasures in his mind. He had already experienced countless similar scenarios. During the Qi refining realm, Ye Fan dared to lead people to gang up on second-order demon beasts. Soon after breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm, Ye Fan dared to seek trouble with a well-known Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator robbers. Ye Fan formed a hand seal, instantly casting an extremely obscure secret manual. Countless white mists instantly appeared around Ye Fan, enveloping him entirely. These mists possessed the ability to block aura and divine sense detection. Even a nascent soul-level divine sense would find it difficult to penetrate this dense mist. This secret manual was called the Mist Stealth Secret Manual, a secret manual that was extremely difficult to learn and generally not very practical. Almost no golden core cultivators would waste time learning the secret manual, but Ye Fan did. This was the terrifying aspect of Ye Fan. He seemed to possess an endless array of trump cards, mastering all sorts of strange and unusual secret manuals. Furthermore, Ye Fan himself had no weaknesses, whether it was swordsmanship, spells, or even his physique. Ye Fan had cultivated them all to the peak level of the golden core realm. An ordinary golden core cultivator would typically take at least several hundred years to cultivate just one of these to its limit. But Ye Fan had cultivated all of them to their limits. Don't ask him where he got so much time, just know that he can. It was only then that Ye Fan took out a green medicinal pill from his storage pouch. This medicinal pill was an antidote specially refined by Gu Bai, capable of neutralizing most third-order poisons and even temporarily suppressing fourth-order poisons. The reason he cast the Mist Stealth Secret Manual was to safely consume this medicinal pill. The battlefield was ever-changing, there was simply no time to swallow a medicinal pill. Ye Fan was certain that as soon as he took out any medicinal pill, that ghost poison porcupine would inevitably stop him. Just like when Ye Fan fought other cultivators, he would never just watch the cultivator he was fighting consume a medicinal pill. What if the opponent consumed a medicinal pill that could instantly restore all injuries? Or, even more extreme, what if the opponent wanted to perish with him and thus consumed a medicinal pill like a demon sealing pill, which temporarily boosts combat power? Ye Fan shifted his body slightly, then quickly swallowed the medicinal pill. And the moment Ye Fan consumed the medicinal pill, countless poisonous spines flew to the spot where he had just been standing. As the medicinal pill entered his stomach, Ye Fan felt a pure medicinal power surge towards his injured arm. In just a few breaths, the poison stopped spreading, and even Ye Fan's injured arm gradually regained its color. Soon, Ye Fan's injured arm had regained sensation, and the poison was compressed deep within the arm. From the outside, apart from an extra blood hole and being slightly pale, the arm looked no different from usual. As expected of Master, the medicinal pills he refines are always exquisite. The recovered Ye Fan instantly rushed out of the white mist, then he unleashed a massive blood-colored sword chi towards the ghost poison porcupine. Clang! The sword chi was firmly blocked by the ghost poison porcupine's spines, unable to harm its body in the slightest. The moment the ghost poison porcupine saw Ye Fan, it also attacked, firing dozens of poisonous spines at Ye Fan. Looking at the poisonous spines flying towards him, Ye Fan was not afraid at all. He continuously swung the long sword in his hand, simultaneously releasing dozens of tiny blood-colored sword chi. Clang! 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 A series of metallic scraping sounds instantly echoed in the air, and all the poisonous spines were struck flying by Ye Fan's small sword chi. But immediately after, countless fireballs, gales, and ice arrows assailed Ye Fan. The over 200 third-order demon beasts surrounding him also simultaneously launched attacks at Ye Fan. Ye Fan cast a escape method, escape technique, his figure flickering as he dodged all attacks. But before Ye Fan could even catch his breath, Countless poisonous needles assailed him again. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can kill a master. The ghost poison porcupine's overall strength was not particularly high, its only powerful aspect was its potent venom, but that venom had already been suppressed by the medicinal pill refined by Gu Bai. In a one-on-one fight, Ye Fan would definitely not be afraid of the ghost poison porcupine, in fact, he could directly kill it. But he was not only facing the ghost poison porcupine but also over 200 third-order demon beasts. Ye Fan formed a hand seal, instantly splitting into over a dozen clones, whose auras were almost identical to his. These clones possessed 1/10 of the main body's combat power, and with Ye Fan's current strength, even 1/10 of his combat power was much stronger than an ordinary golden core cultivator. The clones successively cast sword techniques, blocking the surrounding third-order demon beasts for Ye Fan. Ye Fan thought for a moment, then formed another hand seal, condensing another dozen clones identical to him. 30 clones, identical to Ye Fan, instantly appeared on the field. These clones held materialized long swords and engaged in fierce combat with the Yao beasts. The vast number of Yao beasts were temporarily held back by these clones. This was one of the secret manuals of the Qing Yuan sword art, named Sword Shadow Clone. It was a very useful and versatile secret technique that could be used in any scenario. Ye Fan had also relied on this Sword Shadow Clone to escape death multiple times. However, this move consumed a great deal of magical power, even the current Ye Fan would consume 40% of his magical power when casting this secret manual. It was only because Ye Fan now possessed the life fire, coupled with Gu Bai's merit light, that he had extremely high endurance. Otherwise, Ye Fan would simply be unable to use Sword Shadow Clone twice in a single battle. Although Ye Fan now only had 10% of his magical power left, he could recover while fighting under the dual enhancement of the life fire and the merit light. Ye Fan took a deep breath and charged towards the ghost poison porcupine, engaging in a fierce battle with it. Although the ghost poison porcupine's defense and attack power were decent, it was currently being suppressed by Ye Fan. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a golden giant, several hundred meters tall, clad in lightning armor and wielding a long spear, was engaged in battle with a black crocodile. The giant crocodile was once again impaled by the golden giant's spear, but it also roared, biting off one of the golden giant's arms. At this moment, the golden giant had dozens of wounds on its body, but these wounds were rapidly recovering at a visible rate. And although the golden giant controlled by Gu Bei had an arm bitten off, it recovered in just a few breaths. Gu Bei and the giant crocodile were like two tanks with extremely high offense and defense. Although both sides could break through each other's defenses, they couldn't inflict too much damage, and both had extremely strong recovery abilities. The thunder giant that Gu Bei materialized was composed of pure lightning. No matter how severe the damage, as long as Gu Bei still had magic power, the thunder giant could fully recover in a few breaths. And Gu Bei had the double enhancement of creation divine thunder and Gu Bai's merit light, making his magic power recovery speed frighteningly fast. At least in the short term, he didn't have to worry about running out of magic power. As for the black crocodile, he himself possessed an extremely powerful physique. Even if he took a full power blow from Gu Bei, or was even pierced through the body by a thunder spear, as long as it wasn't an attack on a vital part, for the black crocodile, it was merely a minor injury. Furthermore, he had two divine abilities. One divine ability allowed him to condense a layer of black crystal on his body surface, providing him with super strong defense. And the black crystal would specifically protect vital points. Even Gu Bei's thunder spear couldn't penetrate the vital points protected by the black crystal. As for the second divine ability, it provided the black crocodile with super strong recovery ability. Even if pierced through the body by a thunder spear, the black crocodile could fully recover in a short time. But the black crocodile didn't have any overly powerful offensive methods. His teeth were incredibly sharp, he could bite off an arm of the golden giant in one bite. His tail was also powerful and heavy, a single blow could send the golden giant materialized by Gu Bei flying. In terms of overall strength, the giant crocodile's strength was considered relatively strong even among fourth-order demon emperors. But the giant crocodile didn't have a decisive ultimate move. His attacks couldn't completely destroy the golden giant. Thus, neither side could do anything to the other, and they fell into a stalemate. Gu Bei once again manipulated the golden giant, aiming a spear at the giant crocodile's head. But with a clang, this attack did not penetrate the giant crocodile's head, instead, it was deflected by the black crystal on the giant crocodile's head. The deflected golden spear struck the giant crocodile's body, directly blasting another hole in the giant crocodile's body. But the giant crocodile acted as if nothing had happened, and bit the golden giant again with renewed vigor. Gu Bei's expression became slightly grim after sensing his remaining magic power. After a long battle, he only had half of his magic power left, and judging by the giant crocodile's appearance, he probably had at least more than half of his magic power remaining. This prolonged battle was very unfavorable for him. His creation divine thunder was only a little supernatural powers. Although it could restore magic power to a certain extent, that was only a secondary effect. The main effect of creation divine thunder was to restore injuries. It was completely incomparable to Ye Fan's life fire. Ye Fan's life fire was not a little supernatural powers. Instead, it was a true divine ability that only nascent soul cultivators could master, capable of greatly restoring injuries and lost magic power. If it weren't for the merit light unleashed by Gu Bei would not have been able to hold on until now. But Gu Bei didn't know how long Gu Bei could sustain it, so he decided to finish the battle quickly. ZZZZT. ZZZZT. In Gu Bei's palm, two types of lightning suddenly began to connect, extremely yang divine thunder and creation divine thunder. The green lightning and golden lightning began to undergo a violent repulsive reaction. However, Gu Bei forcibly suppressed it. Under Gu Bei's focused manipulation, the two types of lightning were forcibly fused together, finally forming a red lightning. As soon as the red lightning appeared, it emitted waves of terrifying pressure. The space around the pink lightning even underwent slight distortion, as if it was born for destruction. This was Gu Bei's previous idea, to fuse the extremely Yang Divine Thunder and the Creation Divine Thunder. Gu Bei had tried many times before, but without exception, all attempts had failed. However, during the battle, Gu Bei's potential was fully stimulated, and at this critical moment, he finally succeeded in the fusion. The two Divine Thunders ultimately formed a single type, the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, which represented pure destruction. Extremely Yang Divine Thunder represented the Yang aspect, while Creation Divine Thunder represented the Yin aspect. Lightning itself represents pure destruction, not to mention the fusion of two types of lightning, one Yin and one Yang, to finally form this Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, which represents ultimate destruction. If this were any other Golden Core Realm cultivator, even if they possessed Gu Bei's two divine abilities, the two types of lightning would likely explode the moment they touched, let alone fuse together. But Gu Bei was different. He possessed the Heavenly Thunder body, inherently having extremely strong control over lightning. Coupled with Gu Bei's unparalleled comprehension ability and many years of arduous cultivation, this gave Gu Bei an understanding of lightning far beyond anyone else's. Furthermore, by a stroke of opportunity, Gu Bei happened to awaken these two top-tier minor divine abilities of the lightning attribute, one Yang and one Yin, which allowed Gu Bei to successfully create the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. Gu Bei was certain that even a full power attack from a nascent soul true lord would not be as powerful as the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. Upon sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, the black crocodile bolted towards the distance without a second thought. Fourth-order demon emperors already possessed intelligence not inferior to humans, so they naturally understood the principle of running if they couldn't win. They attacked Xing to contend for Heavenly Dao Qi, and then exchanged the Heavenly Dao Qi for resources to help them improve their cultivation. They originally thought it would be a relatively easy task, as there wasn't a single nascent soul cultivator in the entire Qingzhou. But now, the black crocodile naturally wouldn't risk his life to forcibly attack Qingzhou. Trying to run? It's too late. Gu Bei roared, watching the black crocodile fleeing into the distance. Then he unleashed his magic power with all his might, drawing forth more Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. Under Gu Bei's control, the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder transformed into a red lightning bolt and struck towards the black crocodile. Boom! 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 The moment before sensing the impending danger, the black crocodile fully activated his divine ability, and countless black crystals enveloped his entire body. These black crystals possessed extremely strong defensive power. The black crocodile had once used this move to withstand an attack from a middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivator in a previous battle with a human race cultivator. And he had held out until the main force of the Ya race arrived as reinforcements, which allowed him to survive at the hands of that middle-stage nascent soul sword cultivator. However, facing the red lightning descending from the sky, the black crystals shattered instantly, as if they were made of paper. The red lightning struck directly on the giant crocodile's head, and its pure destructive power completely obliterated the giant crocodile's massive head in an instant. Upon sensing that the giant crocodile had completely lost its life fire, Gu Bei could no longer support himself and fell from the sky. After creating a large crater in the ground, Gu Bei gasped for breath. Although this move was extremely powerful, it was also extremely draining, directly overdrawing all of his magic power. And because it was his first time using it, Gu Bei was not very skilled at controlling the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. The extremely violent lightning had destroyed most of the meridians in his body, and his right hand had become a bloody mess. Gu Bei had completely lost all combat ability in a short period. Moreover, if his injuries were to be sustained by other Golden Core cultivators, he would likely have been crippled. Because injuries like severed meridians are not something just anyone can heal. It could even be said that severed meridians are almost considered an incurable disease in the cultivation world. A typical third-order physician would be helpless in Gu Bei's situation, only a fourth-order physician could heal the meridians of a Golden Core Realm cultivator. But Gu Bei had no worries at all, because... Don't move, I'll take you to the back to heal. Gu Bei conjured countless vines, gently lifted Gu Bei, and carefully dragged him to the rear of the battlefield. Gu Bei had been observing the battlefield, constantly paying attention to the battles of Gu Bei and the others, so he could intervene at any time. When he saw Gu Bei heavily injured and collapsed, Gu Bei immediately took action, went deep into the battlefield, and brought Gu Bei back. After briefly sensing Gu Bei's physical condition, Gu Bei did not immediately begin to heal him. He condensed countless transparent threads of magic power in his palm, which then entered Gu Bei's body through the wounds. With his ability, he could naturally heal broken meridians. After all, he had experienced similar scenarios countless times. However, if he were to heal directly, although the meridians could recover, their position might be slightly off. Therefore, Gu Bei planned to first use a secret technique to stitch Gu Bei's meridians back together and return them to their original positions before proceeding with the healing. This way, Gu Bei would fully recover from his injuries without any lingering side effects. After entering Gu Bei's body, these threads immediately began to stitch his damaged meridians. Gu Bei stitched Gu Bei's broken meridians at an extremely fast pace, but even at his fastest, he could not heal Gu Bei in a short time. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, Ye Fan, with more than a dozen poisoned needles stuck in his body and a slightly purple face, was engaged in a fierce battle with a ghost poison porcupine. Ye Fan's current state was very poor, his body filled with the ghost poison porcupine's venom. Even with the medicinal pills provided by Gu Bai to suppress it, the toxins wouldn't kill him quickly, but his strength was severely weakened. However, the ghost poison porcupine was also not having an easy time. Its entire body was covered with countless large and small sword chi marks, and the poisonous quills on its back had become sparse. As for the hundreds of third-order demon beasts that were ganging up on Ye Fan, they were firmly held back by Ye Fan's clones. Ye Fan didn't have many clones, only a little over 30, and even though each of them was stronger than an average golden core cultivator, they couldn't hold back 100 third-order demon beasts. However, Ye Fan's 30-plus clones were not fighting individually but were cooperating and forming a formation. Because these clones were inherently one, they could perfectly unleash the power of the formation, and coupled with the fact that this formation was purely defensive, it managed to hold back those 100 third-order demon beasts for such a long time. The ghost poison porcupine looked at Ye Fan with a hint of fear. The human in front of it was like an unkillable cockroach. No matter what, he just wouldn't die. Although both sides were in a very bad state now, if they continued to fight like this, it would eventually lose. Thinking of this, the ghost poison porcupine decided to take a risk. It directly launched all the poisonous quills it had stored for years at Ye Fan. Instantly, hundreds of poisonous quills flew towards Ye Fan at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the hundreds of poisonous quills coming at him, Ye Fan's pupils slightly constricted. Without any hesitation, he immediately cast a escape method and dodged to the side. It's not that Ye Fan had no way to deal with these poisonous quills, he had several ways to block their attacks. But Ye Fan was certain that among these hundreds of poisonous quills, there must be a few special, hard-to-detect poisonous quills hidden. These poisonous quills were extremely powerful, and if hit, they could cause instant severe injury or even death. His good friend, Su Wuji, was very skilled at similar attacks, mixing an unusually powerful sword chi among countless identical silver small sword chi. Ye Fan was proficient in several escape method. If he wanted to run, even a regular nascent soul cultivator couldn't catch him, so he easily dodged these poisonous quills. But under the ghost poison porcupine's control, these poisonous quills actually curved and continued to rush towards Ye Fan. Ye Fan cursed inwardly. He immediately sped up, trying to shake off these poisonous quills. Thud. The incredibly fast Ye Fan crashed into a transparent barrier with a thud. This was the super formation cast by those more than 200 third-order demon beasts. The formation firmly trapped Ye Fan here. Although these Yao beasts were held back by his clones, the formation still existed, and as long as Ye Fan didn't kill them all, he couldn't leave this place. Ye Fan shook his somewhat dizzy head. He seized the opportunity, formed hand seals, and cast the mist concealment secret art, hoping to use it to dodge the poisonous quill's attack. But the poisonous quills seemed to have locked onto him. Even if they couldn't see Ye Fan, or even sense his chi, these poisonous quills could still fly precisely in Ye Fan's direction. Looking at the poisonous quills still closely following him, Ye Fan gritted his teeth. He once again formed hand seals and conjured more than a dozen clones with the exact same aura as him. As soon as these clones appeared, they instantly scattered, flying towards different corners. The hundreds of poisonous quills paused briefly in the air, then also scattered, forming more than a dozen streams of poisonous quills. Ye Fan looked at the dozen or so poisonous quills following him and finally let out a slight sigh of relief. Only now did he have the confidence to directly confront this move. Even if there was a special poisonous quill among these dozen or so, he would be able to detect it in time. Ye Fan turned around and quickly swung the azure sky sword in his hand, unleashing countless bloody sword chi. Clang! 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 The dozen or so unique quills were all cut down by the sword chi, but one extremely inconspicuous poisonous quill directly pierced through the sword chi in front of it. Then, the poisonous quill's speed suddenly increased significantly, flying towards Ye Fan at an extremely fast pace. Ye Fan's intuition flashed wildly. He only had time to place the azure sky sword in front of him to block the poisonous quill's attack. With a loud bang, Ye Fan was instantly sent flying back 100 meters. The power of this poisonous quill far exceeded his imagination. If he hadn't protected himself with his long sword in time, he would probably have been pierced through by this poisonous quill. This poisonous quill clearly also carried a special attack effect. The part of his top-grade magic treasure, the azure sky sword, that was hit by the poisonous quill emitted bursts of black chi. Crack, crack. With a series of sounds, the azure sky sword in his hand snapped in two, directly breaking into two pieces. Looking at the azure sky sword, which had been broken into two pieces, Ye Fan's pupils constricted violently, and he was instantly drenched in a cold sweat. The azure sky sword was a top-grade magic treasure, forged from numerous precious third-order spiritual iron, making its blade exceptionally hard. Even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to destroy it in a short time. But now, after being pricked by that poisonous needle, the azure sky sword actually broke directly in half. If this were to pierce a person, let alone him, a mere golden core realm cultivator, even if a nascent soul true lord came, they would likely be dead or crippled. Ye Fan's other dozen or so clones also turned around, trying their best to block the poisonous thorns. However, these poisonous thorns were extremely fast, and Ye Fan's clones could not dodge them at all. They could at most dodge only a portion of the poisonous thorns. In just an instant, several wounds appeared on Ye Fan's clones. Fortunately, Ye Fan's clones were composed of pure energy and were not afraid of the toxins from the ghost poison porcupine's external spines. Their bodies could quickly recover even if pierced. However, 3 clones had the pierced areas suddenly turn black, which then rapidly spread throughout their bodies, and in just an instant, their bodies transformed into a cloud of black mist and dissipated. Looking at the 3 dissipated clones, and then at the broken azure sky sword in his hand, Ye Fan couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. If he hadn't used the sword shadow clone to draw away most of the attacks, he would have been utterly unable to block these 4 special poisonous needles. Because these special poisonous needles were extremely fast, Ye Fan almost couldn't block even one, let alone facing 4 at the same time. But now that he had dodged the ghost poison porcupine's death throes, it was the ghost poison porcupine's turn to die. Ye Fan, with some heartache, placed the broken azure sky sword into his storage pouch, and then took out a medium-grade magic treasure from his storage pouch. This was a medium-grade magic treasure that the Ling Yun sect had specially forged for her when he had just broken through to the Golden Core realm. Although its quality wasn't the best, it was barely sufficient. Ye Fan held the long sword, aimed it at the ghost poison porcupine, which no longer had any sharp spines, and unleashed a blood-red sword chi. Without the protection of its poisonous thorns, the ghost poison porcupine was utterly unable to resist the sword ki attack, and the sword chi instantly left a wound on its back. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Su Wuji, with both arms severed, stared intently at the green emerald mantis before him. His condition was very bad, with wounds of all sizes all over his body, especially on his face, where he was struck by the green emerald mantis because he was too slow to dodge. There was a huge wound on his face, and his left eye was also blinded. Additionally, his 2 mechanical arms were also ambushed and severed by the green emerald mantis. Fortunately, he only looked miserable, but his vital points were well protected and had not suffered any severe injuries. The green emerald mantis's condition was also not good. One of its 2 massive arms had been severed by Su Wuji in the previous battle, and its body was covered with countless sword marks of various sizes, with the most severe part being its neck. In addition to the initial wound, a new wound had appeared on the right side of its neck. This caused the green emerald mantis's neck to be nearly half severed, and even now, a trickle of green blood still flowed from the wound. Having fought to this point, both sides were on the verge of exhaustion. Su Wuji had almost killed the green emerald mantis several times, but each time, the green emerald mantis managed to escape by using instant movement. Since that incident, the green emerald mantis had become smarter. No matter how good an offensive opportunity, it always reserved one instant movement from beginning to end. Gu Bai also noticed Su Wuji's situation, and he very subtly and secretly transmitted a message to Su Wuji. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, Su Wuji nodded, tensing all his muscles, and instantly charged towards the green emerald mantis. Seeing Su Wuji charge towards him, the green emerald mantis also swung its remaining arm and charged towards Su Wuji. When the 2 were less than 10 meters apart, Su Wuji immediately aimed at the green emerald mantis in front of him and unleashed an invisible sword chi. However, the green emerald mantis had already anticipated this. After sensing the danger, it immediately activated its divine ability, instantly moving behind Su Wuji. It swung its remaining arm and plunged it towards Su Wuji's back. As if sensing the green emerald mantis's intention, Su Wuji slightly adjusted his body. The green emerald mantis's arm instantly pierced through Su Wuji's body, but because Su Wuji adjusted his body, the arm did not pierce his heart. Instead, it got stuck on Su Wuji's ribs. Ever since his last battle with that 4th Order Azure Dragon, Su Wuji had clearly recognized the weakness of his insufficient physical strength. With his golden core level physique, when facing a nascent soul cultivator or a 4th Order Demon Emperor, if he was attacked even once, he would either die or be crippled. Therefore, since that day, Su Wuji began to refine his physique, and under Gu Bai's personal guidance, Su Wuji also consumed many precious medicinal pills. Finally, after drinking a lot of the essence blood of that 4th Order Azure Dragon, Su Wuji finally achieved a physique comparable to a golden core body cultivator. Compared to Ye Fan and Gu Bai, although slightly inferior, it was enough for Su Wuji to participate in nascent soul level battles. Even if struck by a nascent soul cultivator, Su Wuji could continue fighting due to his powerful physique. It was also for this reason that the green emerald mantis's arm got stuck inside Su Wuji's body instead of directly cutting through him. As if prepared, Su Wuji used his heart as a sword. Even without arms, he still unleashed a silver sword chi. The sword chi flew directly towards the green emerald mantis's neck. If this sword chi hit the green emerald mantis, its neck would surely be severed. But just before the sword chi touched the green emerald mantis suddenly vanished from its original spot, then reappeared not far from Su Wuji. This was the green emerald mantis's cunning. Its spatial divine ability was too effective, with almost no delay before activation, allowing the green emerald mantis to dodge almost all fatal blows. The most cunning part was that the green emerald mantis's divine ability could be used twice consecutively, and the consumption was not very high. As long as it wanted to, Su Wuji would be unable to inflict any effective attacks on it. Looking at the green emerald mantis that instantly appeared in the distance, Su Wuji showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he flashed a smug smile at the green emerald mantis. And the moment the green emerald mantis appeared, a green sword chi suddenly flew from the nearby Huanglong Immortal City, striking directly towards the green emerald mantis. This sword chi was extremely fast, and extremely small and hidden. By the time the green emerald mantis noticed it, the green sword chi was already less than a meter away from it. The green emerald mantis wanted to dodge at this moment, but had no chance at all. It tried to use spatial movement, but couldn't activate it, because it had just used spatial movement twice in a row. The green sword chi instantly landed on the green emerald mantis's body, immediately slicing its incredibly sturdy body into 2 halves. And the cultivator who unleashed this sword chi was Gu Bai, who had been observing the entire battlefield from behind Huanglong Immortal City. This green sword chi was a sword chi that Gu Bai had nurtured within his body. Not long after Gu Bai started his cultivation, he cultivated a secret technique called sword concealment technique. After cultivating this technique, one could nurture 3 sword chi within their body. The longer the sword chi was nurtured, the stronger its power would be. Gu Bai began nurturing it not long after he started his cultivation, and has continued to nurture it until now, which has been almost 300 years. Aside from using it once during a sparring session with So Wuji when he broke through to the Foundation Establishment realm, Gu Bai had been continuously nurturing the sword chi at all other times. Logically speaking, even if Gu Bai had nurtured it for 300 years, the power of the three sword chi in his body would at most be slightly stronger than a full power strike from a typical golden core late-stage cultivator. An attack of this level would be very difficult to wound a 4th-order demon emperor, let alone directly slice a 4th-order demon emperor into two. But that was only for ordinary cultivators who needed to nurture it for so long. Gu Bai didn't need to nurture it for that long. Because the principle of the sword concealment technique is to store 3 sword chi in the danshan, and the sword chi will slowly absorb the cultivator's vitality origin chi to increase its power. This process is incredibly slow. The sword chi only absorbs the cultivator's lost vitality origin chi each day and does not affect the cultivator's lifespan. However, Gu Bai's own vitality origin is endless, one could say he has as much as he wants, so the sword chi doesn't even need to passively absorb it. Gu Bai proactively allocates a large amount of vitality origin chi every day to actively nurture the 3 sword chi within his body. After absorbing a large amount of vitality origin, the speed at which the sword chi is nurtured naturally increases exponentially. Therefore, the effect of him nurturing the sword chi for 300 years is equivalent to other golden core realm cultivators nurturing sword chi for over 1,000 years. Under 1,000 years of nurturing, even a golden core true person can nurture a sword chi that threatens the life of a nascent soul cultivator. If it were the green emerald mantis in its full glory, Gu Bai would naturally not dare to guarantee he could kill it, and it would even be difficult to severely wound it. But the current green emerald mantis had just gone through a major battle, its body was almost exhausted, and its divine ability to instantly move had been used twice consecutively, making it unable to use instant movement again to evade the attack. All these conditions combined led to Gu Bai's feat of slaying a 4th-order demon emperor with a single sword strike. And seeing the formidable enemy, the green emerald mantis, cut into two, So Wuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as his taut nerves relaxed, So Wuji felt his vision darken, and he plummeted from the sky. Fortunately, just as So Wuji was about to hit the ground, Gu Bai firmly caught him. The content of Gu Bai's voice transmission to him earlier was to make him exhaust the green emerald mantis's 2 movement opportunities, and then leave the rest to Gu Bai. So Wuji and Gu Bai had known each other for many years, and So Wuji naturally trusted Gu Bai immensely, so he unhesitatingly agreed to Gu Bai's request, fighting desperately to make the green emerald mantis exhaust its 2 instant movement opportunities. Looking at So Wuji, whose entire body was covered in hideous wounds, Gu Bai sighed softly. No matter how desperately So Wuji fought, no matter how sharp his sword chi was, So Wuji was ultimately only a superior golden core. The quality and quantity of his magical power were only at the level of a normal golden core cultivator. Even after cultivating multiple secret techniques and refining and compressing his own magical power, So Wuji was far from reaching the level of Yafan and Gu Bai. Both of them possessed immortal golden cores, and even endured several additional special lightning tribulations, so the quality and quantity of their magical power were far greater than So Wuji's. They could even directly contend with nascent soul cultivators. Therefore, So Wuji had no advantage when facing a 4th-order demon emperor. His only advantage was his pure, personal sword intent, which gave him the ability to contend with, or even surpass, the attack power of a 4th-order demon emperor. But apart from that, So Wuji's defense, recovery, movement speed, and all other aspects were not at the level of a 4th-order demon emperor. Therefore, So Wuji fought with extreme difficulty, like a squishy assassin facing a fully buffed tank. Moreover, his own economy was at least 3 to 4,000 lower than the opponent's. The opponent could make countless mistakes, but he could only make one. So Wuji was practically dancing on the edge of a blade, brushing past death multiple times. But fortunately, the battle was ultimately won. Gu Bai guessed that even if he hadn't intervened at the end. Comparing the states of So Wuji and the green emerald mantis, So Wuji still had at least a 60% chance of winning. Gu Bai released green light from his hands, beginning to provide initial treatment for So Wuji's injuries. After stabilizing So Wuji's injuries, Gu Bai multitasked, simultaneously treating both Gu Bai and So Wuji. Multitasking and simultaneously performing 2 highly difficult medical arts was challenging even for Gu Bai. However, fortunately, Gu Bai possessed the talent of absolute rationality, which allowed him to make no mistakes. Although he usually disliked using this skill because Gu Bai felt that using it did not allow his strength to improve. But in the current situation, it was not the time to consider accumulating experience. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Gu Bai and So Wuji's auras gradually stabilized, and they would surely regain consciousness soon. In the sky, after a long battle, Yafan finally slew the ghost poison porcupine with his sword. Only after confirming the ghost poison porcupine was completely dead did Yafan finally breathe a sigh of relief, then he immediately deactivated his blood essence burning state. Yafan's aura gradually weakened, finally returning to the peak level of a golden core realm cultivator. From the beginning of the battle, he had been burning his blood essence to enhance his overall strength, which gave Yafan the capital to directly contend with a 4th-order demon emperor. Under the dual blessings of Vitality Fire and Gu Bai's Merit Light, Yafan's depleted blood essence would quickly recover. But even so, Yafan couldn't keep squandering it like this. From the start of the battle until now, Yafan had already burned at least twice the total volume of his blood. Now, Yafan only felt that his blood was somewhat transparent. From its original crimson, it had now become slightly pinkish. Yafan did not rest immediately. After stuffing a large handful of blood-replenishing pills into his mouth, he forced himself to endure and, together with his clone, continued to slay the 3rd-order demon beasts that were besieging him. And Huanglong Immortal City, having lost the leadership of the Fourth Order Demon Emperor, the beast tide instantly became incredibly chaotic. The remaining Third Order Demon beasts, upon seeing the ghost poison porcupine slain by Ye Fan, unhesitatingly turned and fled. And the lower tier Yao beasts, having lost the control of the Third and Fourth Order Yao beasts, also began to slowly disperse. Thus, Huanglong Immortal City finally weathered this beast tide crisis. Standing on Huanglong Immortal City, watching the beast tide slowly dissipate, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. He truly hadn't expected that just a single wisp of heavenly Dao Qi would attract 3 Fourth Order Demon Emperors and hundreds of Third Order Demon Beasts. According to Gu Bai's understanding, when heavenly Dao Qi descends, under normal circumstances, usually only about 100 Golden Core cultivators would contend for it. Nascent Soul cultivators rarely make a move, and even if they do, only one Nascent Soul cultivator would contend for the heavenly Dao Qi. But it's almost impossible for 3 Nascent Soul level combatants to be deployed directly, like now. Because Nascent Soul True Lords also care about their reputation, it's one thing for a dignified Nascent Soul True Lord to personally contend for heavenly Dao Qi. But if they were to team up with other Nascent Soul True Lords, that wouldn't even be considered bullying the weak, it would be tantamount to outright robbery. Teaming up with other Nascent Soul cultivators to contend for the opportunity of Golden Core cultivators, how would they continue to mix in the cultivation world after that? Gu Bai speculated that the reason the Ya race deployed 3 Fourth Order Demon Emperors was likely due to the war, which led both sides to urgently need Nascent Soul level powerhouses to enhance their combat strength. Fortunately, Ye Fan and the others were capable, actually managing to slay those 3 Fourth Order Demon Emperors, allowing Qingzhou to overcome the beast tide crisis without major incident. Gu Bai released a green light from his hands, fully healing Gu Bei and Su Wuji. Moments later, their injuries were largely stabilized, they only needed a period of rest to fully recover. Without resting, Gu Bai's hands again released green light, beginning to treat the injuries of the other Golden Core cultivators. War is cruel, even with ample preparation, more than 20 Golden Core realm cultivators still died. Fortunately, most of Gu Bai's old acquaintances, with whom he had a good relationship, were only severely injured and not dead. Qing Ning, relying on her excellent swordplay and a set of high-grade magic treasures, successfully slew a third-order late-stage great demon in the war. Later, she teamed up with Zhou Shuat, who was also a Golden Core middle stage, and again slew another third-order late-stage great demon. One of them is Su Wuji's daughter, and the other is Su Wuji's disciple. Both have inherited Su Wuji's swordplay, so their strength is naturally beyond question. After the two teamed up to slay the third-order great demon, they weren't even seriously injured, they merely consumed a lot of their qi. However, Su Wuji was slightly disappointed by this, especially with Zhou Shuat. Su Wuji had very high expectations for her. Perhaps because she had him as her master, Zhou Shua's life had been too smooth, and she hadn't experienced much tempering. Therefore, during combat, Zhou Shua did not possess as high a desire for battle as Su Wuji. With Zhou Shua's strength, she could have single-handedly slain a third-order late-stage great demon, but she chose to team up with someone else. Although Zhou Shua also had her own reasons, such as the lower risk of teaming up, and that she was only a Golden Core middle-stage cultivator, there was no need to solo a third-order late-stage great demon. But a sword cultivator emphasizes forging ahead fearlessly, without experiencing the tempering of life and death. How can one become a grandmaster? Zhou Shua clearly had better talent than Su Wuji, and the resources she enjoyed were immeasurably better than what Su Wuji had back then. However, the time it took her to cultivate to the Golden Core middle stage was even longer than Su Wuji's. One must know that Su Wuji back then was not like Zhou Shua, having such a good master. Although Su Wuji had become a disciple of the old sect master, it was only after he had shown his brilliance that the old sect master accepted him. Before that, Su Wuji had completely relied on his Dao of the Sword and his reckless spirit, using his not-so-great talent to carve out a bloody path among many disciples. When Su Wuji was the same age as Zhou Shuat, he had already become the sect master of Lingyun sect, and he single-handedly faced Pure Yang True Person, an old Golden Core late-stage great cultivator, in a war. And Pure Yang True Person was an old man who had burned his origin of life and harbored a death wish, fighting with utter disregard for his own life. But even so, Su Wuji still defeated Pure Yang True Person with his own formidable strength, although he also paid a heavy price. His hands, most important to a sword cultivator, were destroyed by Pure Yang True Person in that battle. However, Su Wuji did not feel discouraged in the slightest, he still spent a lot of time every day studying the Dao of the Sword. And Ye Fan, who is the same age as Su Shuat, is even more remarkable. As soon as he broke through to the Golden Core realm, he joined him and Gu Bei to jointly resist a Fourth Order Demon Emperor. Afterward, he and Gu Bei went to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to adventure early on, and now he is even the commander-in-chief of Huanglong Immortal City, responsible for leading all cultivators against Yao beasts. Although Zhou Shua is currently the strongest among the younger generation, besides Ye Fan, and is even called the senior sister of Lingyun sect. But in Su Wuji's eyes, Zhou Shua is like a flower in a greenhouse, and compared to his past self, she is not just a little bit worse. Of course, although he was somewhat disappointed, Su Wuji didn't say much. Zhou Shua had already done very well. In every battle, she charged to the front lines of the battlefield, whether it was the Beast Tide battle more than 100 years ago or the current battle, Zhou Shua was never absent. For her cultivation of the Dao of the Sword, Zhou Shua herself has put in unimaginable effort, even more effort than him, her master. With not top-tier talent, Zhou Shua even became the first person besides Ye Fan. If anyone else had a disciple like Zhou Shua, they would probably wake up laughing from their dreams. The reason Su Wuji was somewhat disappointed was simply that the comparison object was himself, plus Ye Fan served as a reference. Therefore, Su Wuji's psychological expectations were extraordinarily high. Chu Bai, Li Hong, Chen Tai, these cultivators of the same era as Ye Fan, each had impressive performances. Wang Meng, the former head of the Law Enforcement Hall, also slew a third-order late-stage Great Demon on the battlefield with his Golden Core middle-stage cultivation. As for Tianming Zi, this veteran Golden Core late-stage cultivator, although he did not slay a third-order late-stage Great Demon, he did slay more than a dozen third-order middle-stage demon beasts. To have this record is already very good, because Tianming Zi is now over 700 years old, and even with Gu Bai's help in conditioning his body, his strength has inevitably declined somewhat. And another old acquaintance of Gu Bai also had a good record, and that is Ice Frost Genren, who has recultivated to the Golden Core middle stage. Her age is also very advanced, nearly 700 this year, but her strength has not declined too much, and in this war, she managed to hold off several third-order demon beasts for a long time. Gu Bai was currently fully focused on treating the injuries of these Golden Core cultivators from Lingyun sect. Although each of them had impressive battle records, they also suffered very serious injuries themselves in order to achieve such excellent results. Some of them even used secret techniques that would damage their bodies to forcibly enhance their strength and fight against the Yao beasts. However, they showed no worry about leaving behind sequelae, instead, they chatted and laughed. It's hilarious, with Gu Bai, this top-tier healer, there's nothing to be afraid of. Gu Bai did not disappoint them, though somewhat helpless, he still multitasked, quickly providing initial treatment for everyone's injuries. As for the physical damage incurred from pushing their limits, or even the lost life origin, Gu Bai had a way to replenish it, they would just need to return to the sect and recuperate for an extended period. However, even with all the Golden Core true persons of Lingyun sect taking action, most of the lower realm cultivators within the sect still perished. There was nothing to be done, lower realm cultivators were too weak and essentially had no self-preservation abilities, their survival depended entirely on luck. In every large-scale war, it was these lower realm cultivators who died the most. The current situation, where only most of the lower realm cultivators died, was already considered relatively good. In some brutal wars, lower realm cultivators could die several times over. Once one generation of cultivators died, the next would continue to step up. After all, lower realm cultivators were like weeds, growing one crop after another, so there was no shortage of people. Of course, Ye Fan was not idle either. As soon as the battle ended, he led the other cultivators to begin cleaning up the battlefield. The bodies of these Yao beasts were treasures from head to toe, not to mention the corpses of over 100 third-order demon beasts. For the next 100, or even 1,000 years, Lingyun sect would likely not have to worry about resources. Ye Fan flew back and forth across the battlefield, picking up and collecting all the poisonous barbs thrown by the ghost poison thorn. These poisonous barbs were excellent items, not only were they incredibly sturdy, but they also contained potent venom, making them very suitable for crafting hidden weapons. Afterward, Ye Fan found the green emerald mantis's severed arm, cut off by Su Wuji, on the ground. Even though the green emerald mantis had fallen, his two arms still gleamed like emerald, shimmering with cold light. The green emerald mantis's arms were incredibly hard, with blade-like surfaces that mirrored their surroundings, despite enduring countless attacks, and even a full-force blow from Su Wuji, not a single scratch was left on the arms. If a fourth-order artifact refiner could be found, it might be possible to forge these two arms into two high-quality pure yang spiritual treasures. Ye Fan continuously moved across the battlefield, placing all the third-order demon beasts' corpses into his storage pouch. Because the number of corpses was simply too great, Ye Fan filled dozens of storage pouches. Feeling the heavy weight on his body, Ye Fan couldn't help but smile. The Golden Core cultivators, whose injuries had recovered, also stepped forward to help Ye Fan clean up the battlefield. Ye Fan was not worried that they would secretly hoard Yao beast corpses. This was the cultivation world, and there were countless spells for detecting lies. There were also specialized divination secret techniques. If Gu Bai wanted to, he could even calculate how many Yao beasts they had slain in this war, and even the specific strength of the Yao beasts could be determined. Therefore, after the battle, no one had to worry about their contributions being stolen by others. Although there were many Yao beast corpses, everyone present was a cultivator, so the speed of cleaning up the battlefield was naturally extremely fast. In just one afternoon, the battlefield was cleared. To prevent any accidents, Gu Bai only took the severely injured cultivators back to Lingyun sect to recuperate. Most cultivators remained in Huanglong Immortal City to guard against further beast-tide attacks. Afterward, Gu Bai spent several more days roughly treating everyone. At night, on the nameless mountain peak, Gu Bai, Su Wuji, Ye Fan, and Gu Bei gathered. Their purpose for gathering here tonight was to discuss how to distribute the heavenly Dao Qi. My aptitude is the highest, so heavenly Dao Qi isn't of much use to me. Looking at the heavenly Dao Qi on the table, Ye Fan smiled and waved his hand. The same goes for me, with my aptitude, even without heavenly Dao Qi, I am confident I can cultivate to the spirit transformation realm. Gu Bei also shook his head, indicating that he did not need heavenly Dao Qi. I don't need heavenly Dao Qi either, I believe I can cultivate to the spirit transformation realm on my own. Su Wuji felt the same way. The three did not contend for the heavenly Dao Qi, instead, they pushed it onto each other. As for what they said, of course, it was false, who wouldn't want to have higher aptitude? Even if they could cultivate to soul transformation, what then? The soul transformation realm was merely the upper limit of the Tiangsu world, not their own upper limit. But they were also proud. If there was only one heavenly Dao Qi, they would feel that the other person needed it more than themselves. The three argued for a long time, but no one could convince the other. Big brother, you decide. Gu Bei shook his head and looked at Gu Bai, saying, as a sect elder, I naturally follow the sect master's arrangements. Su Wuji took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice, Master, you should decide. Ye Fan waved his hand indifferently and looked at Gu Bai, saying. All three ultimately looked at Gu Bai, hoping he would offer an opinion. Looking at their gazes, Gu Bai couldn't help but feel immense pressure. This was a very difficult choice, as it concerned whether the three of them could go further in the future. Among the three, the one who needed Heavenly Dao Qi the most was undoubtedly Su Wuji, because his aptitude was the worst, and he urgently needed Heavenly Dao Qi to improve his aptitude. With Su Wuji's current aptitude, if he didn't have Heavenly Dao Qi, it would be almost impossible for him to break through to the spirit transformation realm. As the one with the highest aptitude among the three, and also the one with the greatest contribution in the war, the Heavenly Dao Qi should, by rights, be given to Ye Fan. But if the Heavenly Dao Qi was given to Ye Fan, what about Su Wuji? And what about Gu Bei, as his younger brother? Gu Bai felt a headache. No matter how he chose, it seemed to be wrong. Gu Bai knew that with the personalities of the three, they would absolutely not turn against each other over this matter, but they might gradually drift apart from then on, which Gu Bai was unwilling to see. After much thought, Gu Bai finally came up with a solution. Ye Fan, how confident are you in your own strength? If you use this Heavenly Dao Qi to break through to nascent soul, how many fourth-order demon emperors could you simultaneously contend with? Gu Bai turned to look at Ye Fan, speaking in a low voice. It's not that I'm arrogant, but if I break through to the nascent soul realm, my combat power should be comparable to a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Although he didn't understand why Gu Bai suddenly asked this, Ye Fan still chose to speak truthfully. This was indeed not Ye Fan being arrogant, he was actually understating it. With his strength, after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, defeating a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would still be very easy. Then you will use this Heavenly Dao Qi. Once you become a Heavenly Dao nascent soul, go to the 10,000 barren mountains and seize the other two Heavenly Dao Qi. The Ya race just lost 3 fourth-order demon emperors here, so their combat power should be relatively depleted. Now, the soul transformation realm mighty figures on both sides will not easily make a move. For 2 Heavenly Dao Qi, the Ya race will at most dispatch late-stage fourth-order demon emperors. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan, asking in a low voice. Heavenly Dao descended over 100 streams of Heavenly Dao Qi, but when spread across the entire cultivation world, there wasn't much at all. The Northern Han Immortal domain probably received over 20 streams of Heavenly Dao Qi. Among them, 5 streams of Heavenly Dao Qi descended near Qingzhou, with 2 landing in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, 1 in Qingzhou, and the remaining 2 deep within the 10,000 barren mountains. Besides Qingzhou being attacked by the Beast Tide, the Great Qin Immortal dynasty and the Ya race also engaged in fierce battles to compete for the Heavenly Dao Qi. However, neither side managed to seize the Heavenly Dao Qi from the other. But because of this, both suffered heavy losses, with several incredibly rare nascent soul true lords even perishing. Gu Bai speculated that the Heavenly Dao Qi had only recently descended, so it was highly probable that it had not yet been used. And the 10,000 barren mountains had just fought consecutively with the Great Qin Immortal dynasty and Qingzhou, suffering the heaviest losses, making it the most vulnerable in terms of combat power right now. Ye Fan's mission was to break through to the Heavenly Dao nascent soul realm as quickly as possible, becoming a Heavenly Dao nascent soul. Afterward, he would go alone deep into the 10,000 barren mountains to snatch those 2 streams of Heavenly Dao Qi from the Yao beast. This was a very risky move. Even if the Ya race's treasury was not heavily guarded, it would still require at least a late-stage nascent soul cultivator to accomplish. Furthermore, during this process, the Ya race could not be allowed to discover that Ye Fan came from Qingzhou. This was extremely risky, but the rewards were immense, because if successful, Qingzhou would gain 2 more Heavenly Dao nascent souls. At that time, no matter how chaotic the cultivation world became, Qingzhou would have nothing to worry about. The Ya race would probably need to deploy a 5th-order demon venerable to take down this small Qingzhou. But the cost and benefits were completely disproportionate. Qingzhou was a desolate land, and its location was quite remote. Even a 4th-order demon emperor wouldn't care for the land of Qingzhou, let alone a 5th-order demon venerable. We will win. But Ye Fan nodded without hesitation, revealing an incredibly confident and arrogant expression, then his lips curled slightly as he smiled and said. Although Ye Fan was usually somewhat modest, he had a clear understanding of himself and a precise grasp of his own strength. He knew how strong he truly was, his talent might even be unique in the Tiangsu world. With his accumulation, it was not strange that he could possess the strength of a late-stage nascent soul great cultivator as soon as he break through to the nascent soul realm. Or rather, with Ye Fan's accumulation, if he only became an ordinary nascent soul cultivator after breakthrough, that would seem a bit strange, wouldn't it? He was a super formidable person who, while in the Golden Core realm, simultaneously faced and defeated the encirclement of over 200 third-order demon beasts of the same realm and 1 4th-order demon emperor. Hearing this, and seeing Ye Fan's incredibly confident expression, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. He had a strong sense of déjà vu. Don't say such things, it's unlucky. Gu Bai gently patted Ye Fan's head, then said with a smile. Setting up such a flag could really lead to an accident, even if Ye Fan was the son of destiny, such jokes should not be made. Understood. Ye Fan covered his head, although he didn't understand why Master said that, he believed that trusting Master was always right. When Ye Fan received the Heavenly Dao Qi from Gu Bai, the previously somewhat suppressed atmosphere instantly vanished without a trace. A long-lost smile appeared on the faces of the three of them. Su Wuji and Gu Bei had no objections to this outcome, in fact, they both strongly approved. Because Ye Fan was indeed the most suitable candidate, his strength was evident to all, even the arrogant Su Wuji, though he didn't explicitly say so, tacitly acknowledged that Ye Fan's strength was greater than his own. Let's have a drink. Gu Bai took out a jar of fine wine from his storage pouch, then said with a smile. Drink. The three of them exchanged glances and nodded in agreement without hesitation. The four of them simultaneously drained the wine in their cups, then collectively exhaled a breath of wine qi. As this breath of wine qi was exhaled, the fatigue accumulated deep within their hearts instantly dissipated by more than half. Drinking on Nameless Mountain Peak was one of the few ways Ye Fan and the others relaxed. No matter how tired they were, just a small cup of fine wine at night could sweep away their fatigue. During these extraordinary times, the few of them did not drink too much wine, only a few cups to slightly ease their minds. Late at night, Gu Bai did not rest, he brought Ye Fan deep into the Hall of Returning Spring. Deep within the Hall of Returning Spring was a medicinal pool, filled with a rich herbal fragrance. This pool of water was concocted from countless precious spirit medicine, simply soaking in this medicinal pool could greatly accelerate the recovery of injuries. Ye Fan was currently sitting cross-legged in the middle of the pool, absorbing the medicinal power from the pool at an extremely fast rate. Gu Bai was sitting cross-legged behind Ye Fan, his hands on Ye Fan's back, controlling the rich medicinal power to nourish Ye Fan's body. Although Ye Fan's body was fine now, due to countless battles, hidden injuries had long since spread throughout his body. These hidden injuries were not so easy to treat, because most of the cultivators Ye Fan fought were extremely sinister demonic cultivators. The cultivation technique they cultivated were extremely special, capable of leaving wounds that were difficult to heal for life. Especially the potent venom of the ghost poison porcupine, it was only suppressed deep within his body and not completely cleared. Every time it was late at night, Ye Fan would feel waves of stinging pain coming from various parts of his body. If Ye Fan were compared to a car, he would be the top-of-the-line luxury off-road vehicle, but he had driven tens of thousands of kilometers. Although he seemed no different from usual, various parts of his body were already severely worn down. And what Gu Bai had to do now was to give Ye Fan's body a thorough maintenance, heal all his hidden injuries, and completely eradicate the potent venom from the ghost poison porcupine. This was not too difficult for Gu Bai, it was just a somewhat tedious process that required more time. Previously, it was because Ye Fan and the other two were in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty, and by the time they returned to Qingzhou, the beast tide crisis was about to erupt, so Gu Bai never found an opportunity to nourish Ye Fan's body. Now that the war was over and Ye Fan was about to break through, it was natural to properly nourish his body so that Ye Fan could break through to nascent soul in the best possible state. Besides Ye Fan, Gu Bei and Su Wuji would also not be spared. When there was time later, Ye Fan would also have to give them both a full body maintenance. To better absorb the medicinal power, Ye Fan had to take off his long robe, revealing his incredibly fluid and powerful muscles. After all, Ye Fan was also a body cultivator, so having some muscles was very normal. Unlike other body cultivators whose muscles were bulky and even appeared somewhat bloated, Ye Fan's muscles were incredibly well proportioned, every inch of muscle appeared just right. Not bad, quite solid. Gu Bai carefully pinched Ye Fan's muscles, then nodded in satisfaction. He had studied medicine for many years, and Ye Fan's physique was the most perfectly proportioned he had ever seen. It could only be said that he was worthy of being his disciple. Master, stop messing around. Ye Fan pushed Gu Bai's hand away, saying with a hint of helplessness. Cough, 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 next we move on to the second treatment. Gu Bai coughed awkwardly, then pulled out a large pile of bottles and jars of medicine from his storage pouch and handed them to Ye Fan. Eat all of these. They will guarantee a complete cure and thoroughly eradicate the poison in your body. Gu Bai looked at Ye Fan and said with a smile. Ye Fan's face was a little pale as he looked at the large pile of bottles and jars Gu Bai handed him. Master, can I choose not to eat them? Ye Fan involuntarily took a step back, his voice even trembling slightly. Ye Fan, who feared neither heaven nor earth, was actually scared into a trembling voice. Gu Bai's medical skills were universally recognized, it seemed there was no injury Gu Bai couldn't cure. But similarly, as superb as Gu Bai's medical skills were, the various medicines he concocted were just as bitter. For most injuries, Gu Bai usually used a spell to resolve them, rarely personally concocting medicine. However, for meticulous tasks like body refining, the assistance of medicine was still needed. Once, to forge a powerful physique, Ye Fan had sought out Gu Bai and asked him to concoct a body refining secret medicine. The secret medicine's effect was excellent, but it had a fatal flaw, it was incredibly bitter. Even with Ye Fan's astonishing willpower, he had considered giving up. Compared to the daily grind of refining his body, it was the body refining secret medicine concocted by Gu Bai that caused him more pain. Of course, Ye Fan had grit his teeth and persevered, but the process was far from pleasant. The medicinal liquid refined by Gu Bai had a bitterness that struck the soul directly. Ye Fan once, to lessen the pain, directly gulped it all down in one go. But the pain did not diminish, instead, it super-doubled, with an endless bitterness spreading throughout his mouth. Ye Fan was even bitter enough to temporarily faint. At that time, Ye Fan completely lost consciousness, and even his heart stopped beating, which terrified the matchmaker in his body. Fortunately, Ye Fan was soon bitter enough to be forced awake. From then on, the medicinal liquid refined by Gu Bai left an indelible psychological shadow on Ye Fan. That was the closest he had ever been to death. Even when he fought with all his might against a fourth-order demon emperor, he had never felt so close to death. No, you must eat all of it. This is for your own good. Don't try to play tricks, I'll be right here watching you eat. Gu Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, and he folded his arms across his chest, quietly watching Ye Fan. Ye Fan was sweating profusely, his steps trembling slightly. Ye Fan took a deep breath, and with a desperate resolve, picked up an inconspicuous black pill from the table and slowly put it into his mouth. Cough, 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 help. Ye Fan had intended to quickly swallow the pill to minimize the pain as much as possible. But the pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a pure medicinal liquid that spread to every corner of Ye Fan's oral cavity. At this moment, Ye Fan's mind had only one sensation, bitterness, an incomparable bitterness, so bitter he wanted to cry. Drip, drip, 2 lines of clear tears gently slid down Ye Fan's cheeks. Ye Fan, with his astonishing perseverance, was actually forced to cry. Ye Fan was like a beached fish, painfully opening his mouth, wanting to spit out the medicinal liquid. Water. Ye Fan's voice was hoarse as he said with all his might. Gu Bai nodded after hearing him. He pried open Ye Fan's mouth, then picked up several bottles of medicinal liquid from the table and brought them to Ye Fan's lips. Ye Fan subconsciously drank a few mouthfuls. The bitterness he had barely suppressed instantly surged back, and Ye Fan writhed in pain on the ground. Gu Bai, however, showed no mercy. Disregarding Ye Fan's struggles, he again pried open Ye Fan's mouth and forcibly crammed the entire table full of medicine into Ye Fan's mouth. Mm. Help. Ye Fan could only let out a series of painful groans. Gu Bai and Suwuji stood outside the door, their faces pale, quietly listening to Ye Fan's screams. They were now very afraid, because soon it would be their turn to endure this hellish suffering. Perhaps due to the extreme bitterness, Ye Fan quickly lost consciousness, and his heart slowly stopped beating. Ye Fan initially thought he would be freed, but he was quickly revived by Gu Bai using a secret art. It was hilarious, with him, a top-tier physician, by his side, Ye Fan couldn't even die if he wanted to. Wake up, don't sleep. Ye Fan was roused by Gu Bai. The awakened Ye Fan rubbed his slightly swollen head, somewhat confused. Because he seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday, Ye Fan only felt a lingering bitterness in his mouth. He vaguely remembered that something extremely terrifying had happened to him yesterday. His brain, to protect him, had even forcibly erased that memory from yesterday. Of course, besides the lingering bitterness in his mouth, Ye Fan only felt that his condition was better than ever before. He felt as if he had shed a layer of iron armor, feeling much lighter. Ye Fan twisted his body like a tiger and found that his joints rotated incredibly flexibly, like a machine fresh from the factory. How is it? My technique is pretty good, right? Gu Bai suddenly appeared behind Ye Fan, then smiled and patted Ye Fan's shoulder. Hearing that familiar voice, Ye Fan's body involuntarily jolted, and he abruptly stepped aside. Ye Fan pressed his pounding heart, feeling slightly bewildered. He didn't understand what was happening to him. What exactly happened yesterday? What made him instinctively afraid of his master? Forget it. Ye Fan shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. The immediate priority now was to quickly adjust his state and then break through to nascent soul. Thank you, master, for helping me recuperate. Ye Fan bowed to Gu Bai, then sincerely thanked him. It's nothing. Gu Bai smiled and waved his hand. For him, it truly was a small matter. After seeing Ye Fan leave, Gu Bai slowly stretched. He did not rest, instead, he began to look for Gu Bai and Suwuji. The two had just gone through a major battle and had not fully recovered from their injuries, requiring him to perform a final touch-up. Once they had recovered sufficiently, they could, like Ye Fan, undergo a thorough body refining. Strange, where did those two run off to? Gu Bai mumbled softly with a hint of confusion. He had just searched half of the sect but couldn't find any trace of them. Master, do you think Big Brother will find us? In an extremely secluded secret chamber, Gu Bai asked with a hint of nervousness. Probably not, right? This secret chamber is extremely hidden, the people who know about it can be counted on one hand. Suwuji whispered. They were truly a bit scared. Ye Fan's miserable state from last night was still vivid in their minds. It was truly a fate worse than death. Even if Ye Fan lost consciousness midway, Gu Bai would forcibly wake him up to continue eating. They had also eaten the medicine refined by Gu Bai, so they naturally knew how bitter it was. It was a bitterness that reached the soul, and even Suwuji, as a great master of swordsmanship with the strongest will, felt his face turn pale at the thought of that scene. The two of them discussed it and decided they couldn't just wait to die. They hid in this extremely secluded secret chamber overnight. What are you two hiding here for? I'm not going to eat you. Just then, Gu Bai's familiar voice came from behind them. Both of them stiffly turned around at the same time and saw Gu Bai, eyes narrowed, smiling and looking at them. He naturally didn't know about this secret chamber. This secret chamber was built a long time ago, and even the sect didn't know about it. However, Suwuji had accidentally discovered it, so it became their secret base. When the three of them had nothing to do and wanted to do something mischievous, they would come to the secret chamber to discuss it together. Gu Bai had specifically asked Ye Fan and only learned of the secret chamber's existence from him. And Ye Fan had obviously guessed what had happened yesterday. With the thought of I shouldn't suffer alone, we should suffer together, he revealed the existence of the secret chamber. The two quickly turned to escape Gu Bai's clutches, but the entrance was already firmly blocked by Ye Fan. Sorry, but for the sake of your health, I can only stop you. Ye Fan leaned against the door, arms crossed, saying with a schadenfreude smile. The two were eventually dragged into the Hall of Returning Spring by Gubai, who held them by their collars. Ah! 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 Hearing the somewhat foul-smelling screams from inside the Hall of Returning Spring, Ye Fan nodded with satisfaction. As good brothers, Ye Fan naturally couldn't enjoy the benefits of body maintenance alone. He had to share them with Gubei and Suwuji, letting them both enjoy it as well. Amidst a chaotic flurry, 3 days passed in a flash. After 3 days of rest, Ye Fan had adjusted his mental state to its optimal level, ready to break through to the nascent soul realm at any time. Without further delay, Ye Fan immediately went into seclusion, preparing to break through to the nascent soul realm and become a heavenly Dao nascent soul. Master, just wait for my good news. Ye Fan smiled and waved at Gubai, then slowly closed the door to the secret chamber. Looking at the slowly closing door, Gubai felt a momentary sense of unreality. In Gubai's eyes, Ye Fan still seemed like his troublesome disciple, needing him to worry about everything. But when Gubai came back to his senses, he realized that Ye Fan had completely grown up and was starting to help him in return. Recalling those early days when Ye Fan first joined the sect, he basically needed help with everything. But he never expected that in such a short time, Ye Fan would have grown to this extent. Ye Fan was clearly the youngest among everyone present, only a little over 200 years old this year. Yet, at this age, Ye Fan had already cultivated to the Golden Core late stage, his strength even surpassing Gubei and Suwuji, becoming the strongest in Ling Yun sect. And he was very soon going to break through to the nascent soul realm, becoming the sect's first nascent soul cultivator. Gubei and Suwuji, standing beside Gubai, were also very pleased. They could be said to have watched Ye Fan grow step by step to this point. Although Ye Fan only started hanging out with the two of them all day after he broke through to the Golden Core realm, before that, Ye Fan's relationship with them was actually quite good. Ye Fan's swordsmanship skills were taught by Suwuji, and Gubei would often take Ye Fan running around, practically covering every fun spot in the sect. It was just because Ye Fan's strength was too low before that the two of them didn't take him out to mess around. Outside the secret chamber, only Gubei, and Suwuji were acting as protectors for Ye Fan, making it seem a bit desolate. This wasn't because Ye Fan had poor popularity in the sect. It was simply because Gubai had deliberately blocked the news, causing no one to know that Ye Fan was going to break through today. After all, it was a special period now. The Ya race would not stand idly by and watch the human race give birth to a nascent soul cultivator, let alone a heavenly Dao nascent soul like Ye Fan. Therefore, throughout Qingzhou, only the three of them, Gubai, knew that Ye Fan was going to break through. Gubai stood in the middle of the sect, holding a complex compass in his hand, constantly forming intricate seals with both hands. A golden pillar of light shot into the sky, and this seemed to trigger a chain reaction. An invisible light wave spread out, and golden pillars of light also appeared at various locations in Qingzhou. These pillars of light were the formation eyes of the small Zhoutian star array. Under Gubai's control, the small Zhoutian star array operated at full power. A colossal golden barrier directly enveloped the entire Qingzhou. Under Gubai's manipulation, the form of the light pillars began to change, and then the golden barrier became transparent. The structure of the small Zhoutian star array was incredibly ingenious, it was assembled from countless small formations. Because of this, the formation's composition could be slightly adjusted by changing the formation eyes. Gubai had just adjusted the main functions of the small Zhoutian star array to defense and concealment of qi. The entire Qingzhou was completely hidden by the small Zhoutian star array, thoroughly isolating all sight from the outside. At this time, even if Ye Fan broke through, the outside world would not detect any abnormality, unless the Ya race broke through the formation. However, both the human race and the Ya race were currently silently licking their wounds. Even if the Ya race detected an anomaly in Qingzhou, they wouldn't attack Qingzhou at this time. They also couldn't imagine that Ye Fan would break through at this time, because breakthrough to nascent soul was incredibly difficult. Before breaking through, one needed to adjust their physical state for at least several years, bringing their body and spirit to their optimal condition, and choose a day with relatively abundant spiritual qi. For example, the spiritual qi surged 3 years later, when the spiritual qi density of the entire cultivation world would temporarily increase by about 30%. That would be a suitable day for breakthrough. Of course, one could also choose to break through at this time, but the probability of success would be greatly reduced. Breaking through to nascent soul is inherently incredibly difficult. Even in places with relatively abundant spiritual qi like the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Among 100 golden core cultivators, if even one can break through to the nascent soul realm, it is considered a relatively high proportion. Although breaking through using heavenly Dao qi can increase one's talent, it also greatly increases the difficulty of the breakthrough. Even a peerless prodigy cannot guarantee a 100% successful breakthrough. Most cultivators choose to make their breakthrough during a surge of spiritual qi. No one would have expected that someone would begin their breakthrough just a few days after the heavenly Dao qi descended. However, if Ye Fan were to wait 2 or 3 more years to make his breakthrough, the situation would be quite dangerous. At that time, as soon as Qingzhou dared to activate a formation to shield its aura, the Ya race would dare to gather a beast tide and attack Qingzhou. This is why Gubai was so anxious. As soon as the war ended, he immediately gave Ye Fan a thorough maintenance check, adjusting Ye Fan's physical condition to its optimal state. Given Ye Fan's foundation, he naturally didn't need to specifically wait for a surge of spiritual qi to make his breakthrough. Ye Fan lived up to his name as a prodigy. On just the second day, Ye Fan found his rhythm and began to condense his nascent soul. Inside the immortal cave, Ye Fan's aura began to rise steadily, his aura quickly surpassed that of a golden core cultivator. Ye Fan also took the opportunity to swallow the heavenly Dao Qi in his hand. The heavenly Dao Qi flowed through his meridians and was absorbed by his golden core. The breakthrough process was naturally incredibly smooth. Ye Fan effortlessly condensed a crystal-clear nascent soul within his body. Rumble. 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 The moment the nascent soul formed, a thick layer of lightning tribulation clouds condensed in the sky. Generally speaking, if one condenses a human path nascent soul, they will only awaken a little supernatural powers of decent power. If one condenses an earth path nascent soul, the cultivator's originally awakened innate divine ability will increase by 1 rank, transforming from a little supernatural powers into a true divine ability. If a little supernatural powers had not been awakened before this, the person would awaken a relatively weaker divine ability. After all, this is a divine ability awakened from nothing, so its strength naturally won't be too high. To put it simply, it's like a game character breaking through. After the breakthrough, you'll gain skill points to allocate. The potential of a human path nascent soul can at most use 4 skill points. To awaken a little supernatural powers from scratch requires 2 skill points, and then using 2 more skill points can upgrade this little supernatural powers into a decent little supernatural powers. An earth path nascent soul will have 10 skill points for you to allocate freely. If you haven't awakened a divine ability, you will need to spend 4 skill points to awaken a relatively good little supernatural powers. A little supernatural powers can accept a maximum of 4 skill points, meaning it requires a total of 6 skill points to awaken a top-tier little supernatural powers from scratch. After that, spending 4 skill points is just enough to transform this little supernatural powers into a true divine ability. However, if there is a little supernatural powers as a foundation, it will save a lot of energy. Even if the little supernatural powers transforms into a true divine ability, there will still be several skill points left, allowing the quality of the divine ability to be further improved significantly. Therefore, most divine abilities awakened by earth path nascent souls are of better quality, some even being top-tier divine abilities like Ye Fan's life fire. However, if one's innate talent is extraordinary, even a human path nascent soul can still awaken a divine ability. For example, Gu Bei's creation divine thunder, extremely yang divine thunder, and undying golden body are all top-tier minor divine abilities. They can even be considered half-step divine abilities, so Gu Bei only needs to spend 3 or 4 skill points to transform a little supernatural powers into a true divine ability. Of course, with Gu Bei's talent, even without the aid of heavenly Dao Qi, he is stronger than an earth path nascent soul. During his breakthrough, he would have at least 15 or more skill points. And if one uses heavenly Dao Qi for the breakthrough, they will have about 30 skill points to allocate freely. You can choose to strengthen existing divine abilities, or you can awaken new divine abilities from scratch, though awakening new divine abilities is relatively less cost-effective. It requires 10 skill points to barely awaken a divine ability, and with 10 skill points, one could transform an ordinary divine ability into a top-tier divine ability. Rumble. 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 The thick lightning tribulation clouds instantly enveloped Ling Yun sect. Standing beneath the lightning tribulation clouds, Gu Bai felt a little breathless. Perhaps because his own foundation was too profound, or for some other reason, Ye Fan's lightning tribulation was much stronger than a normal heavenly Dao nascent soul's lightning tribulation. Even from a great distance, Gu Bai could feel an immense pressure from the lightning tribulation clouds. The lightning tribulation of the nascent soul realm is similar to that of the golden core realm. In addition to normal lightning tribulations, there are also various special lightning tribulations. Ye Fan's lightning tribulation was not just a simple ordinary heavenly Dao lightning tribulation, it also mixed in 3 special lightning tribulations: slaughter lightning tribulation, body refining lightning tribulation, and heavenly condemnation lightning tribulation. Before Ye Fan broke through to the nascent soul, he had killed an unknown number of golden core demon cultivators and cultivator robberses, and even several nascent soul realm cultivator robberses. Afterward, in this epic war, he killed as many as 100 third-order demon beasts and countless low-rank Yao beasts. Having killed so many living beings, the appearance of slaughter divine thunder is not surprising. In addition, because vitality fire can improve the physique and strengthen the foundation, Ye Fan's physique has been honed to its limit. During his breakthrough, Ye Fan went all out, directly breaking through his physical body to the nascent soul realm, which attracted the body refining divine thunder. As for the final heavenly condemnation divine thunder, it is a legendary divine thunder. It is said that cultivators with exceptionally high talent will trigger the heavenly condemnation divine thunder when they break through. The heavenly condemnation divine thunder can greatly increase the power of the lightning tribulation. If successfully overcome, one's own foundation will be improved. Several special lightning tribulations mixed together to finally form this super lightning tribulation, the scale of which is probably unique in the cultivation world. Gu Bai is also well read. He has a general understanding of the entire history of the cultivation world, but he has never heard of a situation like Ye Fan's. As for the legendary heavenly condemnation divine thunder, it has only appeared 3 times in the history of the cultivation world. According to records, the 3 cultivators who triggered the heavenly condemnation divine thunder were all leaders of their respective eras, with the lowest cultivation having soul transformation late-stage cultivation. The other 2 successfully ascended and went to a higher rank cultivation world. Rumble. 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 A massive, thick red lightning bolt struck directly towards Ye Fan. The first lightning tribulation alone already had the power of a full-strength attack from an early-stage nascent soul. It should be known that normally, even for the lightning tribulation caused by an earth path nascent soul, this rank of lightning tribulation would only appear in the last few bolts. Gu Bai didn't expect Ye Fan's very first lightning tribulation to possess such power. Ye Fan, however, showed no fear. he stood quietly between heaven and earth, allowing the lightning tribulation to strike him. The red lightning tribulation struck Ye Fan, but it did not harm him in the slightest. Ye Fan had already refined his body to the level of a nascent soul body cultivator. Ordinary nascent soul cultivators probably couldn't even harm him in the slightest. Rumble. Rumble. It wasn't long before the second lightning tribulation followed, striking down with slightly more power than the first. But Ye Fan still didn't dodge or evade, choosing to use his body to withstand this lightning tribulation. Although the lightning tribulation was filled with destructive power, representing the ultimate destructive force, it also contained extremely rich vitality fire, which could improve aptitude. At the same time, Gu Bai continuously formed hand seals, controlling the small Zhou star array, putting his full effort into concealing the aura of Ye Fan's undergoing tribulation. Under the concealment of the formation, the outside world could not detect any abnormality in Qingzhou, even if a fourth-order demon emperor personally investigated. As long as he did not enter the interior of Qingzhou, it would be difficult to discover that Ye Fan was breaking through. Rumble. Rumble. The lightning tribulation continuously struck Ye Fan until the 13th lightning tribulation, when Ye Fan finally found it somewhat difficult to resist and chose to use his magic power to envelop himself, thereby reducing the damage. It wasn't until the 35th lightning tribulation that Ye Fan took out a longsword, preparing to counterattack. The longsword in Ye Fan's hand was not his own, but one he had temporarily borrowed from Su Wuji. His azure sky sword had broken during his battle with the ghost poison porcupine, and Ye Fan couldn't find a better quality magic treasure temporarily, so he could only borrow Su Wuji's magic treasure for the time being. Su Wuji's sword was named Purple Cloud Sword, a top-grade magic treasure, even slightly stronger in quality than Ye Fan's azure sky sword. At least for a short period, it was the highest quality magic treasure Ye Fan could find. To find one of similar quality, he would probably have to go to the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. Although Ye Fan had slightly tricked him before, Su Wuji still unhesitatingly lent the purple cloud sword to Ye Fan. Many sword cultivators regarded the long sword in their hands as more important than their own lives. Let alone lending it to others, even close friends and family couldn't touch it. But Su Wuji was not such a person. He always believed that a true sword cultivator was someone who could wield exquisite swordsmanship even with an ordinary longsword. Therefore, although Su Wuji cherished the longsword in his hand, it was merely cherishing. He did not regard the purple cloud sword as overly important. Since his good brother needed it, what was wrong with lending it? Even if the King Yun sword was damaged due to the undergoing tribulation, Su Wuji would only feel a little heartache. Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and Gu Bei had been together for so many years, and their relationship was naturally excellent. They often exchanged magical artifacts. Ye Fan even wanted to practice dual swords for a period and borrowed the purple cloud sword for a considerable amount of time. Therefore, when using the purple cloud sword, Ye Fan would not experience a decrease in strength due to unfamiliarity. Holding the purple cloud sword, Ye Fan suddenly unleashed a cyan sword chi towards the sky. At this moment, a bolt of lightning just happened to descend from the sky. The lightning and sword chi mutually annihilated each other, finally dissipating in the air simultaneously. Very good. Ye Fan twisted his neck. He felt his state was better than ever before. Ye Fan, who had initially condensed his nascent soul, possessed strength surpassing that of an ordinary nascent soul middle stage cultivator, relying solely on his swordsmanship without using any divine ability. Rumble. Rumble. One lightning tribulation after another descended, but all were obliterated by Ye Fan's sword chi. The power of the lightning tribulation became increasingly strong, until finally, its power was comparable to the attacks of a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. Ye Fan then felt some pressure. He took a deep breath, and red and white flames suddenly ignited all over his body. Ye Fan simultaneously used 3 divine abilities: Sword Heart Unification to enhance his swordsmanship, Blood Sacrifice Method which burned his essence blood to enhance his overall strength, and Vitality Fire which could quickly restore his own essence blood. Under the augmentation of the Blood Sacrifice Method, Ye Fan's aura climbed again, and soon his aura surpassed that of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator, vaguely comparable to a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. It could only be said that Ye Fan's luck was extremely good. The Blood Sacrifice Method could be considered a top-tier little supernatural powers. It could use blood chi to strengthen attacks or enhance oneself, and most terrifyingly, it had no side effects. At most, it would only cause some loss of essence blood. In terms of practicality, it was even more useful than a true divine ability. The only side effect was that it was not long-lasting. After all, a person's essence blood was limited, and ordinary cultivators would not easily use it, only resorting to it as a trump card in life or death situations. But Ye Fan was different. With the assistance of another divine ability, Vitality Fire, Ye Fan's recovery reached an astonishing level. Even if the Blood Sacrifice Method burned essence blood, Ye Fan could quickly restore the lost essence blood through life fire. Therefore, even in a state where his entire body burned essence blood to greatly enhance his strength, a state that consumed an extreme amount of essence blood, Ye Fan could maintain it for a considerable amount of time. In Ye Fan's eyes, burning essence blood to strengthen himself was not a trump card, but merely one of his ordinary moves. Through the Blood Sacrifice Method, Ye Fan temporarily reached the cultivation of a nascent soul middle stage, and his sword chi was imbued with a trace of essence blood, further increasing its power by another level. There was also Ye Fan's inconspicuous divine ability, Sword Heart Unification. It could greatly enhance Ye Fan's Dao of sword moves. 3 divine abilities, stacked upon each other, plus Ye Fan's superb swordsmanship, and countless trump cards. And finally, the divine ability Heart of the Beast, which gave Ye Fan an intuition even stronger than Su Wuji's, allowing him to dodge any fatal attack. All these factors combined created Ye Fan's terrifyingly extreme combat power. Under the augmentation of the blood sacrifice method, the sword chi unleashed by Ye Fan transformed from cyan to blood red. With just one sword, Ye Fan blocked the lightning tribulation before him, which was comparable to the attack of a nascent soul late-stage grand cultivator. The sword chi and lightning mutually annihilated each other in the air, but ultimately, the blood-colored sword chi had a slight edge, directly splitting the lightning in two. Without giving Ye Fan any time to rest, another bolt of lightning followed closely, striking down fiercely towards Ye Fan. Rumble. Rumble. No more lightning tribulations continued to descend from the sky, but the tribulation clouds did not disappear, instead, they emitted low rumbling sounds of thunder. Clearly, the tribulation clouds were brewing the final attack. If he successfully underwent tribulation, Ye Fan would become a true nascent soul cultivator. And undergo a metamorphosis, with the quality of all his divine abilities increasing significantly. Come on! The red flames burning on Ye Fan's body suddenly expanded, enveloping Ye Fan entirely. Ye Fan's aura, which had already climbed to its peak, actually increased slightly again at this moment. Ye Fan casually took off his robe. At this moment, the muscles on Ye Fan's upper body had developed tiny cracks due to bearing too much power. Ye Fan's hair had also changed from its original black to blood red. Now, Ye Fan's appearance was incredibly terrifying. No one would believe he was a righteous path cultivator. This was Ye Fan's ultimate state, rapidly burning his vital essence to temporarily strengthen his body to its limit. Of course, even with the vitality fire restoring his body, Ye Fan could only maintain this state for a short period. Boom! 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 As if reaching its limit, two bolts of lightning, one yellow and one red, suddenly descended from the sky. The two lightning bolts merged in the air, eventually becoming one. Gu Bei watched the lightning in the sky with rapt attention. He hadn't expected that two completely opposite lightning bolts could be perfectly fused by the heavenly Dao, forming an incredibly powerful black lightning. This black lightning was clearly an upgraded version of his Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder, or rather, the complete version, possessing immense power. Even from a great distance, Gu Bei could feel a pure, ultimate destructive chi from the black lightning. But this black lightning wasn't solely destructive chi. Deep within it, there was also hidden vitality. As the saying goes, yin and yang merge, giving rise to endless life. If Gu Bei's guess was correct, this black lightning should have two forms. Besides ultimate destruction, the black lightning should also be able to transform into another form, representing ultimate vitality. Gu Bei vaguely gained some enlightenment. Yin and yang counteract each other, giving rise to endless life. Between yin and yang, there is not only ultimate destruction but also ultimate life. Compared to this black lightning, his Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder was merely a prototype, with many areas yet to be perfected. However, Gu Bei was not the least bit discouraged. Instead, he was filled with endless fighting spirit, as this provided him with a wealth of inspiration, allowing him to better perfect his Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder. Ye Fan looked at the black lightning in the sky, which seemed capable of destroying everything, yet he felt no fear. He condensed most of his vital essence and attached it to the purple cloud sword. The purple sword body instantly turned red under the impregnation of blood. Ye Fan tensed all his muscles and swung his sword with all his might, unleashing an enormous blood-colored sword chi. The blood-colored sword chi collided with the black lightning in the air, but it did not cause any ripples. The sword chi was completely annihilated by the black lightning the moment it touched it. Ye Fan's full power strike, which consumed most of his vital essence, only reduced the black lightning's power by 50%. The black lightning's aura remained undiminished, striking towards Ye Fan at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this, even Ye Fan was sweating profusely. His divine ability, Heart of the Beast, was frantically warning him. He would die. Ye Fan reacted swiftly. He instantly mobilized all the magical power in his body, condensing a thick golden barrier in front of himself. This was the pure Yang Sex treasured golden light spell, which Ye Fan had now cultivated to the perfection realm. In terms of proficiency, he was even slightly stronger than pure Yang true person back then. But this incredibly hard golden barrier, in front of the black lightning, was like foam encountering fire, instantly melting and dissipating. Fortunately, the golden barrier once again reduced the lightning's power by 30%. The somewhat dim black lightning fiercely struck Ye Fan's body. Ye Fan's hardened flesh instantly dissipated, revealing his incredibly hard bones. Only then did the black lightning slowly dissipate. To block the black lightning, most of Ye Fan's muscles had nearly dissipated, his chest was pierced through, and both his arms had completely disappeared. Yet, Ye Fan did not die. Even though his breath was like a flickering candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment, he stubbornly remained alive. Just then, two more bolts of lightning descended from the sky, still golden lightning and red lightning. The two lightning bolts merged in the sky, but instead of turning into the previous black lightning, they transformed into a vibrant golden-green lightning filled with vitality. The lightning slowly struck Ye Fan's body, but it did not cause him any harm. Instead, it rapidly repaired his body. Ye Fan's vanished flesh recovered at a visible speed, and even his two arms quickly grew granulation tissue. In just a few breaths, new arms had grown. Ye Fan's originally somewhat rough skin now became incredibly smooth and tender, like that of a baby. At this point, Ye Fan finally passed the lightning tribulation without major incident, successfully achieving a breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Ye Fan closed his eyes in the air, remaining still for a moment. After his aura underwent some changes, Ye Fan then opened his eyes. Master, I succeeded. Ye Fan looked at Gu Bai and said with a smile. Ye Fan casually found a robe from his storage pouch and put it on, then, his figure flickered, and he appeared before Gu Bai. Not bad, very good. Looking at Ye Fan, whose aura was unfathomably deep, Gu Bai nodded with immense relief. Congratulations. Gu Bei and Su Wuji both smiled and patted Ye Fan's shoulder, saying joyfully. Because everyone present was an insider, Ye Fan did not hide anything. The few of them immediately found a secluded spot, and Ye Fan began to explain to Gu Bai and the other two what changes had occurred in his divine ability. Because the power of the lightning had been strengthened, Ye Fan had far more skill points available for distribution than an ordinary heavenly Dao nascent soul. An ordinary heavenly Dao nascent soul typically had about 30 skill points, but Ye Fan was different. He could allocate a full 50 skill points, nearly double that of a heavenly Dao nascent soul. And besides having skill points far exceeding a heavenly Dao nascent soul, Ye Fan also directly awakened a top-tier divine ability. Named Killing Intent Fluctuation, it allowed him to infuse Ye Fan's killing intent into his attacks to assault the enemy's spirit. It was similar to Su Wuji's invisible sword, except the threshold for invisible sword was too high, making it difficult even for Ye Fan to learn. But with Killing Intent Fluctuation, Ye Fan could condense killing intent to intimidate the enemy's mind. The denser the killing intent on his body, the stronger the power of Killing Intent Fluctuation, and Ye Fan was never short of killing intent. Besides this awakened divine ability, Ye Fan had already allocated all his points just now, causing all his divine abilities to undergo a transformation. First was the blood sacrifice method, this little supernatural powers that Ye Fan used most often and liked the most, because the blood sacrifice method was a top-tier little supernatural powers. Ye Fan didn't even need 4 skill points, by using only 3, he transformed the blood sacrifice method into a divine ability realm. Afterward, Ye Fan used 10 more skill points, directly transforming the blood sacrifice method into a top-tier divine ability, just one step away from a great divine power. After all, the blood sacrifice method was simply too useful. In Ye Fan's current combat system, the blood sacrifice method and vitality fire were the core of the core, so Ye Fan naturally had to strengthen the blood sacrifice method to its maximum level. After transforming into a top-tier divine ability, the blood sacrifice method also underwent earth-shattering changes. Previously, the blood sacrifice method could burn vital blood to enhance one's own strength, or attach vital blood to attacks to increase their power. However, after transforming into a top-tier divine ability, in addition to burning vital blood, Ye Fan could also control his own blood to fight. Although it sounded unremarkable, the operational space within it was extremely vast, and Ye Fan was very satisfied with this. Afterward, Ye Fan spent a total of 13 skill points on his divine ability, Sword Heart Unification, also strengthening it to a top-tier divine ability. The effect was still to strengthen Ye Fan's Sword Dao moves, just much stronger than before. Although it sounded somewhat unremarkable, the boost was actually very significant, able to increase the power of Ye Fan's sword chi by more than 50%. Then, Ye Fan used 20 skill points to forcefully transform Vitality Fire, which was already a top-tier divine ability, into a Great Divine Power. Great Divine Power, this was a divine ability that only soul transformation mighty cultivators could master, representing the most top-tier power in the cultivation world. Achieving this step was quite difficult. Even though Life Fire was already a top-tier divine ability, it still required a full 20 skill points to transform into a Great Divine Power. If it were other nascent soul cultivators, even a heavenly Dao nascent soul, they would need to invest most of their skill points to potentially transform a divine ability into a Great Divine Power. And it was only a possibility. Not all divine abilities were qualified to become Great Divine Powers. Some minor divine abilities had their limit at being a divine ability. And the Life Fire, which transformed into a Great Divine Power, did not disappoint Ye Fan. Its recovery ability was not just a little bit stronger than before. This brought Ye Fan's endurance to an extremely abnormal realm, because its recovery ability was dozens or even hundreds of times that of a normal cultivator. This was equivalent to a top-tier physician constantly accompanying Ye Fan, restoring his body. And this top-tier physician could not be attacked by enemies, and had infinite magical power. The current Ye Fan could be said to be an unkillable cockroach. As long as he couldn't be killed, Ye Fan could recover to his peak state in a short amount of time. Furthermore, Life Fire also had the effect of transforming the body. With the burning of Life Fire, the magical power would become increasingly pure, and the life origin would also slowly increase. It could be said that even if Ye Fan did nothing now, his cultivation and physique would automatically increase, and after a few hundred or 1,000 years, Ye Fan would naturally become a nascent soul late-stage grand cultivator. At this point, Ye Fan had 4 skill points left, which Ye Fan had specifically calculated, just enough to transform his Heart of the Beast from a little supernatural powers into a true divine ability. After transforming into a true divine ability, Heart of the Beast gave Ye Fan a more agile intuition, and most crucially, after becoming a divine ability, Heart of the Beast could perceive the situation one instant into the future. That is to say, if Ye Fan encountered danger, then by virtue of Heart of the Beast, he could perceive the future scene one instant in advance. This could be said to be extremely abnormal, because one instant was actually quite long for a nascent soul cultivator. This meant that Ye Fan could detect any sneak attack in advance and dodge it, which was a life-saving divine ability at critical moments. At this point, the brand new Ye Fan made a dazzling appearance. He possessed 1 ordinary divine ability, 3 top-tier divine abilities, and 1 great divine power. The most crucial thing was that the divine abilities could cooperate with each other, achieving an effect greater than the sum of their parts. Ye Fan's luck could be said to be quite good, unlike some cultivators who, despite having good aptitude and multiple divine abilities, found their divine abilities completely unrelated to each other. I feel terrifyingly strong now. Ye Fan clenched his fist and said with a hint of excitement. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Ye Fan improved in all aspects, and his combat power increased by more than 10 times. If it were Yefan from the Golden Core realm standing in front of the current Yefan could probably crush the previous Yefan with just one hand, without using any divine ability. This was a gap of a major realm, not so easy to cross. The reason Yefan was able to fight above his realm was because at that time, Yefan was an immortal Golden Core, and possessed multiple top-tier minor divine abilities. Furthermore, he could temporarily raise his strength to the level of a half-step nascent soul, and coupled with his incredibly numerous trump cards, he was able to defeat the 4th Order Demon Emperor. But that 4th Order Demon Emperor was just a human path nascent soul, and only had one top-tier little supernatural powers. And the current Yefan was a heavenly Dao nascent soul, just his basic stats completely overwhelmed the previous Ghost Poison Porcupine. Now, let alone a 4th Order early stage Demon Emperor, even a 4th Order late stage Great Demon, Yefan was confident he could kill it. Master, I'm setting off. In this special period of racing against time, Yefan didn't hold any grand nascent soul ceremony. After a brief exchange with Gubai and others, Yefan prepared to head to the 10,000 Barren Mountains to snatch those 2 heavenly Dao Qi from the Yao Beast. Although normally, both human race and Yao race prodigies would break through to nascent soul during the spiritual Qi surge 3 years later, in order to increase their success rate. But no one could guarantee whether the Yao race would use the heavenly Dao Qi in advance. And the earlier he departed, the less suspicion would fall on Qingzhou. Even if a mysterious cultivator now snatched the heavenly Dao Qi from the Yao race, in this chaotic era where divination was ineffective, the Yao race would not overly suspect Qingzhou. Because the 3 prodigies of Qingzhou had all been severely injured in the previous battle, and their injuries were extremely serious, only a step away from death. In the cultivation world, after cultivating to a high realm, once injured, if there was no physician to assist, relying solely on oneself, it would take a few years at the shortest, or dozens or even hundreds of years at the longest, to recover, and some special injuries could never be recovered from for life. From the Yao race's perspective, even with a top-tier physician present, it would take at least 5 years for the 3 severely injured Yefan to fully recover. But the Yao race probably never dreamed that with the help of Life Fire and Gubai's superb medical skills, Yefan had fully recovered in just a few days. Furthermore, Yefan quickly adjusted his state and successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm within a few short days. Moreover, the Yao race probably never dreamed that there would be a formation covering the entire Qingzhou that could completely conceal Yefan's breakthrough signs. Go, be careful on the road. If you can't win, run, understand? Gubai patted Yefan's shoulder and said earnestly. Master, don't worry. When it comes to escaping, I'm number 1, no one dares to claim second. Yefan laughed after hearing this. Here, borrow it for a while longer. Suwuji didn't say much, he just handed the slightly damaged purple cloud sword in his hand back to Yefan. Compared to his brother's safety, the incredibly precious purple cloud sword in his hand became insignificant. If it could increase Yefan's safety, even by a little, Suwuji was willing to exchange it for the purple cloud sword in his hand. Thank you. Yefan solemnly accepted the purple cloud sword. Although his blood sacrifice method could control blood and turn it into weapons for attack. However, it was not as smooth to use as a real magic treasure. Although the purple cloud sword did not help him much, it could still enhance his combat power slightly. Seeing this touching scene, Gubai scratched his head, unsure what he should do. He couldn't possibly tell Yefan to be careful like Gubai did, could he? They had been good brothers for many years, saying something like that would be a bit too sentimental. Gubai was certain that if he dared to say such a thing, he would probably be laughed at by Suwuji and Yefan for several centuries. Good brother, come back alive. Gubai struggled for a long time, and that was the only sentence he could manage. I will. Yefan nodded, speaking with extreme seriousness. They were all big men, crying and bidding farewell was not their style, so all 3 smiled and waved goodbye to Yefan. After seeing Yefan off, Gubai left the Lingyun sect and headed to Huanglong Immortal City to take charge of the situation. Without him or Yefan to guard the front lines, Huanglong Immortal City was already in some disarray. It wasn't that someone wanted to cause trouble, it was just that without a leader like Gubai or Yefan, the people in Huanglong Immortal City were, so to speak, without a dragon head. The main source of the confusion was how to deal with the Yao beast corpses. Low-rank Yao beasts were only initially extraordinary, if not dealt with for a long time, they would rot. Transporting them back to the Lingyun sect could preserve the Yao beast corpses, but the sheer number of Yao beast corpses was too great, requiring a lot of manpower. Some people believed that the majority of manpower should be allocated to transport these Yao beast corpses back to the Lingyun sect, which would minimize losses. However, another group believed that withdrawing most of the manpower to return to Qingzhou was too risky. If the Yao race took the opportunity to attack Huanglong Immortal City, wouldn't Huanglong Immortal City be in danger? The 2 sides were at a stalemate. You had your reasons, but I also had mine. You couldn't convince me, and I couldn't convince you. Fortunately, although the scene was somewhat chaotic, order was not lost, and everyone remained stationed in Huanglong Immortal City, ready to resist the Yao beast's attack at any time. Before Yefan arrived, no one dared to make decisions on their own, they were all waiting for Gubai to return. And after Gubai arrived, this chaotic situation quickly stabilized. Because of the extremely large number of Yao beast corpses, even with storage pouches, it was difficult to transport them back to Qingzhou in a short amount of time. Yefan arranged for everyone to begin sorting the Yao beast corpses in an orderly manner, removing the flesh and making it into jerky. As for the useless scraps, they were not wasted. Gubai personally took action, using intense fire to refine their essence. With everyone's efforts, the numerous Yao beast corpses were quickly processed. Because they were made into jerky, even if the Yao beast flesh was of a very low rank, there was no need to worry about spoilage or the loss of spiritual qi. Therefore, a small amount of manpower could be arranged to carry large quantities, making multiple round trips to slowly move them into the Lingyun sect. Although making Yao beast flesh into jerky was somewhat wasteful, it was the optimal solution. During Ye Fan's absence, Gu Bai couldn't possibly truly dispatch most of the cultivators from Huanglong Immortal City to transport the Yao beast flesh, could he? Although the probability of the Yao race attacking Qingzhou was very low, it's better to be safe than sorry. What if the Yao race considered the heavenly Dao Qi to be more important and gathered a large number of Yao beasts again, forming a beast tide to attack Qingzhou? What then? At night, in the central hall of Huanglong Immortal City, Gu Bai sat at a table, meticulously reviewing the documents before him. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating Gu Bai and dyeing his hair silver. Gu Bai occasionally frowned, pondering for a moment. It seemed he had found a solution, as his brows relaxed, and he picked up his pen to begin writing. Gu Bai, completely engrossed in reviewing the documents, possessed a unique personal charm in his serious demeanor. As the sect master of Lingyun sect and the alliance leader of the Qingzhou alliance, he had to handle a large volume of documents every day. Too many cultivators had died on the battlefield, and many of these cultivators were the pillars of small sects or families. Now, because of Gu Bai's call to go to Huanglong Immortal City to resist the beast tide, they had died on the battlefield. Gu Bai couldn't possibly give no compensation to the forces behind them, could he? Some Foundation establishment cultivators might even have been the only Foundation establishment cultivators in these small sects or families. And now, having died on the battlefield, without the protection of a Foundation establishment cultivator, these small forces would find it difficult to survive in the brutal cultivation world. Gu Bai needed to provide some assistance to these small forces, such as gifting a Foundation establishment pill or some other compensation. These matters were incredibly tedious, but Gu Bai had no choice but to do them. Therefore, even though Gu Bai processed documents very quickly, he had to work late every day to finish a day's worth of documents. Late at night, Gu Bai finally finished reviewing all the texts, and he let out a long breath. Gu Bai rubbed his somewhat swollen forehead. He hadn't rested for several months, working from morning till night every day. However, Gu Bai still didn't plan to rest now. His hands emitted soft rays of light, and under the illumination of the light, Gu Bai only felt a refreshing coolness in his mind. His previously drowsy brain instantly became clear. This was a special medical Dao secret art, somewhat similar to a stimulant, capable of stimulating the spirit. Although there were some side effects, he was immortal, his body indestructible, so he could do whatever he wanted. Gu Bai took out the blueprint for the small Zhoutian star array and began to study it intently under the moonlight. His current pressure was truly immense. As the sect master of Lingyun sect and the alliance leader of the Qingzhou alliance, he had to be responsible for Qingzhou. Now that Ye Fan had left, Qingzhou could be in danger at any time. If he could thoroughly study the small Zhoutian star array, then in the event of a future war, he would be able to contribute more. At the very least, he could trap a fourth-order demon emperor at a crucial moment, adding to the victory of the war. Gu Bai, please rest, I've prepared some food for you. Just then, an incredibly soft voice came from behind Gu Bai. Qingning gently pushed open the hall door and took out several jade boxes from her storage pouch, placing them on the table. Opening the jade boxes, they contained steaming hot dishes, all of which were Gu Bai's favorites. Gu Bai, you really are something, why didn't you install night glowing lamps in this hall? Qingning looked at the somewhat dim surroundings, placed her hands on her hips, and mumbled with a slight hint of dissatisfaction. Qingning formed hand seals, condensing a yellow orb of light above the main hall, which emitted gentle, warm light. Under the illumination of the warm light, the somewhat desolate hall instantly became cozy. This is much better, Gu Bai, hurry and eat while it's hot. Qingning looked at the surrounding scene, nodded with satisfaction, and then personally served Gu Bai a bowl of rice, handing it to him. Looking at the dishes on the table and the cozy surroundings, Gu Bai revealed a gentle smile. Gu Bai's nerves, which had been stretched to their limit, suddenly relaxed. He chatted with Qingning, quietly enjoying this rare moment of tranquility. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Qingzhou and even the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and the 10,000 Barren Mountains were peaceful. Both the human race and the Ya race hunkered down in their respective territories, silently recovering and preparing for the next war. However, only the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty remained relatively peaceful. In other parts of the cultivation world, the human race and the Ya race were still engaged in fierce battles. This was not a war confined to a specific region, but a super war that swept across the entire cultivation world. By this point, even many who did not wish to fight were forced to do so by the currents of the era. Even places as remote as Qingzhou would experience Yao beast attacks, let alone other prosperous areas of the cultivation world. According to past records, wars of this scale, sweeping across the entire cultivation world, would take at least 1,000 years to conclude. This was still only the early stage of the war, and the nascent soul great experts of both races had not yet made their moves. The two sides had only conducted initial probes against each other, dispatching mid to low tier combatants to continuously deplete each other's foundations. However, no matter how many low-level cultivators died, it would not affect the overall situation of the Heaven Ruins cultivation world. What truly determined the outcome between the two sides was the number of nascent soul and even soul transformation cultivators. During this month, Gu Bai secretly spread the news that Ye Fan had injured his origin in the previous battle and needed to return to Lingyun sect to recuperate. Under Gu Bai's subtle instigation, the news of Yefan's serious injury quickly spread throughout Qingzhou. Almost all cultivators in Qingzhou, and even the Ya race in the 10,000 Barren Mountains, learned of Yefan's serious injury. After learning of Yefan's serious injury, a wave of chaos erupted in Huanglong Immortal City, but Gu Bai forcibly suppressed it. This was Gu Bai's purpose. He wanted to tell everyone that Yefan was currently staying in Lingyun sect, all to deceive the Ya race. At this point, even if a nascent soul cultivator with moves very similar to Yefan's appeared deep within the 10,000 Barren Mountains, the Ya race would not suspect that person was Yefan. Because, logically speaking, Yefan must have used some secret technique, overdrawing his body and even his life origin. After all, the combat power Yefan displayed before was too heaven-defying. This was simply not the power a Golden Core Realm cultivator could possess. The only explanation was that Yefan used a secret technique that overdrawn his body. However, secret techniques that forcibly enhance strength often come with an extremely heavy price. The Ya race even speculated that Yefan was almost crippled, and that Qingzhou was merely lying about him being only seriously injured to stabilize morale. Besides this, Gu Bai also spread the news of Gu Bei and Su Wuji's serious injuries. Doing this was quite risky. The Ya race might take advantage of this period to launch a beast-tide attack on Qingzhou, to seize the heavenly Dao Qi that had descended upon Qingzhou. However, this possibility was not great, because even without Yefan and the other two, kings whose own combat power was not to be underestimated. If the Ya race wanted to take Qingzhou, they would inevitably pay an extremely heavy price. Therefore, even if the Ya race were to attack Qingzhou, they would at least have to wait until 3 years later, during the spiritual Qi tide. And within these 3 years, Qingzhou did not need to worry too much about the Ya race problem. This was Gu Bai's plan. If all went well, Yefan would successfully bring back 2 strands of heavenly Dao Qi, and the Ya race would not suspect Qingzhou. Within 3 years, Gu Bei and Su Wuji would definitely break through to the nascent soul realm. In this way, Qingzhou would have a total of 3 nascent soul cultivators, and they would be heavenly Dao nascent souls whose strength far surpassed normal nascent soul cultivators. By then, with the small Zhou Tian star array, even if the Ya race dispatched more than a dozen 4th-order demon emperors, they would not be able to take Qingzhou. With the heavenly Dao Qi already used, the Ya race would generally not dispatch too many troops to attack Qingzhou, this desolate place. The only thing to worry about was Yefan being too much of a genius. This could very likely trigger the apprehension of the Ya race's high-level members, leading them to dispatch high-tier Ya race combatants to assassinate Yefan. However, at this stage, the human race and the Ya race are mutually restrained, and soul transformation realm combatants will not easily make a move. Because soul transformation great experts are equivalent to nuclear bombs. Once the soul transformation great experts of both sides unleash their full power, the cultivation world would likely be riddled with holes, which is unacceptable to both the human race and the Ya race. The purpose of the Ya race launching the war was to compete for territory. If they fought too fiercely, even if the Ya race won, the seized territory would become unsuitable for living beings due to the war. That would be putting the cart before the horse. Therefore, both sides are very restrained, and have even prepared not to dispatch soul transformation realm combatants until the very end. Although Yefan's talent is very high, that's all it is. He is not yet qualified to make the Ya race dispatch a 5th-order demon venerable. But it is difficult for the Ya race to dispatch 4th-order Yao beasts to pose a threat to Yefan and his companions. One can only say that reading more books is still useful. Gu Bai had consulted numerous cultivation world classics, learning about the history of the Tiangsu world and the relationships between various forces. Only then could he lead Qingzhou to establish a firm foothold in this chaotic world. If he hadn't planned and suggested for Yefan and the others to return to Qingzhou, then the fate of Yefan and the other two might not have been what it is now. If Yefan and his companions had stayed in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, even if they had achieved great military feats, in this chaotic world, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, which urgently needed to boost its combat power, it would be impossible to allocate the heavenly Dao Qi to outsiders like Yefan and his companions. Yefan and the other two would very likely, due to their outstanding performance, trigger the Ya race's apprehension, leading them to dispatch 4th-order demon emperors to assassinate Yefan and the other two. At that time, the three, still in the Golden Core realm, would very likely, as Gu Bai had predicted, see Gu Bei and Su Wuji fall in battle one after another, leaving only the seriously injured Yefan to be rescued by the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Given Yefan's personality, even if he were rescued by the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, he would leave the large Immortal Dynasty to seek heavenly Dao Qi. But in this chaotic world, even if Yefan was a son of luck, he would probably need to experience near-death situations to obtain a strand of heavenly Dao Qi. Afterward, Yefan, filled with guilt, would probably not return to Lingyun sect, but would choose to venture alone in the cultivation world, only secretly helping Lingyun sect. With Yefan's identity as a son of luck, even after experiencing many hardships, he would probably still be able to stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world and fulfill his mission. But this path was too arduous and too lonely. From then on, it was feared that no one would be able to enter Yefan's inner world. This was something his master did not wish to see, but fortunately, things did not develop in the worst direction. If nothing unexpected happens, once Yefan obtains 2 strands of heavenly Dao Qi and Gu Bei and Su Wuji successfully break through, the 3 of them would be able to continue their adventures together. Compared to venturing alone, Gu Bai still hoped that Yefan would have someone by his side. He could tell that his disciple didn't like being alone, he preferred adventuring with his good friends. However, his exceptionally high talent meant that almost no one around him could keep up with his pace. Even Zhou Xuet, who was initially on par with him, had been left far behind by Yefan. But if Su Wuji and Gu Bei were to become heavenly Dao nascent souls, with their talent, they should be able to continue accompanying Ye Fan for some time. Even at the soul transformation realm, Gu Bei, who had mastered Yin Yang Extreme's divine thunder, and Su Wuji, who had comprehended sword heart unification, could keep up with Ye Fan's pace. With Gu Bei and Su Wuji as his good friends, and him as his master, Ye Fan shouldn't feel lonely, right? That day, Gu Bei, as usual, was handling numerous documents in the main hall at the center of Huanglong Immortal City. Fortunately, most matters had been resolved by Gu Bei, so his current duties weren't extensive. 2 or 3 hours of work each day was sufficient. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Just then, deep within the extremely distant 10,000 barren mountains, a series of rumbling sounds erupted. Roar. Immediately after, an extremely furious roar echoed. Countless red and black sword chi suddenly appeared deep within the 10,000 barren mountains. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Following that, deep within the 10,000 barren mountains, one booming sound after another resonated. Hearing the commotion from the 10,000 barren mountains, Gu Bei immediately cast a spell and flew above Huanglong Immortal City. At this moment, he was tens of thousands of meters above the ground, and golden core cultivators possessed extraordinary eyesight. Gu Bei could vaguely see the distant battle through the thick clouds. Clearly, a sword cultivator expert was engaging a fourth-order demon emperor deep within the 10,000 barren mountains. This sword cultivator wielded a blood-red longsword and wore a black robe, making his specific appearance unclear. Although his strength was not as great as a fourth-order late-stage demon emperor, his movement technique was extremely agile. He weaved among dozens of fourth-order demon emperors, easily dodging all of their attacks. However, though the sword cultivator was not weak, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands after all, and he quickly fell into a disadvantage, rapidly fleeing the 10,000 barren mountains. However, the sword cultivator did not head towards Qingzhou. Instead, he made a turn, bypassed Qingzhou, entered the Tianyuan desert, and fled all the way towards the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Roar! 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 Behind the sword cultivator, countless fourth-order demon emperors gave chase, but the sword cultivator was extremely fast, leaving most fourth-order demon emperors behind. Only a fourth-order late-stage azure sparrow transformed into a green stream of light, closely pursuing the sword cultivator. It wasn't until the sword cultivator completely disappeared from Gu Bai's divine sense range that Gu Bai shifted his gaze. This brat, he really doesn't make things easy for people. Looking at the direction the sword cultivator left in, Gu Bai said with a smile. He recognized at a glance that the unknown sword cultivator who had caused a ruckus deep within the 10,000 barren mountains was his disciple, Ye Fan. It was just that Ye Fan wore a black robe, and his purple cloud sword was coated with a layer of blood, making its original appearance completely unrecognizable. Furthermore, Ye Fan only used the divine abilities of sword heart unification and killing intent fluctuation. Because it was mixed with killing intent, Ye Fan's sword chi had changed from its original green to the current red and black. Although he could only use 2 divine abilities, Ye Fan still managed to escape the encirclement of the Yao beasts by relying on his excellent strength. And he had completely distinguished himself from his previous self. No one would have thought that this unknown sword cultivator causing a commotion deep within the 10,000 barren mountains was the heavily injured genius cultivator from Qingzhou. Roar! 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 Ye Fan's actions had clearly infuriated the Ya race of the 10,000 barren mountains. Someone had actually stolen their heavenly Dao Qi right under their noses. How could they tolerate that? The Ya race no longer cared about recuperating. With roars containing special tones, countless low-level Yao beasts were controlled by these roars and began to gather, forming a beast tide. Clearly, the Yao beasts of the 10,000 barren mountains believed that cultivators from the great Qin Immortal dynasty had stolen their heavenly Dao Qi. Therefore, the Ya race once again formed a beast tide, preparing to forcibly attack the great Qin Immortal dynasty and engage in battle with the human race cultivators to quell their rage. Gu Bai stood quietly on Huanglong Immortal City, silently blessing Ye Fan in his heart, hoping that Ye Fan's journey would be smooth. Apart from Su Wuji and Gu Bei, the other cultivators on Huanglong Immortal City were unaware that the sword cultivator who caused a ruckus in the 10,000 barren mountains was Ye Fan. Although the Ya race's rampage caused a commotion, everyone continued with their usual activities, as the Ya race's target was not Qingzhou. Late at night, Gu Bei, and Su Wuji stood together on the highest pavilion in the center of Huanglong Immortal City, quietly waiting for Ye Fan. They didn't have to wait long. A nearly transparent, completely unnoticeable blue escape light passed through the small Zhou star array and entered Qingzhou. Ye Fan is back. Gu Bai said softly. As the controller of the small Zhou star array, Gu Bai sensed someone passing through the formation's defenses. Only those marked by the small Zhou star array could pass through the formation's defenses. And only Ye Fan or a few other high-ranking officials of Qingzhou could be marked by the small Zhou star array. And currently, the only cultivator outside the formation was Ye Fan. And indeed, just as Gu Bai expected, not long after he spoke, a blood-soaked Ye Fan suddenly appeared before the 3 of them. At this moment, Ye Fan was somewhat disheveled, the black robe he wore was tattered and full of holes. A strong smell of blood emanated from Ye Fan's body, and Ye Fan himself looked a bit pale. Don't move, let me check you. Ye Fan, who had appeared before the 3, was about to say something but was stopped by Gu Bai. Gu Bai grasped one of Ye Fan's arms, and his divine sense probed into it, beginning to examine Ye Fan's body. Because judging from the extent of the damage to Ye Fan's clothes, Ye Fan was likely seriously injured. No need to check, I'm not. Ye Fan was about to say something else, but seeing the worried expressions of Gu Bai, Su Wuji, Gu Bei, and the others, Ye Fan instantly froze. He had originally thought that Gu Bai and the others would be more concerned about whether he had obtained the heavenly Dao Qi. After all, the heavenly Dao Qi concerned the future of both Suoji and Gu Bai, as well as the entire Lingyun sect and even Qingzhou. But Gu Bai didn't expect that what Gu Bai and the other two cared about most was not the heavenly Dao Qi, but his physical condition. Ye Fan felt a warmth in his heart. In this treacherous cultivation world, how fortunate it was to meet a group of people who genuinely cared about him. A moment later, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. As a physician, he could tell that Ye Fan's current state wasn't too bad, he was just a bit tired. The injuries he had sustained earlier had probably already been healed by his divine ability. It's good that you're all right, it's good that you're all right. Gu Bai patted Ye Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. Although the heavenly Dao Qi was very important, compared to his disciple's safety, it seemed less significant. Master, look, this is the heavenly Dao Qi I snatched, Ye Fan said with a smile, taking out a bottle containing white gas from his storage pouch. The bottle contained the incomparably precious heavenly Dao Qi. I originally intended to sneak deep into the 10,000 barren mountains and steal this heavenly Dao Qi, but the Ya race's guard was too strict. The moment I touched the heavenly Dao Qi, it triggered the alarm of the Ya race's formation, and the formation instantly trapped me. Dozens of fourth-order demon emperors heard the formation's alarm and quickly rushed over to surround me. Fortunately, my strength is decent. Without exposing major divine abilities like the blood sacrifice method, and only able to use killing intent fluctuation and sword heart unification, I still broke through the encirclement. And I fled in the direction of the great Qin Immortal dynasty. To distance myself from Qingzhou, I even deliberately controlled my speed, ensuring a few fourth-order demon emperors always followed behind me. It wasn't until I was almost at the great Qin Immortal dynasty that I accelerated and shook off those fourth-order demon emperors. Ha 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 ha, in the eyes of the Ya race, I'm probably a hidden combat force of the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Even if the great Qin Immortal dynasty tries its best to explain, the Ya race probably won't think that the mysterious sword cultivator came from Qingzhou. Ye Fan put his hands on his hips, speaking with a hint of smugness. As for the great Qin Immortal dynasty, which he had tricked, Ye Fan stated he was not familiar with them at all. Although Ye Fan and the other two had spent 100 years in the great Qin Immortal dynasty, none of them felt any sense of belonging to it. In their early days as loose cultivators, they were often targeted by the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Later, when they plundered cultivator robbers, they were even pursued by the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Their intelligence was even leaked to the cultivator robbers by the great Qin Immortal dynasty, otherwise, given their cautiousness, how could they have been caught by the cultivator robbers? If it weren't for their strong cultivation, they would have probably died at the hands of that nascent soul cultivator robbers. Later, the three of them really couldn't make a living, and out of desperation, they joined the great Qin Immortal dynasty, becoming brocade-clad guards. However, their relationship with the great Qin Immortal dynasty was merely a cooperative one. They helped the great Qin Immortal dynasty do some unsavory work, and the great Qin Immortal dynasty paid them in return. After such a long time, the relationship between Ye Fan and the great Qin Immortal dynasty had not escalated to hatred, but it certainly couldn't be described as familiar. Therefore, Ye Fan could, without any guilt, place this huge, dark blame on the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Well done, but you still need to pay more attention to your safety. Your safety comes first, understand? Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. He highly approved of Ye Fan's actions. Aside from being somewhat inhumane, what Ye Fan did was quite perfect, completely clearing Qingzhou of suspicion. As for the great Qin Immortal dynasty, Gu Bai could only say, a fellow Daoist dies, not this humble monk, as he didn't have much good impression of the great Qin Immortal dynasty either. During the last Beast Tide crisis, Gu Bai had written to the great Qin Immortal dynasty, hoping they could dispatch some golden core cultivators to aid Qingzhou. Gu Bai even presented several third-order spiritual items, but the great Qin Immortal dynasty accepted the benefits but did not do their part. They claimed to have sent people, but after waiting for decades, no reinforcements from the great Qin Immortal dynasty arrived. It wasn't until the Beast Tide crisis ended that the great Qin Immortal dynasty's reinforcements finally arrived late. Oh, right, Master, during my escape, I also killed a fourth-order middle-stage demon emperor named Willow Leaf Flying Eagle. This is its corpse. It's useless for me to keep it, so I'll give it to you as a gift, Master. Ye Fan then took out another storage pouch from his waist and handed it to Gu Bai. Gu Bai extended his divine sense into it and found that the storage pouch contained the corpse of a Willow Leaf Flying Eagle. The Willow Leaf Flying Eagle is a relatively troublesome Yao beast. Its feathers are exceptionally hard, impervious to water and fire, and can withstand most attacks. Moreover, the Willow Leaf Flying Eagle can also launch its feathers as weapons, and their power is quite considerable. The overall strength of the Willow Leaf Flying Eagle ranks high among fourth-order demon emperors. However, despite this, there were 2 huge sword marks on the chest of this fourth-order middle-stage Willow Leaf Flying Eagle. The crisscrossing sword marks directly shattered the Willow Leaf Flying Eagle's heart. However, fourth-order demon emperors have extremely tenacious life force, even decapitation might not kill them, let alone just a shattered heart. Gu Bai speculated that this must have been Ye Fan's killing intent fluctuation. The killing intent attached to the sword chi directly shattered the Willow Leaf Flying Eagle's spirit, which led to its death. Good, good. Gu Bai was quite satisfied with Ye Fan's gift. The feathers of the Willow Leaf Flying Eagle could be made into flying daggers. Although their quality was only third order, there was a large quantity of them. Each feather could be used, which would be perfect for him to practice with. Alright, now get some good rest. Leave the rest to me. Ye Fan wanted to say something more, but Gu Bai patted his shoulder, indicating that he would handle the rest. Looking at his master, who was smiling at him, Ye Fan felt a sense of relief, and his tense heart relaxed. Although his master only had a golden core middle stage cultivation, he made people feel incredibly secure when handling matters. No matter how difficult the situation, Gu Bai always found a solution. Then I'll leave the rest to master. Ye Fan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. He was indeed a bit tired. Although undergoing tribulation successfully could repair his damaged body, the near-death experience left Ye Fan's spirit feeling a wave of exhaustion. Without time to rest, he had to sneak deep into the 10,000 barren mountains to steal the heavenly Dao Qi. Although Ye Fan spoke lightly, the depths of the 10,000 barren mountains were incredibly dangerous. A slight misstep could cost Ye Fan his life there. The number of Yao beasts attacking the great Qin Immortal dynasty from the 10,000 barren mountains was not large, only a few dozen fourth-order demon emperors. But this was not the total number of all fourth-order demon emperors in the 10,000 barren mountains. A few dozen fourth-order demon emperors were only a small portion of them. The 10,000 barren mountains are extremely vast, unimaginably large, occupying 1/10 of the entire cultivation world's land. It is the main base of the Yao beasts, and 1/3 of the Yao race attacking the cultivation world comes from the 10,000 barren mountains. Deep within the 10,000 barren mountains, there are an unknown number of fourth-order demon emperors hidden, and at the core, there must be fifth-order demon venerables. Deep in the 10,000 barren mountains, Ye Fan's combat strength was not considered strong, and he could even lose his life at any moment. It wasn't until he returned to Qingzhou that Ye Fan finally relaxed a little. Catch! Gu Bai directly threw the bottle containing the heavenly Dao Qi to Su Wuji and Gu Bei. As golden core cultivators, both naturally caught the bottle steadily in their hands. Which of you two plans to break through first? Gu Bai looked at the two and asked in a deep voice. I'll go first, Su Wuji said first after exchanging glances with Gu Bei. Su Wuji was the oldest cultivator among the three-person team. He was more than 100 years older than Gu Bei and over 200 years older than Ye Fan. As Gu Bei's master, if he were to break through after Gu Bei, where would he put his face? In fact, Su Wuji had already cultivated to the golden core late stage more than 100 years ago, accumulating to the limit in all aspects, ready to break through to the nascent soul realm at any time. It was only to wait for the heavenly Dao Qi to create a heavenly Dao nascent soul that Su Wuji had delayed until now. Alright, then you should prepare first. It's best to break through within 3 years. Gu Bai nodded, saying in a deep voice. No need for that. If I want to, I can break through right now. Su Wuji burst into laughter. He grabbed the heavenly Dao Qi, intending to refine it instantly. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Breaking through in Huanglong Immortal City is too risky. At the very least, we should return to Lingyan sect. Seeing this, Gu Bai's mouth twitched. He quickly stopped Su Wuji's action. Condensing a nascent soul requires a large amount of spiritual qi. They were currently in Huanglong Immortal City, not Lingyan sect. Although the spiritual qi here was abundant, it was somewhat insufficient as a breakthrough location. If the spiritual qi was not enough during the breakthrough, let alone Su Wuji, even with Ye Fan's terrifying foundation, he would not be able to successfully condense a nascent soul. Alright then. Su Wuji nodded, somewhat disappointed. He didn't know why, but just now he unconsciously wanted to say those words, and instinctively wanted to grab the heavenly Dao Qi and refine it instantly. Gu Bai sighed helplessly. He found Oriental Yuch and asked her to temporarily manage Huanglong Immortal City for him. Then, Gu Bai took Ye Fan and the mortals, and returned to Lingyan sect once again. Oriental Yuch had now breakthrough to the Golden Core realm, and with her superb medical skills, she had shined brightly in the previous war. It could only be said that Oriental Yuch's talent was indeed very high. Under his personal guidance, Oriental Yuch was now a third-order physician with superb medical skills. On the path of medical Dao, she had even surpassed her parents, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruyan. Even if the two of them joined forces, their medical skills were slightly inferior to Oriental Yuch's. During the Yao Beast attack not long ago, Gu Bai had to fully maintain the merit light and had no energy to treat those severely injured Golden Core cultivators. Most of these Golden Core cultivators were treated by Oriental Yuch. This was also intentional on Gu Bai's part, and Oriental Yuch thus enjoyed a very high prestige in Qingzhou. Although she still couldn't manage the overall situation like Gu Bai, she could temporarily help look after Huanglong Immortal City. With the help of Ye Fan, a nascent soul cultivator, the four of them only took a short while to return from Huanglong Immortal City to Lingyan sect. Under the effect of the small Zhou Tian star array, the spiritual qi of the entire Qingzhou slowly gathered towards Lingyan sect. Also, because almost all cultivators of Lingyan sect had rushed to the front lines to fight against the Yao beasts, the fewer people there were, the less spiritual qi was consumed. After decades of accumulation, the spiritual qi in Lingyan sect was already very rich, and even a thin layer of mist floated in the air. This was because the spiritual qi was too dense, allowing the invisible spiritual qi to even be seen with the naked eye. Lingyan sect had also undergone great changes from before. All the immortal caves had been transformed by Gu Bai into beautiful small courtyards. In front of each small courtyard, 2 spiritual plants were uniformly planted, along with spiritual fields full of spiritual plants. Everywhere, towering spiritual trees could be seen, and the air was filled with a unique fragrance of vegetation. Strolling through Lingyan sect, looking at the beautiful surroundings, one's mood unconsciously relaxed. This was the result of Gu Bai's efforts over the years. He was truly managing Lingyan sect with all his heart. Lingyan sect could now be said to be no different from a nascent soul sect, and in terms of scenery, no sect could compare to Lingyun sect. Disciples were united and friendly with each other, elders did not bully the young, and disciples knew how to help each other. It was simply a beautiful paradise that only existed in fantasy. How is it? Am I doing a decent job as sect master? Gu Bai said with a slight hint of pride. Very impressive, much more impressive than me. Looking at the beautiful scenery around him, and feeling the dense spiritual qi even in the outer sect, So Wuji nodded and said seriously. He was immensely grateful that he had passed the position of sect master to Gu Bai. This could be said to be the most correct choice of his life. The current prosperity of Lingyun sect, and even his own current achievements, were almost half due to Gu Bai. If Gu Bai hadn't designed mechanical arms for him, he would probably have been stuck at the Golden Core initial stage due to his missing arm. If Gu Bai hadn't actively treated the injured, Lingyun sect would very likely have been annihilated by the siege of the three great sects, and would not have been able to become the current overlord of Qingzhou. Although according to Gu Bai, Lingyun sect and he were in a mutually beneficial relationship, So Wuji knew that. Even without Lingyun sect, with Gu Bai's charisma, countless people would inevitably follow him. Gu Bai would still be able to reach his current level, it would just be more difficult. Gu Bai could leave Lingyun sect, but Lingyun sect could not leave Gu Bai, no matter who else left. Even he himself or Ye Fan were not as important to Lingyun sect as Gu Bai. In the cultivation world, the number of physicians was incredibly scarce. Let alone a 5-rank physician, even a 4th-order physicians was rare in the entire cultivation world. With Gu Bai's current medical Dao level, which rivaled a 4th-order physicians, he would undoubtedly enjoy the most top-tier treatment if he joined a top-tier force. But Gu Bai did not choose to leave Lingyun sect, instead, he chose to stay in this remote Qingzhou, silently guarding Lingyun sect. Because Gu Bai had recently taken care of So Wuji and Gu Bai's bodies, So Wuji did not need to recuperate. As for refining his magical power and raising his cultivation to the limit, So Wuji had already achieved that more than 100 years ago. Furthermore, during these past 100 years, So Wuji's magical power and even his physical body had been refined countless times. Coupled with being a great master of the sword Dao, his spirit was also stronger than ordinary people. So Wuji's essence, qi, and spirit had all reached the limit of the Golden Core realm. He only needed to adjust his mindset to begin his breakthrough to the nascent soul. And So Wuji, as expected of a great master of the sword Dao, quickly adjusted his mindset to its optimal state. He didn't even wait until the next day. That very evening, So Wuji adjusted his mindset and began to condense his nascent soul. The spiritual qi of the entire sect seemed to be attracted, forming a massive vortex. All the spiritual qi surged towards the center of the vortex, and within the vortex was So Wuji, who was undergoing his breakthrough. The incredibly difficult step of condensing a nascent soul was completed with ease by So Wuji. Rumble rumble rumble. Thick tribulation clouds gathered above Lingyun sect, and Gu Bai looked up, gazing at the lightning tribulation in the sky. Something's not right. Gu Bai murmured softly, a hint of confusion in his voice. Although the scale of So Wuji's tribulation clouds was not as vast as Ye Fan's, it was slightly stronger than a typical heavenly Dao nascent soul's lightning tribulation. Clearly, So Wuji's tribulation was not a simple heavenly Dao lightning tribulation, it might have been mixed with a special lightning tribulation. Gu Bai lowered his head in thought, but after a long while, he still couldn't figure it out. In the cultivation world, very few cultivators could trigger a special lightning tribulation. However, that didn't mean there were few types of special lightning tribulations, quite the opposite, there were many varieties of special lightning tribulations. Just for the nascent soul realm, there were probably over 100 types of special lightning tribulations. The lightning tribulation had not yet descended, and even with Gu Bai's extensive knowledge, he couldn't distinguish which type of special lightning tribulation it was. But no matter what kind of special lightning tribulation it was a good thing for So Wuji. As long as a nascent soul cultivator could trigger a special lightning tribulation, it meant they possessed potential not inferior to a heavenly Dao nascent soul. Even if they didn't ultimately obtain heavenly Dao Qi, there was still a slim hope of breaking through to the spirit transformation realm. Not to mention, with the dual blessings of heavenly Dao Qi and a special lightning tribulation, if luck was on his side, there was a chance to break through to the spirit transformation realm. It could be said that it was quite difficult for So Wuji to reach this point. After all, So Wuji's aptitude wasn't good, if it were other cultivators, reaching the foundation establishment realm would already be remarkable. But So Wuji not only cultivated to the foundation establishment realm but also, in a harsh place like Qingzhou, successfully formed a superior golden core by relying on just 3 relatively poor core formation spiritual items. This was already considered heaven-defying. Moreover, when So Wuji was in the nascent soul realm, he possessed both a heavenly Dao nascent soul and a special lightning tribulation, which was a treatment reserved for the most top-tier prodigies. Although his start was a bit late, having fought his way to this point, So Wuji now possessed the capital to ascend to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Perhaps this was the charm of cultivation, even if you didn't have heaven-defying aptitude, you could still, through your own efforts, step by step defy fate. As long as you dared to fight and strive, even with low-grade aptitude, you could still climb to the pinnacle of the cultivation world. There was a classic example in the cultivation world, one of the current overlords of the cultivation world, Liang Immortal Lord. Liang Immortal Lord was a great cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul realm, the great divine power he awakened, blazing scarlet flame, could incinerate all things, making him an extremely formidable individual. According to legend, Liang Immortal Lord's comprehension ability and aptitude were both low grade, except for his state of mind. Furthermore, the sect Liang Immortal Lord joined was a super small sect that didn't even have a foundation establishment cultivator. But Liang Immortal Lord, step by step, relied on his own efforts, endured multiple life and death tribulations, and eventually became a spirit transformation realm powerhouse, establishing the top-tier sect, Luo Palace. He himself and So Wuji were also excellent examples. So Wuji goes without saying, but let's talk about Gu Bai himself. When he first joined the sect, he was similar to Liang Immortal Venerable. His aptitude and comprehension ability were both low grade, and even with a high state of mind, it would have been difficult to join Ling Yun sect. Fortunately, he met Elder Zhang, who used his connections to allow Gu Bai to join the sect. Gu Bai also relied on his own efforts. When he was in the Golden Core realm, he formed a superior Golden Core and experienced 2 special lightning tribulations. In terms of aptitude, he was no worse than an immortal Golden Core. Boom! Rumble! 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 A bolt of green lightning descended, striking towards So Wuji at an extremely fast speed. Judging from the aura of this lightning, although it was not as powerful as a nascent soul cultivator's attack, it was not far off. So Wuji, like Ye Fan, chose to withstand the first few lightning tribulations with his physical body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment the first lightning tribulation struck, the silver moon sword at Gu Bai's waist actually began to tremble slightly. Not just his own magic treasure, Ye Fan's magic treasure also began to tremble slightly. It was only then that Gu Bai showed a look of understanding. If he guessed correctly, the special lightning strike So Wuji triggered was called Heavenly Sword Green Lightning, a special lightning tribulation that only the purest sword cultivators could trigger. For sword cultivators, being able to trigger Heavenly Sword Green Lightning was an unparalleled honor. Legend has it that Tianese Sword Province was originally just an ordinary place, but under the leadership of a sword Dao genius, it prospered and gradually became a holy land for sword cultivators. That sword cultivator was named Xing an Immortal Venerable. When he was in the nascent soul realm, he triggered Heavenly Sword Divine Lightning and awakened the top-tier divine ability, Xing Yuan Sword Qi. However, Xing an Immortal Venerable had long since passed away. Before his passing, he seemed to have also created an extremely powerful sword art called Xing Yuan Sword Art, but it had been lost for many years. If So Wuji successfully undergoes tribulation, he will awaken a high-quality sword Dao divine ability and gain 8 skill points. It is well known that after a cultivator successfully breaks through, Heavenly Dao will reward them with creation Qi to improve the quality of their divine ability. A typical Earth Path nascent soul has about 10 units of creation Qi. For better understanding, Gu Bai referred to them as skill points. A Heavenly Dao nascent soul generally has about 30 skill points, but Ye Fan had a full 50 skill points. Heavenly Condemnation Divine Lightning should have added 10, while the remaining Slaughter Divine Lightning and Body Refining Divine Lightning were relatively common special lightning tribulations, each adding 5 skill points. If So Wuji successfully breaks through, he will be able to freely allocate a total of 38 skill points. Boom! Rumble! 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 As one bolt of lightning tribulation after another struck, So Wuji finally began to wield the long sword in his hand, unleashing streaks of silver sword Qi to resist the lightning tribulation. The sword Qi and lightning collided in the air, ultimately dissipating simultaneously. Although So Wuji only possessed one little supernatural powers, sword heart unification, he had an extremely pure sword intent, a sharpness of sword intent that even some nascent soul sword cultivators did not possess. Gu Bai was equivalent to having all attributes at C or D, but his attack power was a super double S. In terms of attack power alone, Ye Fan was slightly inferior to So Wuji. The power of the lightning tribulation was extremely strong, but So Wuji's sword Qi was even stronger. Soon, the lightning tribulation stopped descending, but the tribulation clouds did not dissipate. Gu Bai speculated that this should be similar to Ye Fan's lightning tribulation, requiring a period of accumulation before descending. So Wuji also took advantage of this hard-earned rest time to quickly pop a few medicinal pills into his mouth. These medicinal pills were all refined by Gu Bai. They were high-grade tier 3 medicinal pills that could quickly restore spiritual power and heal injuries. Although outsiders could not help during the process of undergoing tribulation, this was the only restriction. The person undergoing tribulation could use external items, whether medicinal pills, talismans, or magic treasures. Unlike Ye Fan or Gu Bai, So Wuji did not possess a recovery-type divine ability, and as a superior golden core, his spiritual power reserves were not very abundant. Having endured so many lightning tribulations, his spiritual power was largely depleted, and he urgently needed medicinal pills to restore it. The medicinal pill instantly transformed into pure medicinal power upon entering his mouth, rapidly restoring So Wuji's condition. So Wuji closed his eyes and began to quickly absorb the medicinal power. Although he was now half a nascent soul cultivator, the high-grade third-tier medicinal pill still had a significant effect on him. Soon, So Wuji's magic power had recovered by more than half, and the lightning tribulation in the sky had accumulated completely at this moment. Rumble! Rumble! An incomparably thick azure lightning tribulation rapidly descended towards So Wuji. So Wuji tensed all his muscles. The internal components of his 2 newly upgraded mechanical arms began to operate under overload. Puff! Puff! The mechanical arms instantly turned crimson, and countless white-hot gases were discharged from the exhaust ports of the mechanical arms. This was an overload operating mode specifically set by Gu Bai, capable of unleashing stronger power within a short period. However, its duration was very short, and the internal components would also be directly scrapped due to the overload operation. But this was also the last time So Wuji would use his mechanical arms. After breakthrough to nascent soul, the heavenly Dao would send down the Qi of creation, reorganizing his body and completely transforming him into a nascent soul cultivator. This process was equivalent to body reorganization. For cultivators with missing arms like So Wuji, their arms could regrow after becoming a nascent soul cultivator. Afterward, with his new arms, Sowoji naturally would no longer use mechanical arms. Click. Click. The internal components of the arms made a clicking sound due to the overload operation. The purple cloud sword in Sowoji's hand also began to tremble slightly. A layer of sword chi was attached to it by Sowoji, but the sword chi was too sharp, even the purple cloud sword could barely withstand it. Having accumulated to his limit, Sowoji aimed at the sky and unleashed his strongest sword strike ever. This sword chi contained his essence, spirit, and chi, the invisible sword chi fused with the sword chi in reality. Even from a great distance, Gu Bai could feel the sharpness emanating from this sword chi. It was as if nothing could not be cut by the sword chi and the lightning tribulation collided in the air, producing a tremendous roar. Even though the power of the lightning tribulation was quite astonishing, the sword chi still cut more than half of the lightning tribulation into two, leaving only 1/5 of the lightning tribulation to continue striking Sowoji. Sowoji also quickly placed his two mechanical arms in front of him to block the attack of the lightning tribulation. His mechanical arms were crafted from numerous precious third-tier spiritual iron, and they themselves could be considered a defensive magic treasure. Rumble. Rumble. Even with only 1/5 of its power remaining, the lightning still shattered the mechanical arms, and Sowoji himself was severely injured, falling from the sky. But fortunately, there was no danger. Sowoji was merely a bit disheveled but not dead. A bolt of lightning representing the power of creation struck the heavily injured Sowoji. After being struck by the lightning, Sowoji's injured body began to recover at an extremely rapid pace. This was the lightning tribulation containing pure power of creation. In just a few breaths, Sowoji's severely injured body had fully recovered. His arms, which had been broken for many years, regrew new ones in just a few breaths. At the same time, Sowoji also awakened a high-quality sword Dao divine ability. At this point, Sowoji finally became a nascent soul cultivator. After falling from the sky, Sowoji raised his right hand in front of him, making various movements somewhat unskillfully. Looking at his newly grown arm, Sowoji didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Although the original arm was good, both in terms of touch and precision, it was much better than the mechanical arm. But it seemed a bit unremarkable, far less cool than the mechanical arm. During the time when both his arms were broken, Sowoji once thought he would stop here. Because having both arms broken, in addition to affecting combat power, would also lead to incomplete meridians, making it impossible to cultivate any cultivation technique. But fortunately, Gu Bai helped design the mechanical arms. In addition to being used for combat, the mechanical arms could also simulate meridians, allowing Sowoji to cultivate again. Initially, the mechanical arms were not enough to replace the original arms, but after countless iterations and upgrades, the overall capability of the mechanical arms was even much better than the original arms. Not only were they exceptionally hard and able to withstand most fatal attacks, but they also had many spell imprints carved on them. As long as magic power was inputted, they could automatically cast corresponding spells. And after his arms regrew, Sowoji found that he was not as happy as he had imagined. Thinking that he would no longer be able to use the mechanical arms, and no longer hear the pleasant sound of gears turning inside the mechanical arms, Sowoji even felt a bit sad. Congratulations! Gu Bai quickly walked forward, smiling as he spoke. He was genuinely happy for Sowoji. A nascent soul cultivator could enjoy a lifespan of 3,000 years, and with the addition of life extension pills, living to 3,500 years was not a problem. Sowoji was only over 400 years old this year, which meant that Sowoji could accompany him for at least 3,000 more years. If Sowoji were to break through to the spirit transformation realm, he could live for over 10,000 years. Sowoji was only over 400 years old this year, an age considered relatively young for a golden core cultivator. For a nascent soul cultivator, being over 400 years old was just like a slightly older child. This also meant that even if Sowoji cultivated to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, he would still have plenty of time to break through to the spirit transformation realm. For Gu Bai, this was excellent news. He didn't ask Yafan and the others for any benefits, only that Yafan, Gu Bai, and others could live longer. He was immortal and could live until the end of time, but Gu Bai still hoped that on this path to immortality, he could have someone accompany him. He, like Yafan, hoped to have someone accompany him, rather than being alone. Immortality alone, for Gu Bai, was a bit too lonely. For Gu Bai, having Xing accompany him every day, and then drinking with Yafan, Sowoji, and others in the evening, was the life he desired. The reason he worked so hard to study medicine, become the sect master, and formulate various plans was to maintain such a life. It was clear that he had already succeeded halfway. Next, with the help of Yafan and the others, he would also help Xing and his two disciples break through to the nascent soul realm. Although this was incredibly difficult, he still had to try. With Yafan's luck, perhaps he could find a spiritual object that could enhance the foundation of golden core realm cultivators. As long as the foundation was strong enough, even an ordinary golden core cultivator could potentially break through to the nascent soul realm. However, such spiritual objects were incredibly rare and not something ordinary golden core cultivators could obtain. But as nascent soul cultivators, and relatively strong ones at that, Yafan and the others, if they deliberately searched while adventuring in the cultivation world, might still be able to find such spiritual objects. Gu Bai and Sowoji chatted for a while longer, and only then did Gu Bai learn about the divine ability Sowoji had awakened from his mouth. The divine ability Sowoji awakened was called Supreme Blade, which was originally just a divine ability of higher quality. However, after Sowoji spent 4 skill points, he transformed it into a top-tier divine ability. With this divine ability, he can bind a natal spirit sword. So Wuji can activate the divine ability, absorbing the spirituality of other spirit swords to strengthen his natal spirit sword. And after binding the natal spirit sword, he can unleash 100% of the spirit sword's power, while the mana consumed is only half of the usual amount. It can be said to be quite practical, and for a sword cultivator, it is the divine ability among divine abilities. Afterward, So Wuji spent another 14 skill points to directly transform his divine ability, Sword Heart Clarity, from a little supernatural powers into the most top-tier divine ability. The effect is still to enhance the power of Sword Chi, and although it sounds ordinary and cannot compare to other flashy divine abilities, Sword Heart Clarity is recognized by sword cultivators as the most top-tier divine ability, which is equivalent to a permanent passive skill. This means that So Wuji's Sword Chi power has increased by about 50% out of thin air, with no cost whatsoever. The most terrifying thing is that this is the most basic enhancement. Any move related to Sword Chi can be strengthened, whether it is invisible Sword Chi or tangible Sword Chi. Even sever all things can be strengthened by Sword Heart Clarity by about 50% of its power. After that, So Wuji consumed 10 more skill points to awaken a top-tier little supernatural powers called Endless Vitality. Similar to Gu Bei's creation Divine Thunder and Ye Fan's Life Fire, they are all recovery-type divine abilities. Although it is only a little supernatural powers, it costs So Wuji 10 skill points, making it the most top-tier little supernatural powers, which can greatly enhance So Wuji's endurance. With the last 10 skill points remaining, So Wuji awakened a little supernatural powers related to swordsmanship, named Formless Blade. Similar to Sword Heart Clarity, it still enhances the power of sword techniques. Because it is a little supernatural powers, it can only strengthen his own sword techniques by about 20 to 30%. But when stacked with Sword Heart Clarity, So Wuji can be said to have achieved an auto-attack as ultimate level of power. Even an ordinary slash, its power would probably be comparable to the ultimate moves of other sword cultivators. Cultivators themselves can choose the type of divine ability to awaken. So Wuji is well aware of his strengths and weaknesses. His sword techniques are exceptionally sharp. But his body is very fragile, and his endurance is not good. So Wuji's choice was to strengthen his advantages, rather than having no weaknesses in all aspects. So Wuji preferred to reach the extreme in one area. As the saying goes, offense is the best defense. So Wuji did not want, nor did he need, defensive divine abilities. After familiarizing himself with his divine abilities, So Wuji looked at Ye Fan. Ye Fan, I heard you awaken killing intent fluctuation and can unleash invisible sword chi. Shall we have a match? One can only say he truly lives up to his reputation as a battle maniac. So Wuji had just familiarized himself with his physical condition and was already eager to spar with Ye Fan. I was just thinking the same thing. Hearing this, Ye Fan also agreed without hesitation. Like So Wuji, he is also a battle maniac who greatly enjoys the process of combat. Previously, when they were in the Golden Core realm, Ye Fan, So Wuji, and Gu Bei often sparred together. And when the three of them fought, they held nothing back, aiming for each other's vital points. After the fight, the three of them would drag their injured bodies to Gu Bei, asking Gu Bei to help heal their wounds. It can be said that a large part of Gu Bei's superb medical skills is thanks to the three of them. If it weren't for the three of them giving him such frequent practice, it would have been difficult for Gu Bei to achieve what he has today. You big idiots! Do you two want to destroy Qingzhou? Hearing their words, Gu Bei's mouth twitched with anger. Qingzhou is indeed vast enough to accommodate Golden Core cultivators fighting to their heart's content, but that doesn't mean it can accommodate the battle of two nascent soul true lords. Especially these two powerful nascent soul cultivators, Ye Fan and Gu Bei, even the aftershocks of their attacks could cause immense damage to Qingzhou. If the two of them fought without restraint, Qingzhou would likely be riddled with holes by the aftershocks. This is something Gu Bei could not tolerate. In the past, Gu Bei might have tolerated them fighting like this, but now it is different. Qingzhou is now planted with various precious spiritual plants, and each spiritual plant is a formation eye of the small Zhou star array. The spiritual plants and the formation cycle mutually, which can slowly increase the spiritual qi of Qingzhou. If they just wait a few hundred years more, and the quality of the spiritual plants increases further, Qingzhou might truly become a cultivation holy land. Even if it doesn't become a cultivation holy land, the spiritual qi will improve by several levels. With higher spiritual qi density, it will naturally give birth to many precious heavenly spiritual treasures. If the two of them really fought, many spiritual plants would inevitably be damaged. Gu Bei quickly walked in front of the two of them, raised his fist, hesitated for a moment, and then slammed it hard into Ye Fan's forehead. Gu Bei originally wanted to hit So Wuji too, but So Wuji was his father-in-law and the former sect master after all, so he had to give him some face. Hiss, ouch, ouch. Gu Bei clutched his right hand, looking at Ye Fan's forehead in disbelief. He didn't expect Ye Fan's forehead to be so hard. With one punch, Ye Fan was not injured, but his own fist was severely shaken. Ye Fan was stunned for a moment, then very cooperatively covered his head, feigning an expression of immense pain. Master, I was wrong. Ye Fan said, covering his head with an exaggerated tone. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, but in the end, he did not expose Ye Fan. Since we can't compare sword techniques, how about we compare mental sword techniques? No matter the outcome, the real world will not be affected. Ye Fan pondered for a moment and finally came up with a solution. Alright. So Wuji nodded after hearing this, although Ye Fan had awakened killing intent fluctuation, giving him offensive means in the mental aspect. So Wuji was not afraid in the slightest. The Dao of the sword he cultivated was called Sever All Things. When cultivated to the end, let alone formless things, even some concepts could be severed. So Wuji had also gone quite deep in this Dao, although he could not yet sever concepts, attacking the opponent's spirit was still easily achievable. His sever all things could even be considered a powerful divine ability. In terms of practical effect, it was actually not much worse than Ye Fan's killing intent fluctuation. Master, look. Ye Fan turned his head and looked at Gu Bai with his pitiful eyes. Alright, I'm really fed up with you. Gu Bai waved his hand, reluctantly agreeing to Ye Fan's request. Ye Fan and So Wuji exchanged glances, and pure sword intent instantly emanated from their bodies. The two did not draw their swords, but merely looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the air grew heavier. So Wuji launched the first attack. He transformed his mind into a sword, conjuring a silver sword chi that flew towards Ye Fan. As if sensing So Wuji's attack, Ye Fan also gathered his entire body's killing intent, forming a blood-colored sword blade that flew towards So Wuji. Of course, this was only visible from their perspective, others could not see their attacks. From Gu Bai's perspective, So Wuji and Ye Fan just stood there foolishly for a long time, without any movement. Both were stubborn and chose not to dodge, instead opting to take the opponent's attack head-on. So Wuji, being able to attack the spirit, had naturally researched defensive methods. He had long ago condensed a layer of sword intent around his divine sense, capable of resisting most spiritual attacks. Ye Fan was also the same. He had condensed a layer of killing intent barrier within his divine sense, capable of resisting spiritual attacks. However, it was clear that both had underestimated the intensity of the other's attack. Their bodies trembled slightly, then remained motionless. Has it started? After waiting for a long time and seeing no movement from the two, Gu Bai asked with a hint of confusion. No, I'm afraid it's already over. Gu Bai shook his head. Having spent so many years with Ye Fan and So Wuji, he naturally saw some clues. Although the surface appeared calm, their battle had probably already concluded. Pfft. As Gu Bai's words fell, So Wuji and Ye Fan both collapsed to the ground simultaneously. Immediately after, blood slowly began to flow from their 7 orifices. Clearly, this duel ended in a draw, neither won nor lost. Looking at the two lying on the ground, Gu Bai sighed deeply. They're truly a handful. Gu Bai quickly walked to the two, his palm condensing a deep blue light, and placed his palm on their foreheads, beginning to heal them. Although their physical bodies were unharmed, their divine sense suffered severe damage. Injuries to the divine sense are the most troublesome. Even a third-order physician would likely be helpless in such a situation, only able to let it recover naturally. However, this process is extremely slow, likely taking decades, or even a century, to fully recover. Fortunately, Gu Bai was not an ordinary third-order physician. He was quite experienced in how to treat the spirit. After all, he was immortal. Whether his body or spirit was injured, he could recover in an extremely short time. Therefore, Gu Bai often experimented on his own divine sense, trying everything from burning divine sense to temporarily improve learning efficiency, or stimulating divine sense to quickly restore vitality. Through long-term research, Gu Bai indeed developed a secret method to stimulate divine sense and improve learning efficiency. It was precisely because of this that Gu Bai's learning ability was so strong. However, this secret method had extremely strong side effects, and only Gu Bai could continuously use it. If anyone else tried it once or twice, they would likely become an idiot or a lunatic. During this process, Gu Bai's divine sense would inevitably suffer some injuries, and in severe cases, Gu Bai's divine sense even exploded. If this happened to any other cultivator, they would likely lose their sanity and become an idiot or a lunatic. But fortunately, Gu Bai was immortal. No matter how he messed around, he wouldn't die, and no matter how severely his spirit was damaged, he could recover in an extremely short time. After many such instances, Gu Bai also gained some understanding of how to restore divine sense. Fortunately, their injuries were not severe, their divine sense was only slightly damaged, and even without Gu Bai's intervention, they would have woken up soon. Under Gu Bai's treatment, their damaged divine sense rapidly recovered, and soon both of them regained consciousness one after another. Impressive. Even with the enhancement of my divine ability, I could only achieve a draw with you. I am not as good as you. After Ye Fan woke up, he looked at So Wuji and said earnestly. Although it was a draw, Ye Fan had used a divine ability, while So Wuji had not used any divine ability from beginning to end. Being able to draw meant that So Wuji was even more formidable than him. You're not bad either. My invisible sword chi was also strengthened by my divine ability, and to achieve a draw with me in the spiritual aspect with just a killing intent fluctuation is already very strong. Gu Bai felt speechless watching the two complementing each other. If they praised the other as formidable, then wouldn't they, who achieved a draw with the other, also be equally formidable? He hadn't expected them to be so childish. Wuji, if you have nothing else to do, go to Huanglong Immortal City now to prevent the Yao Beast attack. Ye Fan, you stay in the sect and protect Gu Bai. Gu Bai quickly assigned tasks to both of them, at least giving them something to do. If they were too idle, he estimated they would cause a big scene for him. Understood. Both nodded without hesitation. So Wuji stepped on his flying sword and vanished in a flash. At the speed of a nascent soul cultivator, it would only take a moment to reach Huanglong Immortal City. Gu Bai, how are your preparations? Gu Bai turned to look at Gu Bai beside him and asked in a deep voice. My state has been adjusted. As long as I have heavenly Dao Qi, I can break through at any time. Gu Bai nodded without hesitation. Alright, take this heavenly Dao Qi, the sooner you break through, the better. In this chaotic world, only strength is the foundation for survival. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. He did not intend to reveal the news that Gu Bai and So Wuji had already broken through to nascent soul. Wouldn't that indirectly admit that the two heavenly Dao Qi were stolen by Qingzhou? Gu Bai speculated that the Ya race, having lost all their heavenly Dao Qi, would likely attack Qingzhou to seize the heavenly Dao Qi during the spiritual Qi surge 3 years later. The Ya race was currently engaged in fierce combat with the great Qin Immortal dynasty, making it difficult for them to spare too many troops to attack Qingzhou 3 years later, at most 5 fourth-order demon emperors. With Ye Fan's strength, he should be able to handle it, which would let the Ya race know that the heavenly Dao Qi had already been used. By then, no matter how angry the Ya race was, they wouldn't expend too much military strength to attack Qingzhou. But Gu Bai was afraid of accidents. What if the Ya race thought Ye Fan was too much of a genius and couldn't be left alive, sending dozens of fourth-order demon emperors to besiege Qingzhou? With Ye Fan's strength, even if he couldn't win, he could easily escape, but Qingzhou was here and couldn't move at all. Ye Fan would then be forced to fight, and at that time, if Su Wuji and Gu Bai secretly helped, Ye Fan's pressure should be much less. Although this was a very low probability event, it was always better to be prepared. And Gu Bai truly lived up to being his genius younger brother, the second genius disciple in Ling Yunsek's history. On the second morning, Gu Bai began to condense his nascent soul. Boom! Boom! A golden lightning tribulation directly struck Gu Bai. Come on! Gu Bai, flying in the air, tore his robe with both hands, revealing his muscular upper body. Compared to Ye Fan's smooth and well-proportioned muscles, Gu Bai's muscles were much more robust. Gu Bai's muscles were a full size larger when compared to Ye Fan's. Boom! Boom! The lightning tribulation struck down but did not cause even the slightest damage to Gu Bai. Instead, the incredibly violent lightning tribulation was forcibly absorbed by Gu Bai, instantly refined, and transformed into nutrients to nourish his body. In terms of physical quality, Gu Bai was even much stronger than Ye Fan. His heavenly thunder body, in addition to strengthening his mastery over lightning, also allowed him to forcibly refine lightning to strengthen his physique. Furthermore, not long after Ye Fan's breakthrough to Golden Core, he also taught Gu Bai a body-refining secret art called Zhaohua Body Tempering Art. This secret art not only strengthens physical quality but also slightly enhances the origin of life, making it a supreme body-refining secret art. In addition to teaching Gu Bai, Ye Fan also taught Su Wuji and Gu Bai himself this set of body-refining secret arts. As for where Ye Fan obtained this supreme marvelous art, Gu Bai and Ye Fan and others were tactful enough not to inquire too much. After cultivating the Zhaohua Body Tempering Art, due to the increased origin of life, Gu Bai's body also underwent a fundamental transformation. In the words of the Ya race, it meant his bloodline became purer. In the words of the human race, it meant his aptitude improved. Although Gu Bai already possessed top-tier aptitude, there was still room for improvement. Currently, Gu Bai's physical quality could actually contend with a nascent soul body cultivator. Like Ye Fan, when he underwent his breakthrough, a body-refining lightning tribulation also appeared. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the Zhaohua Body Tempering Art. As long as a large amount of resources were consumed, aptitude could be improved. Su Wuji also cultivated the Zhaohua Body Tempering Art, which is why he possessed the capital to fight against nascent soul cultivators. A large part of Ye Fan's current achievements can be attributed to the Zhaohua Body Tempering Art. After obtaining Ye Fan's permission, Gu Bai also taught the Zhaohua Body Tempering Art to Qingning, Oriental Starfall, Lu Ruyan, Oriental Yuch, and others. However, their cultivation effects were far from as heaven-defying as Ye Fan's. At most, it could only slightly improve some aptitude, and the effect could only be described as better than nothing. In any case, for different people, the effects of the Zhaohua Body Tempering Art were completely different. Gu Bai speculated that this should be a deeper influence that distinguishes it from aptitude. Gu Bai guessed that only those like Ye Fan and Su Wuji, who possessed great luck or had experienced life and death hardships, could fully unleash the effects of the Zhaohua Body Tempering Art. Boom! Boom! As if enraged by Gu Bai's actions, one lightning tribulation after another directly struck Gu Bai's body. At Ling Yun sect, Gu Bai frowned, looking at the lightning tribulation in the sky. The scale of Gu Bai's lightning tribulation was even larger than Su Wuji's. Gu Bai speculated that in addition to body-refining divine thunder, the lightning tribulation should also contain another special type of lightning tribulation. Looking at the lightning tribulation's extremely pure golden yellow color, Gu Bai guessed that this should be the heavenly dome divine thunder, which only spell cultivators could trigger. Although not as rare as Heaven's Punishment Divine Thunder, its rank was similar to Su Wuji's Heavenly Sword Azure Thunder, making it one of the most top-tier lightning tribulations in the cultivation world. Boom! Boom! Facing the continuous lightning tribulation, Gu Bai spread his arms, fully enjoying the baptism of the lightning tribulation. All the lightning tribulations that struck him were absorbed by Gu Bai's Heavenly Thunder body, rapidly strengthening Gu Bai's physique. Facing the increasingly powerful lightning tribulation, Gu Bai not only showed no signs of decline, but his aura grew stronger and stronger. However, this growth also had its limits. The lightning tribulation's increase in power was much faster than Gu Bai's. After dozens of lightning tribulations, even Gu Bai was somewhat unable to resist. But Gu Bai still did not choose to counterattack. Gu Bai took a deep breath, and golden light immediately emanated from his body. Divine ability, Undying Golden Body. The principle was similar to the golden light spell. It could condense a layer of golden light on the body's surface to resist enemy attacks. Although it was only a little supernatural powers, the effect was surprisingly good. Under the enhancement of the Undying Golden Body, even the strengthened lightning tribulation could not cause too much damage to Gu Bai. But towards the end, the power of the lightning tribulation had increased to a terrifying degree. Each lightning tribulation was equivalent to a full power strike from a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. Each lightning tribulation could break through the golden light's defense, leaving a large wound on Gu Bei's incredibly powerful physique. Gu Bei still did not choose to dodge, he fully pushed the Creation Divine Thunder, healing his wounds. However, the recovery ability of the Creation Divine Thunder had its limits. In just a moment, Gu Bei's body was riddled with holes. It was only then that streaks of lightning began to appear around Gu Bei's body, transforming into a lightning giant that enveloped Gu Bei. A golden round shield slowly appeared in the giant's hand, which it held above its head to block the attacks of the lightning tribulation. This golden giant was formed by Gu Bei's extremely yang divine thunder and possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities. Boom! Boom! Another lightning tribulation struck, instantly shattering the golden round shield and the golden giant's arm. But in the blink of an eye, the golden giant's shattered arm and shield recovered. And the lightning that struck the golden giant's body was not wasted by Gu Bei, instead, it was stored on the golden giant's body for him to slowly absorb. The last and thickest lightning tribulation directly shattered the golden giant's body, severely injuring Gu Bei. Gu Bei finally passed the lightning tribulation and became a nascent soul cultivator. At this moment, a life-giving lightning tribulation descended from the sky. Under the nourishment of the lightning tribulation, Gu Bei's body rapidly recovered. At the same time, Gu Bei also awakened a divine ability related to lightning, as well as approximately 43 units of creation power, which are skill points. The divine ability Gu Bei awakened was called Extremely Yin Divine Lightning, with properties completely opposite to Extremely Yang Divine Thunder. The lightning was like a black viscous liquid. Once an enemy was contaminated by it, their overall strength would decrease. Overall, this was not a very useful divine ability, it would only be more effective in the hands of specific cultivators. For example, poison cultivators or cultivators whose main cultivation technique leans more towards the yin attribute. But this was exactly what Gu Bei needed. Although Extremely Yang Divine Thunder could fuse with Creation Divine Thunder to form Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, it was ultimately not the best choice. Extremely Yang Divine Thunder represented the ultimate Yang, but Creation Divine Thunder did not belong to Yin, it existed between Yin and Yang, possessing strong inclusiveness. It was precisely because of this strong inclusiveness that Creation Divine Thunder could fuse with Extremely Yang Divine Thunder. And with Extremely Yin Divine Lightning, Extremely Yin Divine Lightning and Extremely Yang Divine Thunder would fuse with each other, with Creation Divine Thunder neutralizing the attributes of both, ultimately forming an upgraded version of Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. By then, Gu Bei's strength would likely increase by another significant margin. Gu Bei didn't hesitate at all, directly spending 4 skill points to evolve the Extremely Yin Divine Lightning into a top-tier divine ability. Gu Bei then used a total of 32 skill points to evolve Creation Divine Thunder, Extremely Yang Divine Thunder, and Undying Golden Body, these 3 minor divine abilities, into top-tier divine abilities. With 7 skill points remaining, Gu Bei simply awakened a little supernatural powers related to speed, named Lightning Shadow Escape. It allows the body to transform into lightning, making it an excellent escape divine ability. Although it was only a little supernatural powers, it was very practical and somewhat compensated for Gu Bei's lack of fast movement speed. Ha 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 ha, awesome! Feeling the power within his body that seemed capable of destroying everything, Gu Bei burst into laughter in a very Chiyunibita manner. Gu Bei could be said to have completely taken off this time, by absorbing almost all of the lightning tribulation, he saved decades, or even a century, of arduous cultivation, and his physique was terrifyingly strong now. Come on, Ye Fan, try striking me with your sword. Gu Bei stood confidently in front of Ye Fan and said. Don't blame me if you get hurt. Ye Fan raised an eyebrow and said jokingly. Gu Bei frowned, then he and Ye Fan both looked at Gu Bei, who was not far away. Big brother, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Gu Bei widened his eyes and looked pitifully at Gu Bei. Gu Bei, feeling a bit weary, reached up and pressed his face, then, after a long pause, he finally spoke. Don't worry, even if your arm is severed, I can reattach it for you. This was not Gu Bei boasting, he could indeed do it. Reattaching a severed arm was not a difficult task for him. The reason Su Wuji's arms couldn't be saved back then was because his 2 broken arms were completely destroyed. No matter how superb his medical skills were, he couldn't restore severed limbs. Ha ha ha, I knew Big Brother was the best. Gu Bei was completely unrestrained now, he said with a laugh. Of course, the 2 did not test in Lingyun sect, Ye Fan's full power was not a joke, and if he didn't control the direction well, he might split Lingyun sect in half with one sword strike. The 2 also did not test in Qingzhou, but instead brought Gu Bei to the nearby Tianyuan Desert. The Tianyuan Desert was more than 10 times the size of Qingzhou, yet no cultivator chose to establish a sect there. Because the spiritual qi in the Tianyuan Desert was almost depleted, and the living environment was extremely harsh, let alone mortals, even foundation establishment cultivators would find it difficult to survive there. It could be described as a desolate place, where almost neither the human race nor the Ya race would come. Therefore, the 2 did not have to worry about accidentally injuring others, nor did they have to worry about being discovered by the Ya race. Gu Bei extended his arm in front of Ye Fan, and then a thick layer of golden light condensed on his arm. Under Gu Bei's control, this golden light even condensed into the shape of armor, tightly enveloping his arm. This was the upgraded Undying Golden Body. In addition to a significant increase in defensive capabilities, Gu Bei could also manipulate the golden light for more effective defense. Come on, if you can't break through my defense, I'm going to mock you thoroughly. Gu Bei tensed all his muscles and said in a deep voice. Ye Fan's originally somewhat casual expression instantly became serious. This was a battle of dignity, who could endure that? Blood-colored flames began to appear on Ye Fan's body, and his aura began to climb steadily. His hair also gradually turned blood red. Clearly, Ye Fan was serious, directly using the blood sacrifice method at maximum power. His realm also instantly rose from early stage nascent soul to middle stage nascent soul, approaching the late stage nascent soul level. Ye Fan held a treasure sword of decent quality and directly aimed it at his wrist, slashing down hard. Ye Fan's wrist was instantly cut open, and streaks of fresh blood flowed from the wound, but the blood seemed to have a will of its own, beginning to adhere to the sword body. Soon, the long sword was covered in fresh blood, and then the blood began to burn. This was another use of the blood sacrifice method, it could temporarily enhance the power of a weapon. Ye Fan took a deep breath, and a layer of blood-colored sword chi gradually attached to the long sword in his hand. This was an advanced usage technique for sword chi, capable of greatly enhancing the power of the treasure sword. Ye Fan tensed all his muscles and fiercely slashed at Gu Bei's arm. Clang! Gu Bei, standing in the distance, only heard a loud crash, and then his vision was enveloped by a large amount of smoke and dust. But the next moment, a gust of wind blew, dispersing the smoke and dust. Behind the two, a massive sword mark, 100 meters wide, stretching to the horizon, and bottomless, had appeared. And on Gu Bei's arm, a huge sword mark appeared. This sword mark was extremely deep, almost severing half of his arm. Drip, drip, fresh blood slowly flowed down his arm. How about it? Am I impressive? Gu Bei, however, didn't care at all about the injury on his arm. Instead, he said with a smile. Although the wound looked severe, for a cultivator, it could only be considered a minor injury. A full power strike from a realm cultivator only caused a minor injury. This was enough to demonstrate Gu Bei's formidable strength. Or rather, Gu Bei's strength had always been underestimated by everyone. He was not weaker than Ye Fan. From the time Gu Bei started to cultivate until now, he seemed to have never fought with his full power. All his battles were crushing victories, and the most difficult battle was his fight with the Fourth Order Demon Emperor Black Crocodile. But even that wasn't very difficult, the two sides were evenly matched, neither could do anything to the other, and in the end, the Black Crocodile was instantly killed by Gu Bei. Crack, crack. With a crisp sound, cracks suddenly appeared on the long sword in Ye Fan's hand, and then it shattered into countless pieces. Ye Fan's mouth twitched as he looked at the long sword in his hand. He wasn't even sure if he could defeat Gu Bei anymore. Originally, even if Gu Bei had broken through, his combat power wouldn't have been this heaven-defying, but Gu Bei exploited a bug with his heavenly thunder body, absorbing all the power of the lightning tribulation. Nothing was more suitable for tempering the body than lightning tribulation. After absorbing all the lightning tribulation, Gu Bei's physique had improved to a terrifying degree. Ye Fan was certain that the attacks of ordinary middle-stage nascent soul cultivators probably wouldn't cause any damage to Gu Bei. Even a late-stage nascent soul grand cultivator could only leave some minor injuries on Gu Bei, unable to severely wound him. If Su Wuji was a super DPS with all attributes B or C, but only attack power at 3s. And if Ye Fan was an all-around berserker with all attributes A, capable of temporarily boosting them to S with the blood sacrifice method, and possessing extremely strong recovery capabilities. Then Gu Bei was a super tank with all attributes B or A, defense at SS, and extremely strong recovery capabilities. The most terrifying thing was that Gu Bei also had the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder as a trump card. Although its attack wind-up was too long, once unleashed, no nascent soul cultivator could withstand it. You're impressive. Ye Fan was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, am I awesome, big brother? Gu Bei put his hands on his hips and let out a loud laugh. Impressive, impressive. Gu Bei merely nodded perfunctorily and said casually. He did not treat Gu Bei's injuries. Although Gu Bei looked severely injured, he possessed Creation Divine Thunder, so these minor injuries would likely heal quickly and did not require his intervention. Gu Bei flew above the massive sword mark, cast a secret art, gathered sand from both sides, and slowly filled the sword mark. A sword cultivator's sword chi is imbued with their extremely sharp sword intent. Sword cultivators at the nascent soul realm, like Ye Fan or Su Wuji, would have a large amount of sword intent remaining in their sword soul. If it were to strike a person, the wound would be very difficult to heal, as the sword intent attached to the wound would continuously corrode it. Especially for someone like Su Wuji, a pure sword cultivator, his attacks were not limited to the physical body, they could even subtly harm the soul. Even if the wound healed, it would leave an unsightly scar that would ache faintly every night. And for Ye Fan to leave such a sword mark here, it's likely that the sword intent on it wouldn't dissipate even after several millennia. This sword chi was like a marker. Any cultivator who had fought Ye Fan and passed by this place would immediately know that this sword chi was left by Ye Fan. Although the Tianyuan Desert is incredibly remote, with almost no Ya race or human race members coming here, what if some Fourth Order Demon Emperor was bored and decided to wander around the Tianyuan Desert? And by an extreme coincidence, they arrived at their current location, wouldn't Ye Fan's existence be exposed then? Therefore, Gu Bei specifically chose to conceal the sword mark left by Ye Fan. Master, let me help you. Ye Fan's mind also worked quickly, and he instantly understood Gu Bei's actions. He also flew above the sword mark. Ye Fan waved his hands, casting an earth element spell. Under his control, the sand next to the massive sword mark was slowly merged together. In just a few breaths, this colossal sword mark vanished before Gu Bei's eyes, leaving behind only yellow sand. Ye Fan then conjured a strong wind around them, which grew larger and larger, eventually forming an immense sandstorm. Although some faint traces could still be seen, under the effect of the sandstorm, this area would quickly return to its original state, becoming indistinguishable from before. Master, aren't I impressive? Ye Fan said with a hint of pride, but his gaze was not directed at Gu Bai, but at Gu Bei in the distance. Ye Fan was not only proficient in swordsmanship, but also in 5 element spells and esoteric secret arts. He was skilled in all of them, it was just that his swordsmanship was more prominent. Such delicate work was precisely what Ye Fan excelled at, unlike Gu Bei, who only knew how to use thunder spells. Normally, he would use divine thunder transformation, which could transform lightning into various shapes. When encountering a slightly stronger enemy, he would use heavenly thunder Dharma idol skill. When encountering an unbeatable enemy, he would use Yin Yang Extremes divine thunder. Beyond that, he had no other moves. Looking at the two childish individuals, Gu Bai sighed helplessly once again. Since breaking through to the nascent soul realm, all 3 of them eagerly wanted to prove that they were the strongest among the trio. However, given their relationship, they couldn't truly fight each other to determine a winner. Therefore, the 3 could only secretly compete in various aspects, whether it was the previous competition between Ye Fan and Su Wuji, or now, Gu Bei letting Ye Fan strike him with a sword, just to prove his physical body's strength. However, at least the 3 of them had some sense of proportion, even when competing or sparring, they wouldn't truly harm each other. The 3 did not return to Lingyun sect, but instead flew directly towards Huanglong Immortal City. After all, Yao beasts could attack Qingzhou at any time, so it was better for Ye Fan and the other 2 to guard Huanglong Immortal City. Returning to Huanglong Immortal City once more, Gu Bai's heart finally felt lighter, and a relaxed smile reappeared on his lips. Because now, Qingzhou had a total of 3 nascent soul cultivators, and they were not ordinary ones. All 3 possessed the strength to contend with late-stage nascent soul great experts. This level of combat power was considered top tier throughout the entire cultivation world. After all, soul transformation great experts rarely made a move, and late-stage nascent soul great experts were currently the top combat power available in the cultivation world. At this point, even if the Ya race were to gather another beast tide and attack Qingzhou, Qingzhou would essentially be safe. Time flew by, 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. According to Ye Fan's intelligence network and the information Gu Bai's dispatched scouts gathered, the Ya race had once again engaged in battle with the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and this time, both sides were truly fighting with full intensity. In just the first wave of attack, the Ya race dispatched their entire military force, dozens of 4th Order Demon Emperors, tens of thousands of 3rd Order Demon Beasts, and an endless number of 2nd Order Demon Beasts, forming a super beast tide. The beast tide appeared too suddenly, catching the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty off guard. This led to the beast tide directly breaching the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's outermost city walls, occupying several states before being halted by reinforcements who arrived upon hearing the news. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty was also completely bewildered, not understanding what madness had possessed the Ya race. Hadn't the two sides just fought a battle not long ago? Their forces were severely damaged and needed decades to recover before the next fight. They hadn't even rested for a few years, so why had the Ya race gone mad and attacked the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty again? Fighting to a mutually destructive outcome was not a good thing for either side. Because although the human race and the Ya race were currently at war, their internal structures were not monolithic. While they wouldn't kick each other when down during the war, if the war ended, the extremely weakened Great Qin Immortal Dynasty would be a juicy target in the eyes of other forces. The Ya race in the 10,000 Barren Mountains was the same. The depths of the 10,000 Barren Mountains were also divided into many factions, and the beast tide attacking the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty was just one of them. If they suffered too heavy casualties due to the war, it would be difficult for them to hold onto their territory once the war ended. After all, the 10,000 Barren Mountains were so far from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty that even if they conquered it, they wouldn't be able to hold it. At most, they could only seize some spiritual items. For the Ya race, this was a completely unprofitable venture. However, constrained by the orders of the 5th Order Demon Venerable, these 4th Order Demon Emperors had no choice but to bite the bullet and dispatch troops to attack the human race. Therefore, although the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and the Ya race had fought fiercely before, the casualties were not actually heavy. Many battles were just for show, to impress their superiors. It was only recently, when the Heavenly Dao Qi descended, that both sides engaged in a fierce battle to contend for the Heavenly Dao Qi. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty racked their brains but couldn't figure out who would frame them. And the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, realizing what had happened, became enraged. No matter your reason, I can't have suffered this beating for nothing, can I? If I don't fight back, how can I continue to make a living in this cultivation world? The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty quickly reacted, mobilizing dozens of nascent soul cultivators to engage in fierce battles with the Ya race. This war was incredibly brutal. In just 2 years, both sides had lost over a dozen nascent soul cultivators. It wasn't until recently that the heavily injured Ya race realized they might have misunderstood the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Those 2 Heavenly Dao Qi might not have been secretly stolen by the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, but rather framed by other forces. After discovering they had been used, the Ya race retreated back to the 10,000 Barren Mountains in disgrace. Gu Bai estimated that even if a spiritual Qi surge occurred a year later, the heavily weakened Ya race would likely not send troops to attack Qingzhou. After all, it was only one Heavenly Dao Qi, while precious, sacrificing several 4th Order Demon Emperors for it would be too costly. Even if the Ya race truly sent troops to attack Qingzhou, they wouldn't send too many 4th Order Demon Emperors, and at that point, Ye Fan alone should be able to handle it. During these 2 years, while the outside world was engaged in fierce battles, Qingzhou remained unaffected. Perhaps due to King's Hu's remote location, no beast tides came to attack it. If not for that Heavenly Dao Qi previously landing in Qingzhou, Qingzhou would probably never have attracted the attention of the Ya race. After all, this relatively small area could at most support 20 to 30 golden core cultivators. However, Qingzhou housed 70 to 80 golden core cultivators, and with the aid of formations, even 100 third-order demon beasts might not be able to conquer Qingzhou. What's more, during the previous war, Ye Fan, Gu Bei, and Su Wuji, 3 cultivators who could contend with 4th-order demon emperors, emerged. Conquering Qingzhou would be incredibly difficult and offer no benefits. The Ya race wasn't foolish. Ye Fan and the other 2 were prodigies who, as golden core cultivators, had faced and defeated nascent soul Yao beasts. Although all of them were severely injured, no one could guarantee how many 4th-order demon emperors they might take down before their own demise. Moreover, if such geniuses weren't killed, they would surely seek retribution once they grew stronger. Therefore, without absolute certainty of killing all 3, the Ya race wouldn't easily mobilize troops to besiege Qingzhou. This situation was, one could say, the best possible outcome Gu Bai had envisioned. At night, Gu Bai, after a day's work, sat in the highest pavilion of Huanglong Immortal City. He brewed himself a pot of tea, then picked up a piece of paper and continuously drew complex patterns on it. He was researching spatial teleportation formations, hoping to build 2 such formations between Lingyun Sect and Huanglong Immortal City, allowing instant travel between them. Staying in Huanglong Immortal City all the time wasn't ideal. If the Ya race didn't attack Qingzhou after the spiritual qi surge a year later, they likely wouldn't attack Qingzhou again in the future. As nascent soul cultivators, Ye Fan and the other 2 required a large amount of spiritual qi for their daily cultivation. While the spiritual qi in Huanglong Immortal City was dense, it was difficult to meet their daily cultivation needs. Only Lingyun Sect, as the core of the small Zhou star array, had enough spiritual qi to support their cultivation. However, in these chaotic times, Huanglong Immortal City couldn't be left unguarded by nascent soul cultivators, otherwise, it could be breached by a 4th-order demon emperor in a short time. But with a teleportation formation, things would be much more convenient. At least most golden core cultivators could return to Lingyun Sect to cultivate. When war broke out, they could also be quickly teleported to Huanglong Immortal City in a short amount of time. Gu Bai continuously scribbled and revised on the blueprint, drawing one complex pattern after another. These patterns were incredibly strange and intricate. Ordinary cultivators would likely feel dizzy just by looking at them. Setting up a teleportation formation was difficult, but with various teleportation formations provided by Ye Fan as reference, and after several years of research, Gu Bai had already developed a general idea. Gu Bai was certain that as long as he had enough materials, he could successfully set up a teleportation formation. However, he was still missing a crucial spiritual item, spatial crystal, which was the core of all teleportation formations. A teleportation formation could lack anything else, but it absolutely could not be without a spatial crystal. Of course, other items containing spatial attributes could be used as substitutes, but most of them were not as effective as spatial crystals. The formation he was setting up was only a 3rd-order formation, so a fragment of a spatial crystal would suffice. But Qingzhou, being a desolate land, simply didn't have the conditions for spatial crystals to form. Only places like the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty might give rise to spatial crystals. Gu Bai frowned, quickly pondering in his mind if there was anything that could substitute for a spatial crystal, but after thinking for a long time, he came up with nothing. Master, since you're free, how about a drink? Just then, Ye Fan's voice came from behind Gu Bai. Gu Bai didn't turn around, he remained frowning, continuously writing and drawing on the paper. Big brother, stop drawing, come drink. At this moment, Gu Bai's voice also came from behind him. Hearing this, Gu Bai finally let go of his pen and turned to look at them. Behind him, Ye Fan and Gu Bai had already set up a table and poured wine, just waiting for Gu Bai to join them. No, didn't we drink yesterday? Why are we drinking again today? Seeing this, Gu Bai said, somewhat exasperated. Ha ha ha, isn't it because we're too idle? Anyway, being idle is being idle, might as well have a few drinks. Ye Fan scratched his head and said with a laugh. Life in Huanglong Immortal City was actually quite boring. After all, no beast tides came to attack Huanglong Immortal City, so they had nothing to do. But staying in Huanglong Immortal City, there was truly nothing to do. Other cultivators could pass the time by cultivating. However, as nascent soul cultivators, Ye Fan and the others required a large amount of spiritual qi for cultivation. With the spiritual qi concentration in Huanglong Immortal City, it could only support their cultivation for a short while each day. But the 3 of them couldn't easily leave Huanglong Immortal City, so they were extremely idle every day. Every now and then, the 3 of them would find Gu Bai to drink and chat. But Gu Bai wasn't as idle as the 3 of them. He had a lot of things to do every day, and even when he had free time at night, he had to accompany Qing Ning. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he intended to turn and leave. He had already promised Qing Ning that he would spend quality time with her tonight. He had already wasted enough time and had to return quickly. Oh, no, just a few drinks, just a few. Gu Bai and Ye Fan, one on each side, pressed down on Gu Bai's arms and maneuvered him to the table. Just 1 cup, then I'm leaving. After drinking 1 cup of wine, Gu Bai felt a wave of comfort. Looking at the fine wine on the table and several small dishes, Gu Bai hesitated slightly. A few more drinks shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking this, Gu Bai poured himself a few more cups of sake. When Gu Bai came to his senses, he found that it was already midnight, and Ye Fan and the other 2 were sprawled drunkenly on the table. It's over. Seeing this, Gu Bai slapped his forehead, finally coming to his senses. Gu Bai's originally somewhat muddled mind instantly cleared, and most of the alcohol dissipated. Gu Bai clearly remembered that he had promised Xing Ning that morning that he would definitely go back to accompany her that night. He had indeed planned to spend the evening with Xing Ning, but he was dragged by Ye Fan and others to drink. Originally, he only intended to have 1 or 2 drinks, but 1 cup after another, how did it instantly turn into the middle of the night? Given Xing Ning's personality, she must have waited for him all night. Thinking of this, Gu Bai instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and he no longer cared about continuing to drink, turning around and flying back to his immortal cave in Huanglong Immortal City. With golden core true person Gu Bai's speed, he arrived at his immortal cave in just a few breaths. Standing in front of the immortal cave, Gu Bai let out a slightly tense sigh of relief. Because he found that the lights in the room were still on, and it was already the middle of the night, so Xing Ning had obviously waited until now. Standing at the door, Gu Bai first used a purification spell on himself, completely dispelling the strong smell of alcohol on his body. Only then did Gu Bai gently push open the door. In the living room, Xing Ning stood with her arms crossed, looking calmly at Gu Bai. Give me an explanation, why are you back so late? Xing Ning spoke in an extremely low voice, her tone filled with coldness, no longer the gentleness from before. It's like this, after I finished all my work today, I originally wanted to go home immediately. But that rebellious disciple Ye Fan forcibly dragged me to drink with the 3 of them. Xing Ning, you know me, I don't like drinking at all. Compared to drinking, what I naturally prefer is to be with you. But these 2 brats, Gu Bai and Ye Fan, have grown wings and forcibly dragged me, not letting me leave. So I was forced to drink with them all night. During this, I tried to escape several times, but unfortunately, I am only a golden core cultivator, and Ye Fan and the others are nascent soul cultivators, so even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't. Rebellious disciple, with higher realm, you don't respect me as your master anymore. It truly makes me tremble with chi. Gu Bai, with tears in his eyes, recounted to Xing Ning how he was forcibly dragged by Ye Fan and the other 2 to drink. Gu Bai's tone was so sincere, and his eyes were fixed on Xing Ning, without any evasion, as if everything he said was true. Really? Then those 2 are too much. Didn't my father stop them? Hearing Gu Bai's words and seeing his sincere eyes, Xing Ning said with a slight hesitation. It wasn't that Xing Ning's intelligence was low, but Gu Bai's tone was too sincere, anyone would probably believe what Gu Bai said. Really, So Wuji not only didn't stop them, but instead, he, Ye Fan, and Gu Bai together forcibly dragged me to drink with them. After saying this, Gu Bai stared at Xing Ning with his bright, spirited eyes. Ah? Then they are too much, aren't they? You were so tired during the day, and they still forcibly dragged you to drink at night. No, tomorrow I will go find my father and Ye Fan and the others to reason with them and get justice for you. At this point, Xing Ning completely believed what Gu Bai said, and then she said indignantly. This was not Xing Ning boasting, with her status, she could indeed reprimand Ye Fan and the other 2. After all, Su Wuji is Xing Ning's father, and as a doting father, Xing Ning's words naturally carry a lot of weight. As for Ye Fan, Xing Ning had watched him grow step by step. When Ye Fan caused trouble, it was always Gu Bai and Xing Ning who cleaned up his messes. When Ye Fan's realm was still relatively low, the sword techniques he cultivated were all taught by Xing Ning. Ye Fan usually had to call Xing Ning master's wife, so Xing Ning's words also carried a lot of weight for Ye Fan. As for Gu Bai, there's even less to say. Xing Ning, Ye Fan, and Gu Bai have known each other for an unknown amount of time. Xing Ning was even Gu Bai's leader in the early days. Although Gu Bai's cultivation is much higher than Xing Ning's now, Xing Ning is still Gu Bai's leader. And as Gu Bai's Dao companion, and Gu Bai being Gu Bai's elder brother, Xing Ning naturally has the right to instruct Gu Bai. Given Xing Ning's personality, she would probably really go find Ye Fan and the other 2 the next day and give them a good scolding. Although the 3 of them had higher strength and realm, their hearts hadn't changed, and they wouldn't possibly refute Xing Ning. Gu Bai did not speak, only silently mourned for the 3 of them for a few seconds in his heart. There was no way around it, he couldn't possibly say that he unknowingly drank until so late before returning, or he would be the one suffering. Alright, calm down. Although Ye Fan and the others were wrong, they were probably just too bored and didn't have too much ill intent. Gu Bai quickly smiled and smoothed things over, also saying many good things for Ye Fan and the others. Under Gu Bai's series of persuasive words, Xing Ning's anger dissipated significantly. Humph. What are you looking at me for? Do you want me to make the first move? Xing Ning stood with her hands on her hips, looking indignantly at Gu Bai. She always felt that something was not quite right, but she couldn't pinpoint it, so she simply stopped thinking about it. I can't do anything with you. Gu Bai smiled helplessly, gently embraced Xing Ning, and the 2 lay on the bed, together studying the Dao of life origin. Sleepless night. In the early morning, Gu Bai pushed open the door, feeling refreshed. The physique of a golden core cultivator is very strong, they can go for several days and nights without issue. Just half a night was merely a warm-up for Gu Bai, so he naturally wouldn't feel very tired. Xing Ning followed closely behind. She didn't follow Gu Bai, but instead turned around, preparing to go find trouble with Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and the others. Inside the largest hall of Huanglong Immortal City, Gu Bai was diligently reviewing documents. Just then, Gu Bai heard a sound from outside the window. Gu Bai walked to the window, and following the sound, he saw Xing Ning flying on her sword, chasing after Gu Bai. Gu Bai, on the other hand, had a long face, explaining as he ran. As for Ye Fan and Su Wuji, the moment they saw Xing Ning, they very foresightly hid, leaving only Gu Bei miserably being chased by Qing Ning. No, Qing Ning, you misunderstood. Last night, your elder brother really wanted to leave, and I did drag elder brother to drink, but I definitely didn't forcibly keep him. He stayed willingly to drink with us. But Gu Bei was not good at speaking. It would have been better if he hadn't explained. Once he did, he instantly became suspicious. You, Gu Bei, you've grown wings, daring to lie even to your leader. Qing Ning didn't believe a word Gu Bei said. She raised her sword and unleashed a sword chi at Gu Bei. No, I'm innocent. Gu Bei shouted his innocence loudly, and he didn't dare to dodge, letting the sword chi strike behind him. With a clang of metal, Qing Ning's extremely sharp sword chi caused not the slightest bit of harm to Gu Bei. Seeing Gu Bei unharmed, Qing Ning grew even angrier. Gu Bei, you stop right there. Qing Ning's face was flushed with anger as she shouted loudly. I won't. Gu Bei turned back and made a face at Qing Ning, then continued to fly into the distance. Standing by the window, watching the chaotic scene outside, Gu Bei's lips curled slightly. Gu Bei felt no guilt about Gu Bei's predicament, he was somewhat in the wrong for returning so late. But were Gu Bei and the others completely blameless? If it weren't for the three of them inviting him to drink, would he have drunk until midnight? Ultimately, Gu Bei and the others had to take the blame for this, whether they liked it or not. Gu Bei sat by the window, quickly brewed a pot of tea, then leisurely sat by the window, drinking tea and watching the scene outside. Anyway, Gu Bei's physique was strong, let alone Qing Ning's golden core level attacks, even ordinary middle stage nascent soul attacks couldn't break through Gu Bei's defenses. Although Gu Bei looked miserable and cried out in pain, that was actually all an act. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. This morning, the yellow dragon formation was completed, and all cultivators stood ready. Because in a few days, it would be the day of the spiritual chi surge, and the spiritual chi concentration would surely increase significantly, making it very suitable for breakthroughs. In the eyes of the Ya race, Qing Ning, who had obtained a wisp of heavenly Dao Qi, would undoubtedly choose to use this heavenly Dao Qi during the spiritual chi surge. If the Ya race still wanted to obtain heavenly Dao Qi, they would have to send troops to attack Qingzhou before the spiritual chi surge. And as Gu Bai expected, the cultivators he sent deep into the 10,000 barren mountains discovered an anomaly in the beast tide today. A relatively large-scale beast tide was moving at an extremely fast speed towards Qingzhou. However, what surprised Gu Bai was that this beast tide was not from the same force as the one fighting the great Qin Immortal dynasty. This beast tide came from deeper within the 10,000 barren mountains, a place even further away from Qingzhou and the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Clearly, the beast tide near Qingzhou had already suffered heavy losses and dared not casually dispatch forces to attack Qingzhou again. But the temptation of heavenly Dao Qi was truly great, so they could only sell this intelligence to nearby forces, letting them compete for the heavenly Dao Qi. Fortunately, although the scale of this beast tide was not small, the number of fourth-order demon emperors was not many, only 6 fourth-order demon emperors. With Ye Fan's current strength, he could easily handle them. One day later. Rumble. The ground began to shake slightly, and the distant horizon also turned pitch black as an endless beast tide surged towards Qingzhou. Hand over the heavenly Dao Qi. That is not something you can touch. Otherwise, I will lead the beast tide and flatten Qingzhou. An incredibly deep voice suddenly appeared beside everyone's ears. The Ya race wanted to take the heavenly Dao Qi without losing a single soldier. And the owner of this voice was a brown giant bear, over 100 meters tall, at the forefront of the beast tide. Earth-shaking bear was the race of this brown giant, and this fourth-order earth-shaking bear was also a middle-stage fourth-order Yao beast. Evidently, to ensure nothing went wrong, the Ya race also went all out. No one spoke. The response to the earth-shaking bear was an incredibly massive blood-colored sword chi. Those who invade my Qingzhou shall die. Ye Fan, whose entire body was burning with red and white flames and whose aura was equally terrifying, said with killing intent. His aura had also reached the middle-stage nascent soul realm, not at all inferior to that earth-shaking bear. Ye Fan did not wait for the earth-shaking bear to react before unleashing a blood-colored sword chi at it. The sword chi was extremely fast, instantly hitting the earth-shaking bear and leaving a long sword mark on its tough chest. A nascent soul cultivator, and one with such strong power. Could it be that the heavenly Dao Qi was used by you? Looking at the blood-colored flames burning on Ye Fan, the earth-shaking bear instantly guessed that the person in front of him was probably the Golden Core prodigy who had killed the ghost poison porcupine 3 years ago. But didn't the intelligence say that the Golden Core cultivator had overdrawn his body by using a secret technique, almost becoming a cripple, and virtually cut off the possibility of a nascent soul breakthrough? How did the other party recover from his injuries in such a short time, and when did he use the heavenly Dao Qi to break through to the nascent soul realm? When cultivators break through, they cause unusual celestial phenomena. When nascent soul cultivators break through, even if they are several states away, one can easily detect the unusual celestial phenomena. What if it was me? Ye Fan said loudly. Damn it, I've been tricked. The earth-shaking bear cursed inwardly. The earth-shaking bear didn't believe that the Ya race force that provided him with this intelligence wouldn't know that the heavenly Dao Qi had already been used. Since the heavenly Dao Qi has already been used, there's no need to fight this battle. I won't pursue your attack on me too much. The earth-shaking bear said in a deep voice. After speaking, it turned around, intending to lead the beast tide back the way they came. Their purpose for this trip was to seize the heavenly Dao Qi, and since the heavenly Dao Qi had already been used, there was no point in fighting. Even if they won, what would they gain? Nothing more than the territory of Qingzhou, but this place was too far from their base camp. Even if it were given for free, it would be useless to them. Moreover, they might even offend Yafan, this prodigy. Judging from the aura Yafan exuded, the earth-shaking bear couldn't guarantee whether the encirclement of 6 fourth-order demon emperors could truly keep Yafan. If they couldn't keep Yafan and he escaped, wouldn't they have simply added a major enemy for no reason? Even if they kept Yafan, they would probably lose some personnel. According to the intelligence, Yafan was a sword cultivator who fought with his life on the line and could also use secret techniques to temporarily increase his combat power. The earth-shaking bear was not sure if Yafan's death throes could take him down. Even if they couldn't, they would probably leave lifelong, unhealing wounds on him. As for Yafan, as a prodigy, whether he would become a major enemy of the Ya race once he grew up. The earth-shaking bear indicated, what does that have to do with me? Even if Yafan fully matured, the probability of me encountering him is very low. To reduce that small amount of risk that might increase in the future, and to make myself fight for my life now, wouldn't that just make me a complete idiot? The Ya race does not have as strong a racial concept as the human race. No matter how many of their kind die, the Ya race will not be sad. The reason the Ya race is called the Ya race is not because the human race is too powerful, but because to resist the human race, the Ya beasts of various ethnic groups were forced to unite. Therefore, no matter how you calculate it, fighting Qingzhou now is a losing business. Looking at the beast tide that left as soon as it arrived, Yafan was also a bit confused. He had already prepared for battle, but the other party suddenly left after seeing him. Come when you want, leave when you want. What do you take Qingzhou for? Yafan quickly reacted and immediately swung out a sword qi, forcing the beast tide to stop. No kidding, Yao beasts are full of treasures, and Yafan was fully capable and strong enough to take down all the Yao beasts in front of him. Therefore, in Yafan's eyes, the beast tide in front of him was a moving treasure trove. Human, don't go too far. If we really fight, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. The earth-shaking bear said with a hint of anger. Yafan, however, did not waste words. He held the blood-colored sword, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of blood-colored sword chi shot out. The sword chi crisscrossed, and each strand of sword chi could cut at least 1/3 order demon beast in half. The 6 fourth-order demon emperors angrily charged towards Yafan. But Yafan was like a nimble loach, most of the attacks were dodged by him. Even if a small portion of attacks hit Yafan, they couldn't cause much damage to him. In contrast, even if Yafan's attacks only lightly pierced the skin, the killing intent fluctuation attached to the sword chi could severely damage the 4th-order demon emperor's spirit. This was the terrifying aspect of Yafan. In his most basic state, he could easily slaughter these 6 4th-order demon emperors. Roar! We can't continue to be so passive. Since we can't hurt him, then destroy Huanglong Immortal City. The earth-shaking bear roared and charged towards Huanglong Immortal City. The other 4th-order demon emperors, upon hearing this, no longer surrounded Yafan and all rushed towards Huanglong Immortal City. Yafan, however, was not in a hurry to stop these 4th-order demon emperors. He continued to calmly slay the 3rd-order demon beasts, seemingly not worried about the safety of Huanglong Immortal City. Because Yafan knew that Huanglong Immortal City was not that easy to breach. Just as Yafan expected, countless golden patterns lit up on the unremarkable city walls of Huanglong Immortal City. At the same time, all 3,650 formation eyes in Qingzhou released brilliant starlight. A star barrier suddenly appeared in the sky and merged with Huanglong Immortal City's formation. This was the defensive formation formed by Huanglong Immortal City's original formation merging with the small Zhou-Tian star array. In a sense, this was a 4th-order formation. Moreover, this formation could share the spiritual chi of all formation eyes, and the small Zhou-Tian star array had a total of 3,650 formation eyes, almost covering the entire Qingzhou. This meant that this formation could share the spiritual chi of the entire Qingzhou, so even a 4th-order formation wouldn't have to worry about spiritual chi depletion. Furthermore, this formation was personally controlled by Gu Bei, a nascent soul cultivator. As long as the attacks did not exceed the formation's maximum endurance, the formation would continue to protect Huanglong Immortal City. The earth-shaking bear crashed heavily into the city wall of Huanglong Immortal City, but it felt as if it had hit a transparent jelly. And it also had a rebound effect. The earth-shaking bear was directly sent flying several thousand meters by the force of the rebound. The other 4th-order demon emperors were not much better. Their attacks were all blocked by this invisible barrier. Run! The earth-shaking bear didn't hesitate. After speaking, it instantly burrowed into the ground and quickly fled into the distance. The other 4th-order demon emperors did the same. They scattered, each using their abilities to run in different directions. They had clearly hit a wall this time. Since their combined strength as 6 demon emperors was no match for Yafan, their only option was to escape. Humph, want to run? It's not that easy. Yafan snorted coldly. He formed complex hand seals, and 10 blood-colored clones, identical to Yafan, suddenly appeared beside him. This was one of the secret techniques of the Qing Yuan sword art, sword shadow clone. The user could consume most of their magic power to condense 10 clones, each possessing 1/10 of the main body's combat power. Any divine ability the main body knew, the clones would also know, though greatly weakened. The 10 clones Yafan produced could also use the blood sacrifice method to temporarily boost their combat power. Under the enhancement of the blood sacrifice method, the originally weak clones also gained the strength to contend with nascent soul cultivators. As soon as these clones appeared, they scattered and chased after the fleeing 4th-order demon emperors. On average, 2 clones followed each 4th-order demon emperor. Although these clones couldn't defeat the 4th-order demon emperors, they could temporarily hold them back. As for the strongest earth-shaking bear, it was pursued by Ye Fan himself. Ye Fan used the earth escape technique and also burrowed underground to chase the earth-shaking bear. Besides sword techniques, Ye Fan was most skilled in various escape techniques, especially the 5 elements escape techniques, which he excelled at. Although the earth-shaking bear was extremely proficient in earth escape and was clearly in its element underground, Ye Fan was not afraid in the slightest. The ground began to tremble slightly. Even Gu Bai, inside Huanglong Immortal City, could clearly feel the ground shaking. After a long while, Ye Fan emerged from underground, one hand on the earth-shaking bear's head and the other supporting its body. Without resting, Ye Fan turned and charged towards another 4th Order Demon Emperor. In just half an hour, all the 4th Order Demon Beasts were slain by Ye Fan alone. As for the 3rd Order or 4th Order Demon Beasts that escaped in the chaos, Ye Fan didn't pay them much attention. The value of all the fleeing 2nd and 3rd Order Demon Beasts combined was not as high as the bodies of these 6 4th Order Demon Emperors. At this point, Qingzhou had overcome its greatest crisis. Kings whose only valuable heavenly Dao Qi had already been used by Ye Fan. And Ye Fan himself was extremely powerful, capable of easily killing 6 demon emperors, thus making a name for himself in battle. The Ya race knew that in a remote place like Qingzhou, there was Ye Fan, a super strong sword cultivator. As long as the Ya race wasn't foolish, they wouldn't try to invade Qingzhou. This resulted in Qingzhou being spared from the ravages of war in this chaotic world. This was also Gu Bai's long-standing plan. Although the process was somewhat uneventful, and Qingzhou seemed to have encountered no setbacks, this was the normal situation. If, despite having preparations, Qingzhou had still fallen into danger, that would have been Gu Bai's biggest dereliction of duty. Master, am I amazing? After Ye Fan handled everything, he instantly appeared beside Gu Bai, then crossed his arms, saying with a hint of pride. Very amazing. Gu Bai nodded, patting Ye Fan's shoulder. He was truly relieved. Ye Fan had transformed from a troublesome disciple into the current Ye Fan, capable of standing on his own and single-handedly repelling endless beast tides. As his master, he naturally felt immense joy and pride. Look at that, this is the disciple he, Gu Bai, taught. In the future, no matter what achievements Ye Fan made, or what earth-shattering deeds he accomplished, people, besides marveling at Ye Fan's talent, would also mention how well his master taught him. Since Ye Fan had shown his prowess, Qingzhou entered a long-awaited period of peace. The Yao beasts that had been secretly eyeing Qingzhou also retreated completely overnight. The Ya race seemed to have forgotten about Qingzhou overnight. Gu Bai was also very decisive, withdrawing most of the cultivators from Huanglong Immortal City. Although these cultivators could still help a bit during large-scale beast tides, easing some of the burden on Huanglong Immortal City. But ever since Ye Fan broke through to the nascent soul realm, these low-realm cultivators seemed a bit awkward. Beast tides that weren't too massive could be handled by Ye Fan alone. After all, once all the 3rd Order and 4th Order Yao beasts were killed, without high-realm Yao beasts to control them, the large numbers of 2nd Order demon beasts would quickly flee and wouldn't attack Huanglong Immortal City anymore. However, if it were a beast tide that even nascent soul cultivators like Ye Fan and Gu Bai couldn't handle, then there wouldn't be much difference whether low-realm cultivators were there or not, it would be better if they didn't come at all. Since staying in Huanglong Immortal City didn't help much, it was better for everyone to return home and find their mothers. At the very least, they could slightly boost the development of Qingzhou. Staying in Huanglong Immortal City truly had no purpose at all. Soon, apart from a small number of cultivators maintaining operations, Huanglong Immortal City was left with only Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and Suwuji, these 3 nascent soul true lords. Originally, Gu Bai also wanted to leave. After all, as a sect master, it wasn't right for him to always stay in Huanglong Immortal City. But after learning that Gu Bai wanted to leave, Ye Fan and the other 2 earnestly pleaded with Gu Bai not to leave so soon. After all, if Gu Bai left and only the 3 of them remained in Huanglong Immortal City, they would be bored to death. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 4 years had passed. During these 4 years, other parts of the cultivation world were still fiercely battling with Yao beasts. Even the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty was engaging in small-scale battles with Yao beasts. But just as Gu Bai had predicted, Qingzhou did not suffer any attacks from Yao beasts. Occasionally, they would encounter some 1st Order and 2nd Order Yao beasts, which could not even be called a war. Deep within Huanglong Immortal City, in a beautifully scenic small courtyard. This small courtyard was built by Gu Bai a few years ago. A spiritual peach tree was planted in the center of the yard, and there was also a small spiritual field within the courtyard where simple spiritual vegetables could be grown. The peach tree was now in full bloom with peach blossoms, and the soft sunlight shone on the blossoms. A gentle breeze stirred, creating rustling sounds. Gu Bai was leisurely lying on a lounge chair under the peach tree, with a tea table right beside him. He unhurriedly brewed himself a cup of peach blossom tea, smelled the faint fragrance of peach blossoms in the air, then gently sipped the peach blossom tea, finally exhaling comfortably. Although life in Huanglong Immortal City was exceptionally mundane, that was only for those who couldn't sit still, like Ye Fan and Suwuji. For Gu Bai, staying in Huanglong Immortal City was not much different from staying in the sect. He still spent his days drinking tea and reading books. And Lingyun sect also had Oriental Yuch helping with management, so Gu Bai only needed to issue general directives. Moreover, after Qingning left, he could finally rest. He could drink at night until whatever time he wanted, and his days were quite comfortable. It's so boring, master, is there anything fun to do? Ye Fan heavily slumped onto the table, saying dejectedly. Yeah, big brother, I feel like my body is rusting. Gu Bai also slumped on the table, looking somewhat resigned to his fate. Although Suwuji didn't say anything, he also heavily nodded in agreement. The camera pulls out, and besides Gu Bai, Ye Fan and the other two are also in this small courtyard. However, they were not as leisurely and natural as Gu Bai, each of them was listlessly slumped on the table, completely ruining the beautiful atmosphere. Don't be so restless, calm down, and taste the tea with me, feel the tranquility of this moment, and you won't feel bored anymore. Gu Bai's voice was calm, like an old monk in meditation. Gu Bai picked up the kettle, filled his cup with hot water, and then grabbed a handful of peach blossom tea, directly putting it into the cup. Before the peach blossom tea had even fully steeped, Gu Bai directly gulped down the hot tea in his cup in one big swallow. It doesn't taste good at all. Gu Bai exhaled a puff of hot air, but then poured himself another cup of hot tea. Tea is not meant to be drunk like that, you have to savor it slowly. Watching Gu Bai's guzzling way of drinking, Gu Bai's mouth twitched, then he said with a hint of heartache. This was his treasured peach blossom tea, made from peach blossoms from a third-order spiritual peach tree, refined through 49 complex methods. Even with his own years of accumulation, he only had a few small boxes of peach blossom tea. Generally speaking, peach blossom tea can be brewed 3 to 5 times before its flavor slightly fades. The taste of peach blossom tea is fragrant but not strong, requiring careful savoring, most suitable for drinking while enjoying the scenery. When Gu Bai had nothing to do, he would brew a pot of peach blossom tea and drink it all day long. But Gu Bai grabbed a large handful at once, which was 4 or 5 times the normal amount, and drank the peach blossom tea in one gulp. He even drank the tea leaves in the cup, not at all like someone drinking tea. Anyway, I'm not used to drinking tea, drinking alcohol is more practical. Gu Bai yawned, then said indifferently. Gu Bai sighed and gently put down his cup. Gu Bai and the other two were not like him, their personalities were more restless. It was already quite surprising to Gu Bai that they could stay in Huanglong Immortal City for so long. Aren't you all bored? I just happened to bring the latest edition of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, you can read it when you have nothing to do. It records all medical Dao knowledge from the first to third orders, which should be very helpful to you. From his storage pouch, Gu Bai directly pulled out a giant book taller than a person and about a meter wide. This was the latest edition of the Yellow Emperor's Inner Canon, the essence of hundreds of Yellow Emperor's Inner Canons combined. It could be said that every page was key knowledge, full of dry facts, the kind that could choke a person. As long as one thoroughly understood this book, one could immediately become a third-order physician. Ye Fan and the other two looked at the book in front of them with some stiffness, which directly brought back some unpleasant memories for the three of them. The three of them had all been dragged by Gu Bai to study to be physicians for a period of time. In Gu Bai's opinion, the three of them were not bad in talent, even very good, so they should also have some talent in the medical Dao, right? He didn't ask them to be as proficient in the medical Dao as he was, as long as they learned the basics and could detoxify or treat wounds, that would be enough. But the facts proved that Gu Bai's strategy was way off, the medical Dao was not something you could learn just because you had high comprehension ability. Even with Gu Bai's personal guidance, none of the three managed to become physicians, only Gu Bai was dragged by him to memorize things by rote, and by relying on memorized formulas, he could barely become a first-order physician. However, since the three of them were idle anyway, they might as well learn some medical skills from him. I suddenly remembered that I haven't collected the clothes at my house, I need to go back quickly. Ye Fan suddenly stood up, as if he had thought of something important, and instantly disappeared from Gu Bai's sight. Me too. Gu Bai and Suwuji also stood up, and in a blink of an eye, they disappeared from Gu Bai's presence. Sigh. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, he then took another sip of tea, continuing to enjoy this peaceful time. That day, Gu Bai was lying in his small courtyard in Huanglong Immortal City as usual, leisurely reading a book. These books were medical texts that Ye Fan had collected from an ancient ruin previously, and they were not ordinary medical texts, most of them were 4-rank or even 5-rank medical texts. They recorded the most top-tier medical Dao knowledge in the Tiangsu world. Although they were very old medical texts, and much of their content had already been phased out, this still couldn't obscure their value. Especially for a physician like Gu Bai, they were priceless. Gu Bai also relied on these medical skills to become a medical Dao great master with superb medical skills, comparable to a fourth-order physician's. Gu Bai didn't know how Ye Fan managed to find so many ruins, or why he always found treasures within them. Ultimately, Gu Bai could only attribute it to Ye Fan's heaven-defying luck. Master, I need to go on a long journey. Just as Gu Bai was leisurely reading, Ye Fan gently pushed open the door. All right, but be careful on the way. Hearing Ye Fan's words, Gu Bai gently closed the medical text and then said in a deep voice. He didn't ask Ye Fan what he was going to do, because with Ye Fan's steady personality, he definitely had important business to attend to. And ever since Ye Fan showed his hand last time, it was almost impossible for the Ya race to attack Qingzhou again in a short period. Even if they did encounter something, with that 1 in 10,000 chance, the sect still had Suwuji and Gu Bai, 2 nascent soul cultivators, enough to ensure the sect's safety. Understood, I'll be careful on the way. Ye Fan nodded, and in an instant, he disappeared from Gu Bai's sight. Gu Bai sighed and stood up from the recliner. He actually had a vague guess as to why Ye Fan suddenly left. Ye Fan should be heading to the prosperous areas of the cultivation world to acquire space crystals for the sect. Space crystals are an indispensable core for teleportation formations. With them, teleportation formations can be set up, allowing instant teleportation no matter how far the distance. Gu Bai could even engrave small spatial formations that Ye Fan and the others could carry with them. No matter where they were, or how far from Qingzhou, as long as they activated the formation, they could instantly return to Qingzhou. This way, even if Ye Fan and the others left Qingzhou to venture into other parts of the cultivation world, if any of them encountered danger, or if Qingzhou faced danger, they could all instantly return to Qingzhou. But the premise was having space crystals. This item, let alone in Qingzhou, was an incredibly rare spirit treasure even in the entire cultivation world. Besides that, Ye Fan's trip this time might also be to acquire a few pure yang spiritual treasures for himself, Su Wuji, and Gu Bei. The three of them had already become nascent soul true lords, and each possessed extremely powerful combat strength, yet they didn't even have a pure yang spiritual treasure, which is standard for a nascent soul true lord. It could be said they were extremely impoverished. Ordinary magic treasures, even top-grade ones, couldn't withstand the power of Ye Fan and the others. They would likely explode from the immense magical power after only a few uses. Su Wuji had the supreme blade, which could bind a natal spirit treasure and evolve by devouring magic treasures of the same level. Su Wuji also bound his Wuji sword, which had accompanied him for many years, without hesitation. Although the Wuji sword was only a medium-grade magic treasure, Su Wuji used it when he first broke through to the Golden Core realm and continued to use it until the late stage of the Golden Core realm before switching to another top-grade magic treasure. The Wuji sword had accompanied Su Wuji in battles for over 200 years, and Su Wuji had a special affection for it. After becoming Su Wuji's natal spirit treasure, it devoured several magic treasures in a very short time, successfully raising its quality to the ranks of top-grade magic treasures. However, it got stuck at this point. To transform the sword into a pure yang spiritual treasure, it needed to devour a sword that was also of pure yang spiritual treasure quality. But in this barren land of Qingzhou, let alone a pure yang spiritual treasure, even magic treasures needed to be purchased from the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Su Wuji's Wuji sword back then was sought out by his master, Lu Sunchen, who traveled thousands of miles to the great Qin Immortal dynasty to find it for him. Therefore, Ye Fan needed to go on a long journey to acquire a few pure yang spiritual treasures for the three of them, and to see if he could find space crystals. This was ultimately because the Lingyun sect was too weak and could no longer provide any help to Ye Fan and the others. Ye Fan's departure did not have any impact on Qingzhou. Gu Bai continued his daily routine, and the Ya race did not foolishly attack Qingzhou. In the center of Huanglong Immortal City, deep within a grand hall, a clanging sound could be heard. At this moment, inside the grand hall, the furnace fire blazed brightly. Gu Bai stood before the melting pot, swinging the iron hammer in his hand, continuously striking a feather-like object made of a steel-like material. Under Gu Bai's hammering, the feather slowly turned red, and its shape gradually transformed into a flying dagger. Gu Bai glanced at the flying dagger, then nodded in satisfaction. The basic shape had been forged. He then took out a carving knife, similar to a brush, from his storage pouch and began carefully carving formation patterns onto it. Because the flying dagger's area was too small and it was too fragile, even with Gu Bai's excellent skill, he could only carve 2 formation patterns. Soon, 2 complex formation patterns were completed by Gu Bai. At this point, a low-grade magical artifact, the black feather flying dagger, was almost complete. However, there was still one final step. Gu Bai gently picked up the flying dagger and placed it into a special liquid nearby. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. As soon as the flying dagger was immersed in the liquid, it emitted a sizzling sound. After a long while, Gu Bai picked the flying dagger out. The flying dagger didn't look much different than before, but the faint magical power fluctuations it subtly emitted had almost completely disappeared. This liquid was specially formulated by Gu Bai. Magical artifacts soaked in this liquid would be coated with a special layer that could conceal their aura. He carefully sensed the flying dagger, and finding that he could no longer detect any aura, Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction and placed the flying dagger onto a row of shelves on the table. At this moment, 4 flying daggers were already on the shelf, making a total of 5 low-grade flying daggers, including the one just refined. In addition, there were dozens of black flying daggers, smaller than these 5 but similar in shape. All of these daggers were forged by Gu Bai during this period. Except for the 5 low-grade magical artifacts, the rest were all top-grade magical artifacts. Even Golden Core cultivators would find it difficult to detect the aura emitted by the flying daggers, and the daggers were entirely black, reflecting no light, making them very suitable for night sneak attacks. The raw materials for the flying daggers came from the willow leaf flying eagle that Ye Fan had slain, specifically the dozens of hardest feathers from its entire body. The flying daggers created were extremely light and sharp, making them very suitable for assassination. Gu Bai planned to award these dozens of flying daggers as rewards to the cultivators in the sect who had performed well or to disciples with higher talent. These items might not be of much use to Golden Core cultivators, but for Foundation Establishment cultivators, they were top-notch divine artifacts. If Ye Fan had a black feather flying dagger of low-grade magical artifact quality back then, he could probably have soloed a third-order demon beast. After a brief rest, Gu Bai took out a snake fang that shimmered with cold light. This snake fang belonged to a highly venomous third-order late-stage great demon python, and even after many years since its death, a large amount of venom still lingered on it. Gu Bai intended to forge this fang into a highly poisonous dagger. With a series of clanging sounds, Gu Bai became busy once more. Though Gu Bai appeared leisurely before, that was merely his resting time. For the most part, he was quite busy. Due to the frequent beast-tide crises, Lingyun sect had accumulated a large number of Yao beast body parts. Especially third-order demon beasts. Just last time, Ye Fan alone had slain at least 100 third-order demon beasts. These Yao beasts were treasures from head to toe. Their hard body parts could be used to forge magic treasures. On average, each Yao beast could be used to forge 2 to 5 magic treasures, and some third-order late-stage great demons could even yield several high-grade magic treasures. Gu Bai could guarantee that if all the Yao Beast body parts were refined into magic treasures, they could produce at least several thousand magic treasures. By then, all the golden core cultivators in Qingzhou would be able to equip a full set of magic treasures, and the excess magic treasures could even be exchanged for a few pure Yang spiritual treasures. However, the prerequisite was to refine all the materials into magic treasures. If they were merely materials, their price would be significantly discounted. Especially now, in this chaotic era of conflict between the human race and the Yao race, there was no shortage of various Yao Beast materials. Normally, 2 sets of Yao Beast materials that could be forged into magic treasures should be able to exchange for 1 magic treasure of the same quality. But in the current period, 5 sets of materials might not even be enough to exchange for 1 magic treasure of the same quality. Qingzhou faced a similar awkward situation. The artifact refiners within the sect were swinging their hammers until smoke almost came out, yet they had still only processed a small portion of the Yao Beast bodies. As one of the few third-order artifact refiners in Qingzhou, and a high-grade third-order artifact refiner at that, Gu Bai naturally had to undertake the task of refining magic treasures. Another high-grade magic treasure was refined, and Gu Bai let out a long breath. He looked up at the sky outside the window and saw that it had completely darkened. Gu Bai shook his somewhat heavy head, deciding to call it a day. Gu Bai walked with light steps back to his immortal cave in Huanglong Immortal City, and standing before the immortal cave's entrance, looking at the pitch-black immortal cave, a sense of inexplicable loss filled his heart. When Qingning was still in Huanglong Immortal City, no matter how late he returned, the immortal cave would always be lit with a warm, comforting yellow glow. Qingning would also meticulously prepare his favorite dishes for him and chat with him enthusiastically. No matter how tired Gu Bai was, upon returning to the immortal cave and seeing Qingning's smile, his fatigue would instantly vanish. But now Qingning had returned to Lingyan sect, and no one would be waiting for him at home in the immortal cave anymore. It seems I need to return to Lingyan sect as soon as possible. It really is a bit unaccustomed without Qingning by my side. Gu Bai murmured softly. At first, he didn't feel anything, thinking, isn't it just a temporary separation? What's the big deal? But after only a few years, he felt an indescribable loneliness. In the dead of night, Gu Bai often suffered from insomnia. He seemed to have become inseparable from Qingning. The longer he was away from Qingning, the more lonely Gu Bai felt inside. Even with Gu Bei, Su Wuji and Ye Fan, his good friends, by his side, which greatly alleviated Gu Bai's loneliness, Gu Bai still wasn't used to life without Qingning. Pushing open the door, Gu Bai walked into the somewhat desolate room. Lying on the bed, Gu Bai couldn't fall asleep. When Qingning was by his side, every night, Qingning would inevitably hug him tightly like an octopus before she could fall asleep peacefully. Now that Qingning had left, with no one to hold him, Gu Bai felt a strong sense of discomfort. Thinking of Qingning's smile, Gu Bai's resolve to return to Lingyan sect grew even stronger. No, I have to go back tomorrow. Gu Bai said to himself again. If Gu Bei and Ye Fan hadn't insisted he stay in Huanglong Immortal City, he would have returned to Lingyan sect long ago. But he had already accompanied Gu Bei and the others for several years, and it was time to return to Lingyan sect to accompany Qingning. One couldn't say he abandoned his wife for his brothers. What? Big brother, why are you suddenly leaving? In the morning, Gu Bei's eyes widened as he spoke in disbelief. I actually want to spend more time with you all, but the sect cannot be without me. That child, Yu Chu, is not enough to deter those golden core cultivators in the sect. Those golden core cultivators were brought back by Ye Fan from the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and they don't have much sense of belonging to Lingyan sect. They don't even listen to Ye Fan's words now, they only listen to me. It's fine for a short period, but for a long time, the sect will definitely have problems. The sect is already a bit chaotic now, and it urgently needs me to return to take charge of the overall situation. Gu Bai said with a helpless expression, his face seemingly conveying that he truly didn't want to leave Huanglong Immortal City. This was a lie. Gu Bai's existence was like a stabilizing force. Even if he left the sect, those golden core cultivators in the sect would not cause trouble. After all, they were still waiting for Gu Bai to regulate their bodies and refine life extension pills for them. Not to mention causing trouble, each of them behaved incredibly obediently. Compared to Lingyan sect's own golden core cultivators, these external golden core cultivators actually resembled sect elders more. But Gu Bai just needed an excuse to return to Lingyan sect. Alright then. Gu Bai nodded, a little disappointed, and did not try to persuade him to stay too much. Look at your sad face. I'm just going back to the sect, I'm not dead. Lingyan sect is not far from Huanglong Immortal City. If I have time, I'll often come to Huanglong Immortal City to see you all. Gu Bai smiled and waved his hand, then cast a escape technique and quickly rushed towards Lingyan sect. In terms of King's Hu's area, Lingyan sect was actually very far from Huanglong Immortal City. To return to Qingzhou from Huanglong Immortal City, one needed to cross more than half of Qingzhou. But from the perspective of a golden core true person, Qingzhou was not too large, one could travel back and forth in a few hours. Gu Bai fully unleashed his escape technique, disregarding the consumption of his magical qi, and in less than an hour, he had already returned to Lingyan sect. Gu Bai took a deep breath and walked directly towards his immortal cave. Soon, Gu Bai arrived at the entrance of his small courtyard and gently pushed open the door. What came into view was a graceful figure in a green robe. Qingning held a small shovel, squatting by the spiritual field in the small courtyard, diligently weeding and patting down the soil for the spiritual vegetables, breaking up the soil to allow the spiritual vegetables to absorb nutrients better. Xiao Bai also followed behind Qingning, carefully loosening the soil for the spiritual vegetables with its paws. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai was stunned. He had thought that all the spiritual vegetables in his small courtyard had withered and died, as no one had taken care of them for several years. But he didn't expect that Xing Ning had been taking care of these spiritual vegetables all along. Clearly, during the time he was away, Xing Ning had been taking very good care of their home. I'm back. A gentle smile appeared on Gu Bai's lips as he said softly. Hearing Gu Bai's familiar and gentle voice, Xing Ning froze, turning her head in disbelief. What met her eyes was Gu Bai's incomparably gentle smile. At this moment, Gu Bai was dressed in white, and a gentle breeze lightly blew his clothes and white hair, making him look incredibly beautiful. Xing Ning was momentarily captivated. When Gu Bai first joined the sect, his appearance was not particularly striking. At most, he could be considered somewhat handsome. However, as time passed, Gu Bai experienced many things, and his study of medical texts added a touch of elegance to him. This made Gu Bai increasingly charming. His charm was not only reflected in his appearance but also in his incomparably gentle aura. Especially for those familiar with Gu Bai, they felt as if they could shed all burdens in his presence and gradually feel that gentleness. Even Su Wuji gradually found himself unable to resist Gu Bai's charm. Gu Bai, you're finally back. In just an instant, Xing Ning confirmed that the person in front of her was Gu Bai, not someone else impersonating him. Because no one else, not even an illusion, could imitate the inherent gentleness of Gu Bai, that warm smile that would completely draw one in with just a single glance. Xing Ning didn't hesitate. She turned and quickly pounced on Gu Bai, pressing her face against his chest, rubbing and nuzzling. He, it's still the familiar scent. Xing Ning let out a slightly lewd laugh. For no other reason than Gu Bai's embrace was too comfortable. Gu Bai's white robe was woven from special materials, feeling cool and very comfortable to the touch. Moreover, a faint herbal fragrance emanated from Gu Bai's body. This fragrance was not bitter, instead, it carried a unique freshness of plants, making it very pleasant to smell. This was because Gu Bai frequently researched medicine, delving into the proportions between spirit medicine to achieve the best therapeutic effects. And Gu Bai's research was very unique. To achieve the best experimental results, Gu Bai would always experiment on his own body. Normal cultivators who ingest large amounts of spirit medicine, even if the spirit medicine is harmless, can still suffer damage to their bodies if the quantity is excessive. But Gu Bai didn't have this problem. He was immortal, he wouldn't die no matter what, and even if he ate more spirit medicine, his body wouldn't have any problems. However, over time, the spirit medicine had also marinated his body. Even if Gu Bai hadn't practiced alchemy or researched spirit medicine for quite some time, a faint scent of spirit medicine still emanated from him. Alright, it's not like we haven't seen each other for a long time. Is it worth such a big reaction? Gu Bai patted Xing Ning's shoulder, saying with a wry smile. Although he had been staying in Huanglong Immortal City these past few years, it wasn't as if he couldn't return to Lingyan sect. Every now and then, Gu Bai would make time to return to Lingyan Peak to visit Xing Ning. Xing Ning was the same, she would come to Huanglong Immortal City almost every 10 days or so. So, strictly speaking, they had only been apart for about 10 days. But I feel like we haven't seen each other for such a long time. Xing Ning rubbed against Gu Bai's chest again, then said with a smile. There's no helping you. Gu Bai smiled, not stopping Xing Ning. In the evening, Gu Bai personally cooked a large table full of delicious food for Xing Ning, including her favorite braised pork. Of course, Gu Bai didn't forget Xiao Bai either. Gu Bai also prepared many of Xiao Bai's favorite braised bones. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Xing Ning wolfed down her food, making awoo with sounds. Soon, the entire table of food was completely devoured by Xing Ning. Xing Ning patted her stomach contentedly, then let out a satisfied burp. It's great to be a golden core cultivator, I can eat as much as I want without worrying about getting fat. Gu Bai said contentedly. When she was in the Qi refining realm and even the foundation establishment realm, it would have been impossible for Xing Ning to eat so much food. However, after becoming a golden core cultivator, she could digest while eating, so no matter how much food there was, Xing Ning could eat it all. Xiao Bai also let out a contented roar. After eating his fill, he lay down under the enlightenment tree and drifted into a sweet dream. Xiao Bai was now a third-order demon beast, but he behaved no differently than before. His body size was still just over 2 meters, and his favorite things to do every day were eating and sleeping. As for the war between the Ya race and the human race, it did not affect Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai continued to do what he usually did that day. The people of Lingyan sect were not so foolish as to believe that Xiao Bai would pose a danger to them. Even if they had just fought Xiao Bai's kin, they would still smile and greet Xiao Bai upon returning to the sect. After all, Xiao Bai could be said to have grown up under their watch. From when he was still a cub, Xiao Bai had already been living in Lingyan sect. When he was young, Xiao Bai was not as lazy as he is now, instead, he was very lively and active. Coupled with Xing Ning and Gu Bei looking out for him, no one dared to harm Xiao Bai. Therefore, Xiao Bai had virtually run all over the entire sect, and most of the sect cultivators knew Xiao Bai and had a certain fondness for him. Upon reaching the Golden Core realm, Xiao Bai was already very intelligent. He might have long ago realized that his parents died at Gu Bai's hands. But Xiao Bai did not resent Gu Bai, because since he could remember, it was Gu Bai who took care of him, gently stroking his fur every day. When he was hungry, Gu Bai would prepare his favorite food. When his body was dirty, Gu Bai would gently wash away the dust for him. Yao beasts are not like humans, their minds are very simple. They will be good to whoever is good to them. The same applied to Xiaobai, he saw all the kindness Gu Bai showed him. After eating their fill, Xing pulled Gu Bai's hand and walked towards the immortal cave. Gu Bai sighed softly. He did not resist, instead, he allowed Xing to pull him away. The door was casually closed by Xing, and the moment it closed, the formation inside the immortal cave activated, completely isolating the sounds and aura within the immortal cave. Xiaobai, who was lying outside the immortal cave, looked up slightly confused, but soon he lay down in the small courtyard again and continued his nap. 3 days later, Gu Bai rubbed his slightly aching lower back, shakily pushed open the door, and walked out of the immortal cave. It must be said that the physique of a golden core true person is indeed formidable, especially for female cultivators. Gu Bai fought for 3 full days before finally subduing Xing. Even though Gu Bai was immortal, he was slightly overwhelmed. Gu Bai now felt desireless, with no worldly desires left. Gu Bai moved his body slightly, then walked towards the sect leader's residence. As the sect master, he couldn't just ignore Ling Yun's sect, could he? Gu Bai walked unhurriedly through the familiar sect, his hands clasped behind his back. This was one of Gu Bai's ways to entertain himself. Whenever he had time, he would stroll through the sect like this. Admiring the beautiful scenery of the sect and watching the vibrant new disciples made his heart feel more peaceful and serene. Rainy and snowy days were Gu Bai's favorite scenes. He would hold a paper umbrella and stroll gently in the rain or snow, leaving only a blurry white silhouette for the many disciples to see. Especially late at night after the snow stopped, with the moonlight quietly shining on the land, Gu Bai most enjoyed strolling through the sect at such times. Look, it's the sect master. Ah, is that the sect master? He's so handsome. Hearing these words, Gu Bai merely chuckled softly, his heart not stirring in the slightest. Perhaps when he was younger, hearing such words might have made him slightly happy. But by now, Gu Bai had experienced similar scenes countless times, and words like him being handsome were something he heard almost daily. Such words could no longer stir any ripple in Gu Bai's heart. Seeing more and more disciples gather around, Gu Bai felt a slight helplessness. Was this the trouble of being too handsome? Even a simple stroll would attract a crowd. Gu Bai no longer had the leisure to stroll. With a flash, he vanished among the crowd. In just a few breaths, Gu Bai arrived at the sect leader's residence. Pushing open the door of the sect leader's residence, what greeted him was a pile of documents stacked like mountains. The table, which had been impeccably clean before Gu Bai left, was now a mess, covered with various documents. Oriental Yuch, with disheveled hair and heavy dark circles under her eyes, frowned deeply as she reviewed the documents before her. Her speed in reviewing documents was extremely slow. She would pause for a long time after writing each line before she could write the next. And at this moment, Oriental Yuch truly felt like crying. When Gu Bai first asked her to be the acting sect master, her heart had refused. Because managing a hall of returning spring already consumed most of her energy, and that was just one department within the sect. If managing the hall of returning spring was so difficult, let alone managing an entire sect. But helplessly, Gu Bai was ultimately her father's master, and also her own master. A master's command was hard to disobey, so Oriental Yuch could only be forced to act as the interim sect master. Even with Gu Bai's remote guidance on the general direction, the many details of managing the sect had exhausted all of Oriental Yuch's mental energy. Ha ha ha, isn't this little Yuechu? How did she end up looking like this? Looking at Oriental Yuch now, Gu Bai heartlessly laughed. He was experiencing what it felt like to be a heartless boss. Master, you're finally back. Hearing Gu Bai's familiar, slightly magnetic voice, Oriental Yuch excitedly stood up. What, didn't you once vow to take my place and become the new sect master? Gu Bai looked at Oriental Yuch, revealing a gentle smile. When Oriental Yuch was young, she was very naive. In her understanding, the sect master was the most awesome existence. Because as long as one became the sect master, one could command everyone in the entire sect, and do whatever one wanted. So Oriental Yuch clamored every day to be the sect master, until she grew up, and this idea gradually faded. Because the sect master was not as glamorous as it appeared on the surface, controlling the entire sect meant that any casual command you gave might concern the life and death of several or even dozens of disciples. One oversight from you could plunge the sect into an abyss of no return. The burden of the entire sect rested on one person, and even someone with the strongest mindset would be suffocated. Before becoming the sect master, Sir Wuji was actually a spirited young man, whose favorite thing to do all day was to find people to spar with in swordsmanship. But after becoming the sect master, Sir Wuji became taciturn, giving people a feeling of being difficult to get along with. This was so he could better manage the sect. Sir Wuji had no choice but to make himself appear fiercer. It wasn't until Gu Bai became the sect master that Sir Wuji slightly released his former nature. How many years ago was that, master? How do you still remember? Oriental Yuch's face flushed slightly. She lowered her head and said with a hint of embarrassment. Ha 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 ha, I won't tease you anymore, go play, leave these to me. Gu Bai chuckled twice, then waved his hand, signaling Oriental Yuch to leave quickly. Master, I'm not a child anymore, I can help too. Listening to Gu Bai's words, which sounded like he was dismissing a child, Oriental Yuch pouted slightly in dissatisfaction. Is that so? Then let me see your progress over the years. Plan complete. Gu Bai's lips curved slightly. Those words he had just said were deliberately to provoke Oriental Yuch, so she would willingly help him share some of the documents. The mountain of documents on the table, even at Gu Bai's speed, would take at least a full day to process. But with Oriental Yuch's help, even if it was just assisting, the time could be shortened to half a day. The two of them sat in the sect leader's residence and began to review the documents. No, this isn't right. Late at night, Oriental Yuch, who was diligently reviewing documents, looked up and realized something was off. She had been tricked by her master. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't be miserably reviewing documents here, she should be sound asleep at home by now. But seeing the few remaining documents on the table, Oriental Yuch sighed softly. What else could she do? There was only a little left, she might as well continue reviewing them. This way, she could still somewhat preserve her dwindling face, making her seem less foolish. Gu Bai's pen tip rotated as he wrote the last line, he neatly placed the final documents on the table, then let out a long breath. He had been busy from shortly after dawn until late at night, finally processing all the long accumulated documents. This was also thanks to Oriental Yuch's help, otherwise, if he were alone, he probably wouldn't be able to finish so many documents even by dawn. Master, since we're done, I'll head back first. Oriental Yuch stretched, and before Gu Bai could react, she quickly ran off without looking back. This child. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head, not minding Oriental Yuch's departure. He unhurriedly organized all the documents in the sect leader's residence, neatly arranging them. Looking at the refreshed sect leader's residence, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction before pushing the door open and leaving. It's snowing. On the way back to his immortal cave, a snowflake gently landed on Gu Bai's palm. Snowflakes drifted down, one by one. Seeing this, Gu Bai chuckled softly. He took out a paper umbrella, gently opened it, and then, under the cover of night, strolled through the snowy landscape. Gu Bai walked very slowly, observing the surrounding scenery as he went. This was one of his forms of entertainment. The land, trees, and flowers of Lingyun sect were covered by a layer of snow, as if draped in silver garments. Gu Bai ambled through Lingyun sect without any specific destination, just wandering freely. Unconsciously, Gu Bai found himself on Nameless Mountain Peak. Standing at the highest point of the peak, Gu Bai looked down upon the entire Lingyun sect. Ha! Gu Bai exhaled a puff of warm air, feeling his heart grow increasingly serene, all distracting thoughts vanishing completely at that moment. As if sensing something, Gu Bai slowly closed his eyes, and everything from the past began to surface in his mind. Gu Bai stood quietly in place, his chi growing deeper and softer. After a long time, Gu Bai finally reopened his eyes. He had just entered a brief epiphany, although he didn't comprehend any powerful divine abilities, the knowledge he had accumulated throughout his life seemed to subtly integrate. This significantly improved his medical Dao, alchemy Dao, artifact refining methods, and even his formation Dao, all reaching the peak of the third order. Especially in the medical Dao, Gu Bai had delved very, very deeply into this path. He was definitely more than just a simple third order physician. Many medical texts written by top fourth order physicians seemed rather ordinary in Gu Bai's eyes, and he even felt that some details could be replaced by better methods. Gu Bai even had a feeling that his theoretical knowledge in the medical Dao surpassed that of ordinary fourth order physicians. After all, for a physician to progress, they must delve into the Dao of pharmacology, the mysteries of the human body, and treat different types of injured individuals to slowly accumulate experience. Alternatively, they could cultivate some medicine slaves and test the properties of spirit medicine through them, gradually understanding the Dao of pharmacology. However, medicine slaves are ultimately just medicine slaves, not the physician themselves. The physician can only examine the medicine slave's body and make guesses. But to truly progress, experiments must be conducted on the bodies of cultivators of the same realm. However, this is impossible. No cultivator would willingly become another's medicine slave, unless that physician was far more powerful than themselves. But this creates a paradox. Powerful physicians can only experiment on equally powerful cultivators. Cultivators with lower cultivation are of no use to them. Moreover, while this method is the fastest way to progress, it violates human ethics, so most physicians with medical ethics would not use it. They can only take a small step forward in the medical Dao through years of accumulated experience. But Gu Bai did not have this problem. He was immortal and could recklessly experiment on his own body. And because it was his own body, Gu Bai was often able to draw the most effective conclusions. Many physicians also liked to experiment on their own bodies, but none dared to go as far as Gu Bai did. They could only be careful, extremely careful, yet even then, a slight misstep could lead to disaster. Gu Bai also relied on his immortal characteristic, his passion for medical arts, and his extraordinary diligence. Only then could he delve so deeply into the medical Dao in just 300 years. Gu Bai didn't know his exact medical Dao level now, he only knew that he could contend with the fourth order physicians. But that was just a guess. Gu Bai had never met a true fourth order physicians. Before comparing himself with the true fourth order physicians, even though most medical texts written by fourth order physicians seemed quite simple to Gu Bai would not presumptuously believe that he had surpassed a fourth order physicians. What if all fourth order physicians held back and didn't write down their true abilities? And besides all his knowledge becoming integrated, Gu Bai's state of mind had also improved. This was what delighted Gu Bai the most. In the cultivation world, one's state of mind is both the best and most difficult thing to improve. Even an ordinary person, after experiencing many hardships, could very likely achieve a superior state of mind. But the state of mind is also the most difficult to improve. Even old monsters who have lived for thousands of years might have a lower state of mind than an ordinary person, which is related to one's experiences. For a long-lived person like Gu Bai, the state of mind is of utmost importance to him. If one's state of mind is low, the passing of one or two loved ones could cause a severe blow to the individual, potentially leading to them never recovering. With a high state of mind, even living for a very long time, one would not feel bored, even if their closest friends and family passed away. People with a high state of mind, while incredibly sad, would quickly recover. And a superior state of mind is not the pinnacle in the cultivation world, it is merely a beginning. Gu Bai already possessed a superior state of mind when he first entered the sect, and after experiencing so many things, his state of mind had grown much more. With Gu Bai's current state of mind, even if he were thrown into a completely dark room with no sound or information, he would not go mad even after 1,000 years. However, if a person with a low state of mind were in such a completely dark and silent room, they would likely go mad within a day and completely insane within 3 days. Gu Bai stood there, holding his umbrella, quietly admiring the scenery of Lingyun sect. It was now deep into the night, the wind and snow had stopped, and the moon hung high in the sky, casting down beams of pure white moonlight. The moonlight illuminated the entire Lingyun sect clearly. It was late at night, and Lingyun sect was empty, all the disciples were safely in their immortal caves. However, there were exceptions, some particularly diligent disciples would secretly cultivate alone late at night. There would also be cultivators like Gu Bai, who would stroll through the sect under the moonlight, appreciating the rare snowy scenery. Creak, creak. Just then, a sound came from behind Gu Bai. Gu Bai looked back at the sound and saw Ice Frost Genren, dressed in blue, also holding a paper umbrella like him. Long time no see. Gu Bai smiled and greeted Ice Frost Genren. Ice Frost Genren also loved snowy days, she would always carry an umbrella and stroll through the sect at such times. He often encountered Ice Frost Genren when walking in the snow. Long time no see. Looking at Gu Bai, who was dressed in white, a gentle smile on his lips, and smilingly greeting him. Ice Frost Genren paused for a moment, then also smiled and greeted Gu Bai. The two stood side by side on Nameless Mountain Peak, quietly admiring the snowy scenery. Although Gu Bai and Ice Frost Genren did not speak, the atmosphere in the air was not oppressive, both of them were quietly enjoying the snowy scenery. Although Ice Frost Genren had pursued Gu Bai for a period in her early years, she gave up after realizing that it was impossible for her to advance further with Gu Bai. She no longer pursued Gu Bai, but instead regarded Gu Bai as a relatively good fellow deist. Gu Bai was the same, he also regarded Ice Frost Genren as a good fellow deist. Whenever it snowed, the two would gather to admire the snow scenery. Didn't you say you were going to stay in Huanglong Immortal City with Yafan and the others? Why did you come back so early? Ice Frost Genren asked. Because of Qingning, I couldn't possibly leave Qingning alone, could I? Gu Bai did not hide anything, he directly stated the reason for returning to the sect. That's good, Ice Frost Genren nodded, her voice a little bitter as she spoke. She envied the relationship between Gu Bai and Qingning, but she also realized very deeply that Gu Bai could not possibly choose her. She was already over 700 years old, if it weren't for the life extension pill refined by Gu Fan, she would probably die of old age in a few decades. It was only then that Ice Frost Genren completely let go of her thoughts, realizing that being ordinary friends like this was also quite good. The knot in Ice Frost Genren's heart, which had troubled her for a long time, was untied, and Ice Frost Genren seemed to feel something, standing quietly in place. Gu Bai, who was enjoying the scenery, suddenly turned his head. The aura of Ice Frost Genren beside him became increasingly profound, clearly, Ice Frost Genren had entered a state of epiphany. After a long time, Ice Frost Genren finally reopened her eyes. Are you alright? Gu Bai asked with a slight worry. I'm fine, Ice Frost Genren shook her head, clearly having benefited greatly from the epiphany just now. It's good that you're fine, Gu Bai nodded. He no longer had the mood to enjoy the snow at this moment, and after greeting Ice Frost Genren, he turned and left. Life continued to fall into tranquility. Gu Bai spent his days managing the sect, studying medical arts in his spare time, and accompanying Qingning in the evenings. After Ice Frost Genren's epiphany that night, she broke through to the 9th level of Golden Core the next day, and has since begun preparations for Nascent Soul. For this, Gu Bai also opened the sect's treasury, allowing Ice Frost Genren to choose suitable spiritual items to increase her chances of successfully breaking through to Nascent Soul. Ice Frost Genren is an elder-level figure in the sect, with a seniority even higher than Suwuji. She made indelible contributions in Lingyun sect's battle to unify Qingzhou. That war, when the three great sects besieged Lingyun sect, almost depleted the foundation of Lingyun Peak. To protect Gu Bai and enable him to successfully break through to the Golden Core realm, Ice Frost Genren, who was then at the Golden Core middle stage, burned her lifespan to hold back several enemy Golden Core true persons. Ultimately, most of the sect's Golden Core true persons died, Suwuji's arms were broken, Tianming's eye was poisoned, Ice Frost Genren was severely injured and fell into a coma, her life origin was severely depleted, and her realm dropped from Golden Core middle stage to Golden Core initial stage. In subsequent wars, as well as 2 successive Beast-Tide wars, Ice Frost Genren charged into the front lines of the battlefield. And afterwards, she cultivated a new Golden Core true person for the sect. It can be said that Ice Frost Genren has dedicated almost her entire life to Lingyun sect. In her later years, Ice Frost Genren needed resources to assault Nascent Soul, and naturally, she was given as many resources as she needed. Not to mention the existing resources in the sect's treasury, even if there were none, Gu Bai would send people to find them. If Ice Frost Genren broke through to the Nascent Soul realm, the sect would profit immensely. Ice Frost Genren has a steady personality and does not like to travel outside. Even if she breaks through to the Nascent Soul realm, she will mostly stay within the sect. The sect is currently lacking Nascent Soul cultivators like Ice Frost Genren. As for Yefan and the other two, although their combat power is incredibly strong, they will eventually leave the sect to venture out. Although Lingyun sect's spiritual qi can barely support the three of them in their cultivation, it is only barely so. If the three want to advance further and seek the soul transformation opportunity, they must leave Lingyun sect and seek opportunities in the cultivation world. If they were to stay in Lingyun sect indefinitely, even with Ye Fan's talent, without the support of resources, it would probably be impossible to break through to the soul transformation realm. As long as the war ends, perhaps Gu Bai can refine a small spatial teleportation array, allowing the three to freely teleport back to the sect. By then, if Ye Fan and the other two wanted to stay in the sect, Gu Bai would kick them out. Moreover, it's not that Ice Frost Genren has no possibility of breaking through to Nascent Soul, on the contrary, Ice Frost Genren's probability of breaking through to Nascent Soul is actually quite high. Because Ice Frost Genren's own aptitude is very good, she cultivated to the Golden Core middle stage at a young age. If it weren't for the Great Sect War that caused her realm to drop to Golden Core initial stage, Ice Frost Genren would probably have already cultivated to the 9th level of Golden Core. And Ice Frost Genren, having resolved her inner demons and experiencing an epiphany, actually has a very high chance of breaking through to the Nascent Soul realm. Because her missing life origin had long been restored by Gu Bai using special methods. As for her lifespan nearing its end and her qi and blood declining, these are not problems in front of Gu Bai, this great master of medicine. Of course, Ice Frost Genren is only preparing to break through to Nascent Soul, her talent is limited, and she cannot break through as easily as Gu Bai and the others. She will need to prepare for at least 10 to 20 years, polishing her magical power to its limit, before Ice Frost Genren will attempt the breakthrough. Ice Frost Genren can be said to be the only cultivator in the sect with hope of breaking through to the Nascent Soul realm in the short term. Before her was Tianming Zi. Tianming Zi had attempted to break through to Nascent Soul several years ago, and for this, he had made a considerable amount of preparations. Unfortunately, it ended in failure. Tianming Zi encountered a problem at the last step and failed to successfully condense a Nascent Soul. This ultimately led to his meridians being severed and most of his cultivation being lost. If it weren't for Gu Bai desperately saving him on the side, Tianming Zi would probably have died long ago. But in the end, Gu Bai only managed to preserve Tianming Zi's Golden Core initial stage cultivation, allowing him to live out his later years in peace. However, his cultivation dropping to Golden Core initial stage also cut off Tianming Zi's hope of breaking through to Nascent Soul. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 years, nothing major happened in the entire Qingzhou, or even the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. However, a mysterious sword cultivator suddenly appeared in the cultivation world. No one knew the origin of this sword god, only that this sword cultivator's strength was extraordinary, possessing the combat power to contend with Nascent Soul late stage. And this mysterious sword cultivator frequently helped human race forces fight against the Ya race. In just a few years, hundreds of fourth-order demon emperors died at the hands of this mysterious sword cultivator. Due to his overwhelming strength, the mysterious sword cultivator was respectfully called the demon-slaying immortal master by the cultivation world. Gu Bai, however, smiled slightly, because he knew that this demon-slaying immortal master was Ye Fan. Crunch, crunch. Ye Fan walked slowly up the steps leading into the Lingyun sect, his pace light. After many years, he had finally returned to the Lingyun sect. Although the major thousand worlds outside were very tempting, Ye Fan had also made several new friends over the past few years. He had saved many forces and made a name for himself throughout the cultivation world. With only an early-stage Nascent Soul realm cultivation, he was able to slay a late-stage fourth-order demon emperor. This talent could be said to be unparalleled in the Sky Ruins world. As long as no accidents occurred, he would most likely be able to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Many large forces offered high prices to win over Ye Fan, promising him the highest rank treatment if he joined their forces. Upon joining, he would immediately receive 2 top-tier beauties and a set of top-grade pure yang spiritual treasures. Whatever cultivation resources he desired would be provided. Ye Fan only needed to sign a heavenly Dao contract, promising to serve the force he joined for 2,000 years after cultivating to the spirit transformation realm. This was a sure win deal, as 2,000 years was not too long for a Nascent Soul great expert who could live for tens of thousands of years. But Ye Fan refused without a second thought. He quietly returned to the Lingyun sect at the peak of his fame, because the Lingyun sect was his home, and he always had to go home. Ye Fan did not forget the purpose of this trip. His objective was to find spatial crystals and prepare a set of pure yang spiritual treasures for Gu Bai, Su Wuji, and himself. He also planned to collect some medicinal pills needed for Nascent Soul realm cultivators to cultivate, as well as some spirit treasures useful to the Lingyun sect. These items were rare even in the Great Qin Immortal dynasty. Even if the Great Qin Immortal dynasty had them, they were mostly for internal consumption and would not be sold to outsiders. However, these items were nothing in the vast and boundless cultivation world. Ye Fan directly sought out the dominant force in the cultivation world, the Myriad Immortals Alliance, which was somewhat similar to the Qingzhou Alliance. But it was not on the same level as the Qingzhou Alliance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance was an alliance of all top-tier forces in the cultivation world. Most of its members were top-tier forces from Tianese Sword Province, such as the Li Huo Palace, where Liang Immortal Lord resided, and the Guanggan Immortal Palace, among others. Forces of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's rank could only barely join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance was responsible for maintaining the operation of the entire cultivation world and mediating conflicts between large forces. Furthermore, the Myriad Immortals Alliance was also the largest trade association in the cultivation world, and its safety was publicly recognized by the cultivation world. If one obtained a pure yang spiritual treasure, or even a Dao artifact used by the spirit transformation realm, and chose to sell it to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance would offer the most fair price. Even for a small chi refining cultivator, the Myriad Immortals Alliance would not forcibly seize it. On the contrary, it would send cultivators to specifically protect this small chi refining cultivator. In addition, the Myriad Immortals Alliance would issue many tasks for all cultivators to accept. As long as a task was completed, an incredibly generous reward would be received. Ye Fan had taken on many tasks from the Myriad Immortals Alliance in these past few years, which led him to travel all over the cultivation world and slay over 100 Fourth Order Demon Emperors. He exchanged all the rewards he received for the items Ye Fan desired. Master, I'm back. Ye Fan pushed open the door of the sect leader's residence and said with a smile to Gu Bai, who was busy reviewing documents. Gu Bai quickly walked to Ye Fan's front, circled around him, and began to examine Ye Fan's body. Gu Bai frowned slightly, he reached out and pressed on the back of Ye Fan's neck, then suddenly pulled out a mass of black transparent substance with force. This mass struggled violently in Gu Bai's hand, seemingly wanting to escape. Gu Bai snorted coldly, green light condensed in his hand, enveloping the black substance and placing it into a completely sealed jade bottle, which he then placed into a jade box. Finally, Gu Bai placed the jade box into a specially made storage pouch, and only then did he slightly relax. The soul-devouring worm, ranked 5th on the world's strange insects list, initially parasitizes the back of the brain. As time progresses, the soul-devouring worm will slowly erode the cultivator's divine sense, and finally, without anyone knowing, possess the parasitized cultivator. Once parasitized, even in the early stage, it is very difficult to detect. Because the soul-devouring worm does not emit any chi and does not cause any harm to the host, it only slowly affects the host's cognition. Until the very end, even if they are parasitized, the parasitized cultivator will not notice any abnormality whatsoever. Under the influence of the soul-devouring worm, the host's will is twisted. Even with complete memories, the host will believe that the Ya race is good and that working for the Ya race is correct. The parasitized cultivator will continuously relay human race intelligence to the Ya race and will suddenly betray them in crucial battles, ambushing their closest kin. This is also a common trick used by the Ya race. They use this method to plant many undercover agents within the human race. Fortunately, I discovered it early. If it had been a few years later and the soul-devouring worm had fully integrated into your body, even I would have found it difficult to detect any abnormality without a full body examination. Gu Bai said in a low voice. Hearing Gu Bai's words, Ye Fan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly flipped through his memories of the past few years in his mind and soon thought of something. I was careless. Ye Fan clenched his fists and said in a low voice. It's all right, as long as I'm here, you don't have to fear these sneak attack tricks of the Ya race. Gu Bai smiled and patted Ye Fan's shoulder. Ye Fan must have been ambushed by the Ya race after experiencing so many battles. After all, Ye Fan was just one person, and he was facing the entire Ya race. And Ye Fan's outstanding performance had long attracted the attention of the Ya race. The Ya race would definitely try every means to eliminate Ye Fan, this future great enemy of the Ya race. Although the Ya race could not deploy nascent soul great experts, various dark and cunning methods were certainly indispensable. Even if most of the methods were identified by Ye Fan, there were still methods similar to the soul-devouring worm that could escape Ye Fan's inspection. At this time, he, as a top physician, needed to take action and remove those minor tricks of the Ya race one by one. After examining Ye Fan's body and finding no major problems, Gu Bai was still a little worried. He pulled Gu Bai to the Hall of Returning Spring. He performed a full body examination on Gu Bai, scanning Ye Fan almost several times, even checking every inch of his muscles. Under this examination, Gu Bai indeed discovered a deeply hidden potent poison in Ye Fan's body. This potent poison was invisible, colorless, and odorless, and it was completely fused with Ye Fan's magical power. Normally, it was in a dormant state, only suddenly erupting when Ye Fan was breaking through to the soul transformation realm, interrupting Ye Fan's breakthrough. Gu Bai didn't discover it at first, but he borrowed a trace of Ye Fan's magical power and simulated various states until, during the simulation of the breakthrough state, this deeply hidden potent poison was activated. Even though Gu Bai was well read, he couldn't determine what kind of poison Ye Fan had been afflicted with. Gu Bai declined, saying it was likely a potent poison developed by a rank 4 poison master of the Ya race. Gu Bai didn't have a good solution for it either. Fortunately, although this poison was extremely insidious, its toxicity was not high. Its main purpose was to erupt during Ye Fan's breakthrough, interrupting his breakthrough. If Ye Fan was in his normal state, even if this poison erupted, it would only cause him to spit up some blood. Although he couldn't develop an antidote, Gu Bai wasn't completely without options. Gu Bai had encountered similar situations in his early years. While he couldn't resolve it, he could induce the potent poison to erupt prematurely. With a plan in mind, Gu Bai immediately took out several spirit medicines, weighed them proportionally, and then put them into a large pot to boil. Soon, the unique bitter smell of traditional Chinese medicine filled the room. Smelling this bitter scent, Ye Fan's body trembled uncontrollably. He seemed to recall something, and some memory fragments flashed through his mind. Those were the memories he had lost before his nascent soul breakthrough. Master, I feel incredibly good now. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Ye Fan quickly got up, trying to sneak away. But Gu Bai was quick-witted. With a stretch of his hand, he grabbed Ye Fan by the back of his neck. Good medicine tastes bitter. This is a good medicine I specifically brewed for you. Although it's very bitter, I guarantee it will cure your illness. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Ye Fan nodded uneasily. Here, drink it. Gu Bai turned and served Ye Fan a full large jar of medicinal soup. Ye Fan extended his hands and took the large jar of medicinal soup, feeling the weight in his hands. Ye Fan was somewhat sweating profusely. Because, besides the weight of the jar itself, the medicinal soup weighed a full 6 catties. If he drank all of it, he would probably lose half his life. Master, can I choose not to drink it? Ye Fan asked, his voice trembling slightly. What do you say? Gu Bai said in a low voice. Ye Fan hesitated for a moment, then finally, trembling, picked up the jar of medicinal soup and took a small sip. With just a small sip, Ye Fan looked as if he had put on a mask of pain. His features were all scrunched up, his expression as painful as could be. Not enough. This amount of medicinal power is insufficient to stimulate the potent poison in your body. You must drink it all. Gu Bai shook his head. He quickly walked in front of Ye Fan, and disregarding Ye Fan's resistance, he directly picked up the jar in Ye Fan's hand. Then he forcibly poured it into Ye Fan's mouth. Wivu. Ye Fan began to struggle violently, but it was no use, he was still forcibly fed a full large jar of medicinal soup. After drinking the entire jar of medicinal soup, Ye Fan lay on the ground twitching. Cough, cough, cough. A moment later, Ye Fan coughed violently again, spitting out mouthful after mouthful of fresh blood. Standing beside Ye Fan, Gu Bai, seeing this scene, nodded with satisfaction. Spitting blood was right, he was only afraid that Ye Fan wouldn't spit blood. Spitting blood indicated that the potent poison in Ye Fan's body had been activated. After a long time, Ye Fan finally recovered. Although the problem of the potent poison had been resolved, Ye Fan still looked pale and his legs were weak. Evidently, that jar of medicinal soup just now had caused an indelible harm to Ye Fan's young heart. Looking at Ye Fan in front of him, Gu Bai was, after all, a little soft-hearted, he was his disciple, after all. Here, this is my specially made 100 fruit juice, it's sweet and sour, it should neutralize some of the bitterness. Ye Fan took out a jar of fruit juice from his storage pouch and handed it to Ye Fan. He hadn't lied to Ye Fan this time, this was truly the 100 fruit juice he had refined, and its taste was quite good, it was Qing Ning's favorite. Ye Fan hesitated slightly but still took the jar of fruit juice. Opening the lid, Ye Fan sniffed it and immediately smelled a rich fruity aroma, which finally put Ye Fan at ease. He hugged the jar and took a big gulp, gurgling. The sour fruit juice stimulated Ye Fan's taste buds, directly washing away all the bitterness in Ye Fan's mouth. Master, look, what good thing did I bring you? Ye Fan, having recovered, smiled and took out a jade box from his storage pouch, handing it to Gu Bai. Gu Bai opened it and found a large crystal inside. Feeling the spatial power emanating from the crystal, Gu Bai nodded with satisfaction. Evidently, this was a large piece of extremely high-quality spatial crystal, which was exactly what Gu Bai needed. With the spatial crystal, Gu Bai would be able to set up a teleportation formation between Huanglong Immortal City and Lingyun Sect. In addition, Gu Bai could also set up a small-scale spatial teleportation formation. If there was a small-scale spatial teleportation formation, no matter how far the distance, as long as it was activated, one could instantly teleport back to Lingyun Sect. Also, Master, look at this. This is the bloodthirsty demon vine you've always wanted me to find. If Master, you plan to raise it as a battle pet, it's best to be careful. This bloodthirsty demon vine is very fierce, a slight oversight can lead to your vital essence being drained. Ye Fan took out another jade box from his storage pouch. Gu Bai opened it and found a small section of red vine, covered in barbs, lying inside. You've put thought into this. Looking at the vine in front of him, a slight smile appeared on Gu Bai's lips. The bloodthirsty demon vine is a special spirit plant. It usually hides in secret realms with abundant spiritual qi. Once a cultivator passes by, it will suddenly appear and entangle him. The bloodthirsty demon vine's body is extremely tough, and its vines have many barbs. Once entangled, it is very difficult to break free. And if one cannot break free within a short period, their vital essence will be devoured by the bloodthirsty demon vine. Most importantly, the bloodthirsty demon vine can be tamed. Many demonic cultivators like to raise a bloodthirsty demon vine as a battle pet. A rank 3 bloodthirsty demon vine, as long as it entangles a cultivator of the same realm, that cultivator, if without some special means, will almost certainly not be able to break free. However, the bloodthirsty demon vine needs to absorb its master's vital essence to obey. If it doesn't absorb vital essence for a long time, the bloodthirsty demon vine might turn on its master. Gu Bai intended to raise one to slightly compensate for his lack of combat power. Although his swordsmanship was decent, he couldn't fight above his realm. Gu Bai, with his golden core middle stage cultivation, could at most barely contend with a golden core late stage grand cultivator. The bloodthirsty demon vine Ye Fan found was a rank 3 late stage bloodthirsty demon vine. With it, Gu Bai could easily defeat a golden core late stage grand cultivator. And unlike other Yao beasts, the bloodthirsty demon vine doesn't need to be concerned with bloodline, as long as it has enough vital essence, it can grow endlessly. As for the daily vital essence needed by the bloodthirsty demon vine, Gu Bai could only say there was as much as it needed. Little fellow, from now on, I am your master. Gu Bai reached out and gently stroked the bloodthirsty demon vine. Upon sensing Gu Bai's aura, the originally fierce bloodthirsty demon vine became incredibly docile, even retracting the barbs on its surface into its body. Master, be careful. Seeing Gu Bai directly touch the bloodthirsty demon vine, Ye Fan quickly shouted. But halfway through his words, Ye Fan paused. This was because the bloodthirsty demon vine did not attack Gu Bai, instead, it retracted its barbs and allowed Gu Bai to stroke it. It even gently rubbed against Gu Bai's hand. Ye Fan was so shocked he could barely speak. He knew his master had great charm, but he never expected it to be this great. The bloodthirsty demon vine was extremely ferocious, even a half-dead bloodthirsty demon vine was not something anyone could touch. Even Ye Fan, a nascent soul cultivator, was bitten by the bloodthirsty demon vine when he touched this particular one. This showed how ferocious the bloodthirsty demon vine was, even when facing enemies far stronger than itself, it showed no fear. But such a ferocious bloodthirsty demon vine, when facing Gu Bai, was as docile as a small animal. It's decided, from now on, I'll call you Xiaoqing. Gu Bai gently stroked Xiaoqing, and Xiaoqing seemed to understand Gu Bai's meaning, wrapping around Gu Bai's wrist with slight joy. Xiaoqing seemed to really like the scent emanating from Gu Bai. It coiled around Gu Bai's wrist, its vines weaving together to slowly form a green bracelet. This was Xiaoqing's innate divine ability, allowing it to freely change its size and slightly enhance its physical qualities. For humans and some Yao beasts, this divine ability was quite useless, but for a Yao beast like Xiaoqing, which relied on its body, this divine ability was no different from a divine skill. Gu Bai paid no attention to the speechless Ye Fan. He turned and left the Hall of Returning Spring, heading towards his immortal cave. Gu Bai had a vague guess in his heart as to why Xiaoqing was so close to him. First, it should be his innate affinity, which allowed all creatures to have a natural good impression of him. This talent was effective not only for humans but also for Yao beasts. Xiaoqing was naturally influenced by the affinity talent, which was why it was so close to him. In addition, it was the bottomless chi of life emanating from Gu Bai. Otherwise, Gu Bai would not have dared to rashly touch Xiaoqing. Although Xiaoqing's intelligence was not as high as that of an ordinary third-order demon beast, it understood that as long as it followed Gu Bai, it would never go hungry. And facts proved that Xiaoqing's idea was completely correct. Walking on the road, Gu Bai took out a small knife and, without hesitation, cut a wound on his wrist. Then Gu Bai took out a jade bottle and placed it below the wound. Drip, drop, drip, drop. Drops of bright red essence blood, emanating a rich aura of life, flowed down the wound, quickly filling the jade bottle. This was most of the essence blood from a golden core middle stage cultivator. If it were an ordinary golden core cultivator, it would take at least several decades to recover this much essence blood. Even if they recovered, it would leave lifelong sequelae that would be difficult to heal. However, Gu Bai had no such worries, he had as much essence blood as he wanted. Drink. Gu Bai held the jade bottle and fed the essence blood to the bloodthirsty demon vine. As soon as the essence blood touched the bloodthirsty demon vine, it was absorbed. The bloodthirsty demon vine, which had been somewhat weakened, instantly recovered most of its strength after absorbing the essence blood. This was the terrifying aspect of the bloodthirsty demon vine, even if it was beaten until only a small section of vine remained, as long as it drank enough essence blood, it could recover quickly. Gu Bai did not feed the bloodthirsty demon vine too much essence blood. Once the bloodthirsty demon vine's condition recovered, Gu Bai stopped feeding it. If he continued to feed it, the bloodthirsty demon vine might grow into a fourth-order demon emperor. At that point, there would be a certain chance of the bloodthirsty demon vine killing its master. After all, the difference in strength between them was too great. If the bloodthirsty demon vine wanted to, Gu Bai would be no match. Although with the blessing of the affinity talent, the bloodthirsty demon vine would most likely not attack Gu Bai, it was better to be safe than sorry. Gu Bai planned to raise it for several decades first, and only when he was completely familiar with the bloodthirsty demon vine would he allow it to advance to a fourth-order demon emperor. After spending a night with Xing, Gu Bai got up early in the morning to prepare for the deployment of the spatial formation. Ye Fan brought a substantial amount of spatial crystals, so Gu Bai would not have to worry about spatial crystals for at least a short period. Gu Bai intended to first set up a spatial teleportation formation between Huanglong Immortal City and Lingyun Sect. This way, even if a beast tide attacked, Lingyun Sect could immediately rush to Huanglong Immortal City for support. Then, he would establish a spatial teleportation formation next to the Myriad Immortals Alliance branch in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. This way, any spirit items that were not useful in Qingzhou could be taken to the Myriad Immortals Alliance and exchanged for other items useful to Qingzhou. Cultivators from Qingzhou could also go to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, and then through the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's paths, travel to various locations in the cultivation world, at least having a chance to strive. There was nothing that could be done. Qingzhou was too poor, with almost no good things. However, Qingzhou had many talents, especially physicians, whose numbers were terrifyingly high. After several hundred years of development, under Gu Bai's leadership, the number of second-order physicians in Qingzhou alone reached several hundred. Several new third-order physicians had also emerged, including Physician Yat, who finally became a third-order physician in his later years, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruan, and their daughter Oriental Yuch. In addition to these physicians who had good relationships with customers, Qingzhou also produced 3 new third-order physicians. One of them was a newly emerged physician from the Hall of Returning Spring, and the other 2 were loose cultivators from Qingzhou. However, they learned their skills from the Hall of Returning Spring, and although they were not Lingyun Sect disciples, they could be considered half Hall of Returning Spring members. And the outside world was in a chaotic period of war between humans and demons, lacking nothing but physicians. Currently in the cultivation world, the status of a third-order physician was even more esteemed than that of a nascent soul cultivator. If it was a third-order physician great master like Gu Bai, his worth far exceeded that of a nascent soul late-stage great master. Many cultivators died or became disabled because they did not receive effective treatment. There was nothing that could be done, the number of physicians was too small. Before the war began, the status of a physician was actually only slightly more valuable than an alchemist. But the difficulty of becoming a physician was much higher than becoming an alchemist. Even with extraordinary talent, it would take at least several decades. After all, physicians required a large amount of experience as accumulation, it was not something that could be achieved quickly in a short period. Let alone becoming a medical great master like Gubai, even becoming an ordinary second-order physician would take an ordinary cultivator at least 100 years. Therefore, the number of physicians in the cultivation world was very scarce, even in the vast and boundless cultivation world, it was difficult to find a fourth-order physician. Yao beasts also prefer to assassinate physicians, which has led to a decrease in the number of physicians since the war began, rather than an increase. Many medical Dao legacies have even been lost directly due to the death of physicians. Instead of staying in Qingzhou and getting caught in endless internal competition, only to barely become a disciple of the Hall of Returning Spring in the end. It's better to leave Qingzhou and develop in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, where resources are at least plentiful. And physicians who develop in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty or other places will not forget Qingzhou, they will eventually return to Qingzhou after achieving success. This will form a virtuous cycle, and given enough time, Qingzhou might develop into a place similar to Tianyi's Sword Province. However, Tianyi's Sword Province is famous throughout the world for its sword cultivators, while Qingzhou would be famous for its physicians. As long as Gubai, this pillar of stability, remains, and continues to intentionally maintain the atmosphere of Qingzhou, with a few more millennia to accumulate its foundation, Qingzhou is entirely capable of becoming a place similar to Tianyi's Sword Province. In addition to large-scale traditional formations, Gubai also plans to set up several small-scale teleportation formations. The disadvantage of small-scale teleportation formations is that they can only transport one person at a time and become waste after a few uses. But the advantage is that small-scale teleportation formations are very small and portable, they can be worn as a pendant normally. In case of an accident, the small-scale spatial teleportation formation can be activated to directly teleport back to Qingzhou. Although the cost of a small-scale spatial teleportation formation is not as high as a large-scale spatial teleportation formation, it is still incredibly expensive. Fortunately, the amount of spatial crystals Yefan brought was quite sufficient, enough to set up several small-scale spatial teleportation formations. Gubai immediately led several formation masters and began to get busy. Setting up formations was not difficult for Gubai, the challenge was how to set up formations in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty would not tolerate external forces setting up teleportation formations under its nose. Fortunately, Yefan and the other two had not been idle during their many years in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, they also had certain connections there. As for Yefan framing the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty for his actions, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty was completely unaware. In the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty's perception, their relationship with Yefan was actually very good. Yefan disappeared for a few days, and by the time he returned, he had already negotiated the matter. Originally, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty did not want to agree, but upon learning that Yefan had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, and had even used the heavenly Dao Qi that had descended upon Qingzhou. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, in order to win over Yefan, this heavenly Dao nascent soul, agreed to Yefan's request, allowing Qingzhou to set up a teleportation formation within the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Gubai was busy for quite some time again, finally completing the setup of all the teleportation formations. And he prepared a set of small-scale spatial teleportation formations for Yefan, Suwuji, and Gubai each. Even if the three were in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, or even further away, as long as they activated the formation, they could instantly teleport back to Qingzhou. From then on, Yefan and the other two no longer had to be confined to Huanglong Immortal City, now they could go wherever they pleased. On Nameless Mountain Peak, the group gathered together after a long time. Big brother, didn't you say you would visit us often? But I waited for 3 years and you never came. Big brother, did you forget about us too? On Nameless Mountain Peak, Gubai, who had finally returned from Huanglong Immortal City, looked at Gubai and spoke with a hint of resentment in his tone. How could that be? I was just too busy these past 3 years, that's why I didn't visit you. You should know that being a sect master isn't easy. I'm busy until late every night, I simply don't have the time. Gubai said without batting an eyelid. This was a lie. In the first few days after returning to the sect, Gubai was indeed very busy, but that was only for a short period. The main reason he didn't seek out Gubai and Suwuji was that every night, Qingning would pull him into studying the origin of life. Gubai unconsciously became engrossed in it. As for Gubai and Suwuji, who were far away in Huanglong Immortal City, Gubai had long since forgotten about them. It wasn't until Yefan returned that Gubai remembered Gubai and Suwuji were still in Huanglong Immortal City. Do you think I'd believe that? Gubai looked at Gubai speechlessly. If he were younger, he might actually have believed Gubai's nonsense. But ever since Gubai and Qingning became Dao companions, Gubai had experienced similar situations countless times and had been tricked by Gubai countless times, so he could naturally distinguish between Gubai's truths and lies. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about that anymore. It's rare for everyone to be free, let's drink. Gubai gave an awkward laugh, then quickly changed the subject. The group chatted and drank, and even after years apart, the atmosphere between them showed no hint of unfamiliarity. However, it was mostly Yefan talking, recounting his experiences over the years to Gubai and the other two. And so, I successfully escaped from the misty secret realm and was extremely fortunate to obtain a top-grade pure yang spiritual treasure called the 7-star sword. Yefan took out a long sword from his storage pouch and said with a hint of pride. At this time, the table was already covered with pure Yang spiritual treasures and several valuable spirit treasures. These were all Ye Fan's spoils of war over the years. A small portion was rewards he received for completing commissions for the Myriad Immortals Alliance, while the majority were things Ye Fan obtained by chance. For example, suddenly falling into a secret realm, and after a series of changes, only Ye Fan escaped from the secret realm, sweeping away all the good things inside. Or discovering a rare treasure appearing, and just as two parties were fighting for it, both sides suffered heavy losses, allowing Ye Fan to reap the benefits. Looking at the table full of pure Yang spiritual treasures, Gu Bai's mouth twitched involuntarily. This was a whole table of pure Yang spiritual treasures, enough to arm Ye Fan and the other two to the teeth. He previously had no concrete concept of Ye Fan's luck. In Gu Bai's perception, Ye Fan was merely a bit luckier than normal people. But only now did Gu Bai realize just how heaven-defying Ye Fan's luck truly was. Pure Yang spiritual treasures are incredibly precious. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator might only have one pure Yang spiritual treasure in their entire life. Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators would have no more than 10 pure Yang spiritual treasures, and most of them would be lower-rank pure Yang spiritual treasures. Very few nascent soul cultivators could obtain a top-grade pure Yang spiritual treasure. But what about Ye Fan? In just a few years, he obtained over 20 pure Yang spiritual treasures, including 3 top-grade pure Yang spiritual treasures. This included his own Xiao sword, the thunderclap spear prepared for Gu Bai, and Su Wuji's glazed golden armor. Amazing, truly amazing. Gu Bai clapped his hands and said with a smile. Don't be polite, take whatever you want. Ye Fan looked at Gu Bai and Su Wuji and said with a bold voice. Su Wuji and Gu Bai exchanged glances and immediately began to snatch the pure Yang spiritual treasures. As good brothers for many years, they naturally wouldn't be overly polite with Ye Fan. Don't touch my Xiao sword, that cannot be given away. And don't pull at my clothes, this is the purple cloud flying robe I finally found. Looking at the bickering trio, Gu Bai couldn't help but smile. The two of them truly didn't hold back with Ye Fan, they snatched whatever they could. Even the pure Yang spiritual treasures Ye Fan wore were taken by Gu Bai and Su Wuji. If Ye Fan hadn't been so powerful, he might not have even kept the Xiao sword in his hand. Ye Fan wasn't angry, instead, he smiled and joined in the snatching. Gu Bai and Su Wuji were his brothers who had fought alongside him for many years, having gone through life and death together countless times. When Ye Fan got good things, even if he risked his life for them, he wouldn't feel the slightest bit of heartache giving them to Gu Bai and Su Wuji. Soon, a large table full of pure Yang spiritual treasures was completely divided between the two of them. The table was empty, with only 2 green tokens remaining. Master, these are medium-grade pure Yang spiritual treasures, wood protection talismans, that I specially prepared for you and mistress. Each token stores 3 protective light barriers that will instantly activate when the owner encounters danger. One light barrier can block a full power strike from an ordinary middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, the wood protection talisman recharges very slowly. To restore one protective light barrier, it requires decades of slow nurturing with magical power. It's quite useless for nascent soul cultivators, but for you and mistress, its use should be very great. Ye Fan smiled and handed the 2 tokens on the table to Gu Bai. You're thoughtful. Gu Bai didn't refuse, he smiled and accepted the 2 tokens. Although he himself was immortal, let alone a full power strike from a nascent soul cultivator, even a full power strike from a soul transformation realm cultivator wouldn't kill him. Even if his body was shattered, Gu Bai could recover instantly. But unless absolutely necessary, under normal circumstances, Gu Bai did not intend to expose his special abilities. As a top 3rd order physician, his strong recovery ability could be attributed to his being a 3rd order physician. But if he was blasted into dust and could still recover, that would be something a 3rd order physician couldn't explain. Moreover, his Dao companion, Xing, was just an ordinary golden core cultivator. She would also die if she encountered fatal danger, but with this wood protection talisman, Xing wouldn't die even if she encountered an attack from a nascent soul cultivator. One could only say that Gu Bai's efforts in raising Ye Fan from a young age were not in vain, now was finally the time for repayment. Gu Bai also didn't say anything polite. His relationship with Ye Fan was like that of a father and son, and there was no need for any polite words. The few of them drank on the nameless mountain peak until very late. The next morning, when Ye Fan and the others sobered up, Gu Bai kicked the 3 bewildered individuals out of the Lingyun sect. Go explore. With the strength of you 3, you will definitely make a name for yourselves in the cultivation world. You don't need to worry about things in Qingzhou. If you encounter a crisis that even I can't resolve, I will notify you and have you use the formation to teleport back. Standing at the mountain gate, Gu Bai shouted to the 3 people at the foot of the mountain. Although there was some reluctance, the 3 of them were bound to leave Qingzhou, it was only a matter of time. Qingzhou was too peaceful, only suitable for someone like him to retire, not for young people like Ye Fan and his companions. Master, once we achieve success, we will definitely return to repay you. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Ye Fan shouted loudly to Gu Bai. You don't need to repay me, just take good care of yourselves. Gu Bai narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Big brother, I'll be leaving now. When I return, I'll definitely bring you a few jars of fine wine and good tea. Gu Bai waved to Gu Bai, then shouted loudly. You promise? Don't drink all the fine wine you bring on the way. Gu Bai said to Gu Bai with a smile. Take good care of Qingning for me, and the Lingyun sect. If anything happens, notify me immediately, don't try to bear it alone. Su Wuji looked at Gu Bai, then glanced at Qingning beside Gu Bai, and said in a low voice. After all, he was Gu Bai's father-in-law, and his seniority was higher than Gu Bai's, so he naturally had to act more mature. I will. Gu Bai nodded, saying very seriously. Gu Bai stood in the sect, quietly watching the three leave. Father. Watching Su Wuji's disappearing back, Qingning's mood was a bit low. She lowered her head and said nothing. She wanted to keep Su Wuji, but she couldn't think of any reason to keep him, so she could only let Su Wuji leave. One can only say that girls are more emotional, and this scene of separation had a considerable impact on Qingning. This was also why Su Wuji had disappeared without a word before, precisely because he was afraid of seeing Qingning's sad appearance. As for Gu Bai, he didn't feel there was anything to be sad about. Ye Fan and the others were just going out to explore, they weren't dead, and they would see each other again in the future. Don't be sad, aren't I still here with you? Gu Bai gently hugged Qingning beside him, speaking in an extremely gentle tone. After comforting Qingning, Gu Bai returned to the sect and began to handle the day's affairs. But in just 1 hour, Gu Bai had everything handled. One could only say that Qingzhou was truly too peaceful, there was nothing that needed him, the sect master, to worry about. After all, Qingzhou was truly remote. Even now, when the human race and Ya race were almost beating each other to a pulp, Qingzhou remained completely undisturbed. The Ya race seemed to have completely forgotten Qingzhou. In over a decade, let alone a beast tide, not even a few second-order demon beasts could be seen. With his free time, Gu Bai began a series of Qingzhou transformation plans. Increasing the concentration of spiritual qi in Qingzhou was just the first step of Gu Bai's plan. Next, he planned to send cultivators to modify the terrain, changing most of Qingzhou's harsh environments into terrain suitable for mortals to live in. And send cultivators from the Lingyun sect to supervise the mortal dynasties, preventing them from oppressing the common people anymore. After that came establishing rules, cultivators were not allowed to attack mortals. Once discovered, they would be hunted down by law enforcement hall cultivators. In the cultivation world, the living environment for mortals was too harsh. Not only were they oppressed by their dynasties, but sometimes they were also wantonly slaughtered by cultivators. Especially demonic cultivators, who particularly enjoyed massacring cities to enhance their cultivation. Some golden core demonic cultivators would even invest in a dynasty, using tens of millions of mortals to enhance their cultivation. Therefore, even though most areas of Qingzhou were suitable for mortals to live in, the number of mortals was not too large, only about tens of millions. Tens of millions sounds like a lot, but the area of Qingzhou was even larger than China in his previous life. With the abundant resources of the cultivation world, let alone tens of millions, feeding hundreds of millions or even billions of people would not be a problem. After all, the cultivation world has fertile land and the miraculous substance known as spiritual qi, allowing for 3, or even 4, harvests of wheat per year. If all these policies were implemented, the number of mortals in Qingzhou would multiply several times over in a very short period. As the number of mortals increased, the number of cultivators would naturally also increase. And as the undisputed overlord of Qingzhou, Lingyun sect would accept anyone with decent aptitude as a disciple. This would lead to more geniuses joining Lingyun sect, and the sect would gradually grow stronger. In the cultivation world, implementing the policies proposed by Gu Bai was incredibly difficult. This was a plan that would yield no returns in the short term, requiring at least 100 years to show any results. The human and material resources consumed during this process were simply incalculable. Most ordinary forces would not have the courage to undertake such a task, and even if they did, most of their disciples would not cooperate. However, in Gu Bai's eyes, these were not problems, because his prestige in Lingyun sect and even throughout Qingzhou had reached an incredibly terrifying level. As long as Gu Bai gave an order, nearly 90% of the cultivators in Qingzhou would obey his command. And they would do so willingly, even without any compensation, they would proactively follow Gu Bai's orders. Returning to the sect leader's residence, Gu Bai issued a series of orders through the Qingzhou alliance. These included prohibiting the arbitrary killing of mortals, and requiring every force to dispatch most of their cultivators to transform the environment within their territory, making it more suitable for mortal life. Absurd, this is utterly absurd. It's a thankless task with no return for at least 50 years. Moreover, it's impossible to complete, unless all of Qingzhou works together with one heart, there's only a slim hope of success. At Tianyuan sect, an old man looked at the contents of the letter and said angrily. He was the sect master of Tianyuan sect, a foundation establishment cultivator. Sect master, these are orders personally issued by Physician Gu. A middle-aged cultivator said with some embarrassment. Why didn't you say so earlier? Physician Gu truly has foresight. If this is implemented, the number of mortals will multiply several times over in less than 100 years. Upon hearing that the orders were issued by Gu Bai, the old man's attitude instantly underwent a 180-degree change. You, quickly dispatch most of the sect's cultivators to level the barren mountains near our Tianyuan sect and convert them into farmland. If it had been anyone else's idea, the old man might have scoffed, but this was Gu Bai's idea. This was Physician Gu, renowned throughout Qingzhou. If it was Physician Gu, no matter how unbelievable the matter, no matter if there was no return, the old man would execute it without hesitation. Similar scenes occurred in various parts of Qingzhou. Almost all forces, upon receiving the orders, immediately dispatched large numbers of cultivators to transform the barren mountains and swamps within their territories environments unsuitable for mortal survival into vast stretches of farmland. This was a monumental project. If Lingyun sect were to undertake it alone, it might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to complete. But if all the cultivators in Qingzhou worked together with one mind, this vast project could be completed in less than 50 years. As Gu Bai issued one order after another, the entire Qingzhou transformed like a precise machine, slowly but steadily changing. Time flowed by slowly. 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 50 years, Qingzhou underwent earth-shattering changes. Nearly 90% of the area had been transformed into an environment suitable for mortal survival. And the mortal dynasties were secretly taken over by Lingyun sect. Although they were still the original dynasties, the true power behind them had become Lingyun sect. Lingyun sect would dispatch cultivators with low aptitude, who were unlikely to break through to the foundation establishment realm, to the mortal dynasties to act as the hidden rulers. This was a very popular mission within Lingyun sect. As for the reason, those who know, know. The emperor is merely your puppet, 3,000 concubines are yours to choose from, and every meal is a feast of delicacies. Life was much more comfortable than being an ordinary disciple in Lingyun sect. Anyway, since it was impossible to break through to the foundation establishment realm in a lifetime, rather than living a mundane life in Lingyun sect, it was better to be a local emperor in a mortal dynasty and enjoy life. As long as they didn't go too far or cause large-scale casualties, Lingyun sect would turn a blind eye. And without the oppression of the imperial family, the living environment for mortals greatly improved. While it couldn't be said that they lived very happily, at least no one starved to death. Although it was only the initial transformation, the number of mortals nearly doubled within these 50 years. The number of disciples recruited by Lingyun sect increased year by year, especially genius cultivators, who seemed to be available for free. Although most genius cultivators stopped at foundation establishment, only a very small number of cultivators could cultivate to the golden core realm. But Lingyun sect needed these pillars, the more of these cultivators, the better. With a large number of disciples joining Lingyun sect, the entire sect also became younger, filled with vitality. Standing on the nameless mountain peak, looking at the prosperous Lingyun sect, Gu Bai's lips curved slightly. Under his many years of management, Lingyun sect alone had over 10,000 foundation establishment cultivators. It also possessed over 50 golden core cultivators. If the golden core cultivators brought by Yefan were included, then Lingyun sect would have over 100 golden core true persons. In addition, Ice Frost Genren had also, 20 years ago, safely broken through to the nascent soul realm, becoming a human path nascent soul. Although the nascent soul she condensed was of the lowest quality, no matter what, she was still a nascent soul true lord. Now, Ice Frost Genren's title had changed to Extreme Cold True Lord. If the small Zhou-Tian star array of Qingzhou was added, even 3 to 5 fourth-order demon emperors would be unable to conquer Qingzhou. Although kings whose current combat strength was nowhere near the top in the cultivation world, it could still easily defend its territory. No fourth-order demon emperor would care for Qingzhou, this barren land, let alone unite with other fourth-order demon emperors to attack Qingzhou. That would be utterly pointless and a waste of time. Gu Bai skillfully brewed himself a pot of tea, then lay back in his recliner, slowly sipping his tea. Just then, a purple streak of light suddenly flew over from the horizon, then came to an abrupt stop in front of Gu Bai. This purple streak of light was Xiao Ziyai, Yefan's pet. Gu Bai skillfully took the paper slip from Xiao Zi's leg, then fed Xiao Ziyai a large piece of fresh meat. After eating the fresh meat, Xiao Ziyai flew away contentedly. The paper slip on Xiao Zi's leg was what Gu Bai had entrusted Yefan to bring. The paper slip was written and published by Tianji Pavilion, a hegemonic force in the cultivation world, somewhat similar to a newspaper on Earth. It recorded major events that had occurred in the cultivation world over the past year, as well as some interesting gossip. Gu Bai deeply understood the importance of information, so he entrusted Yefan to purchase a copy of every scroll released by the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Besides the latest scrolls, Gu Bai was also intentionally collecting scrolls from previous years. Now, from the first scroll released by the Heavenly Secret Pavilion over 30,000 years ago to the current scrolls, Gu Bai had collected almost half of them and read them all. This allowed Gu Bai to clearly understand the various forces in the cultivation world and the relationships between them. In addition to the scrolls released by the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, there was another note tied to Xiao Ying's leg, which recorded the general experiences of Yefan and the other two during the past year. Gu Bai took a sip of tea and carefully read the contents of the note. Yefan and the other two were now thriving in the cultivation world. Their exploits were widely known among both the human race and the Ya race. Each of the three, Yefan and the others, possessed combat power comparable to, or even surpassing, a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. Now, with the pure Yang spiritual treasure Yefan had obtained, their strength had improved by several levels, almost guaranteeing a win against a nascent soul late-stage great cultivator. In this era where nascent soul great expert could not easily make a move, the three represented the highest combat power in the cultivation world. As the saying goes, the bold thrive while the timid starve. Upon realizing this, the three became even more reckless. They constantly targeted smaller beast tides or Ya race territories with relatively weak defenses. The three deeply understood the principle of retreating when the enemy advances and advancing when the enemy retreats, never choosing to directly confront the Ya race. Each time, they would only kill a few fourth-order demon emperor and then quickly leave the scene. The single yield might not be high, but the sheer quantity made up for it. Over these years, the three had slain several hundred fourth-order demon emperor. Fourth-order demon emperor were not just any random creatures. Losing one or two was enough to make the Ya race feel pain for a long time, let alone losing several hundred fourth-order demon emperor. This was an incredibly terrifying number. For comparison, in the past 50 years, during the large-scale wars between the human race and the human race, the casualty rate of 4th Order Demon Emperor in the Ya race was approximately over 2,000. Ye Fan was known as the Demon Slayer True Monarch, Gu Bei as the Demon Suppressor True Monarch, and So Wuji as the Azura True Monarch. The three were called Devil King by the Ya race, beings that any Yao beast would tremble upon hearing their names. Therefore, the Ya race utterly hated Ye Fan and the other two, and had tried to encircle and annihilate them countless times. But in the chaotic times of the human-demon war, all divination methods lost their effectiveness. The Ya race simply could not deduce where Ye Fan and the others were. As for tracking methods, for the three who had previously served as law enforcement hall cultivator, it was impossible for them to leave any traces. Moreover, the three committed their acts completely randomly, without any discernible pattern. They might just be passing by a place and casually slay the nearby 4th Order Demon Emperor. And the timing of their operations was also completely random, they might act 2 or 3 times a day, or not at all for an entire year. The Ya race could not pinpoint the location of the three, nor did they know exactly who the three were. The Ya race had also suspected that the three came from Qingzhou, but the timing simply did not match. Furthermore, Ye Fan and the other two had left behind 3 incarnation, although their realm only remained at the Golden Core late stage, they could easily deceive the Ya race. And this year, the three did another big thing, they infiltrated the heartland of the Ya race and directly raided one of the Ya race's treasuries. They plundered many incredibly precious 4th Order spiritual items, and even a 5th Order spiritual item. The actions of the three completely ignited the wrath of the Ya race. Hundreds and thousands of 4th Order Demon Emperor began searching for the location of Ye Fan and the other two day and night. Fortunately, if nothing else, Ye Fan and the other two's escapability was absolutely first class. Under Ye Fan's leadership, they went to Tianese Sword Province, planning to hide for a period and also learn the sword techniques of Tianese Sword Province. Staying in Tianese Sword Province was incredibly safe, because the cultivator of Tianese Sword Province were incredibly fierce. After all, sword cultivator are all battle maniacs, and the sword cultivator of Tianese Sword Province are extremely warlike, so the Ya race dared not dispatch troops to conquer Tianese Sword Province. And coincidentally, both So Wuji and Ye Fan practiced swordsmanship, so Tianese Sword Province, as the Dao Holy Land of the cultivation world, was a perfect opportunity for them to further refine their sword techniques. Tianese Sword Province was also similar to Qingzhou, allowing free access to any sword Dao knowledge, and the sword cultivator of Tianese Sword Province were also very keen on sparring. Gu Bai gently put away the paper and then placed it in a small box. This box contained all the notes sent by Ye Fan and the other two over the years. Gu Bai did not discard these notes but chose to collect them, as they would always serve as a memento. Gu Bai did not envy Ye Fan and the other two, such an adventurous and exciting life was not suitable for him. What Gu Bai liked was a simple and peaceful life within the Ling Yun sect. As for Gu Bai himself, he had also raised his cultivation to the Golden Core late stage during these 50 years. Gu Bai was not too satisfied with his cultivate speed. Because he was already over 400 years old this year, reaching Golden Core late stage at over 400 years old was not very fast, in fact, it could be considered mediocre. However, Gu Bai quickly accepted his mediocrity, this cultivate speed was actually barely sufficient. Gu Bai estimated that he could try to condense a nascent soul when he was over 500 years old. Qingning was similar to Gu Bai, having also recently cultivate to the Golden Core late stage, becoming a Golden Core late stage great cultivator. However, it would probably not be so easy for Qingning to break through to nascent soul. But Gu Bai already had a solution. Ye Fan and the other two had sent many good things to the sect over the years. These spiritual items were at least of 3rd order quality, and there were even many 4th order spiritual items, all rare spiritual items that could enhance aptitude and improve foundation. Although these spiritual items were incredibly rare in the cultivation world, the spiritual items Ye Fan and the others had plundered over the years were astonishingly numerous. Even if they had to force it, they could push Qingning to the nascent soul realm. As for Qingning's foundation being unstable after cultivate to the nascent soul realm, preventing further progress, Gu Bai stated that it was still better than remaining in the Golden Core realm for life, as the nascent soul realm granted a lifespan of 3,000 years. After 3,000 years, Ye Fan and the other two might have already cultivate to the soul transformation realm, or even ascension to a higher immortal realm. By then, whether it was reincarnation and recultivate, or improving aptitude and forcibly breaking through to the soul transformation realm, there would always be a solution. King Su's changes over these years were also remarkable, with many physicians traveling through teleportation formation to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty or other parts of the cultivation world to make a living. The medical skills of these physicians were guaranteed, as under Gu Bai's deliberate guidance, the physicians in Qingzhou fiercely competed among themselves. And they could learn any knowledge they wished, even the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, which was considered incredibly precious in the cultivation world, could be accessed for free. These physicians quickly made a name for themselves in the cultivation world, and many people discovered that a large number of highly skilled physicians had suddenly appeared, all claiming to be from the remote region of Qingzhou. This also made Qingzhou somewhat famous. Many cultivators in the cultivation world learned of a place called Qingzhou where one could learn medical arts for free. Many talented cultivators who lacked a medical Dao legacy, upon hearing this news, traveled thousands of miles to Qingzhou, solely to learn more profound medical Dao knowledge. The reason the medical Dao was not flourishing in the cultivation world was that all the top physicians kept their unique skills hidden. Furthermore, they only accepted 1 or 2 personal disciples in their lifetime. Even then, they would hold back some techniques, only possibly transmitting all their knowledge just before death, which also led to knowledge being easily lost. After all, in times of war, physicians were very easily assassinated by the enemy. Qingzhou subtly became a holy land for the medical dao in the cultivation world, though this was only for those physicians who had no background and were at their wits' end. But Qingzhou had, after all, taken the first and most difficult step. As the saying goes, the beginning of all things is difficult. Qingzhou had already established its reputation, and now only needed to develop slowly. It is believed that soon, a continuous stream of physicians will come to Qingzhou to study the medical dao, and some of these cultivators might choose to stay in Qingzhou. Given time, Qingzhou will gradually prosper. Tianyi's Sword Province was initially as obscure as Qingzhou, without even a single nascent soul cultivator. But it adopted a strategy similar to King's Hu's, and thus gradually grew to become the current Tianyi's Sword Province. This holy land of sword cultivators in the world accounts for nearly 80% of all sword cultivators. The remaining 20% also went to Tianyi's Sword Province for a period of training in their youth. After a long while, Gu Bai finally finished the hot tea in his cup. Without much delay, Gu Bai slowly got up and walked towards the Danding division. Walking to the largest pill furnace in the Danding division, Gu Bai activated the ground fire and began alchemy. The medicinal pill he was going to refine this time was the high-grade third-order jade purity pill, which could cleanse impurities from the body and slightly improve aptitude. Although the effect of one pill was not obvious, consuming more could significantly improve aptitude. Gu Bai planned to first refine dozens of these jade purity pills to slightly enhance the aptitude of Qingning, Oriental Yuch, Lu Ruyan, and others. Qingning was fine, but Oriental Yuch and Lu Ruyan were just ordinary golden core cultivators, and under normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible for them to break through to the nascent soul realm. But there are always exceptions. Over the years, Gu Bai had been continuously refining medicinal pills that could improve aptitude and strengthen their foundation for them to consume. And with Gu Bai's feeding, their aptitude and accumulation had greatly improved. Whether they could succeed or not, at least they now had the qualification to attempt to reach nascent soul. Of course, the consumption involved was also extremely terrifying. Almost no sect could afford it, not even a large nascent soul sect. However, Ye Fan and the other two had been traveling for so many years, and not long ago, they had even plundered the Ya race treasury. Without saying too much about other things, they had so many semi-finished spirit medicines that they almost couldn't use them all, filling several storage pouches. Over the years, the three of them had also sent many spiritual items back to the sect, so many that they almost filled the sect's treasury. The spirit medicines consumed by Gu Bai were merely a drop in the ocean compared to the inventory of the sect's treasury. After a long while, Gu Bai finally refined a batch of jade purity pills, and 4 medicinal pills emerged from the pill furnace. Producing 4 medicinal pills from one batch, especially of the extremely difficult high-grade third-order medicinal pills, meant that Gu Bai's skill could already be considered that of a third-order alchemy great master. Gu Bai glanced at the sky and noticed that it was already getting dark, so he turned and walked towards his immortal cave. Qingning, for some reason, had been sticking to him every day during this period. At night, her combat power was even more extraordinary, making Gu Bai unable to straighten his back. It was only because Gu Bai was immortal and his body would not have any problems no matter how much he was pushed. If it were an ordinary golden core cultivator, their body would probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Gently pushing open the door of the immortal cave, Qingning had already prepared a table full of delicious food, waiting for him. The moment Qingning saw Gu Bai, she leaped into his embrace. Gu Bai, do you want to eat first? Or do you want to eat me first? Burying her head in Gu Bai's chest and taking a deep breath, Qingning felt her whole being come alive. Stop messing around, the food will get cold soon. Gu Bai pushed Qingning away somewhat helplessly. He then sat down at the table and began to enjoy the delicious food. It wasn't that he had no feelings for Qingning, but he had experienced similar scenes countless times. Anyway, it would be the same sooner or later, but this large table of dishes was prepared by Qingning's hard work, and it would be a pity to waste it. All right. Qingning said with a slight disappointment. The two of them sat at the table and enjoyed the delicious food. Qingning's cooking skills were indeed excellent, already reaching 70 to 80% of Gu Bai's flavor. Even Gu Bai's somewhat picky palate ate with relish. Originally, Qingning couldn't cook, at most, she could only grill some meat, but the taste was indescribable. Later, after becoming Gu Bai's Dao companion, Qingning diligently learned cooking from Gu Bai. After several hundred years of practice, she finally achieved her current cooking skills. Soon, the large table of dishes was completely eaten by the two of them. Gu Bai. Qingning turned her head and looked at Gu Bai with deep affection. Gu Bai also smiled helplessly and obediently sat on the bed. Sleepless night. In the early morning, Gu Bai opened his eyes, feeling a bit tired. Gu Bai's eyes were somewhat blank. He stood up, stretched out his arms, and stretched with all his might until his whole body made a series of cracking sounds, then Gu Bai stopped. At this moment, Gu Bai was completely awake and ready to welcome a new day. After briefly tidying up the room, Gu Bai pushed open the door, intending to walk towards the sect leader's residence. But as his right foot stepped out the door, Gu Bai's figure suddenly froze. As if sensing something, Gu Bai's expression became more serious than ever before. He turned and slowly walked to Qingning, who was sound asleep, and placed his hand on Qingning's lower abdomen. Gu Bai closed his eyes tightly and began to sense carefully. After a long while, Gu Bai reopened his eyes, his expression now very complex. At this moment, Gu Bai's expression was very complex, with confusion, joy, and bewilderment. As a top third-order physician, even from a distance, Gu Bai could clearly sense an extremely faint life force in Qingning's lower abdomen. After sensing it carefully, Gu Bai became even more certain. There was no mistake, this extremely weak yet incredibly pure life force. Gu Bai was truly bewildered now, he hadn't expected Xing to be pregnant. One must know that once one begins to cultivate, the probability of having offspring drops sharply. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, the chance of having offspring is extremely low. Both he and Xing were golden core cultivators, which made it almost impossible for them to have offspring. There were many loving golden core Dao companions in the cultivation world, but without exception, none of them had offspring. Only a very few exceptions could give birth to offspring under extremely fortunate circumstances. Xing's birth was because Su Wuji's Dao companion, Zhang Suero, was already pregnant before he broke through to the golden core realm. Gu Bai had also prepared himself for a lifetime without offspring, but he hadn't expected such a sudden surprise. He hadn't expected to encounter such a small probability. Gu Bai lowered his head and paced back and forth in front of the bed, his mind was in chaos, and he couldn't calm down at all. Gu Bai, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the sect leader's residence at this hour? It seemed Gu Bai's movements were a bit loud, as Xing was woken by his footsteps, and she slowly sat up from the bed. Am I dreaming? Xing rubbed her eyes and looked at Gu Bai standing before her, speaking with some disbelief. Xing thought for a moment, then suddenly raised her right hand and slapped her stomach hard. Slap. Pain. Accompanying a very loud sound, it was clear that Xing's slap just now had no reservation. She clutched her slightly red stomach, squatting on the ground and crying out in pain. Normally, Xing was a bit silly, but a just woken Xing's IQ directly dropped to 0, and she didn't hold back at all. Gu Bai's face turned pale when he saw the scene. He felt a chill rush to his head, and cold sweat instantly drenched his body. This was not a joke, Xing's unconscious slap was actually quite terrifying. After all, Xing was a golden core true person, no matter how you looked at it, if it were a foundation establishment cultivator, they would probably be severely injured by Xing's slap. Don't move, I'll examine you. Without time to explain, Gu Bai darted forward and rushed to Xing's side, then he pressed his palm on Xing's abdomen and began to perform medical Dao secret art to heal Xing. Gu Bai's movements were extremely gentle, as if the person in front of him was not a golden core true person, but a piece of foam that could break at any moment. A moment later, Gu Bai finally let out a sigh of relief. Xing's physical constitution was still quite good, hitting herself only caused some redness and swelling, and did not harm the fetus in her womb. Gu Bai, I didn't expect you to be so proactive. Looking at Gu Bai gently kneading her stomach, Xing finally came to her senses, her old face flushed, and she said with a slight embarrassment. Xing chuckled and reached out to pull at Gu Bai's clothes. Don't mess around, what if you hurt the child in your stomach? Gu Bai gently pushed away Xing's wandering hand, speaking in an extremely serious tone. Ah? Child? Are you talking about me? Xing pointed to herself, saying in disbelief. For a moment, she still didn't understand what Gu Bai was saying. A moment later, Xing finally understood Gu Bai's meaning. She carefully sensed her body, and soon perceived an incomparably weak life force in her lower abdomen. Xing was no longer an innocent young girl, she naturally knew that she was pregnant. Ah? I'm pregnant. We're going to have a child. Xing's eyes widened, and she said with some bewilderment. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Gu Bai said softly, and he quickly calmed Xing's emotions. Gu Bai was actually more nervous than anyone else, this was his first child in 2 lives. Gu Bai was also a very emotional person, and he naturally regarded this child as incredibly important. However, he was now the sect master of Lingyun sect, Xing's Dao companion, and the elder of most people in the sect. Xing or others could be nervous, but Gu Bai himself absolutely could not be nervous. If he was nervous, others would only be more nervous. Gu Bai took a deep breath and quickly suppressed his chaotic emotions deep down. Actually, there was nothing to worry about. As a top-tier physician, Gu Bai naturally knew the body of a golden core true person extremely well. Although the probability of a golden core true person becoming pregnant was very low, it did happen, and there were many medical books that detailed knowledge in this area. If a golden core true person became pregnant, they would not give birth to offspring in less than a year like mortals or ordinary cultivators. A golden core true person would need at least 10 years of gestation before they could give birth to offspring. Although the time was long, the child born would inherit some of the advantages of both parents. Not to say they would necessarily be better than their parents, but they certainly wouldn't be too far off. Therefore, the offspring born to a golden core true person, if nothing unexpected happened, would also be able to cultivate to the golden core realm. There was even a certain probability that by combining the advantages of both parents, their aptitude would be higher than that of both parents. Moreover, as a golden core true person, Xing's physical constitution was no joke. With the physique of a golden core true person, giving birth to a child would not pose any danger at all. With Gu Bai by her side, even if Xing were cut in half and her internal organs removed, as long as her golden core and brain were still intact, Xing would not die. Gu Bai had many ways to help Xing recover, so just being pregnant, Xing would not die from difficult labor as written in other novels. As for the child in Xing's womb, Gu Bai naturally tried to improve the child's aptitude as much as possible before birth. As soon as he thought of it, he immediately took some third-tier spirit medicine from the sect's treasure vault. These were the lotus seeds of the heavenly mountain snow lotus, the luminous silver fungus that could only grow in the deepest parts of the abyssal cave, and the silver moon lily that only grew in the very center of Silver Moon Lake. These were all top-grade third-tier spirit items, obtained by Ye Fan and his 2 companions during their travels in the cultivation world. Gu Bai used these 3 spirit items as the main ingredients, supplemented by 18 ordinary third-tier spirit items, to brew a pot of fetal nourishing soup. This soup could enhance the baby's origin chi, making the baby's foundation more solid than ordinary people's after birth. At this moment, Xing was lying on an incredibly soft large bed, with a small table placed in front of her. On the table was the fetal nourishing soup brewed by Gu Bai. Xing only needed to lie on the bed. Seeing Gu Bai's extremely cautious demeanor, Xing was slightly speechless. She was just pregnant, not dying, there was no need to be so careful. However, seeing Gu Bai so worried, Xing didn't say anything, she lay on the bed, sipping the soup in small mouthfuls. Gu Bai stayed with Xing until evening, and after seeing her sound asleep, Gu Bai quietly left. He went to the small courtyard and took out all the medical books from his storage pouch. After a thorough search, Gu Bai finally found a few books on how to improve a child's foundation before birth. Under the moonlight, Gu Bai only spent an hour fully comprehending the contents of these books. However, Gu Bai was not satisfied, the knowledge recorded in the books was too basic, and Gu Bai already knew most of it, even having better methods. Only a small portion consisted of knowledge points Gu Bai didn't know, but their utility was not significant. Gu Bai thought for a moment and immediately took out the sound transmission talisman he carried with him. He contacted Ye Fan, asking Ye Fan to help him find similar books in the cultivation world. Although the probability of a cultivator becoming pregnant is very low, it does happen. Large forces like the Great Qin Immortal dynasty generally have specialized secret techniques for nurturing a fetus. These techniques can consume many precious spiritual items to enhance the child's foundation as much as possible before birth. This step is the most crucial because, during the fetal stage, various aspects of the infant's body have not yet fully developed, making it the easiest period to improve aptitude. Once the child is born, the various parts of the body are already set, and it becomes incredibly difficult to improve aptitude again, with the difficulty being dozens of times greater than before. At the same time, in Tianese Sword Province, within a hidden room, Ye Fan and the other 2 were sitting on the ground, diligently cultivating. As if sensing something, Ye Fan opened his eyes and quickly took out the sound transmission talisman from his waist. Could something major have happened to the sect? Ye Fan frowned in thought. This sound transmission talisman could only receive messages from Gu Bai. Generally, Gu Bai would not actively send messages to Ye Fan and the other 2 unless there was something extremely urgent. Without hesitation, Ye Fan immediately probed it with his divine sense and began reading the message conveyed by the sound transmission talisman. What? Master's wife, she actually. Upon seeing the specific content, Ye Fan's eyes instantly widened, and he cried out in disbelief. Ye Fan's shout also directly startled Gu Bai and Su Wuji, who were in the midst of cultivating. Because their cultivation was interrupted, causing their spiritual chi to become chaotic, both of them spat out large mouthfuls of blood. However, they were also extremely familiar with this. They casually wiped away the blood from the corners of their mouths and quickly adjusted the chaotic spiritual chi within their bodies. In just a few breaths, both of them suppressed the chaotic spiritual chi and began to heal their injuries. There was no other way, although the 3 of them had been incredibly glorious in recent years, they were ultimately chased all over the place by the Ya race. Sometimes, they would still be cultivating when the Ya race discovered their hiding place. At this time, they had to wake up as quickly as possible and make a run for it. What happened? Did the Ya race catch up again? The 2 immediately stood up, ready to flee at any moment. It's complicated. It's not about the Ya race. Ye Fan shook his head and directly handed the sound transmission talisman to Gu Bai. What? Gu Bai also exclaimed in surprise after seeing the content on the sound transmission talisman. Ye Fan and Gu Bai exchanged glances, both somewhat at a loss. What exactly happened? Seeing their unusual expressions, Su Wuji said impatiently. Master, see for yourself, but be prepared. Gu Bai handed the sound transmission talisman to Su Wuji, then said in a deep voice. Upon seeing the content on the sound transmission talisman, Su Wuji's expression was momentarily stunned, then replaced by surprise and bewilderment. He hadn't expected things to happen so suddenly, all of a sudden, he was going to be a grandfather. What should we do next? Ye Fan looked at Su Wuji, asking. Generally speaking, Ye Fan was the leader of their 3-person team. Most decisions were made by him. But this matter was deeply connected to Su Wuji, so Su Wuji's opinion would definitely take precedence. Su Wuji frowned in thought and quickly came up with an idea. Gu Bai, you return to the sect first to protect Xing and prevent any accidents. Ye Fan, you and I will go together to acquire the secret technique for nurturing the fetus. Gu Bai nodded without the slightest hesitation. He immediately activated the portable teleportation formation he carried. Then I'll head back first. A flash of light passed, and Gu Bai instantly vanished before the 2 of them. Ye Fan and Su Wuji didn't waste any words. They immediately began discussing how to obtain the secret technique for nurturing the fetus. As a foundational secret of large forces, the secret technique for nurturing the fetus was almost never passed on to outsiders. But this couldn't stump Ye Fan. If Ye Fan had anything in abundance, it was ideas. The 2 discussed for a while and quickly made a decision. After Gu Bai sent the message, only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed when the incarnations of Gu Bai, Su Wuji and Ye Fan arrived outside the small courtyard. An incarnation is a part of the main body. Although it is not the main body itself, the main body's consciousness can temporarily attach to the incarnation. Quiet down, Xing is sleeping. Looking at the 3 people standing outside the immortal cave door, Gu Bai shushed them and then said softly. Oh, Hearing Gu Bai's words, the three immediately became tiptoeing. How is Xing Ning? So Wuji slowly walked up to Gu Bai and then asked softly. She's very well. She just drank a nourishing fetus soup and is now sleeping in the room. Gu Bai's lips curved slightly, and he said with an incredibly gentle voice. So Wuji nodded. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Soon, So Wuji opened his eyes. As a sword cultivator, he possessed extremely powerful sensing abilities. In his perception, Xing Ning's life aura was very stable, and within Xing Ning's body, there was also a weak but extremely pure life aura. This was the fetus in Xing Ning's womb. At this moment, the fetus was slowly absorbing nutrients from Xing Ning's body, growing at an extremely slow pace. The few of them stood quietly in the small courtyard, sensing the life aura within Xing Ning's body, and then all showed a slight smile. Just as they were standing and chatting, Gu Bai's main body finally teleported over. Hey, big brother. Gu Bai greeted Gu Bai, then looked towards the Immortal cave. How magical, I never thought Xing Ning would get pregnant. After sensing Xing Ning's aura inside the Immortal cave, Gu Bai said with a slight shock, seeming very surprised that humans could get pregnant. Magical my foot, isn't it normal for Xing Ning to get pregnant? Gu Bai rolled his eyes and lightly patted Gu Bai's head. This time, he learned his lesson and used less force. After all, Gu Bai's body was truly tough, if he used too much force, he would be the one getting hurt. Gu Bai didn't go in to disturb Xing Ning's sleep. The few of them just stood quietly outside the small courtyard, chatting while constantly sensing Xing Ning's specific condition. In the early morning, after waking up, Xing Ning pushed open her door and found Gu Bai and the other three standing outside the small courtyard. Did you guys stay up all night? Xing Ning hesitated for a moment, then finally asked softly as she looked at the people outside the door. Don't worry about us, you just need to take good care of your body now. Gu Bai gave Xing Ning a gentle smile, then said softly. The four of them had indeed stayed up all night, standing outside like that for an entire night. After all, with such a major event happening, even with Gu Bai's mindset, he couldn't sleep at all. It was only Xing Ning's slightly naive personality that allowed her to sleep without any worries after becoming pregnant. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This morning, while Gu Bai was brewing a soup for pregnancy, a flash of light appeared, and Ye Fan and So Wuji, covered in blood, appeared before Gu Bai. Master, this is the secret method for nurturing the fetus we found. Ye Fan, pale and covered in injuries, was dragging the unconscious So Wuji. When Ye Fan saw Gu Bai, he forced a smile and spoke with difficulty. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ye Fan coughed violently, spitting out a large mouthful of black blood, and then he could no longer support himself, falling to the ground with a thud. Seeing Ye Fan fall to the ground, Gu Bai released green light from his hands, beginning to heal both Ye Fan and So Wuji. Ye Fan and So Wuji were severely injured, covered in countless large and small wounds. It was clear that they had just experienced an intense battle. Under Gu Bai's treatment, their injuries were finally stabilized. Gu Bai exhaled a long breath, and gently opened the storage pouch Ye Fan had given him. He found dozens of medical books inside the storage pouch, all of which were secret methods for nurturing the fetus. Gu Bai casually pulled out a few and began to read them, becoming more and more shocked as he read. Because what these medical books recorded were all the most top-tier secret methods for nurturing the fetus. Ye Fan, by some unknown method, had brought So Wuji and managed to obtain the secret methods for nurturing the fetus from nearly half of the top-tier forces in the cultivation world. This brat. Gu Bai smiled helplessly. His original intention was just for Ye Fan to bring him one top-tier secret method for nurturing the fetus. Who knew Ye Fan would be so capable, directly bringing nearly half of the top-tier secret methods for nurturing the fetus from the cultivation world. Gu Bai did not let Ye Fan's efforts go to waste, this was exactly what he needed. Gu Bai casually found a stool and sat down, then began to flip through the secret methods for nurturing the fetus in the storage pouch. He flipped through the books quickly, and in just a few hours, he had roughly read through dozens of medical books in the storage pouch. Closing the last medical book, Gu Bai let out a long, turbid breath. These medical books truly lived up to their origin from top-tier forces, each one had its brilliant aspects. Gu Bai did not intend to adopt the methods from the medical books. For different people, the effect of the secret method for nurturing the fetus could be completely different. For example, a female cultivator who cultivates wood attribute cultivation technique and is skilled in spell, and a female cultivator who cultivates fire attribute cultivation technique and is skilled in sword cultivator. Although their realms are the same, their physical conditions are completely different. This requires an experienced physician to slightly modify the secret method for nurturing the fetus according to the individual's physical condition. But different secret methods for nurturing the fetus target different groups of people. For example, the 7-star sex secret method for nurturing the fetus can make the infant naturally more suitable for cultivating star cultivation technique. Gu Bai planned to research and develop a secret method for nurturing the fetus that was most suitable for Xing Ning. This might be very difficult for an ordinary physician, but for Gu Bai, a great master of medicine, it was not too difficult. At most, it would just take more time. After all, he was standing on the shoulders of his predecessors, with dozens of secret methods for nurturing the fetus for him to reference. If he still couldn't research a secret method for nurturing the fetus exclusive to Xing Ning, then Gu Bai wouldn't need to bother. He might as well find a block of tofu and bash his head in. Just as Gu Bai was pondering, Ye Fan finally woke up. He rubbed his slightly dizzy head and got up from the ground. You've worked hard. When Gu Bai saw Ye Fan wake up, he put down the medical book in his hand, walked over to Ye Fan, and said with a smile. Ha 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 ha, it's no hardship, no hardship. Ye Fan scratched his head, a little embarrassed, and said. But next time, you can't push yourself so hard. This matter isn't too closely related to you, it's not worth risking your life like this. Gu Bai looked at the still not fully healed wounds on Ye Fan's body, sighed softly, and said in a deep voice. He did not ask Ye Fan and Su Wuji how they managed to obtain so many top-tier secret methods for nurturing the fetus in just 1 month. But presumably, the process was not easy, because many of the wounds on Ye Fan and Su Wuji were old injuries that were about to heal. Clearly, Ye Fan and Su Wuji had experienced countless battles, and they probably hadn't rested at all. All for the sake of completing Gu Bai's task as quickly as possible. Gu Bai could understand Su Wuji risking his life for his daughter. But as his disciple, Ye Fan actually had no reason to be so desperate. No, that's my master's wife. Isn't it only right to risk my life to help master and master's wife? Ye Fan shook his head, disagreeing with Gu Bai's statement. He had lost his parents at a young age and lived alone since childhood, until he found the Old Man of the Moon's ring, which led him to join the Lingyun sect and become a Lingyun sect disciple under the Old Man of the Moon's guidance. The appearance of Gu Bai and Xing made Ye Fan feel paternal and maternal love after a long time. Although the Old Man of the Moon had helped him a lot over the years, the Old Man of the Moon ultimately had no physical form and could not provide substantial help. But Gu Bai and Xing were different. In the early stages of Ye Fan's cultivation, he could be said to have lacked nothing in terms of medicinal pills and magic treasures, having as much as he needed. When he was bored, he could also come to Gu Bai's place to play, and Xing would always prepare a large table of delicious food for Ye Fan. In Ye Fan's eyes, Gu Bai and Xing were his masters, but they were more like his parents. From Gu Bai and Xing, Ye Fan also experienced paternal and maternal love after a long time. Hearing Ye Fan's words and seeing his resolute expression, Gu Bai couldn't help but be stunned. Brat! Gu Bai's lips curved slightly, revealing an incredibly gentle smile, and he gently ruffled Ye Fan's hair. With true heart for true heart, Gu Bai's feelings for Ye Fan were genuine. He truly regarded Ye Fan as his own child, and when he had something good, Gu Bai's first thought was always Ye Fan. The reason Gu Bai was good to Ye Fan was not because of Ye Fan's great talent, but because Ye Fan's personality pleased him very much. How intelligent was Ye Fan? If Gu Bai's feelings for Ye Fan contained even a hint of impurity, Ye Fan would be able to detect it. But there was none. Gu Bai's feelings for Ye Fan contained no impurity, they were pure and selfless familial affection. Xing was the same, she also gave her true feelings, completely treating Ye Fan as a child who needed care. It was precisely because of this that Ye Fan valued Gu Bai and Xing so much. So much so that he even placed his own life after Gu Bai's. Gu Bai was also very helpless about this, he had advised Ye Fan countless times not to be so impulsive. But Ye Fan's personality was somewhat similar to Gu Bai's, both were extremely stubborn, and once they decided on something, even 10 oxen couldn't pull them back. Ye Fan listened, but he didn't take it to heart at all. One can only say that having too good a disciple is also a kind of trouble. Time flowed by, and in a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Ever since Xing became pregnant, Gu Bai temporarily stepped down from his position as sect master to stay by Xing side and take care of her. Thus, Oriental Yuch was reluctantly pulled by Gu Bai to be the acting sect master. Over these 10 years, Xing was also very well cared for by Gu Bai, and the child in her womb finally began to take shape slightly. If one looked closely, they would see that Xing's originally flat lower abdomen had already begun to swell slightly. During these 10 years, Gu Bai read through dozens of medical books that Ye Fan had brought. He extracted their essence and discarded the dross, creating a unique secret method for nurturing the fetus, exclusively for Xing. Gu Bai estimated that the child in Xing's womb would have at least superior aptitude, and there was a certain possibility of a special physique being born. Because every once in a while, Xing would refine a drop of wood origin to allow the infant in her womb to slowly absorb it. Wood origin is the most superior wood element spiritual object. If a lot of wood origin is refined, one can even form an acquired wood spirit body. Although special physiques formed through acquired means are not as good as innate physiques, they are still heaven-defying. If everything went smoothly, his child should be able to awaken the wood spirit body upon birth, and it would even be an innate wood spirit body. In terms of rarity, it was no worse than Gu Bai's heavenly thunder body, and the path ahead should be much easier. This could be said to be the most top-tier secret method for nurturing a fetus in the cultivation world, because wood origin is incredibly rare. Even a nascent soul cultivator or a fourth-order demon emperor would not be able to buy a single drop of wood origin with all their possessions combined. It was only because the human race was in a chaotic era of great war, where the heavenly secrets were obscured, and it just so happened that the soul transformation great experts from both sides could not easily make a move. Ye Fan and the other two just happened to possess the combat power to suppress a late-stage nascent soul, and with the three of them working together, they were almost unrivaled in the cultivation world. Therefore, they could plunder with impunity. These wood origins were all seized by Ye Fan and his companions, time and again, from the Ya race territories. However, because of this, the speed of the fetal nurturing became incredibly slow. Gu Bai estimated that it would take another 20 years for the child in Xing's womb to fully take shape. During this process, Xing would need to absorb 1 drop of wood origin and many other precious spiritual objects every year. There were other secret methods for nurturing the fetus that had much lower consumption but were only slightly less effective, but as his child, it naturally had to enjoy the most top-tier treatment in the entire cultivation world. It was also fortunate that Xing was within the Lingyun sect, with Gu Bai as her Dao companion, Su Wuji as her father, and Gu Bai himself having strong enough connections to barely afford Xing's consumption. Xingning's current consumption, in just 1 year, could probably bankrupt a nascent soul sect. If she were in other forces, even top-tier forces with soul transformation great experts, they wouldn't be able to withstand Xingning's consumption like this. A flash of light passed, and Ye Fan, the mortal, covered in injuries, fell face first before Gu Bai. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai, already very familiar with it, treated the injuries of the three. Soon, the injuries of the three were suppressed by Gu Bai, and they would fully recover in just a few more months. Big brother, we found another drop of wood origin. Gu Bai struggled to his feet from the ground, smiling as he handed a jade bottle to Gu Bai. Gu Bai silently took the jade bottle, looking at the three covered in injuries, he felt a pang of heartache. Enough, that's enough. Wood origin is not so easy to obtain, as the most top-tier spiritual object in the cultivation world, just one drop can be worth several pure yang spiritual treasures. Moreover, it is priceless, if auctioned, a single drop of wood origin could even fetch a top-grade pure yang spiritual treasure. Even if Ye Fan and the other two were powerful, obtaining wood origin was not that easy. Furthermore, the three had already made multiple moves, causing the entire cultivation world to know that they were seeking wood origin. The Ya race had even set up many traps, secretly laying out inescapable nets in the treasure vaults containing wood origin, just to lure the three in. Now, every drop of wood origin the three obtained was at the risk of their lives. His child was important, but Ye Fan and the other two were equally important. Gu Bai did not want to see Ye Fan and the other two continue to take risks. If anything happened to the three because of this matter, he would probably never be able to let go. Master, we didn't seek wood origin because of your request. We did it willingly, even if you stop us now, we will still go. Before, it was always Master helping me, now, it's my turn to help Master. Ye Fan also struggled to stand up from the ground, white flames were burning on his body, emitting wisps of white qi. His wounds were recovering at a visible speed. Cough, cough, cough. Ye Fan spat out a mouthful of clotted blood, and his complexion gradually became rosy. That's right, big brother, I fought so hard for big sister Xingning, it has nothing to do with you. Gu Bai's entire body flickered with green lightning, and his injuries were also recovering rapidly. Cough, cough, cough. I fought so hard for my daughter, even if I die because of it, you don't have to feel guilty, because it has nothing to do with you. So Wuji coughed a few times, trying to stand up from the ground, but after trying for a long time, he couldn't, he could only sit on the ground and said in a low voice. Among the three, So Wuji was the most seriously injured. So Wuji also didn't have a talent divine ability with strong recovery like Gu Bai and Ye Fan, his divine ability, everlasting, was only a little supernatural powers, and even if it could heal injuries, the recovery speed was relatively slow. In addition, in recent years, So Wuji had been fighting every now and then. It could be said that his injuries had never fully healed, he almost always fought with injuries. If Gu Bai hadn't been actively treating So Wuji's injuries, So Wuji would probably have accumulated a lot of hidden injuries long ago. Looking at the three in front of him, Gu Bai's eyes couldn't help but moisten. The reason the three said this was to relieve him of any psychological burden. Ye Fan and the other two understood that Gu Bai was a very gentle person, so gentle that he didn't seem like someone from the cultivation world at all. If they died because of Gu Bai would probably feel guilty for the rest of his life. This was the unique gentleness of Ye Fan and the other two. Were they not gentle people themselves? It's just that in this cultivation world, where the strong prey on the weak, the three had to appear incredibly ruthless to survive. With Gu Bai treating them, and their own innate divine abilities, Ye Fan and the other two recovered about 70 to 80% of their injuries after staying in the sect for a few days. After their injuries had mostly recovered, the three set off again, continuing to search for wood origin in the cultivation world. Gu Bai stood there, watching the three of them leave, until their figures completely disappeared from his sight. Only then did Gu Bai turn and return to his immortal cave. Just as Ye Fan and the other two said, they weren't doing this because of Gu Bai's command, they were completely voluntary, so Gu Bai had no right to stop them. Are my father and the others all right? Inside the immortal cave, Xingning asked with a touch of worry when she saw Gu Bai. They're fine. That kid Ye Fan is really clever. With him leading, how could Wuji possibly get hurt? Gu Bai chuckled softly. He reached out and patted Xingning's head, speaking in a gentle tone. Gu Bai did not tell Xingning the truth, he didn't want Xingning to worry. It was the same for Ye Fan and the other two, they only appeared before Xingning when their injuries had healed. This led to Xingning knowing that Ye Fan and the others were busy with her affairs, but she wasn't aware that Ye Fan and the other two were often injured. It's good that they're fine. Hearing that So Wuji was fine, Xingning patted her chest and finally let out a sigh of relief. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. From Xingning's pregnancy until now, a total of 30 years had elapsed. It was fortunate that Xingning was a golden core cultivator, although her belly had grown much larger, it didn't significantly affect her daily life. On this day, Gu Bai, as usual, prepared a table full of delicious food for Xingning. But Xingning sat at the table for a long time, not eating a single bite of food. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Xingning's appearance, Gu Bai quickly got up and asked in a deep voice. My stomach seems to hurt a little. Xingning clutched her stomach and said softly. Hearing Xingning's words, and sensing Xingning's physical condition, Gu Bai, as a top physician, knew that Xingning might be going into labor. Without any hesitation, Gu Bai immediately carried Xingning into a room next to the immortal cave. This room was prepared by Gu Bai in advance, specifically for childbirth. Then Gu Bai immediately activated a communication talisman to contact Oriental Yuch and Lu Ruin, asking the two third-order female physicians to come quickly. Although Gu Bai was Qing Ning's Dao companion, delivering Qing Ning's baby was still a bit awkward. Especially Qing Ning, she didn't want Gu Bai to see her disheveled appearance at all. So she had discussed with Gu Bai in advance that when she was about to give birth, she would ask Oriental Yuch and Lu Ruin to deliver the baby. As for Gu Bai himself, he just needed to guard outside the door. Gu Bai had no objections to this. Lu Ruin and Oriental Yuch were both his disciples. Under his guidance, both of them had become third-order physicians. Delivering a baby was no difficulty for them. Moreover, Gu Bai was guarding outside, so even if an accident truly occurred, Gu Bai could arrive at the first moment. As soon as Gu Bai sent the message, Lu Ruin and Oriental Yuch instantly arrived outside Gu Bai's immortal cave. After all, they were both golden core cultivators and were guarding within the sect, so they could naturally arrive instantly. Qing Ning is in your hands. Gu Bai looked at Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall, who had rushed over, and said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Master, we guarantee to complete the task. Oriental Yuch's expression became uncharacteristically serious. She said in an earnest tone. Seeing Oriental Yuch's appearance, Gu Bai finally relaxed. After all, these were disciples he had personally taught. Gu Bai knew exactly how much knowledge Oriental Yuch possessed. The door slowly closed, and soon, Qing Ning's somewhat painful groans came from inside the room. Although a golden core cultivator's physique was incredibly powerful, giving birth was still very painful. Gu Bai stood outside the room, hearing Qing Ning's groans, and paced back and forth anxiously. A streak of light flashed in the distance. Upon learning that Qing Ning was about to give birth, Su Wuji, who was recuperating from his injuries, instantly rushed over. At this moment, Su Wuji looked a bit disheveled. He was covered in bandages. He stopped in front of Gu Bai, nearly stumbling and falling to the ground. Su Wuji had just experienced a major battle yesterday. He and Ye Fan and the others had once again raided a Ya race treasure vault. However, they were also ambushed by the Ya race. Hundreds of fourth-order demon emperors, along with a fourth-order formation, surrounded the three of them. But the three of them were exceptionally strong, and even facing such a situation, they forcefully fought their way out. With Su Wuji and Ye Fan holding back the Yao beasts, Gu Bai unleashed the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder. This power, which surpassed that of a nascent soul cultivator, directly cleaved an opening in the surrounding formation. Su Wuji even single-handedly killed 3 late-stage fourth-order demon emperors and successfully escaped. However, the 3 of them paid a heavy price, especially Su Wuji, who was once again severely injured. There were wounds all over his body, and when he returned to the sect, Su Wuji's clothes were soaked with blood. Even after Gu Bai's emergency treatment and the little supernatural powers of everlasting life, it only allowed Su Wuji to barely stabilize his injuries in one day. Now, Su Wuji disregarded his own injuries and forcibly used his escape technique to rush over, which caused his wounds to crack open. The originally white bandages on Su Wuji's body gradually turned red from the seeping blood. But Su Wuji himself didn't care at all. It was just a fatal injury. What was there to care about? How is Qing Ning? He turned to look at Gu Bai and asked with a hint of anxiety. Don't worry, with Yuezhou and Ruin there, Qing Ning will be fine. Seeing Su Wuji's anxious look, Gu Bai suddenly felt less nervous. It's you, though. Do you plan to appear before Qing Ning looking like this? Gu Bai said helplessly, looking at Su Wuji, whose bandages were mostly stained with blood. If Su Wuji appeared before Qing Ning like this, it would definitely make Qing Ning worry. I'll go back and change my clothes right now. Su Wuji looked down at his body and only then realized his appearance. Forget it, just wear my clothes for now. Gu Bai sighed helplessly. He reached out and pressed on the bandages on Su Wuji's body, activating the formation on the bandages. The bandages, which had turned incredibly red from absorbing blood, actually returned to white. Small formations were carved onto the bandages by Gu Bai, and they contained small storage spaces that could store the absorbed blood. Gu Bai then took out a white robe and put it on Su Wuji. This way, even at close range, Qing Ning would find it difficult to tell whether Su Wuji was injured or not. Speaking of which, do you have any clothes in colors other than white? And why are all your clothes these long robes? They're so inconvenient. Su Wuji said, looking at the white robe on the mountain, a bit speechless. Ever since Gu Bai promoted sect uniforms last time, long robes were no longer popular in Ling Yun sect. Most disciples and elders wore form-fitting uniforms, or outfits that combined clothing and armor. Although it lacked a bit of immortal chi, it was more convenient, especially suitable for cultivators like Su Wuji who often fought. Because of this, Su Wuji hadn't worn a long robe for several hundred years, and suddenly wearing one felt a bit unaccustomed. And the long robe Gu Bai wore was the most classical type of long robe in the cultivation world. The sleeves of these long robes were very long, and the hems reached the tips of the feet, greatly affecting daily life. Generally, only very old cultivators would choose to wear this type of long robe. However, Gu Bai just happened to be very fond of wearing these classical long robes. Almost all his clothes were long robes of this style. Su Wuji frowned, struggling to put on the long robe. He only felt uncomfortable all over now. Those 2 long sleeves and the loose hem severely affected Su Wuji's movements. Forget intense combat, even slightly larger movements were impossible. It's just for show in front of Qing Ning, I'm not asking you to wear it all the time. Gu Bai shook his head and said with a smile. Although classical long robes had many inconveniences, they couldn't beat how handsome he looked in them. Cultivators should wear long robes like his, only then could they appear to have immortal chi. Not long after Su Wuji arrived, Ye Fan and Gu Bei also rushed over upon hearing the news. They had nothing to hide, after all, one possessed creation divine thunder and the other possessed vitality fire. Even with such severe injuries, after Gu Bai's treatment and their divine abilities for recovery, their injuries weren't completely healed, but at least their external wounds were about 70 to 80% recovered. Just from their appearance, there was no trace of injury. The four stood quietly outside the door like guardian deities, protecting Qingning's safety. Now, Qingning could be said to be incredibly safe, let alone a fourth-order demon emperor attacking. Even if a fifth-order demon venerable attacked, Ye Fan and the other two would desperately stop it. Time passed minute by minute, and Gu Bai stood outside the room, feeling like every second was a year. Gu Bai didn't have to wait too long, a loud cry soon echoed from inside the room. Upon hearing this crying, Gu Bai finally breathed a slight sigh of relief. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment the sound rang out, a giant sword phantom suddenly appeared in the sky. At the same time, the long swords hanging from the waists of Ye Fan, Su Wuji, and the others began to tremble. It's actually an innate sword physique, an excellent seedling for a sword cultivator. Su Wuji, beside Gu Bai, said in surprise. Gu Bai was also a bit surprised. Logically, after absorbing so much wood origin, the special physique that manifested should also be related to the wood attribute, so how did it become an innate sword physique? However, Gu Bai was not disappointed. There was no hierarchy among special physiques, and the innate sword physique was still the most suitable special physique for a sword cultivator to cultivate. With Su Wuji, a sword great master, as his grandfather, this child's future path could be said to be smooth. But he did not rush into the house because Qingning was not carrying a single child, but twins. And according to Gu Bai's perception, these twins were a boy and a girl, a dragon and phoenix pair. From the sounds coming from the room, the firstborn should be a boy. This was even better. After all, being a sword cultivator was not that easy, and getting injured while practicing swordsmanship was common. If it were a girl, Gu Bai might feel a little reluctant, as Su Wuji's teaching was very strict. But if it was a boy, there wouldn't be so many problems. Anyway, boys are naturally tough, Su Wuji could train him however he wanted. With him as a physician, no matter how serious the injury, he wouldn't die. Soon, another cry echoed from the room. The moment this sound came out, a green light suddenly descended from the sky. The light fell directly into the room, and at the same time, Gu Bai sensed a rich wood spirit chi spreading out from the room. The small grass on the ground began to grow wildly after absorbing this wood spirit chi, reaching over a meter tall in the blink of an eye and blooming with vibrant small flowers. The spiritual vegetables planted in front of Gu Bai's immortal cave also began to grow wildly. Heaven and earth anomaly, vitality of all things. It seems this child has awakened the wood spirit body. Sensing the rich wood spirit chi around him, Gu Bai said with a slight surprise. The wood spirit body was naturally good material for learning medicine. It had extremely strong recovery abilities, and its magical power inherently carried healing effects, and most importantly, the lifespan of a wood spirit body far exceeded that of a normal cultivator. If an ordinary golden core cultivator could live for about 800 years, a cultivator who had awakened the wood spirit body could live for at least 1,200 years. Feeling that Qingning and the two children's life auras were stable, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. His two children were born successfully, and both had awakened special physiques. If properly nurtured, they would most likely be able to cultivate to the nascent soul realm, or even the spirit transformation realm, in the future. After waiting for a while outside the door, Gu Bai gently pushed open the door. Inside the room, Qingning was holding two small children with a happy expression. Gu Bai, you're here. Look at our children, aren't they adorable? Upon seeing Gu Bai, Qingning smiled and tried to hand the boy to Gu Bai. Gu Bai moved slightly, came to Qingning's side, and before Qingning could react, he took the girl from Qingning's arms. Are you kidding? This was his future little snugglebug. As for the boy, Gu Bai stated he wasn't familiar with him at all. Boys, well, they can't sit still anyway. He estimated that once he grew up a bit, he'd go messing around with Ye Fan and the others. The baby girl, who had been crying loudly, suddenly stopped crying after being held by Gu Bai and sensing the steady aura on him. Looking at the adorable baby girl in his arms, Gu Bai revealed a heartfelt smile. Gu Bai's smile was incredibly gentle, and his eyes also gently gazed at the infant and Qingning, as if these two were his entire world. Although Gu Bai's smile had always been gentle before, after becoming a father, his smile became even gentler. Anyone could see the overflowing happiness in Gu Bai's eyes. Looking at Gu Bai's smile, everyone present, regardless of gender, felt a moment of trance, their hearts pounding. Gu Bai's figure was already slender, and his skin was very fair, even better than Qingning's skin. This made Gu Bai's aura even softer, as if he loved everyone like a mother. Absurd. In Ye Fan's divine sense, Yu Lao shouted in disbelief. Looking at Gu Bai's heartfelt and profoundly gentle smile, Yu Lao was so shocked he was almost speechless. He knew Gu Bai's charm was immense, captivating Ye Fan to the point of being utterly infatuated, but he hadn't realized it was this profound. Even he, a grand elder who had lived for an unknown amount of time, was drawn in by Gu Bai's smile. This was simply outrageous to Yu Lao. He was someone who had weathered many storms, but even the most stunning immortals from the upper realm had never impacted him as greatly as Gu Bai's smile. If even the most composed Yu Lao was like this, there was no need to mention the others. Gu Bai paid no attention to everyone's reactions. At this moment, his full attention was on the infant in his arms. From now on, I'll call you Gu Qingyu, Gu Bai said with an incredibly gentle voice. This was also something he and Qingning had discussed beforehand. A girl would be named Gu Qingyu, and a boy, Gu Changchun. Looking at the child in his arms, Gu Bai felt a genuine sense of joy. He felt that he was probably the luckiest person in this world, having never experienced any hardship in his life. In his previous life on Earth, he was a genius from a young age, excelling in all aspects and truly being the child of others' families. After graduating from college and venturing into society, in just a few years, under his leadership, a small company directly became a Fortune Global 500 enterprise. Just as he was planning to make a big impact, he unexpectedly transmigrated to this cultivation world. Although his aptitude was low and his parents had died young, Gu Bai was still fortunate. His family in the mortal world could barely be considered a prominent family, and he also had Gu Bai as a blood relative. Gu Bai, like him, lost his parents at a young age, and they relied on each other. However, being born into a prominent family, coupled with their parents dying for the family, their lives were quite comfortable. When Gu Bai and Gu Bai reached adulthood, an immortal happened to pass by the dynasty where their family was located and conducted a large-scale test. Gu Bai and Gu Bai were both detected to possess cultivation qualifications. They successfully joined the Ling Yun sect, and Gu Bai smoothly became a disciple of Su Wuji. Gu Bai also befriended Elder Zhang and Elder Qian, two elders who would influence his entire life. Through Gu Bai's connection, Gu Bai also became acquainted with Qingning and Su Wuji. Later, to treat Elder Jiang's body, which was plagued by hidden injuries, Gu Bai joined the Hall of Returning Spring and became a disciple of He Physician. From then on, the wheels of fate began to turn. He seemed to be born for medicine. After only a few years of studying medicine, Gu Bai became a first-rank physician. Time flew by. He experienced many things within the sect, slowly becoming the Hall Master of Returning Spring, and later went through multiple sect wars. He also successfully broke through to the Golden Core realm and successfully assumed the position of Ling Yun sect master. In the blink of an eye, he transformed from an ambitious young man into the current steady and reliable Ling Yun sect master and a father. Su Wuji held Gu Changchun in his arms, so excited that he was somewhat incoherent. This was his biological grandson, and he even possessed an innate sword physique. If properly nurtured, he could inherit his sword techniques. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was smiling, feeling joy at the birth of new life. Ye Fan and the other two also felt incredibly relaxed. The three of them had barely rested during those 30 years. Every day, their minds were filled with how to obtain wood origin, because due to the pregnancy secret technique, Qingning needed to consume a drop of wood origin annually, and it could not be interrupted. But in the last few years, the three of them used various methods, yet it was very difficult to obtain even a single drop of wood origin. This was because there was only so much wood origin, whether it was the human race or the Ya race, the existing wood origin in their hands had almost all been either exchanged for or taken by Ye Fan and the other two. If Ye Fan hadn't relied on his luck to find an ancient secret realm, and then, with extreme luck, found an entire bottle of wood origin within the secret realm, about 5 drops in total, Qingning's annual supply of wood origin would have likely been cut off. At that point, her child, Gu Qingyu, would have very likely been unable to awaken the wood spirit body. Fortunately, everything was over now, and Qingning had a smooth delivery. Because the two children absorbed a large amount of wood origin and many precious spiritual items, both of them awakened special physiques. It's my turn, Qingning walked up to Gu Bai and snatched Gu Qingyu away. As soon as she left Gu Bai's embrace, Gu Qingyu immediately began to cry loudly, which made Qingning frantically pace around, but she refused to let go of Gu Qingyu. Looking at Qingning's vibrant appearance, Gu Bai felt a little helpless. The recovery ability of a golden core cultivator was indeed strong. Not long after giving birth, Qingning had regained her usual vitality. The next day, Gu Bai personally prepared a grand birthday feast to celebrate the birth of Gu Qingyu and Gu Changchun. The ingredients were provided by Ye Fan and the other two, all of which were top-tier Yao beast flesh and blood, as well as top-tier spiritual plants. The lowest quality was 3rd tier, and the highest even reached 4th tier high grade. Gu Bai even invited all his friends to celebrate the birth of his children together. Everyone ended the banquet amidst laughter and joy. At night, Gu Bai stood alone outside the small courtyard, gazing up at the starry sky. Looking at the vast and boundless starry sky, Gu Bai felt a sense of inner peace. Gazing at the starry sky was Gu Bai's favorite thing to do at night. When he had free time, he could sit on the ground and watch it all day. But today, Gu Bai only looked up at the starry sky for a short while before turning around and gently pushing open the door of the immortal cave. Compared to the vast and boundless starry sky, the ordinary yet warm little home was more appealing to Gu Bai. A warm light shone through the crack in the door onto Gu Bai's body, the room was brightly lit, and the table was filled with delicious food, appearing incredibly warm. Qingning, dressed in pajamas, sat at the table in the living room, holding Gu Qingyu in her left arm and Gu Changchun in her right, waiting for Gu Bai. Gu Bai, you're here again. Quickly help me hold one of the children, holding two at once is exhausting me. Upon seeing Gu Bai's figure, Qingning immediately stepped forward and handed Gu Qingyu to Gu Bai. Gu Qingyu, who had been crying and struggling, instantly stopped struggling upon sensing Gu Bai's aura and instead let out a happy laugh. Ah, really, why doesn't the child cry or fuss in your arms, but when I hold these two children, they cry and fuss? Am I the child's mother, or are you the child's mother? Seeing this scene, Qingning pouted, somewhat annoyed. Humph. My Changchun is the best. Qingning looked at Gu Changchun in her arms, who was neither crying nor fussing, and only then did her mood somewhat balance out. It was unclear whether it was innate or due to some other reason, but Gu Qingyu's personality was more lively, while Gu Chongchun's personality was more composed. Aside from crying for a short while right after he was born, Gu Chongchun had never cried again, his emotions were frighteningly stable. No matter how Qing Ning tried to coax Gu Chongchun, he always remained expressionless, truly a natural sword cultivator prodigy. Since Gu Bai's 2 children were born, Ye Fan and the other 2 had been staying in Lingyun sect all day, no longer venturing out to explore. According to Su Wuji, the 3 of them would at least accompany the 2 children throughout their entire childhood, and only after Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongchun came of age would they consider venturing out. The lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator is incredibly long, the 3 of them might spend the time it takes for Gu Bai's 2 children to come of age in a single closed-door cultivation session. For the 3 of them, taking 20 years to watch the 2 children grow up was easily achievable. After all, the 3 of them were still young now, and they could explore the cultivation world whenever they wanted, they had no mortal enemies or missions that they absolutely had to complete. Especially Su Wuji, he had already considered taking on a disciple. As soon as Gu Chongchun turned 6, Su Wuji would take Gu Chongchun as his disciple and teach him swordplay. Although this would lead to some confusion in seniority, Gu Bai agreed without hesitation. Due to the incredibly long lifespan of high-level cultivators, the seniority in the cultivation world has been extremely chaotic since ancient times. If one were to calculate seriously, a 2,000-year-old nascent soul grand cultivator might have to call a newborn infant grandmaster. In the cultivation world, strength is revered, so most people address each other as they see fit, whatever rolls off the tongue. Just like Su Wuji, although he was Gu Bai's father-in-law, Su Wuji only had that father-in-law feeling for a short period at the beginning. Once Gu Bai and Su Wuji became thoroughly familiar with each other, Su Wuji no longer had any airs of a father-in-law, and his relationship with Gu Bai was more like that of good brothers. Ye Fan was Gu Bai's disciple, and Gu Bai's younger brother, Gu Bei, was Su Wuji's disciple. Logically, Ye Fan should address Su Wuji as grandmaster, but their relationship was more like good brothers. Even when forming a team, the 3 of them implicitly deferred to Ye Fan as the leader. Although their relationships were incredibly chaotic, the few of them got along remarkably well. At the same time, within the sect leader's residence, lights were brightly lit, and the night glowing lamps inside emitted bursts of white light. It would be fine during the day, but at night, when no one was around, it seemed a bit eerie. It was already late at night, but Oriental Yuch had not left. She sat alone at the table, looking at the mountain of documents piled before her with a sense of despair. "Master, where are you? I miss you so much," Oriental Yuch said, on the verge of tears. Ever since Qing Ning became pregnant, Gu Bai had unhesitatingly stepped down from the sect master position, transferring it to Oriental Yuch. And it wasn't just an acting sect master, Gu Bai had completely passed on the sect master position to Oriental Yuch, letting him manage the sect, while Gu Bai would only offer some of his opinions on major directions. Although Oriental Yuch had a million reasons to be unwilling, her master's command was absolute, and she was forced to become the sect master of Lingyun sect. If Gu Bai had been free, he might have helped Oriental Yuch, but at this moment, Gu Bai had no such time, he was enjoying the joys of family life. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, within the sect, 2 adorable little Tuanzi were riding on Xiaobai, charging wildly. "Xiaobai, charge!" Riding on Xiaobai's head, Gu Qingyu shouted loudly, full of vitality. In stark contrast to her was Gu Chongchun, who sat behind Gu Qingyu. He had a tense little face, and his whole body was filled with unwillingness, but he was still forcibly pulled along by Gu Qingyu. Roar! Xiaobai let out a roar, then quickened its pace, beginning to gallop wildly through the sect. Along the way, all the sect cultivators and elders smiled kindly at the 2 children. Gu Qingyu rode Xiaobai, wandering around the sect. In a secluded corner of the sect, under the shade of a tree, Gu Bei and Ye Fan were leisurely drinking wine and chatting. Upon seeing Ye Fan and Gu Bei under the tree's shade, Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately made Xiaobai stop. Because she discovered that there was a plate of dried small fish on the table where the 2 were drinking. And only her father could make these dried small fish, she usually loved to eat them, but her father only allowed her to eat 3 a day, saying that eating too many was bad for her health. Gu Qingyu wrinkled her cute little nose, thought for a moment, recalling the stories her father had told her. She elegantly jumped off Xiaobai with a plop. Then, pulling the extremely unwilling Gu Chongchun, she took short, pattering steps and walked in front of Gu Bei and Ye Fan. "Stop, this is a robbery. Hand over the dried small fish, or I'll have Xiaobai bite you." Gu Qingyu stood in front of Gu Bei, saying in a childish voice. This was similar to the stories Gu Bai told her, but this time, Gu Qingyu was not playing the role of a righteous hero, but the robber herself. Ye Fan and Gu Bei exchanged glances, finally unable to maintain their expressions, and began to laugh heartily without restraint. Ha 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 ha. The 2 of them continued to laugh, holding their stomachs, and Gu Bei even had tears in his eyes from laughing. It had always been them robbing others, but now someone had come to rob them, and the robber was an adorable 3-year-old child. "Humph, no laughing. If you keep laughing, I'll have Xiaobai bite you," Gu Qingyu said angrily, and Xiaobai stood behind Gu Qingyu, letting out a cooperative roar and making a menacing gesture. Although it recognized Gu Bei and Ye Fan and knew it couldn't defeat them, it was, after all, a command from its own little princess. "Little friend, have you forgotten who I am? I even held you before." Gu Bei squatted in front of Gu Qingyu, saying with a smile. The 3 of them had been exhausted recently, ever since returning to the sect, except for Su Wuji, Ye Fan and Gu Bei had completely given up on work, planning to rest for a few years. The two of them also turned into idlers, wandering here and there, and when bored, they would simply find a pleasant spot, drink a pot of wine, and chat leisurely. Originally, little Qingyu and little Changchun should have recognized them. However, when Gu Qingyu was little, she was very fussy and cried no matter who held her, only stopping when Gu Bai held her. After Gu Bei and Ye Fan held her a few times, Gu Qingyu cried even more fiercely, only when Xing Ning or Su Wuji held her would Gu Qingyu barely stop crying. Therefore, Ye Fan and Gu Bei decided to wait until Gu Qingyu and Gu Changchun were a little older before playing with them. Who knew that after the two of them entered closed-door cultivation, more than 2 years had passed. They had only recently come out of cultivation, and they were drinking here because they had nothing to do. They had originally planned to get drunk first, then go to Gu Bai's place to get to know little Qingyu and little Changchun, but they didn't expect the two children to come to them first. I don't know you. Gu Qingyu blinked her eyes in confusion. She thought for a long time but couldn't recall who the person in front of her was. Gu Qingyu thought for a long time but couldn't figure out who the person in front of her was. She shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it. But since you're an acquaintance of my father, I won't take your things. I'll trade you something delicious for them. This is candy my father made, it's really tasty. Gu Qingyu took a few candies from her small satchel and handed them to Gu Bei. Gu Bei suppressed a smile, took the candies from Gu Qingyu's hand, and then gave all the dried fish on the table to Gu Qingyu. These dried fish were cured by Gu Bai, adults and children alike loved them. Gu Bei particularly enjoyed them as a snack with his wine. A while ago, Gu Bai gave him a storage pouch full of these dried fish, enough for Gu Bei to eat for decades without finishing. Thanks. Gu Qingyu happily accepted the dried fish. Here, brother, this young miss will reluctantly share half with you. After receiving the dried fish, Gu Qingyu didn't immediately eat them, instead, she generously shared half of them with Gu Changchun. I don't need it. Gu Changchun kept his arms crossed throughout, his expression a little cool, as he refused the dried fish Gu Qingyu offered. However, in a corner where others couldn't see, Gu Changchun secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He actually really liked dried fish, but he didn't accept them due to face. After all, how could he, a dignified man, eat his younger sister's things? If anything, he should be giving to his younger sister. I said take it, so take it. Gu Qingyu didn't care that much, she directly forced the dried fish into Gu Changchun's hand. Xiaobai, let's go. After getting the dried fish, Gu Qingyu rode on Xiaobai's back again. She and Gu Changchun chatted and ate dried fish, wandering leisurely around the sect. Watching the two children leave, Gu Bei and Ye Fan both showed a doting smile. Children, after all, were the most lovable. Let's go visit Big Brother, it's been a while since I had a drink with him. Gu Bei said with a smile. Let's go. The two of them didn't hesitate at all, they left right away. Big Brother, we've come to play with you. Upon reaching the entrance of Gu Bai's small courtyard, Gu Bei shouted loudly. Coming. A somewhat gentle voice rang out. Gu Bai, dressed in a simple white robe and holding a cleaver, walked out of the kitchen with a smile. Gu Bai's aura at this time had undergone a tremendous change compared to a few years ago. If the previous Gu Bai was merely gentle, then the current Gu Bai had an added sense of domesticity about him. Especially the happy smile he inadvertently revealed, even an ordinary person, simply by looking at it, would probably never forget it for a lifetime. Seeing the current Gu Bai, Ye Fan and Gu Bei were somewhat incredulous, they had only been in seclusion for 2 years, so how did Gu Bai change so much? Why are you just standing there? I happened to make a pot of soup today, you two must try it. Gu Bai looked at the two men, smiling as he spoke. Oh. Only then did the two react as if waking from a dream. They casually found a seat and sat down. Sitting on the benches, the two felt a bit awkward for a moment. For some reason, it felt as if a sad barrier separated them from Gu Bai. The words about drinking were on the tip of their tongues, but they felt a bit too embarrassed to speak them. Gu Bai, I'm here to help you. Just then, a slightly gentle voice sounded from afar. Hearing this voice, Gu Bei and Ye Fan were stunned again, because the voice sounded incredibly familiar, yet also incredibly strange. They had definitely heard it somewhere before, and many times at that, but for a moment, they couldn't recall where. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps approached from a distance. A young man with a long sword hanging from his waist and a smile on his lips walked over from afar. Hey? Gu Bei and Ye Fan were momentarily stunned after seeing this person. Because this person was none other than their incredibly familiar good brother, Su Wuji. Although they had entered seclusion together, Su Wuji had not, so they hadn't seen Su Wuji for over 2 years. Su Wuji's aura had undergone a drastic change at this time. Originally, Su Wuji was like an extremely sharp long sword. He constantly radiated his sharpness to his surroundings, and his expression was also serious, he was mostly expressionless and rarely smiled. But now, on Su Wuji, no sharpness could be felt, instead, there was a comfortable feeling, like a spring breeze. And Su Wuji was also smiling, a gentle smile somewhat similar to Gu Bai's. The two stood rooted to the spot, somewhat unable to believe it for a moment. Long time no see, you two have finally come out of seclusion. Seeing Gu Bei and Ye Fan, Su Wuji paused for a moment, then greeted them with a smile. Don't move, who exactly are you? The two of them simultaneously took a step back, looking at Su Wuji with caution. It was as if the person in front of them wasn't Su Wuji, but a monster disguised as Su Wuji. It wasn't Gu Bei and Ye Fan's fault, it was just that the current Sowoji was too different from before, so much so that he seemed like a completely changed person, and the two couldn't recognize him for a moment. Watching the two quickly dart aside, Sowoji's eye twitched. You rebellious disciple, take this sword. Sowoji could no longer maintain that peaceful aura, he drew the Wuji sword from his waist and charged towards the two. Master, I was wrong. Looking at Sowoji charging over, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. That's right, this familiar feeling of drawing his sword at the slightest disagreement Sowoji hadn't changed after all, he had just been pretending earlier. Sowoji, holding his sword, began chasing the two around the courtyard. Of course, the three of them were very sensible, they were mostly playing around and didn't damage the courtyard in the slightest. After all, they were all nascent soul true lords, if they were to fight without restraint, let alone go by a small courtyard, even the entire sect would probably be razed to the ground. Alright, stop messing around, the two children will be back soon. Hearing the commotion outside, Gu Bai walked out of the kitchen, speaking with a slightly helpless tone. Understood. Upon hearing Gu Bai's words, the three instantly stopped. Gu Bai and Ye Fan obediently sat at the table, waiting for Gu Bai to finish cooking. But Sowoji directly got up and walked into the kitchen. He drew the Wuji sword from his waist and began helping Gu Bai prepare ingredients. Ever since Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun were born, Sowoji often visited Gu Bai's immortal cave to help take care of the two children. Over time, Sowoji also developed his culinary skills. Although he wasn't as good as Gu Bai and Qing Ning, he could easily assist Gu Bai. Seeing this scene, the two were once again stunned. Was this still the Sowoji they knew? Oh, long time no see. Qing Ning pushed open the door and said with some surprise when she saw Gu Bai and Ye Fan. Seeing Qing Ning still as vibrant as before, with no noticeable changes, Ye Fan and Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the kitchen. Gu Bai emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large pot of chicken soup. This chicken was a seven-colored phoenix, an extremely precious third-order spiritual bird, with exceptionally delicious meat. Gu Bai usually couldn't bear to eat it himself, but now that Ye Fan and Gu Bai had come out of seclusion, he naturally wanted to treat them well. Besides the chicken soup, Gu Bai also prepared a table full of delicious dishes, making Gu Bai and Ye Fan drool. Da-da-da, we're back. Gu Bai seemed to have timed it perfectly, just as everyone was seated, little Bai returned with Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun. It's the strange uncle we saw today. Upon seeing Gu Bai and Ye Fan, Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun both froze for a moment. That's your uncle Gu Bai and brother Ye Fan, not a strange uncle. Gu Bai gently stroked their little heads, correcting them softly. Got it. The two children nodded. They had a pretty good impression of Gu Bai and Ye Fan, after all, Gu Bai had given them a large plate of their favorite dried fish. The group finished lunch in a light and pleasant atmosphere. After eating their fill, Gu Qingyu dragged the somewhat reluctant Gu Chongshun and began running wild all over the sect. It could only be said that children's energy was terrifyingly strong. Because they had eaten too many good things, their physiques were also incredibly good. Even without cultivating, they wouldn't feel very tired running around all day. These two children. Watching the two children's retreating figures, Gu Bai smiled helplessly. Gu Bai wasn't worried about their safety, after all, he still held considerable prestige in Lingyun sect. Although he was no longer the sect master, even so, no one would intentionally make things difficult for his children. Moreover, little Bai wasn't useless, having consumed numerous precious spiritual items to enhance his bloodline, he was now a third-order middle-stage demon king. And he was tough and durable, not afraid to fight even a third-order late-stage great demon, which was enough to protect the two children's safety. After the two children left, Ye Fan finally dared to take out a few jars of strong liquor from his storage pouch. Seeing this, Qing Zhou also tactfully turned and left, heading to the Hall of Returning Spring to play with Lu Ruyan. Gulp, gulp. Gu Bai drained the cup of strong liquor in one go, then let out a long breath of qi. After 3 rounds of drinks, the atmosphere gradually became harmonious, and Sowoji slowly returned to his former state. This was his true nature, but his aura was too sharp, easily scaring the two children into tears. Therefore, in front of the children, he needed to restrain himself and be less intimidating. Sowoji had not had an easy time these past few years, as suppressing one's true nature was a very difficult thing to do. But for his adorable grandchildren, Sowoji had no choice but to do so. The few of them didn't drink for too long, after all, Gu Bai was also a father, and he always had to take responsibility. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 years had passed. During these 3 years, Gu Bai and Ye Fan also frequently visited Gu Bai to see the two children. And now, Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun were already 6 years old. The two children hadn't changed much from before, they still rode little Bai around, playing every day. We're going out to play. Gu Qingyu waved her hand, then rode little Bai and left the small courtyard. Only this time was slightly different. When they returned, Gu Qingyu was actually holding a colorful little bird in her hands. The little bird was clearly severely injured, its wings drooping limply. Father, father, can I keep him? Gu Qingyu came before Gu Bai, her big eyes wide, and asked softly. Yes, you can, but from now on, you will have to take responsibility. You must take good care of the little bird and not let him get hurt, understand? Gu Bai smiled and rubbed Gu Qingyu's head, speaking in an incredibly gentle tone. He knew the bird in Gu Qingyu's hand, it was called a 7-colored sparrow, an extremely beautiful but extremely short-lived little bird. Perhaps because it was too beautiful, it incurred the jealousy of the heavens. causing the seven-colored sparrow to be unable to cultivate throughout its life, with an average lifespan of only about 5 years. However, also because of its extreme beauty, many large forces would raise some for ornamental purposes. Gu Bai had also introduced some seven-colored sparrows a while ago to decorate the sect. Gu Qingyu must have accidentally picked up this injured little seven-colored sparrow. That's great. Upon receiving Gu Bai's permission, Gu Qingyu immediately jumped up happily. She pulled Gu Chongshan and began chattering excitedly, discussing how they would raise this seven-colored sparrow in the future. Gu Bai watched with a smile. He did not directly treat the injured seven-colored sparrow but instead taught Gu Qingyu some basic medical Dao knowledge, letting her try to bandage the seven-colored sparrow's wound herself. Gu Qingyu, who usually disliked studying, listened to Gu Bai's teachings with rare seriousness this time. Is it like this? She carefully bandaged the seven-colored sparrow's wound according to Gu Bai's instructions. Very good. Gu Bai said with a smile, his eyes filled with undisguised affection. He did not directly teach Gu Qingyu medical skills but quietly guided her, allowing her to proactively develop an interest in the medical Dao. And Gu Qingyu was indeed his child, her talent was terrifyingly strong. In her very first attempt, she almost perfectly bandaged the seven-colored sparrow's wound. While treating such a wound was simple, anyone with a bit of basic knowledge, let alone a doctor, could do it. One must not forget that Gu Qingyu was only 6 years old this year, and it was her first attempt, with no prior medical Dao foundation. This level of talent already surpassed that of Oriental Yuch back then. Afterward, Gu Bai continued to guide Gu Qingyu, teaching her how to prepare the medicinal paste needed for healing. Gu Qingyu was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge imparted by Gu Bai at an extremely fast pace. Gu Chongshan also listened from the side, his arms crossed, not saying a word the entire time. But his cool expression was now a little strained. Because he didn't understand a single word of what Gu Bai was saying. Not a single word. If he didn't know his father's personality and that Gu Qingyu couldn't possibly lie to him, Gu Chongshan would have thought that Gu Qingyu and his father were putting on a show for him. Don't be discouraged, older brother. If you get hurt in the future, I'll help you treat it. Gu Qingyu turned to Gu Chongshan and said with extreme seriousness. I won't get hurt. Gu Chongshan's small face was slightly flushed. He crossed his arms and, after a long pause, managed to blurt out this sentence. Then, from now on, your big brother's safety is in your hands. Gu Bai rubbed Gu Qingyu's hair and said with a smile. Are you kidding? Is a sword cultivator who isn't injured still a proper sword cultivator? Every sword cultivator is a battle maniac, but any proper sword cultivator almost constantly has minor and major injuries. Although Gu Chongshan possesses the innate sword physique, he is not invincible, he will still encounter enemies stronger than himself, and even if he can turn defeat into victory, injuries are unavoidable. I'm very strong, it's impossible for me to get injured. Gu Chongshan said, somewhat unconvinced. Ha 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 ha, my Chongshan is naturally the strongest. Gu Bai laughed and rubbed Gu Chongshan's hair. Some time ago, Su Wuji officially accepted Gu Chongshan as his disciple and imparted sword techniques to Gu Chongshan. Although Gu Chongshan had not yet cultivated, he displayed unparalleled sword cultivator talent. The basic sword techniques taught by Su Wuji were learned instantly by him, and sometimes he could even infer other things from one instance, which is why Gu Chongshan was a bit overconfident. Tisk, big brother. Just then, a loud voice echoed from afar. Gu Bei and Ye Fan pushed open the door to Gu Bai's small courtyard with smiles. It's Uncle Gu Bei and big brother Ye Fan. Seeing the two, Gu Qingyu's eyes lit up, and she said with a hint of surprise. Ha 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 ha, little Qing Ning, look what I brought you. Gu Bei laughed loudly, his voice booming. He took out a large handful of candies from his storage pouch and handed them to Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshan. Yay, it's candy. Gu Qingyu took the candies and happily jumped up and down. She pulled Gu Chongshan and left the small courtyard. You, next time you can't give so much. The candies you gave last time, they haven't finished eating them yet. Gu Bai said with a slight hint of helplessness. Gu Bei and Ye Fan often visited him, and every time they came, they brought a large pile of delicious treats, which led to Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshan hardly eating their meals. Although Gu Bai was present, there was no need to worry about cavities or gaining weight, but eating too many snacks was still not good. If the children like to eat, just let them eat. Gu Bei said somewhat indifferently, but seeing Gu Bai's disapproving look, Gu Bei quickly promised that he would definitely not bring so many snacks next time. Under the enlightenment tree, Gu Bai, Gu Bei, Ye Fan, and Su Wuji, who had just arrived, all lay on lounge chairs, enjoying this rare peaceful time. Although life wandering outside was exciting, constantly being on edge was not good, one needed to rest occasionally. It would be at least another decade or so before Ye Fan and the others gradually grew tired of this peaceful life. Gu Bai took out a tea set. He skillfully and elegantly brewed a cup of tea for everyone. The four of them all took a sip of tea, then exhaled a long breath of hot air, comfortably lying back on their lounge chairs. Since his two children were born, Gu Bai had rarely drunk alcohol, instead, the frequency of drinking tea had increased significantly. Originally, Gu Bai didn't particularly like drinking tea, but as he grew older, Gu Bai grew to like it more and more. Especially the process of brewing tea, it would make his heart more calm and peaceful. Of course, Gu Bei and Ye Fan were exceptions. Compared to tea, they preferred drinking alcohol. Gulp, gulp. With just one gulp, the three of them drank the hot tea, along with the tea leaves, in one go. Tea is not drunk like this. Drinking it this way is simply a waste of these precious tea leaves. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. These were tea leaves he had painstakingly stir-fried, their taste was fragrant but not strong, and even if steeped all day, the flavor wouldn't diminish much. Yet, the three of them directly drank the tea leaves along with the tea, completely like wild boars unable to appreciate fine bran. However, despite saying so, Gu Bai still brewed another cup of tea for the three of them, only this time he was smarter, pouring only the brewed tea for them, leaving the tea leaves in the pot. The few of them lay on the lounge chairs, leisurely drinking tea. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In these 5 years, Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun underwent tremendous changes. Especially Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun, since they began to cultivate 5 years ago, they displayed extraordinary cultivation talent. With numerous precious spiritual items and unlimited enhancements, Gu Qingyu reached the Qi refining stage, 4th level in just 5 years. This was an 11-year-old Qi refining cultivator, already breaking Gu Bei's record from back then. And Gu Chongshun was even more abnormal, in just 5 years, he had cultivated to the Qi refining 5th level, slightly faster than Yafan back then. The two children had also grown a lot, becoming less naive. But Gu Qingyu remained incredibly lively, chattering every day as if she had endless topics to discuss. As for Gu Chongshun, he still maintained that cool demeanor, always with his arms crossed, as if everyone in the world owed him money. Only in front of familiar people like Gu Bai and Qing Ning would Gu Chongshun's aura soften slightly, making him less unapproachable. Gu Bai had been troubled by this for a long time, such a personality would cause him to suffer losses when venturing into the cultivation world in the future. However, Yafan was very open-minded about it. As he put it, this kid just needs a good beating. Once he gets beaten up in the future, he won't be so arrogant anymore. Aside from the two children, Gu Bai and the others had not changed much. After all, it had only been 5 years, a period of time that might not even be as long as a single seclusion for a golden core true person or even a nascent soul true lord. Little White was still Little White, but Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun no longer rode Little White everywhere. They still wandered around the sect every day, while Little White followed behind them, acting as a bodyguard. Father, Little White seems to be dying soon. Gu Qingyu walked up to Gu Bai, her hands cupping the colorful bird she had picked up 5 years ago. Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun had fulfilled their duties well. The colorful bird quickly recovered from its injuries under Gu Qingyu's treatment. Gu Qingyu even named it Little White, and Little White was very intelligent. It seemed to know that Gu Qingyu had saved it. After recovering from its injuries, it became very close to Gu Qingyu. Its favorite place to stay was on Gu Qingyu's head. Although Little White was also a little afraid of Gu Chongshun, it would still actively fly onto Gu Chongshun's body. The two of them were also very loyal, whenever they went out to play, they would bring Little White along. But time is merciless. No matter how intelligent Little White was, it was still just an ornamental bird, just like the human race's mortals, unable to cultivate. Now, 5 years had passed, and even though it was well cared for, Little White was nearing the end of its life. Gu Qingyu looked at Little White in her palm, her eyes red, and tears streamed down her cheeks, drop by drop. Gu Chongshun's eyelids were slightly red, he turned his head, not wanting others to see him in such a state. Although the two children were young, they had a clear understanding of death. They knew that Little White had reached the end of its lifespan, and this was not an illness that could be cured with a period of rest. Although they were prepared, when this day arrived, both of them could not help but feel sad, as this was their first experience with life and death separation. It's all my fault for being playful and not diligently studying medical arts. If my medical skills were more superb, I might have thought of a way to save Little White, Gu Qingyu said, crying, feeling immense self-reproach for the soon-to-die Little White. Evidently, Gu Qingyu, as a child raised by Gu Bai, was truly similar to Gu Bai in some aspects. I do know a secret art that can transform a Yao beast's bloodline, allowing Yao beasts that cannot cultivate to also cultivate, perhaps it can save Little White, Gu Bai said with a smile, gently rubbing the heads of the two children. Little White's problem, in Gu Qingyu's eyes, might have no solution. But for Gu Bai, it was much simpler. Isn't it just being unable to cultivate? Isn't it just having a lifespan nearing its end? Over the years, what Gu Bai studied the most was how to improve aptitude and how to extend lifespan. Little White's problem was not a problem for Gu Bai, he had many ways to keep Little White alive. In the eyes of others, what Gu Bai was doing was meaningless. Because Little White was just a 7-colored sparrow, it could not bring any benefit to Gu Qingyu and Gu Chongshun. Even if it died, the two would only be sad for a short time. But Gu Bai was a qualified father, he would not think that way, as someone who had experienced it, he would consider things more from the children's perspective. Gu Bai had also experienced life and death separation, that feeling was quite unpleasant, and even as an adult, he could not bear it, let alone an 11-year-old child. 5 years of companionship, for the two 11-year-olds, Little White was already considered part of their family. And he happened to have the ability to change this outcome, so why would he just watch the tragedy unfold? Wouldn't that make him seem like an incompetent father? If he chose to ignore it, why would he learn medical arts? Wasn't the purpose of him learning medical arts for this very moment? Although the two would experience life and death separation sooner or later, this was a lesson no one could escape. But at least not now, the two were still too young, and with him, their father, shielding them from wind and rain, they didn't need to think so much. Although this was somewhat pampering, even spoiling, Gu Bai believed that growth was not only achieved through experiencing sadness. Love and responsibility would also lead a person to grow, just like himself. Really? Gu Qingyu widened her eyes, looking at Gu Bai with hope. Even the usually taciturn Gu Changchun turned his head, looking at Gu Bai with anticipation. Gu Bai did not speak, only revealing a confident smile. He immediately took out many spirit medicines from his storage pouch and began to prepare them on the spot. Soon, a bottle of liquid shimmering with a faint green light was concocted by Gu Bai. Gu Bai carefully fed this bottle of green liquid to Little White. This was the basic bloodline improvement liquid he had developed, which could slightly improve the bloodline of ordinary beasts, allowing them to grow into a first-order Yao beast and gain the qualification to cultivate. In addition, there were elementary, intermediate, and advanced bloodline improvement liquids. They corresponded to first-order Yao beasts, second-order demon beasts, and third-order demon beasts, respectively. Gu Bai researched these primarily to improve Little White's bloodline. His storage pouch still contained a large pile of bloodline improvement liquids of various qualities. All of them were concocted using various precious spiritual items, plus his own origin chi of life. However, Little White was not a Yao beast, so even the most elementary bloodline improvement liquid could not be used. Therefore, Gu Bai needed to prepare it on the spot, directly creating the basic bloodline improvement liquid. After drinking the basic bloodline improvement liquid, Little White slowly began to regain vitality. Gu Bai then fed Little White a first-order low-grade solidifying yuan pill again. Gu Bai gently held Little White in his palm, and his magical power penetrated it, beginning to assist Little White in absorbing the medicine. As the medicinal power was absorbed by Little White, its cultivation began to slowly increase. At this point, Little White crossed the most difficult step and became a first-order Yao beast. Although it was a Yao beast of the lowest rank, it was still a Yao beast. Little White completely shed its identity as a mortal beast. It was finally no longer a short-lived species that could only live for 5 years. As a first-order Yao beast, and one with the lowest combat power, but as a Yao beast, Little White could live for at least 100 years. This was Gu Bai, a top-tier third-order physician, whose strength rivaled a fourth-order physician's. After becoming a Yao beast, Little White's body grew a size larger, and its feathers became much more vibrant, but it was still a small one. It seemed to know that Gu Bai had saved it. After waking up, Little White immediately flew to Gu Bai's shoulder and gently rubbed against Gu Bai's cheek. So amazing! Gu Qingyu and Gu Changchun widened their eyes, looking at Gu Bai with admiration. Gu Bai crossed his arms, and although he didn't speak, he exuded an aura of strength. That night, Gu Qingyu did not sleep. Instead, she sought out Gu Bai, hoping that Gu Bai could give her extra lessons and impart more medical Dao knowledge. Evidently, the scene during the day had a considerable impact on Gu Qingyu's young mind, making her more interested in the medical Dao. Gu Bai naturally agreed readily. He casually conjured a warm light orb, which floated above the two, illuminating the night for them. Gu Bai took out a medical book and began to diligently teach Gu Qingyu. Gu Bai was very patient. He explained the knowledge in great detail, so much so that even an ordinary person could understand, let alone Gu Qingyu. As long as it was Gu Bai's class, anyone with normal intelligence who listened attentively would not have to worry about not understanding. In his early years at the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai lectured almost every day, specifically explaining some basic medical Dao knowledge. This allowed even cultivators with the poorest aptitude, as long as they studied diligently, to become physicians under Gu Bai's guidance. It was also because of Gu Bai that the Hall of Returning Spring was able to, in just a few hundred years, go from having only Gu Bai, a second-order physician, to now being famous in Qingzhou, and even a little famous in the cultivation world. It also possessed several third-order physicians and countless second-order physicians. Whenever Gu Qingyu answered a question correctly, Gu Bai would rub Gu Qingyu's hair and encourage her with a smile. Moreover, Gu Bai did not merely impart knowledge, he would also explain his own personal experiences based on the content of the knowledge. And Gu Bai would always embellish them, making the originally bland experiences interesting. Furthermore, Gu Bai's voice was soft and gentle, so pleasant to listen to that one would never feel annoyed. This learning method was both interesting and highly efficient. It was a method Gu Bai researched specifically for teaching children. The effect was also incredibly significant. In Gu Qingyu's view, this wasn't even hard study, but rather a form of enjoyment, feeling like a bedtime story. At the same time, in a secluded training ground within the sect, Gu Changchun stood rooted to the spot, looking utterly bewildered. He had been sleeping soundly when Su Wuji suddenly dragged him here, claiming it was for extra training. Master, am I still practicing my sword tonight? Gu Changchun asked softly, looking at Su Wuji not far away. For some reason, he felt that something was off, and he had a bad premonition. Ha, no need. Today I found someone to spar with you. After all, only by sparring with someone of similar strength can your swordsmanship improve, Su Wuji said calmly, barely suppressing his laughter. Who is it? If their strength is too weak, it won't be much of a workout, Gu Changchun said coolly, crossing his arms and striking his classic pose. Ha, don't worry, his strength is only stronger than yours, not weaker. Gu Bei, come out. Su Wuji laughed heartily a few times, then turned his head and shouted into the distance, calling Gu Bei out. Crackle. Crackle. Gu Bei, shirtless, nearly 2 meters tall, with a body full of muscles and electricity flickering around him, slowly walked towards Gu Changchun. Gu Bei walked slowly in front of Gu Changchun. He lowered his head and struck the same pose as Gu Changchun. Gu Changchun's cool expression finally faltered a bit. His eye twitched, and he raised his head to look at Gu Bei in front of him. This scene was incredibly impactful. From a distance, it looked like a giant and a child. Is this for real? I'm fighting Uncle Gu. Gu Chongshun pointed at himself, somewhat incredulously. Although he was a bit arrogant, he knew his own strength. At most, he could only fight chi-refining late-stage cultivators. And his uncle Gu Bei seemed to have already cultivated to the golden core late stage many years ago. The two of them were two major realms apart. No matter how arrogant or conceited he was, he wouldn't believe he could defeat Gu Bei. Don't worry, I'll suppress my strength and lower my realm to chi-refining 5th level. That way, my strength will be similar to yours. Isn't that fair? Gu Bei said in a deep voice, suppressing his laughter. I think it would be better to call my father over instead. Gu Chongshun was starting to sweat a little. He knew the personalities of Uncle Gu Bei and his master. When they fought him, they showed no mercy at all, truly going for the kill. Only when his father was present would the two of them act a little more normally, at least not trying to kill him. What are you babbling about? Before Gu Chongshun could say anything more, Gu Bei suddenly charged forward, swinging his fist towards Gu Chongshun's head. He had indeed suppressed his strength, limiting both his magic power and physical toughness to the chi-refining 5th level. But don't forget, Gu Bei had an adult body, which allowed him to exert more power. Furthermore, his control over magic power and his physical body far surpassed that of a chi-refining cultivator. An ordinary chi-refining cultivator might only be able to use 5 parts of their power from 10 parts of magic power, but Gu Bei could unleash 10 parts of power from 1 part of magic power. Gu Chongshun's pupils contracted violently. He quickly put his hands in front of his head to block Gu Bei's attack. Bang! Gu Chongshun was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters, then slammed heavily into a large tree. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Chongshun half knelt on the ground. A clear fist print appeared on his arm, and at the same time, his hands were trembling slightly. Gu Chongshun felt a lingering fear. That punch was aimed directly at his face. If he hadn't reacted in time, the fist would have probably landed on his handsome face. Based on the force he felt, if he had taken that blow head-on, he would probably be crippled if not dead. Gu Bei twisted his neck and slowly walked towards Gu Chongshun. What's wrong, kid? Is that all you've got? I don't think you're all that great. Do you want me to lower my strength even more? Maybe just not use any magic power at all. Gu Bei began to mock Gu Chongshun like a villain. Don't underestimate me. Gu Chongshun's face turned red with anger from Gu Bei's taunt. He drew the long sword from his waist and charged towards Gu Bei. Clang! The long sword struck Gu Bei's body but did not harm him in the slightest. With a metallic clang, Gu Chongshun was shaken back a step. Weak and powerless. Gu Bei simply reached out and grabbed the long sword in Gu Chongshun's hand. Crack! Crack! With a series of sounds. The high-grade magical artifact in Gu Chongshun's hand was actually crushed by Gu Bei. Bang! Gu Bei then punched Gu Chongshun in the chest, sending him flying again. Then, Gu Bei continued to punch Gu Chongshun, giving him a good beating. Of course, Gu Bei also suppressed his strength. The power of each of his punches was roughly equivalent to an attack from the chi-refining 5th level. Gu Chongshun, covered in injuries and with a face swollen like a pig's head, shakily got up from the ground. Do you have anything to say? Gu Bei looked at Gu Chongshun with a smile. He admitted that what he called sparring earlier was actually a one-sided beating of Gu Chongshun. He beat Gu Chongshun not because he had a bad personality and wanted to beat him up. No, absolutely not. The reason he did this was because Gu Chongshun had become a bit too arrogant recently, and someone had to rein him in to eliminate his increasingly inflated ego. Thank you for sparring with me. When I become powerful in the future, I will definitely get my revenge on you, Gu Chongshun said, gritting his teeth as he looked at Gu Bei. Rumble. Rumble. A bolt of lightning struck Gu Chongshun directly, shocking him quite badly. You're going too far. Gu Chongshun looked at Gu Bei furiously. He looked incredibly disheveled at this moment, his once handsome face now bruised and purple. His eyes were a little red. Gu Chongshun was still a child after all, and after that ordeal, he was on the verge of tears. However, to save what little face he had left, Gu Chongshun forcibly held back his tears and didn't cry. This is for your own good. Don't you feel much better now? Gu Bei looked at Gu Chongshun with a smile. That lightning bolt was the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder he had recently achieved fusion with. However, this Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder was no longer inclined towards destruction, instead, it leaned towards rebirth, just like a lightning tribulation. It could quickly restore the body and slightly enhance one's foundation. As the saying goes, Yin and Yang merge to create endless life. The Yin and Yang Extremes Divine Thunder had already formed a cycle within Gu Bei's body. Although its effect was not as good as a lightning tribulation, it was still incredibly heaven-defying. This was the power of creation that only a lightning tribulation possessed, and unlike a lightning tribulation, which had limited quantities, Gu Bei had as much Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder as he wanted. It nourished Gu Bei's physique almost every moment, and Gu Bei's current physique, with the augmentation of the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, had reached a terrifying level. Ordinary nascent soul late-stage Yao beasts could hardly break through his defense anymore. Even a full power attack from Yafan or Suwuji could only leave a shallow scar on Gu Bei's body. Gu Chongshun briefly assessed his physical condition and found that he had indeed recovered a lot, and his physique was even stronger than before, which helped him calm down slightly. It seemed that Uncle Gu Bei was not intent on troubling him but was genuinely helping him. Can I go back now? Gu Chongshun, whose injuries had mostly recovered, asked Suwuji, who was in the distance. Not yet. Here, this is the Chimu sword I forged for you. It weighs 10 times that of normal steel. Wield this Chimu sword 1,000 times, it will greatly improve your physique. Su Wuji handed the Chimu sword to Gu Changchun, saying with a smile. The moment the long sword entered his hand, Gu Changchun almost couldn't hold it steady. The reason was simple, it was too heavy. Gu Changchun gripped the Chimu sword with both hands, only barely managing to lift it with all his strength. Although he felt his master was deliberately making things difficult for him, Gu Changchun still followed Su Wuji's instructions and began to swing the Chimu sword with all his might. After only 3 or 4 swings, Gu Changchun felt pain all over his body, especially his arms, which began to tremble uncontrollably. Having studied with his younger sister for some time, Gu Changchun knew this was likely due to muscle fatigue and strain. Just as Gu Changchun was about to give up, a bolt of lightning struck him, restoring his condition to optimal. Keep going. Gu Bei said with a smile, his arms crossed. Gu Changchun gritted his teeth and continued to swing the Chimu sword in his hand with all his might. Thus, Gu Changchun swung the Chimu sword again and again. Whenever he was exhausted, a bolt of lightning would strike him to restore his condition. Gu Bei and Su Wuji, meanwhile, had moved a lounge chair and were leisurely lying beside Gu Changchun. Gu Changchun gritted his teeth but did not give up. Gradually, Gu Changchun progressed from being able to swing only 2 or 3 times before exhaustion to now being able to swing the Chimu sword more than 10 times before exhaustion. Gu Bei was laying a foundation for Gu Changchun. It is well known that physique is a weakness for sword cultivators. Most sword cultivators are glass cannons. Just like Su Wuji, a slight misstep could lead to severe injury or even death. Therefore, developing a strong physique is very necessary, it might even save Gu Changchun's life in the future. 997, 998, 999, 1000. After 2 hours, Gu Changchun finally completed Su Wuji's task, swinging the Chimu sword 1,000 times. Clang! Gu Changchun, soaked in sweat, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Gu Changchun's willpower moved both Gu Bei and Su Wuji. Even with Gu Bei restoring him, the fatigue and pain could not be blocked. Swinging the Chimu sword 1,000 times would be difficult even for a seasoned cultivator, but Gu Changchun, at only 11 years old, accomplished it. He was truly a natural talent for a sword cultivator. Alright, that's enough for today. Go home and rest well. Come back here for training tomorrow at noon. Su Wuji glanced at the sky and saw that it was already late into the night. He clapped his hands, then called off the training. Gu Changchun finally let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had gained a lot today, in just one night, his physique had improved significantly. But this also exhausted Gu Changchun, he now felt tired everywhere. Inside the Immortal Cave, Gu Qingyu had also finished her day's studies. It's getting late. You should rest. Gu Bai gently stroked Gu Qingyu's head, then carried her to the bed and tucked her in. As soon as Gu Qingyu lay down, Gu Changchun pushed open the door to the Immortal Cave. Before Gu Changchun could say anything, Gu Bai gently picked him up. With a flash of green light, Gu Changchun felt the deep-seated exhaustion dissipate significantly. Evidently, Gu Bai was superior in restoring the body. Although Gu Bai could heal Gu Changchun's strained muscles, it would inevitably leave some hidden injuries. However, in front of Gu Bai, these were nothing. This was also why Gu Bai and Su Wuji dared to train Gu Changchun so intensely, they had Gu Bai as a safety net. Even if Gu Changchun developed physical problems due to high-intensity training, Gu Bai could heal him. You must be exhausted today, aren't you? Take a bath and get some good rest. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow morning. Gu Bai gently stroked Gu Changchun's hair, speaking in a soft tone. Father. Seeing Gu Bai's figure and hearing his gentle words, Gu Changchun felt an urge to cry, but he forcibly held back his tears. In the early morning, Gu Bai woke up early to prepare a lavish breakfast for Gu Changchun. After eating his fill, Gu Changchun, with a resolve as if facing death, walked towards the place from yesterday. As for Gu Qingyu, she did not wander around the sect today, instead, she stayed in the Immortal Cave, following Gu Bai to learn medical arts. Little White's incident had made both of them mature significantly overnight. Today, I will personally spar with you to teach you swordsmanship. Su Wuji also arrived at the training ground early today. Beside Su Wuji stood Gu Bei and Ye Fan. Upon seeing Gu Changchun arrive, he casually handed Gu Changchun a medium-grade magic sword. Gu Changchun nodded without hesitation and immediately charged at Su Wuji with his sword. Clang, 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 clang. With a series of clanging metallic sounds, Gu Changchun and Su Wuji instantly exchanged countless blows. Su Wuji was indeed a qualified teacher. He completely suppressed his strength to the same level as Gu Changchun. The swordsmanship he displayed was also the most basic, yet it still overwhelmed Gu Changchun, preventing him from gaining the upper hand. Pfft. Each time they clashed, both went for their opponent's vital points, showing no intention of holding back. Soon, countless sword marks of varying sizes appeared on Gu Changchun's body. However, Su Wuji had no injuries, and his hairstyle wasn't even disheveled. Gu Changchun's injuries grew more numerous, and at the same time, his chi became scarcer. Soon, Gu Changchun was on the verge of exhaustion. Just as he was about to give up, a layer of white flame suddenly ignited on his body. Under the burning of the flames, Gu Changchun's wounds and chi rapidly recovered. Moreover, this white flame also had the function of nourishing chi. After a complete recovery, Gu Changchun noticed that his chi was several times purer than before. Clearly, it was Ye Fan who had acted just now, using vitality fire to restore Gu Changchun's body and depleted chi. Gu Bei did the same, a bolt of lightning struck Gu Changchun directly. Both of them were laying a foundation for Gu Changchun. Although the process was somewhat like hell, the results were surprisingly good. Gu Changchun's foundation, under their relentless training, became increasingly solid. Gu Changchun, who had been fighting So Wuji for a long time, finally couldn't hold on anymore. With a thump, he half knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. The long sword in his hand was also covered in chips, on the verge of being scrapped. This was the fourth long sword he had used today, the previous 3 were completely ruined. 6 hours had passed from noon until now. During these 6 hours, Gu Changchun had no time to rest, fighting desperately against So Wuji every moment. Even with the recovery provided by the Yin-Yang Extremes Divine Thunder and Vitality Fire, Gu Changchun's body was on the verge of its limit. After all, the human race body is not a machine. Fighting continuously at high intensity for 6 hours, from noon until midnight, even an Iron Man couldn't endure it. Gu Changchun now only felt pain everywhere in his body. His limbs and bones were screaming in agony, reminding him to rest as soon as possible. Stand up. So Wuji, however, seemed oblivious. He said in a low voice. The cultivation world is cruel and not as beautiful as imagined. To venture into the cultivation world, one must possess strength far surpassing other cultivators of the same realm. But there are so many geniuses in the cultivation world, and special physiques similar to Gu Changchun's innate sword physique are not uncommon. Gu Changchun is not much more special than them. To stand at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, he must put in 10, or even 100 times the effort of ordinary people. So Wuji had high expectations for Gu Changchun. He hoped that Gu Changchun could go further than him on the Dao of the sword. For this, he had to be strict and could not show any leniency. His previous disciple, Zhou Shuai, ended up in her current awkward position because he was too soft-hearted and didn't train her rigorously. Looking at Gu Changchun, who was half kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath, So Wuji took a deep breath. A monstrous sword chi suddenly erupted from his body, pressing directly towards Gu Changchun. Gu Changchun's pupils contracted violently, and his body trembled uncontrollably. So Wuji had experienced countless battles in his life, each one a struggle between life and death. Furthermore, So Wuji had experienced several large-scale wars, and the number of human race or Ya race he had slaughtered was terrifyingly high. This also caused his sword intent to be mixed with a dense evil chi. Even just a small portion of his sword intent was something Gu Changchun, an 11-year-old chi refining cultivator, could not bear. If So Wuji no longer suppressed his sword intent and unleashed it with full force, even a golden core true person would be unable to withstand So Wuji's monstrous sword intent. Gu Changchun, however, did not give in. Although his body trembled uncontrollably, there was no fear in his heart. After all, as a sword cultivator, one's strength might be inferior to the opponent's, but one must never fear the opponent. Gu Changchun gritted his teeth, trying his best to stand up. So Wuji smiled slightly, subtly and silently increasing the pressure of his sword intent. You. This caused Gu Changchun, who had just managed to stand up, to only manage to utter 2 words before half kneeling on the ground again. At this moment, Gu Changchun was incredibly disheveled. His spirit and body had reached their limit, and blood began to seep from his 7 orifices. Numerous double images began to appear before Gu Changchun's eyes, but he still did not give in. He gasped for breath, but he did not fall. Seeing this scene, both So Wuji and Ye Fan and Gu Bei, who were watching from the side, secretly nodded in their hearts. Gu Changchun's resolute will had gained the approval of all 3 of them. Even if Gu Changchun gave up now, So Wuji and the others would not say anything. After all, Gu Changchun was just an 11-year-old child, yet he had endured such hellish torment in just 2 days. Even when facing So Wuji's sword intent, he showed no sign of submission. He had already done very well. Crack, crack. Only a grating sound, that made one's teeth ache, came from Gu Changchun's body. That was Gu Changchun's muscles tearing, and his bones breaking from enduring too much pressure. Gu Changchun, who originally could not possibly stand up, actually stood up from the ground by sheer force. Even though most of his bones were shattered and most of his muscles were torn, he accomplished this almost impossible feat with tenacious willpower. This time, So Wuji was truly surprised. He didn't really want Gu Changchun to stand up, he just wanted to temper Gu Changchun's spirit through his own sword intent. But he didn't expect this foolish child, Gu Changchun, to be incredibly stubborn, actually standing up against the pressure of his sword intent. Crack. Upon standing up, Gu Changchun felt as if he had broken through some invisible barrier. His divine sense suddenly increased by a large margin, and at the same time, a unique sword intent belonging to him emanated from his body. Although incredibly faint, it was tough and unyielding, showing no signs of retreat even when facing So Wuji's sword intent. So Wuji was even more surprised now. One could only say that he was indeed an innate sword physique, a natural good seedling for practicing the sword. He actually awakened sword intent in the chi refining realm. One must know that in the cultivation world, only sword cultivators who awaken sword intent can be called sword cultivators. Because sword intent represents the spirit of a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator can attach sword intent to sword chi, enhancing the power of the sword chi. Sword cultivators who have not awakened sword intent, no matter how exquisite their sword techniques, cannot compare in power to sword cultivators who have awakened sword intent. However, awakening sword intent is incredibly difficult. Generally, a foundation establishment realm sword cultivator might only awaken sword intent after honing their sword techniques for 100 years. And even then, it's only a possibility. This thing truly depends on talent. Without talent, no matter how long one practices, they cannot awaken sword intent. For sword cultivators with ordinary talent, unless they experience a life and death battle, it is absolutely impossible to awaken sword intent. So Wuji was initially of ordinary talent, and had no other path than to fight desperately. When So Wuji was at the Qi refining 9th tier, he single-handedly captured a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator robbers. However, he was ambushed by that Foundation Establishment cultivator robbers and successfully awakened sword intent in a life and death perilous situation, which allowed him to turn the tide and become famous in one fell swoop. And Gu Chongshun was heaven-defying, he awakened sword intent at only Qi refining 5th level. However, this was also what Gu Chongshun deserved, because So Wuji was truly ruthless in his attacks, each move being fatal. Anyway, in So Wuji's view, with Gu Bai as the fallback, even if Gu Chongshun was truly beaten to death by him, Gu Bai could bring him back. Therefore, the sparring between Gu Chongshun and So Wuji was not much different from a life and death battle. The two fought like this for 6 hours. Gu Chongshun's body was recovered nearly 100 times. In the end, even the heaven-defying combination of Vitality Fire plus Creation Divine Thunder could not fully restore Gu Chongshun's body. The prolonged life and death battle, coupled with his body being pushed to its limit, provided Gu Chongshun with the opportunity for sword intent awakening. Finally, facing So Wuji's pressure, Gu Chongshun chose to resist with all his might and successfully stood up, completing a transformation that allowed him to successfully awaken sword intent. Thump. After awakening sword intent, Gu Chongshun's body had reached its absolute limit, he felt his vision blur and could no longer support himself, falling to the ground with a thump. This child will surely achieve great things in the future. So Wuji was extremely satisfied, his smile almost uncontrollable. Master, stop smiling. Why do I feel Chongshun's aura getting weaker and weaker? He seems like he's about to kick the bucket. Just then, Gu Bei's somewhat panicked voice came from behind So Wuji. Ye Fan and Gu Bei acted simultaneously, finally stabilizing Gu Chongshun's injuries. Under their treatment, Gu Chongshun's injuries finally stabilized. Only then did the three of them breathe a sigh of relief. Afterward, Gu Chongshun was sent to Gu Bai and rested for a full 3 days before his body fully recovered. Although Gu Bai felt pained, he also knew that for Gu Chongshun to go further, he had to endure this suffering. After Gu Chongshun recovered, So Wuji pulled him back for intense tempering. As for Gu Qingyu, she was personally taught by Gu Bai, and both of them were making rapid progress. Time flowed slowly, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, Gu Bai diligently taught Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu did not disappoint Gu Bai. At only 15 years old, she had already become a top-tier first-order physician, and in terms of theory, she was no weaker than a second-order physician. As for Gu Chongshun, he spent 4 years that felt worse than death. Most of his day was spent in training. Every day consisted of sparring in rotation with So Wuji and the other two, or desperately tempering his physical body and refining his cultivation. Gu Bei's Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder and Ye Fan's Life Fire, one tempered Gu Chongshun's physical body, and the other refined Gu Chongshun's cultivation. So Wuji's overwhelming sword chi could temper Gu Chongshun's spirit. With Gu Bai, a top-tier physician, as a safety net, no matter how intense the training, there was no need to worry about physical problems. Thus, in just 4 short years, Gu Chongshun's essence, chi, and spirit were greatly enhanced. Although he was only at the Qi refining 9th tier, his blood was profound, and his cultivation was pure, far surpassing veteran Foundation Establishment cultivators. Furthermore, Gu Chongshun had honed a set of exquisite and peerless sword techniques. Gu Chongshun's current combat power already crushed ordinary Foundation Establishment cultivators. Keep going, don't stop. You must complete 1000 swings of the Chimu sword today. On the training ground, Gu Chongshun, bare-chested, was swinging the Chimu sword with all his might. Beside him, So Wuji emitted waves of subtle pressure towards Gu Chongshun. Although only 15 years old, Gu Chongshun possessed a well-proportioned muscular physique. Originally, facing So Wuji's pressure, Gu Chongshun had to fight with all his life just to barely stand up. But now, Gu Chongshun had long grown accustomed to it. Not only could he stand up, but he could also swing the incredibly heavy Chimu sword during training. The Chimu sword, which he originally could only swing 2 or 3 times with all his might, could now be easily swung dozens of times without feeling tired, even under So Wuji's pressure. And swinging the Chimu sword 1,000 times was merely one of his tasks for the day. Compared to his subsequent training, this could even be considered just a warm-up. Soon, Gu Chongshun completed 1000 swings of the Chimu sword. After a brief rest, he put on a special uniform. This special uniform was crafted by Gu Bai, though it appeared incredibly light, it weighed 1000 jin, and it was also engraved with a gravity formation that could temporarily increase gravity. It could increase it up to 10 times, meaning 10,000 jin. After Gu Chongshun adjusted the gravity to double, he felt his body incredibly heavy, even a slight movement left a clear footprint on the hard ground. Gu Chongshun took a deep breath and began performing one strange movement after another. Although these movements looked incredibly peculiar, they could train every muscle in his entire body. Even his internal organs could be fully exercised. This was the Wang Undying body tempering art that Ye Fan imparted to Gu Chongshun, one of the top body tempering cultivation techniques in the cultivation world. Legend has it that as long as one cultivates the Wang Undying body tempering art to the major achievement realm, their physical body can contend with a true immortal. However, this cultivation technique is incredibly difficult to cultivate, and not everyone can cultivate it. The Wang Undying body tempering art has a total of 6 layers, corresponding to the Qi refining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, nascent soul, soul transformation, and even the true immortal realm above that. Yafan had cultivated it to the 4th layer, although it was only middle stage, he could immune most nascent soul cultivator attacks, and his physique was incredibly powerful. So Wuji was relatively unfortunate, he didn't have much body refining talent, and even with great effort, he only cultivated to the 3rd layer. Although his physique was strong, it was only slightly stronger than a normal nascent soul cultivator. However, Gu Bei, with the yin-yang extremes divine thunder circulating endlessly within him and his excellent body refining talent, was different. As of today, Gu Bei had cultivated the Xinhuang Undying body tempering art to the late stage of the 4th layer, and his physique was incredibly strong. He could almost immune all nascent soul cultivator attacks, and even attacks from soul transformation realm mighty figures would find it difficult to kill Gu Bei, at most causing severe injuries. Furthermore, his strength was incredibly formidable, with just his physical body, he could easily defeat a late-stage nascent soul great cultivator. As for Gu Changchun, under the torment of Yafan and the other two, he had already cultivated the Xinhuang Undying body tempering art to the 2nd layer. This completely compensated for his weakness as a sword cultivator, namely his insufficient defense. In fact, in terms of physique, Gu Changchun's attainments were even slightly superior to his Dao of the sword. Afterward, Gu Changchun further experienced a series of services such as being burned by raging fire, bathed in lightning, and massaged with iron fists. It was not until late at night that Gu Changchun finished his day's training. Alright, that's enough training for today. So Wuji clapped his hands, stopping Gu Changchun's training. Upon hearing this, Gu Changchun collapsed onto the ground with a thump, panting heavily, enjoying this rare moment of rest. The sect competition is about to begin. You should sign up for it then. Looking at Gu Changchun lying on the ground, So Wuji said with a smile. Me? The sect competition. Gu Changchun pointed to himself, saying in disbelief. His surprise wasn't because he was too weak, but because his own strength was too great. In the sect competition, participants could not exceed the chi refining realm. If he went, it would be purely bullying the weak. Don't underestimate the other participants. Many prodigies have appeared in the sect over the years. If you're careless, you might also lose. So Wuji said with a smile. With the reforms in Qingzhou, the number of mortals within Qingzhou also expanded rapidly. And with the increase in the number of mortals, the number of people with the qualifications to cultivate naturally also increased. Especially in recent years, mortals with cultivation aptitude have become abundant. As the overlord of Qingzhou, Lingyun sect naturally enjoyed the best resources. Every year, thousands of disciples with decent aptitude would be recruited, traveling thousands of miles just to join Lingyun sect. This number is terrifying. If it were a few hundred years ago, Lingyun sect probably wouldn't be able to gather 1,000 disciples with decent aptitude in decades. With more disciples recruited, a few prodigies with better talent would naturally emerge. Although their talent was not as good as Gu Changchun's, they also possessed considerable strength. For example, the current outer sect Great Master Lin Yuhan, he originally had no cultivation qualifications, but he entered the Dao through martial arts. At the age of 20, he cultivated martial arts to the innate Grandmaster realm, and that innate true chi opened his Ren and Du meridians, which then gave him the qualifications to cultivate. Perhaps it was his experiences in the mortal Jianghu that allowed Lin Yuhan to accumulate incredibly rich combat experience. When he was at Chi refining first tier, he used a low-quality long spear to single-handedly defeat a senior brother in the Chi refining middle stage. After that, he advanced rapidly, taking only 10 years to cultivate to Chi refining 9th tier. Now, Lin Yuhan is 35 years old, and due to his immense strength and generous personality, he has become the senior brother of all outer sect disciples. Do not think that the status of an outer sect great master is inferior to that of an inner sect disciple. In a sense, becoming an outer sect great master is much more difficult than becoming an inner sect disciple. As long as no accidents occur in the future, Lin Yuhan will at least be a golden core cultivator. In fact, he could have breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm long ago, but he chose not to in order to prepare for today's sect competition. Because the top 10 in the competition, in addition to generous rewards, can also obtain an entry ticket to the King Yun secret realm. And by entering the King Yun secret realm, one can find the King Yun creation fruit, which is a spiritual item that can improve aptitude. This is also the only chance for ordinary cultivators to change their fate in a heaven-defying manner. Gu Changchun nodded after hearing this, also putting away his thoughts of underestimation. To be able to reach this point with a mortal body, this Lin Yuhan is truly not simple, he probably has some tricks up his sleeve. Your task is to win first place in the sect competition, I will give you a hidden reward then. So Wuji said with a smile. When does it start? Gu Changchun nodded, then asked in a deep voice. Soon, the sect competition will begin in 10 days. Both you and your sister will participate then. Your goal is first place, as for your sister, she just needs to achieve a top 10 ranking. Alright, don't think so much. I heard your father prepared a big meal today. Let's get ready and go eat. So Wuji picked up Gu Changchun and threw him into the nearby lake. Gu Changchun swam in the lake for a moment, roughly washing his body, then jumped out and changed into new clothes. Hum 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 hum. In Gu Bai's immortal cave kitchen, he was humming a cheerful tune, unhurriedly preparing the meal. Although it was late at night, for a golden core cultivator like him, there was not much difference between night and day, he could go months, or even years, without sleeping. Qingning was in the small courtyard, teaching Gu Qingyu swordsmanship. However, Qingning's teaching method was much gentler, unlike So Wuji, who would immediately engage in real combat. A little bit lower with your arm. Yes, just like that. Qingning said softly, and Gu Qingyu finally corrected her posture, then thrust forward, releasing a small sword chi. How is it? How is it? Gu Qingyu turned her head, looking at Qingning expectantly. It's great. As expected of my little Qingyu. To be honest, Gu Qingyu's posture just now was not standard, and the sword chi she released had almost no damage. However, swordsmanship was just a hobby for Gu Qingyu, and being able to release sword chi was already quite impressive. Qingning directly picked up Gu Qingyu, affectionately rubbed her, then placed her hands on Gu Qingyu's little belly and began to tickle her. Ha 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 ha, that tickles. Gu Qingyu let out a series of adorable laughs. She struggled to break free from Qingning's embrace, then turned around and began to tickle Qingning as well. In the small courtyard, bursts of cheerful laughter immediately rang out, and the atmosphere appeared incredibly harmonious. Hearing the sounds coming from the small courtyard, Gu Bai's lips curved slightly. Soon, a large table of sumptuous dishes was prepared by Gu Bai. Gu Bai placed the dishes on a table in the small courtyard, but the three of them did not immediately eat. Instead, they sat on stools and chatted. They were waiting for Gu Chongshan and Ye Fan. Ever since learning about Gu Chongshan's strenuous daily training, Gu Bai decided to prepare a lavish meal every week to reward Gu Chongshan. Because Gu Bai's cooking was truly delicious, Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and others would also come to freeload on the meals every time. And indeed, as Gu Bai expected, not long after he finished cooking, Su Wuji returned with Gu Chongshan. Hurry and eat. You must be starving, coming back so late. Gu Bai looked at Gu Chongshan with a smile, his tone gentle. Gu Chongshan nodded somewhat awkwardly, then began to wolf down the food Gu Bai had prepared. Qi refining realm cultivators are only in the initial stage of transcending the mundane, although they possess considerable power, they still need to eat every day. Especially Gu Chongshan, he undergoes immense training every day. But Su Wuji and the others don't cook, so they could only give Gu Chongshan Bigu pills. After all, they had as many of those as they wanted. However, the taste of Bigu pills was indescribable. You brat, that chicken leg is mine. Su Wuji smiled. He quickly reached out and picked up the chicken leg that was about to be taken by Gu Chongshan's chopsticks. Then, before Gu Chongshan could react, he stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth. Gu Chongshan looked at Su Wuji with a hint of speechlessness. His master was truly shameless, actually snatching food from a child like him. The dining table immediately became lively, and the few of them began to frantically snatch the food on the table. Gu Bai watched this scene with a smile. He didn't dislike this feeling, after all, they were only snatching food and not wasting it. Soon, a large table of dishes was completely devoured by the few of them. Su Wuji leaned against the table, letting out a satisfied burp. He felt that his tense spirit had relaxed a lot. If it weren't for a big meal every week, he really wouldn't have been able to keep it up for so long. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in a flash. With a prolonged ringing of bells, Ling Yun Sect's sect competition, held once every 6 years, officially began. On a spacious plaza in the outer sect, disciples were now densely packed. Ling Yun Sect currently had far more disciples than before. There were tens of thousands of outer sect disciples alone. Even after layers of screening, thousands of people participated in the sect competition. 100 uniformly sized arenas were built in the plaza, and next to each arena stood a foundation establishment realm elder to ensure the safety of the participating disciples. On a high platform, Oriental Yuch wore a pure white sect master's robe with golden patterns printed on its corners. She stood expressionlessly at the very front, while behind her stood the sect's other golden core realm cultivators. I declare the sect competition officially open, Oriental Yuch said with an incredibly steady tone, her entire demeanor completely different from before. At first glance, Oriental Yuch truly had the air of a sect master. However, Gu Bai, who was familiar with Oriental Yuch, knew that she was merely putting on an act. In private, Oriental Yuch was still that lively, active, and somewhat naive little girl. It was just that as the sect master, Oriental Yuch had to appear more mature and steady in front of others, or rather, her personality needed to be more assertive. She was not like Gu Bai, who possessed strong personal charisma, where even if he usually acted very amiable, others would still obey his commands. If she continued to be like before, others would simply not listen to her commands. Gu Bai stood in a corner of the plaza, smiling as he watched Oriental Yuch. It had to be said that in these years as sect master, though somewhat grueling, Oriental Yuch had grown a lot. Soon, the sect competition began. Because there were 100 arenas, even with many participants, it would quickly be one's turn. Gu Qingyu drew an early number, so it was Gu Qingyu's turn after a short while. I am Gu Qingyu, Qi refining 8th level cultivator, please enlighten me, Gu Qingyu said, cupping her hands in a bow. Her opponent was a rather thin young man, whose realm was probably at Qi refining 7th level. He sighed helplessly, secretly feeling unlucky. He hadn't expected to encounter a cultivator with a higher cultivation than his own right at the start. That was one thing, but the most important thing was that the person in front of him was also the former sect master, Physician Gu's own daughter. Although Physician Gu had already stepped down from the position of sect master, his prestige within the sect was terrifyingly high. Everyone in the sect knew that Physician Gu was the person who absolutely could not be provoked. The reason he stepped down from the position of sect master so early was not because he was surpassed by a successor, but merely because he wanted to take care of his child, which was why he relinquished the position of sect master. Although somewhat helpless, the thin young man did not intend to give up, Physician Gu had a very good personality, and if he won this match, Physician Gu should not blame him. He would just be careful during the match and try not to injure his opponent. Please enlighten me, the thin young man also cupped his hands in a bow. As soon as he finished speaking, the thin young man transformed into an afterimage and disappeared from his original spot. He held a black dagger, intending to go around Gu Qingyu's back for a sneak attack. But as soon as his figure appeared behind Gu Qingyu, countless green vines suddenly emerged from the ground, wrapping around him at an extremely fast speed. The thin young man struggled with all his might, but found the vines to be exceptionally tough. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. The vines wrapped tighter and tighter, and within just a few breaths, the thin young man quickly felt that he was having difficulty breathing. With a loud thud, the vines directly flung the thin young man out of the arena. Gu Qingyu wins. The Foundation establishment elder observing from the side immediately shouted. Gu Qingyu instantly revealed a happy smile, and she skipped off the arena. Humph, how was that? Am I amazing? Gu Qingyu said, putting her hands on her hips, slightly smug. My Qingyu is the most amazing, Gu Bai said softly, rubbing Gu Qingyu's head. Do not think that because Gu Qingyu is a physician, she has no combat ability. On the contrary, in addition to her superb medical skills, Gu Qingyu also possesses considerable combat power. After all, the wood spirit body can enhance the power of all wood element spells. Often, ordinary wood element spells completely transform in Gu Qingyu's hands. For example, the simplest wood vine spell, normally, can only slightly entangle an enemy for a period of time. But in Gu Qingyu's hands, the vines can firmly entangle the opponent, rendering them unable to move. Although Gu Qingyu's current strength is not as abnormal as her brother, Changchun, with the enhancement of the wood spirit body, most chi refining cultivators are not her match. After a while, it was finally Changchun's turn. Changchun used a escape method, escape art, to instantly appear on the arena. He stood there quietly with his arms crossed, striking a powerful pose. Soon, Changchun's opponent also walked onto the arena. The opponent was a 2-meter tall muscular man. I am body cultivator Chen Hao, please enlighten me, Chen Hao said with a grim smile towards Changchun, his voice low. He had full confidence in himself. After all, he was an extremely rare body cultivator, and his cultivation had reached chi refining 9th tier. Although his opponent had a profound background and his realm was comparable to his own, he was still just a teenage kid. Chen Hao was already thinking in his mind how to hold back, needing to defeat his opponent without making him lose too badly. Please enlighten me, Changchun merely nodded indifferently, speaking in a rather calm tone. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Chen Hao twisted his head, tensed all his muscles, and rushed towards Changchun at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, Chen Hao arrived in front of Changchun, swung his arm, mobilized all his strength, and struck towards Changchun's chest. Changchun still had his arms crossed and made no movement until the fist was only an inch away from his chest. Changchun then moved, he directly reached out and grabbed Chen Hao's fist. Chen Hao looked at Changchun in disbelief. Didn't the intelligence say that Changchun was a sword cultivator? How could a sword cultivator's physique withstand his full force strike? Crack, crack, crack. Changchun exerted force with his right hand, directly making Chen Hao's arm crackle. Chen Hao winced in pain, he raised his other arm and struck towards Changchun's chest. Bang! Changchun indeed did not dodge at all, allowing the fist to land on him. With a thud, Changchun's body did not tremble at all, instead, Chen Hao's fist was slightly numbed by the shock. Changchun smiled slightly, and with a direct kick, he sent Chen Hao flying off the arena. Seeing this scene, a burst of cheers immediately erupted from beneath the arena. Gu Changchun crossed his arms over his chest, striking his classic pose. His physique had been tempered by Su Wuji, Ye Fan, and Gu Bei for 4 years. Let alone a mere chi refining body cultivator, even against a Foundation establishment realm body cultivator, Gu Changchun was confident he could take them on. Gu Changchun stood there for a long time, and only after enjoying a good round of cheers did he reluctantly leave the arena. Beside the arena, Gu Bai covered his eyes with his hands, somewhat unable to bear watching. He couldn't understand how his calm personality could have produced such an arrogant child like Gu Changchun. Before he was 10, Gu Changchun was clearly a very calm child, though he spoke little and had a tiny bit of arrogance, he was absolutely not as arrogant as he was now. Ha ha ha, as expected of my disciple, only by striking such a pose does he look cool. Su Wuji and the other two, however, were particularly excited to see the scene, applauding and cheering for Gu Changchun. Gu Bai's mouth twitched. The mystery was solved, his adorable Gu Changchun had been led astray by Su Wuji and the other two. Because too many people participated in the competition, the first day only allowed everyone to barely finish 1 round. After Gu Changchun won his match, Gu Bai took the two of them back to their immortal cave. In the small courtyard, Gu Bai and Xing Ning worked together to prepare a large table of delicious food. Just as they were about to enjoy their meal, a series of footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the small courtyard. A beautiful female cultivator, dressed in an ice blue robe, cold as frost, and unconsciously exuding waves of chill, walked in from outside the small courtyard. The newcomer was Ice Frost Immortal Master, but now she should be referred to as Frost True Lord. You don't mind if I join for a meal, do you? Upon seeing Gu Bai, Frost True Lord's extremely cold expression seemed to melt, revealing a beautiful smile. We're old acquaintances, what's there to mind? Gu Bai also said with a smile, quickly moving a stool for Frost True Lord. Sister King Han. Gu Qingyu and Gu Changchun's eyes both lit up when they saw Frost True Lord, and they said with some excitement. Mo King Han, this was Frost True Lord's name. Ever since Gu Bai's 2 children were born, Frost True Lord often came to visit. Every time she came, she would bring a lot of delicious things for Gu Chongchen and Gu Qingyu. To avoid suspicion, Gu Bai specifically chose a seat furthest from Frost True Lord. Qing Ning pouted, but ultimately said nothing. Although Frost True Lord often visited these past few years, she was very discreet and never had close contact with Gu Bai. Furthermore, since Frost True Lord was Qing Ning's senior, Qing Ning found it difficult to say much. After eating their fill, Frost True Lord smiled and chatted with Gu Chongchen and Gu Qingyu for a while before getting up to leave. As the sect's second openly acknowledged nascent soul True Lord, Frost True Lord's current status was somewhat similar to a sect old ancestor. Her status and position, though not as high as the sect master, were still above tens of thousands of people. Most importantly, it was incredibly relaxed. She didn't have to do anything every day, only needing to act when the sect encountered danger, living a very leisurely life. Looking at Frost True Lord's departing back, Gu Bai sighed helplessly. He couldn't understand why Frost True Lord was so infatuated with him. One must know that as a nascent soul cultivator, coupled with her icy temperament, the cultivators pursuing Frost True Lord were too numerous to count. Yet Frost True Lord insisted on fixating on him. Gu Bai truly didn't understand. Was his charm really that great? Afterward, Gu Chongchen and Gu Qingyu participated in a few more sect competitions. However, most of their opponents were relatively weak, the strongest only at Qi refining 8th tier, and both of them easily achieved victory. Soon, the competition entered the semifinals, with only 20 disciples remaining. Gu Qingyu's opponent this time was a short cultivator wielding a short blade. This person possessed Qi refining 9th tier cultivation and formidable strength. He immediately cast a secret technique at the start, concealing his presence, intending to hide in the shadows and ambush Gu Qingyu. Gu Qingyu also reacted decisively, immediately summoning countless vines around him, firmly protecting himself within them. And the vines grew more and more numerous, spreading to cover the entire arena. The short cultivator's space became smaller and smaller, even though Gu Qingyu couldn't sense his aura at all, the short cultivator was still firmly entangled by the vines. After all, leaving the arena meant losing the match, but at this point, the arena was filled with vines, leaving him no escape. I surrender. The moment the short cultivator was entangled, he immediately shouted loudly. I announce, Gu Qingyu wins. The Foundation Establishment cultivator serving as the referee immediately shouted loudly. Gu Qingyu immediately showed a sweet smile, he immediately released the short cultivator's restraint, then skipped off the arena. A burst of cheers immediately erupted from beneath the arena, everyone cheering for Gu Qingyu. From the start of the sect competition until now, in just a few days, Gu Qingyu's reputation had spread throughout the entire sect. It wasn't because of her powerful strength, but because of Gu Qingyu's beautiful appearance, coupled with her sweet smile. And her background as Gu Bai's biological daughter, caused most of the male cultivators in the Eastern Gate to fall for Gu Qingyu. After all, as long as one married Gu Qingyu, then as Gu Qingyu's Dao companion, one would naturally enjoy the sect's top-tier treatment. Having Gu Bai, a top-tier physician, as a father-in-law, one could say it was an instant arrival at the peak of life. Therefore, many people harbored improper thoughts, but Gu Qingyu was only 15 years old now, and not many dared to confess to her, but there were always those who didn't recognize reality. Just as Gu Qingyu skipped towards Gu Bai's direction, an ordinary-looking cultivator, with the cultivation of Qi refining 5th level, stopped Gu Qingyu. He took a deep breath, and then immediately said, Junior Sister Qingyu, may I? But the ordinary-looking cultivator had just opened his mouth when he felt a deadly danger. Several gazes were fixed on him, as if he said one more word, he would instantly die on the spot. Gu Bai's temple veins bulged, he clenched his fists watching the scene. The thought of his daughter, whom he had raised for so long, being coveted by so many wild boars, made his stomach ache. And it was fine if others pursued his daughter, but you, an ordinary disciple with an ordinary appearance and ordinary aptitude, who gave you the confidence to think you could be worthy of my daughter? Su Wuji's gaze was also fixed on that ordinary disciple. A faint layer of evil qi emanated from him. Gu Qingyu was his biological granddaughter. He had watched her grow up, and how old was Gu Qingyu now? Only 15 years old. In his opinion, 15 years old was not much different from an infant. How dared that ordinary cultivator? Su Wuji was not as easy to talk to as Gu Bai, having been out in the world for so many years, even he didn't know how many cultivators had died by his hand. If the person in front of him wasn't a disciple of the sect, he would likely have been cut in half by Su Wuji's sword qi the moment he spoke. The remaining gaze, full of killing intent, belonged to Gu Chongchen. He hadn't expected anyone to dare pursue his adorable younger sister, as her older brother, he would absolutely not allow such a thing to happen. Is there something you need from me? Gu Qingyu blinked, tilting her head slightly as she asked, a little confused. No, nothing. The plain-looking cultivator forced a smile and then turned to leave as if fleeing. He was just a very ordinary disciple in all respects. If nothing unexpected happened, he would never be able to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm in his entire life. His pursuit of Gu Qingyu wasn't because he liked her so much, but rather because he wanted to change his heaven-defying fate through Gu Qingyu. Because in his opinion, Gu Qingyu's personality was so pure and she was so young, she should be relatively easy to deceive. If he truly married Gu Qingyu, by virtue of being Gu Qingyu's Dao companion, he would surely be able to enjoy the best resources. At that time, even if he didn't become a golden core cultivator, he would at least be able to become a Foundation Establishment cultivator. One could only say that this plain-looking cultivator was a little too conceited. If Gu Qingyu was so easy to pursue, why didn't others dare to try? It was simply because Gu Qingyu was truly too young, only 15 years old. Girls of this age understood nothing and were easily fooled, but Gu Bai and the others were not to be trifled with. Once someone revealed their intentions, they would offend Gu Bai and a host of other cultivators. And now, this plain-looking cultivator, with just one sentence, had offended Gu Bai, Su Wuji, Gu Chongchun, Frost True Lord, Gu Bei, Ye Fan, and a host of other sect higher UPS. In the future, let alone becoming a foundation establishment cultivator, whether he could see tomorrow's sun was a problem. After all, Gu Bai had a good temper and could overlook it, but the others were not as good-tempered as him. How strange. Gu Qingyu was a little confused, not understanding what the other party wanted to say. Never mind. Gu Qingyu shook her head, putting the recent incident out of her mind. Father, aren't I amazing? She skipped over to Gu Bai, then said with a hint of pride. Yes, 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 my little Qingyu is the most amazing. Gu Bai nodded, saying in a soft voice, as if nothing had happened before. He didn't want anyone to pursue his daughter, but the premise was to wait until his daughter grew up. Gu Qingyu was only 15 years old now, her body hadn't even fully developed yet, who would like such a little brat? It was obvious without thinking that the intentions were absolutely impure. The next match was Gu Chongchun's turn, and his opponent was a chi-refining 9th tier spell cultivator. Having reached this point, that spell cultivator's strength was quite formidable, his most powerful fire dragon art already had the power to contend with a foundation establishment cultivator. But he was still no match for Gu Chongchun. Gu Chongchun didn't even bother drawing his sword, directly tanking the fire dragon art with his body, then knocked that spell cultivator off the arena with a single punch. A round of cheers immediately erupted below the stage. Gu Chongchun had also, in these past few days, earned the respect of most cultivators in the sect. What he relied on was his overwhelming strength. Perhaps in the past, some might have underestimated Gu Chongchun, thinking he was merely a second-generation immortal with a profound background, and that his cultivation was only boosted by medicinal pills, possessing little actual strength. But now, not a single person thought that way, because the strength Gu Chongchun displayed was completely unlike a fraud whose cultivation was boosted by medicinal pills. Although using medicinal pills to boost cultivation could save a lot of time, it was, after all, an external aid. The boosted cultivation was ultimately unstable, and the magical power was very erratic, making one no match for cultivators of the same realm. But Gu Chongchun was different. Every bit of his magical power, every inch of his muscle, had been tempered through countless trials and refined bit by bit. During this time, Gu Chongchun had not consumed any medicinal pills that increased magical power, all of his cultivation was cultivated by himself, bit by bit. Looking at Gu Chongchun, who was being praised by thousands on the arena, Gu Bai nodded with some relief. Let this child be arrogant, after all, he had the strength to be arrogant. As the competition ended, only 10 cultivators remained on the scene. These cultivators had all fought their way out of thousands of cultivators, those who could persevere until now each possessed unique skills. They could be said to be predetermined golden core seeds. If no accidents occurred in the future, at least 5 of these 10 people would be able to become golden core cultivators. Soon, the second round of competition began. Gu Chongchun's opponent this time was a sword cultivator wielding a long sword, named Chu Yexun. She was one of the hot favorites to win this grand competition. It was rumored that Chu Yexun had already awakened sword intent a few years ago, and her strength was in no way inferior to a foundation establishment cultivator. Her tight-fitting clothes perfectly accentuated her curvaceous figure. If Lin Yuhan was the outer sect senior brother, then Chu Yexun was the outer sect senior sister. And most importantly, Chu Yexun was Zhou Shui's disciple. And Gu Chongchun was Su Wuji's disciple, and Zhou Shui was also Su Wuji's disciple. If Gu Chongchun lost, where would Su Wuji's face go? Brat, if you lose, I won't let you off tonight. Outside the arena, Su Wuji shouted loudly. Not far away, Zhou Shui also smiled at Chu Yexun, signaling her to cheer her on. Gu Chongchun's mouth twitched, and he immediately felt a great deal of pressure. This was not a joke. Gu Chongchun could guarantee that if he really lost and made Su Wuji lose face, he would definitely be severely drilled by Su Wuji tonight. Junior Martial Uncle, please enlighten me. Chu Yexun, with her long hair flowing and dressed in tight-fitting clothes, said with a smile. Please enlighten me. Gu Chongchun said very seriously, with his arms crossed. As soon as the words fell, both of them simultaneously swung their swords, unleashing a sword chi towards each other. Gu Chongchun's green sword chi and Chu Yexun's silver sword chi collided in the air, ultimately annihilating each other and simultaneously dissipating into the air. It was clear that in terms of the Dao of the sword, Chu Yexun and Gu Chongchun were evenly matched. Clang, clang, clang. Both rushed towards each other at extremely high speed, then swung their long swords, beginning to compete in swordsmanship. The long swords they used were both top-grade magical artifacts, with no clear distinction in quality. Chu Yexun had practiced the sword since childhood, and had now practiced for over 20 years. In terms of swordsmanship, she was stronger than Gu Chongchun. No matter how strong Gu Chongchun's talent was, in a short period, his swordsmanship could not compare to Chu Yexun's. But Gu Chongchun's innate sword physique compensated for the gap between him and Chu Yexun. Clang, clang, clang. Gu Chongchun and Chu Yexun exchanged dozens of moves, but in the end, Chu Yexun had a slight edge. After all, Gu Chongchun was only 15 years old. Even with his exquisite sword Dao, his actual combat experience was very limited, almost non-existent. Most of his practice was sparring with Su Wuji, Ye Fan, and others. Chu Yexun seized a momentary flaw from Gu Chongchun, and with a sudden swing of her sword, she thrust it towards Gu Chongchun's chest. Clang! A metallic clang echoed as the longsword, instead of piercing flesh, seemed to strike steel. It only penetrated an inch before being violently repelled. Chu Yexun was also knocked back a few steps. What a tough body! She looked up at Gu Chongchun, speaking with a hint of disbelief. The long sword in her hand was a top-grade magical artifact, just below the magic treasure used by Golden Core cultivators. Logically, even a second-order demon beasts could be easily cut down by her longsword, but against Gu Chongchun, she could barely pierce his defense. She had thought Gu Chongchun was merely physically strong, but she never expected him to be so incredibly robust, like a human Yao beast. Gu Chongchun, seizing Chu Yexun's moment of distraction, instantly appeared before her. Without any hint of gentleness, he delivered a direct kick, sending Chu Yexun flying off the stage. It was a joke. If it were a contest of sword skills, perhaps someone at his realm could compare to him. But in terms of physical strength alone, he had almost no opponents. After all, he was subjected to the daily sharpening of Ye Fan and the other two, who treated him like a punching bag, unleashing all sorts of moves on him. Things like mountains of blades, seas of fire, wind blades, and lightning strikes were just his daily routine. Gu Chongchun even suspected that if his father's medical skills weren't superb, he might not have survived until now. I announce, Gu Chongchun wins. The Foundation establishment elder nearby immediately shouted. At the same time, on another stage, Gu Qingyu also met her opponent. I am Lin Yuhan, please enlighten me. A young man in white, holding a long spear, bowed to Gu Qingyu with a smile. Gu Qingyu, please enlighten me. Upon hearing the name of the person before her, Gu Qingyu's expression immediately turned serious. The person before her was one of the contenders for the championship in this sect competition. If Gu Chongchun wasn't counted, he would be the strongest among everyone present. His strength was even far superior to Chu Yexun's. In a contest of strength among Foundation establishment cultivators, he had the impressive record of slaying a Foundation establishment cultivator robbers. After both sides bowed, Gu Qingyu immediately summoned countless vines, encircling herself. The spell she cast was called 10,000 Vine Entanglement, a very practical spell. It was taught to her by her father, who, according to him, learned it from a respected elder. Gu Qingyu also very much liked using this spell. She had won almost all her previous matches by relying on 10,000 Vine Entanglement. It had to be said, this move was indeed effective, especially on the stage. Almost no cultivator could evade it, and once entangled, it was almost impossible to break free. More and more vines began to occupy the stage, quickly spreading towards Lin Yuhan. Lin Yuhan, however, showed no panic. He continuously swung the top-grade magical artifact, the red scale spear, in his hand. The vines, originally as hard as steel, seemed like tofu before Lin Yuhan, easily being cut to pieces. This is Martial Dao Will. Below the stage, Gu Bai said with a slight surprise. The vines conjured by 10,000 Vine Entanglement were incredibly tough, virtually impervious to fire and water, and impenetrable by blades. Even if a chi refining cultivator could extend the vines, they wouldn't appear so effortless. And from the tip of Lin Yuhan's spear, he sensed a unique aura. If his guess was correct, this should be the Martial Dao Will of the mortal Martial Dao system. Generally, only older Martial Dao grandmasters would have a chance to master it. Martial Dao Will is similar to a sword cultivator's sword chi, both imbuing one's will onto a weapon, greatly enhancing its power. Gu Bai hadn't expected Lin Yuhan to be such a genius, mastering Martial Dao Will at only 25 years old. Because if one were to compare the difficulty, mastering Martial Dao Will was even harder than mastering sword intent. Countless vines assaulted Lin Yuhan, but he shattered them all, and he also charged towards Gu Qingyu at a relatively fast speed. Gu Qingyu's expression changed. She formed a hand seal, condensing countless wooden thorns in the air. The wooden thorns spiraled rapidly in the air, finally flying towards Lin Yuhan at an extremely high speed. This was a spell created by Gu Bai. Its power and speed were top tier among first-order spells, completely compensating for the weakness of wood elemental spells' insufficient power. Its principle lay in the unique helical structure of the wooden thorns. After accelerating to the extreme through rotation, they could fly out at an incredibly fast speed. An ordinary chi refining cultivator would simply be unable to react. And due to their extreme speed, the power of the wooden thorns was indirectly enhanced. Even a late-stage chi refining cultivator, if they were slightly careless and failed to dodge or defend, would have their body instantly pierced. When Gu Qingyu encountered powerful cultivators, she always relied on entangling them with vines or distracting them, then using the wooden thorns for a sneak attack. Generally, no cultivator could evade it, and it was by relying on these two moves that she had come this far. But unfortunately, the wooden thorn spell was fine for bullying weaker opponents, but it proved less effective against true powerhouses. Lin Yuhan swung the red scale spear in his hand, and with a few bangs, he parried the rapidly flying wooden thorns. Seeing this, Gu Qingyu panicked slightly. She controlled the surrounding vines, forming a wall around her, intending to block Lin Yuhan's attack. Lin Yuhan, however, smiled slightly. He raised the red scale spear with his right hand, mobilizing all his muscles, and hurled the long spear towards Gu Qingyu. The long spear whistled through the air. Due to the Martial Dao Will attached to it, the spearhead was incredibly sharp, piercing through all obstacles in its path. Looking at the long spear rapidly approaching, Gu Qingyu's small face turned pale, and for a moment, she even forgot to dodge. Combat, after all, was not her strong suit. Gu Qingyu spent most of her time studying arts with Gu Bai. Although she had cultivated superb medical skills, her combat abilities had fallen behind and could only be considered average. Just as the long spear was only 10 feet away from Gu Qingyu, a hand firmly caught it. It's all right. Gu Bai put down the long spear, then smiled and ruffled Gu Qingyu's head. Although he was not skilled in combat, he was still a grandmaster of the Golden Core realm. Catching a chi-refining cultivator's attack with his bare hands was something he could easily do. Father! Gu Qingyu's eyes reddened when she saw Gu Bai's figure. At that moment, she truly felt the threat of death. If Gu Bai hadn't intervened, she might have died on the spot. All right, you've done very well. Gu Bai didn't blame Gu Qingyu, he said in an incredibly gentle voice. With Gu Qingyu's chi-refining 8th tier cultivation, reaching this point was already quite good. He had set the goal for Gu Qingyu to be in the top 10 of the sect competition, and Gu Qingyu had already accomplished this task. After all, as a physician, she normally wouldn't need to fight, she only needed a certain ability to protect herself. Just like him, as a physician, Gu Bai had participated in countless battles, big and small, but he had almost never taken the initiative to strike. At this point, only 5 cultivators remained in the sect competition. They were Gu Changchun, Lin Yuhan, and 3 other top-tier chi-refining 9th tier cultivators. The 5 drew lots again. Gu Changchun was number 2, Lin Yuhan was number 1, and their opponents were the other number 1 and number 2. Because of the odd number, one person was incredibly lucky and received a bye, advancing to the next round without any battle. Gu Changchun looked at Lin Yuhan and then raised his eyebrows at Lin Yuhan. In Gu Changchun's opinion, among the remaining 5, only Lin Yuhan had the strength to contend with him, the other 3 were lacking. Lin Yuhan was not provoked, he just smiled amiably at Gu Changchun. Evidently, as a veteran who had been in the Jianghu for many years, Lin Yuhan had developed a very mature personality, and Gu Changchun's provocation. In his view, it wasn't even a provocation, just a young person with youthful vigor and a strong desire to win. Seeing that Lin Yuhan didn't care about his taunt at all, and even smiled at him. Gu Changchun, on the contrary, felt a bit uncomfortable. Didn't that make him seem very immature? It was as if Lin Yuhan was the protagonist, and he was just a minor character to highlight the protagonist's strength. The match quickly began, and Gu Changchun was no longer in the mood to show off, he directly and effortlessly won the match in no time. He turned his head and looked in Lin Yuhan's direction, finding that the other party had already finished, and his opponent was already walking off the stage. At this point, only 3 people remained. It was still a draw, but this time Gu Changchun got the bye, and it was Lin Yuhan's turn to fight another cultivator. Lin Yuhan's steps flickered, dodging all of his opponent's attacks, and then with just one spear strike, he swept his opponent off the platform. Gu Changchun, watching from the side, frowned deeply, because he found that he couldn't see through Lin Yuhan's true strength. The only thing he could tell was that Lin Yuhan's strength was absolutely formidable. After the match ended, only Gu Changchun and Lin Yuhan remained in the sect competition. The 2 rested for a moment, then walked onto the arena, ready to determine the victor. Gu Changchun, please enlighten me. Lin Yuhan, please enlighten me. Both bowed, then simultaneously charged towards each other. As Gu Changchun ran, he swung his long sword at Lin Yuhan, unleashing streaks of green sword chi. Lin Yuhan, however, smiled slightly. He wielded his long spear, deflecting all the sword chi that came at him. Gu Changchun was instantly stunned by the sight, because this was sword chi, why could it be deflected? Clang, clang, clang. As soon as they met, they instantly engaged in fierce combat. The long spear and long sword collided, producing crisp clanging sounds. But slowly, Gu Changchun actually fell into a disadvantage. Because he discovered that Lin Yuhan's spear techniques were incredibly refined, his every attack could be parried by the opponent. Gu Changchun was truly surprised this time, because after so many rounds of fighting him, Lin Yuhan still showed no signs of exertion. Clearly, the opponent also possessed a powerful physique, otherwise it would be impossible for him to be so firmly suppressed in close combat. Pfft! Lin Yuhan seized the momentary opening Gu Changchun revealed and swung his long spear fiercely. The spearhead left a not too large, not too small wound on Gu Changchun's body. Gu Changchun frowned deeply, because the opponent was actually able to injure him. One must know that even ordinary foundation establishment cultivators couldn't harm his physique in the slightest. Lin Yuhan was also slightly stunned, he likewise hadn't expected Gu Changchun's physique to be so formidable. His full power strike only left a not too large, not too small wound on the opponent's body. Gu Changchun abruptly parried the spearhead, and then both sides resumed their fierce battle. During a lull in the fighting, Gu Changchun also seized Lin Yuhan's opening. He also swung fiercely, slashing towards Lin Yuhan's chest. Pfft! Gu Changchun frowned, he felt as if he had slashed not flesh and blood, but a humanoid puppet. And just as Gu Changchun thought, his full power strike only created a 1-inch long cut on Lin Yuhan's chest. Streaks of fresh blood flowed down his chest, staining Lin Yuhan's long robe crimson. Clearly, even though Lin Yuhan possessed extraordinary talent, he lacked Gu Changchun's profound background, and everything had to be achieved through his own efforts. Therefore, his physique was ultimately not as good as Gu Changchun's. Gu Changchun pressed his advantage, unleashing a powerful direct kick towards Lin Yuhan. Relying on his formidable physique, this seemingly ordinary direct kick possessed power even greater than his sword chi. Let alone chi refining cultivators, even foundation establishment cultivators would find it difficult to withstand this strike. Lin Yuhan reacted incredibly quickly, he swiftly positioned his long spear in front of him, blocking the direct kick. Clang! With a loud clang, Lin Yuhan's body remained completely still, as if he had only blocked an ordinary attack. On the contrary, Gu Chongqun was forced back a step by the recoil. This kid, he's quite something. Su Wuji said, arms crossed, with a hint of surprise. Because he could see that Lin Yuhan hadn't directly received Gu Chongqun's kick. It wasn't that Lin Yuhan didn't want to, but his physique was inferior to Gu Chongqun's, making it impossible to directly receive it. But Lin Yuhan cleverly used the principle of Tai Kai's force deflection, redirecting the kick's power into the ground beneath his feet. One could tell as much from the cracked ground beneath Lin Yuhan's feet. While it sounds simple, the actual execution is incredibly difficult. As Gu Bai knew, in the mortal world, only a martial great grandmaster could achieve it. As for cultivators, only foundation establishment cultivators who practice specific secret arts could do it. Clearly, Lin Yuhan was a martial great grandmaster. After entering the Dao through martial arts, he did not stop his cultivation of martial arts. Instead, while ensuring his cultivation speed, he also cultivated martial arts concurrently, not only reaching the chi refining 9th tier but also cultivating his martial arts realm to that of a great grandmaster. A martial great grandmaster, though not equal to a foundation establishment cultivator, is far superior to an ordinary foundation cultivation cultivator. This also explains why Lin Yuhan was able to deflect Gu Chongqun's sword chi. He relied on this skill of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds in Tai Chi. Again, Gu Chongqun, who was sent flying, was not discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit was ignited even more. Clang, clang, clang. The two clashed fiercely again, Lin Yuhan's combat experience far surpassing Gu Chongqun's. Even though Gu Chongqun possessed an innate sword physique, which greatly enhanced the power of his sword techniques, he was still no match for Lin Yuhan and was suppressed. But Gu Chongqun's incredibly powerful physical constitution perfectly compensated for this weakness. Even if Gu Chongqun accidentally exposed a flaw and was struck by Lin Yuhan's spear, he would at most suffer only minor injuries. And while Lin Yuhan's spear techniques were superb, allowing him to suppress Gu Chongqun, there were still times when he made mistakes. This was an evenly matched battle, the two fought for hundreds of rounds, yet neither could gain the upper hand over the other, and by the end, both were covered in dense, intricate wounds. Blood dyed their clothes crimson, and Gu Chongqun stood on the arena, panting heavily. Though he was only 15 years old, facing a body full of fatal injuries and feeling the burning pain from all over his body, Gu Chongqun didn't care in the slightest. After all, although his master Su Wuji genuinely taught him, the training content was incredibly brutal. In Gu Chongqun's eyes, these injuries were merely fatal wounds. Although severely injured, both of them were smiling. From each other's moves, they felt each other's will, and they both acknowledged each other. Meeting someone of comparable strength and a compatible personality is an incredibly fortunate thing. Although the two only had a fight, they already regarded each other as confidants. This was a romance unique to men. Ha 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 ha, senior brother Lin, your magical power has been exhausted, hasn't it? Gu Chongqun looked at Lin Yuhan and asked with a smile. Although both were chi refining 9th tier cultivators, Gu Chongqun's magical power had undergone a dual tempering from Yafan, Gu Bei, Vitality Fire, and Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder, making its quality far superior to cultivators of the same realm. Even if Lin Yuhan had also cultivated secret arts to temper magical power, the quality of his magical power could not be compared to Gu Chongqun's. By now, Lin Yuhan's magical power was completely exhausted, while Gu Chongqun still had about 20% remaining. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Yuhan, with his magical power depleted, was certain to lose, but there are always exceptions. It is completely depleted, but I have a backup hidden energy source. As soon as Lin Yuhan finished speaking, a unique aura of a martial Dao Great Grandmaster suddenly emanated from his body. Although the internal energy of martial Dao is completely incomparable to magical power, Su Wuji had already cultivated martial Dao to the Great Grandmaster realm. This is the extreme realm of martial Dao. The internal energy has undergone multiple transformations, and its quality is now no less than magical power. Although it cannot possess diverse attributes like magical power, it can greatly enhance physical constitution and can also be attached to weapons to increase their power. For Lin Yuhan, a spear cultivator, internal energy and magical power are actually not much different. Come, let's fight to our heart's content. Lin Yuhan waved the long spear in his hand and said with a smile. That's exactly what I was thinking. Gu Chongqun also said with a smile. The two clashed again. Clang, clang, clang. Whether for those in the arena or outside of it, this was a spectacular battle. Gu Bai stood by the arena, watching with great interest. This was a clash between martial Dao and immortal Dao, a contest between a long spear and a long sword. Even foundation establishment cultivators rarely had such an exciting fight. After a long while, both simultaneously took a step back, then gasped for breath. They were now completely exhausted, both their magical power and internal skill entirely depleted. Rib. Both reached out and tore off their somewhat cumbersome upper garments, revealing their scarred but incredibly muscular upper bodies. The female cultivators below the stage shrieked and covered their eyes with their hands. But they watched the match intently through the gaps between their fingers. Don't look. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, he was quick-witted and immediately reached out to cover Gu Qingyu's eyes. Father! Why are you covering my eyes? Gu Qingyu also widened her eyes, watching the exciting battle on the arena. but suddenly her vision went dark, which made her incredibly angry. There's something dirty. Gu Bai said somewhat helplessly. At the same time, on the arena, both dropped their weapons and then raised their fists, beginning a close quarters brawl. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged punches, engaging in an intense mutual beating. Although Gu Changchun's physique was formidable, he had not systematically learned boxing techniques. While Lin Yuhan's physique was not as good as Gu Changchun's, he knew several top-tier mortal boxing techniques, and combined with his movement techniques, he actually fought Gu Changchun to a draw. Senior brother Changchun, I'm sorry, but first place is really important to me. Lin Yuhan, with a bruised face, looked at the equally bruised Gu Changchun and said in a deep voice. For Gu Changchun, with Gu Bai as his father, being first or second made little difference, it was merely about having more face when spoken of. But for him, it was completely different, because the rewards for first and second place were vastly different. Although he was very strong in combat and was the outer sect senior brother, he was, after all, immortal, and originally didn't even have the qualifications to cultivate. Even if he relied on his profound martial Dao cultivation to forcefully enter the Dao through martial arts, he wouldn't go far in the future without great fortune. Therefore, no matter how much of a genius Lin Yuhan appeared to be, no golden core true person was willing to take him as a disciple. As a cultivator who started from scratch with no background and fought his way up to this point, he truly needed this vast amount of resources for use after his breakthrough to foundation establishment. After Lin Yuhan finished speaking, he extended his finger and suddenly tapped Gu Changchun's body a few times. Gu Changchun felt his body stiffen, and for a moment, he couldn't move at all. This was the secret art of martial Dao A cup ointment tapping. By using A cup ointment tapping techniques, an opponent could be temporarily immobilized. It just goes to show that Lin Yuhan's many years before were not wasted. Without such trump cards, he would never have been able to become an innate grandmaster before the age of 20. It was only because he rarely met a confidant with whom he could fight back and forth that Lin Yuhan had not used techniques like A cup ointment tapping. After all, compared to an old Jianghu hand like him, Gu Changchun was still a bit too green. Looking at Gu Changchun, who was unable to move, Lin Yuhan smiled slightly, then kicked Gu Changchun off the arena. I announce, Lin Yuhan wins. The foundation establishment elder watching from the side immediately shouted loudly. Clap, 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 clap. Below the arena, a round of applause immediately erupted. Even Gu Bai and Souwuji were cheering for Lin Yuhan. In this arena match, Lin Yuhan's strength gained the recognition of everyone, including Gu Bai. Perhaps some might say Lin Yuhan won unfairly, using A cup ointment striking for a sneak attack to win the match. But in reality, the sect competition did not explicitly prohibit the use of sneak attack methods like A cup ointment striking. After all, being able to immobilize an opponent with A cup ointment striking is a skill in itself. This child is destined for great achievements in the future. Gu Bai said with a smile, looking at Lin Yuhan on the arena. Indeed, his heart nature aligns well with my preferences, I'm even thinking of taking him as a disciple. Souwuji also nodded from the side. Why not? Gu Bai looked at Souwuji and said in a deep voice. Don't be ridiculous, I already have Gu Changchun as a disciple. Souwuji waved his hand with a smile. Teaching one disciple is teaching, teaching two disciples is teaching, why not take another one? Gu Bai said with a smile from the side. He actually wanted to take Lin Yuhan as a disciple too, but he had to teach Gu Qingyu medical skills and simply didn't have the time. But Souwuji was different, he could train Lin Yuhan while training Gu Changchun. Then what about the aptitude issue? Souwuji still hesitated after hearing this. What's there to worry about? Aptitude is only important in the early stages, in the later stages, what truly matters is comprehension ability and heart nature. You yourself had only average aptitude back then, but you still reached your current level. As long as that child has enough comprehension ability and will, that's enough, I'll figure out how to solve the aptitude problem. As long as you give me time, I can raise his aptitude to a superior level. Gu Bai revealed a confident smile. He already had a relatively proficient understanding of how to improve aptitude. In the cultivation world, to reach the peak, the most important things are comprehension ability and will. If your aptitude is lacking, you can find spiritual treasures that improve aptitude, although rare in the cultivation world, they can still be found if you search diligently. However, spiritual treasures that enhance comprehension ability or even will are almost non-existent in the cultivation world. Even the famous enlightenment tea can at most only increase comprehension ability by 2 or 3 layers. But when it says it improves comprehension ability, it actually just means improving learning efficiency. More often, it relies on the cultivator themselves. If you originally couldn't comprehend a cultivation technique, even if you practiced under an enlightenment tree for a long time, it would be difficult to comprehend. Lin Yuhan possessed all the conditions to become a strong person, exceptionally high comprehension ability, mastery of various martial arts, becoming an innate grandmaster at only 20 years old, and then cultivating to the great grandmaster realm in the following 15 years. Because he roamed the Jianghu alone, eventually becoming an innate grandmaster, he developed a superior state of mind. Most importantly, Lin Yuhan had excellent character, he was a person with a great heart and great ambition. When Lin Yuhan first showed his talent, Ling Yunsek sent people to thoroughly investigate his past experiences in the Jianghu. It can only be said that Lin Yuhan truly deserved the title of a great grandmaster. Souwuji listened and nodded in agreement. Then reluctantly. I'll take him as a disciple. Souwuji had only spoken half his sentence when a clear, cold voice came from behind them. I'm quite fond of this child. Anyway, I'm idle in the sect, so I'll teach him. Frost True Lord slowly walked up to the two of them and said with a smile. All right, that child is in your care then. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. Although Su Wuji's teaching ability was strong, the process was truly somewhat unbearable. Gu Bai was genuinely worried that Lin Yuhan would be ruined by Su Wuji after becoming his disciple. Moreover, Su Wuji would soon leave the sect, who would teach Lin Yuhan then? Ice Frost Genren was much more composed, although her personality was a bit cold, she was actually a very gentle person, very suitable for teaching disciples. Furthermore, Ice Frost Genren wouldn't run around the world like Su Wuji, most of the time, Ice Frost Genren stayed within the sect. Anyway, Ice Frost Genren and Gu Bai and the others were old acquaintances, comrades who had fought side by side for many years. When others had free time, they would also teach Lin Yuhan. Just like Gu Changchun, although he was Su Wuji's disciple, Ice Frost Genren or other Golden Core true person of the sect would also teach Gu Changchun when they were bored. After the sect competition ended, Frost True Lord very publicly announced that she would take Lin Yuhan as a disciple. From then on, Lin Yuhan's name thoroughly resounded throughout the sect. Because Ice Frost Genren was one of the only two nascent soul True Lord on the surface of the sect, and had not taken any disciples until now. Joining her sect would mean having a nascent soul powerful figure as a backer, and also enjoying the top tier treatment in the sect, guaranteeing cultivation to the Golden Core realm at the very least. If one's talent was good, they could even cultivate to the nascent soul realm. This made countless cultivators' eyes red, but they did not envy Lin Yuhan because his strength was obvious to all, they were just a little envious. Other Golden Core true person also took action, selecting their preferred candidates. Soon, the cultivators who ranked high in the sect competition but had no background were all chosen. This was one of the purposes of the sect competition, to fully display the strength between disciples, so that the high-ranking officials of the sect could better select disciples. That evening, Gu Bai personally cooked a lavish spread of dishes. Almost all of Gu Bai's friends were at the dinner table, Su Wuji, Ye Fan and the other two, Frost True Lord, as well as Tianming Zi and Physician Yat, both Grand Elder. They were mainly there to celebrate Frost True Lord taking a disciple and to chat and drink together after a long time. Lin Yuhan, dressed in white, followed Frost True Lord somewhat cautiously. A gathering with countless Golden Core true person and even nascent soul cultivator was a bit too dreamlike for him. This was equivalent to an ordinary person with some ability suddenly being pulled to dine with a group of wealthy individuals like Jack Ma and Pony Ma. At this point, even with the most stable mindset, it was hard not to feel a little nervous. However, the atmosphere on site was much more harmonious than he had imagined. The Golden Core true person, who were usually high and mighty, were now like ordinary people, gathered together, talking and laughing, completely devoid of their usual dignity. Even his master, Frost True Lord, whose face was usually as cold as ice, seemed to have melted, revealing a gentle smile. She walked towards Gu Bai and the others, sat in a seat further away from Gu Bai, and began chatting with everyone. Lin Yuhan stood awkwardly in place, as it was clearly a gathering between his master and her friends, a table full of cultivators, the lowest realm being Golden Core true person. It was clearly inappropriate for him, a small chi refining cultivator, to go there. Brother Lin, over here, over here. Just then, Gu Changchun's voice came from afar. He directly pulled Lin Yuhan and sat him down beside Gu Bai. Then Gu Changchun enthusiastically introduced his good brother to Gu Bai and the others. After all, these people around him had watched him grow up since childhood, their relationship, though not family, was closer than family. It was just eating together, so Gu Changchun naturally wouldn't feel the slightest bit awkward. Under Gu Changchun's influence, the atmosphere on site gradually became harmonious, and Gu Bai and the others all showed friendly smiles towards Lin Yuhan. Changchun was not sad at all about losing the competition, instead, he was happy to have met Lin Yuhan. For him, the ranking in the competition was not important, as even the reward for first place seemed rather ordinary in Changchun's eyes. The sect competition was merely entertainment for Changchun in his leisure time. Come, try the braised pork ribs I made myself, you'll love them. Gu Bai revealed a gentle smile and placed a piece of rib into Lin Yuhan's bowl. Thank you. Lin Yuhan quickly apologized, the person before him was the former sect master of Lingyun sect, and also the greatest sect master in the sect's history. He had long heard that Physician Gu was kind and very gentle, but he never expected him to be this gentle. Seeing Gu Bai's gentle smile and the kindness radiating from him, Lin Yuhan felt his heart being healed. Lin Yuhan was absolutely certain that the kindness radiating from Gu Bai and his gentle smile were completely from the heart. Because such pure gentleness could not be faked by anyone. Delicious. Lin Yuhan took a bite of the ribs and couldn't help but exclaim. It was simply too delicious, so delicious that he felt like crying. Because from these ribs, he felt a sense of home, as if it were a meal carefully prepared for him by his mother. Since he left home at 6 and ventured into the Jianghu alone, he had never tasted such delicious food again. Ha 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 ha, if it's delicious, eat more, there's plenty of food. Gu Bai said with a smile, then added many more pieces of meat to Lin Yuhan's bowl. The others also smiled as they watched this scene. Although Lin Yuhan was over 30 years old, in the eyes of these Golden Core cultivators and even nascent soul cultivators, Lin Yuhan was just a child who hadn't grown up yet. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A beautiful colorful bird landed on Gu Bai's shoulder and affectionately rubbed against Gu Bai's cheek. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten your meal. Gu Bai reached out a finger to rub little White's head. He smiled and took out a handful of spirit rice from his storage pouch, placing it beside the table. This small handful of spirit rice was carefully selected second-tier spirit rice by Gu Bai, capable of strengthening the body and enhancing one's foundation, making it very suitable for bird yao beasts like Little White. Little White chirped happily a few times, then flew to the table and began eating the spirit rice. Besides that, Xiao Bai was also gnawing on a large bone with grunts and snorts not far from everyone. Cheers, to a better tomorrow. Gu Bai raised his wine glass and said with a smile. Cheers. Gu Bei, Ye Fan, Su Wuji, Frost True Lord, Qing Ning, Changchun, Gu Qingyu and a host of other familiar faces simultaneously raised their glasses. However, Changchun and Gu Qingyu's glasses contained fruit juice, not strong liquor. After all, both children were only 15 years old, it was too early for them to drink alcohol. Therefore, even with Changchun's strong protest, his glass still contained fruit juice. The atmosphere on site was incredibly warm and amiable. They had different identities and statuses, from high and mighty nascent soul true lords to small chi refining cultivators like Lin Yuhan. But at this moment, without exception, all of them were smiling from the bottom of their hearts. This was very rare in the cultivation world, or rather, almost impossible, yet it was happening right now. Lin Yuhan looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but be stunned. Perhaps for Gu Bai and the others, such gatherings were routine, they would gather every few days. But for Lin Yuhan, this was a dreamlike scene that shattered his perception of the cultivation world as a place of the strong preying on the weak. This scene was deeply imprinted in Lin Yuhan's mind. He thought that he probably would never forget the sight of this moment for the rest of his life. Time flew by, and 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. On this morning, a group of young cultivators gathered in the sect plaza. These were all cultivators who had achieved good rankings in the sect competition or had strong backgrounds. Their purpose for coming this time was to go to the King Yun secret realm to contend for the creation Azure Cloud Fruit to enhance their own foundations. A golden core elder within the sect summoned a flying boat with a wave of his hand and took these dozens of people to the King Yun secret manual. Not far away, Changchun, Lin Yuhan, and other disciples from the top 10 of the sect competition also stood in the plaza, but they did not follow the flying boat to the King Yun secret realm. Master, are we not going with them? Changchun looked at Su Wuji and asked with some confusion. The King Yun secret realm is too small, it's nothing more than a few King Yun creation fruits. Today, I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Su Wuji said with a smile, arms crossed. With a wave of his hand, he pulled out a flying boat from his storage pouch, and under his control, the flying boat rapidly expanded. Let's go. We're leaving Qingzhou now and heading to a remote secret realm in the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. That secret realm is called the Blood Secret Realm, and its area is 10 times that of the King Yun secret realm. The Blood Secret Realm produces several spiritual items similar to the King Yun creation fruit, the most famous of which is the Blood Spirit Fruit. After consuming it, not only can it enhance the origin of life, but it can also greatly improve one's physique, with even better effects than the King Yun creation fruit. Su Wuji said in a deep voice. Although Qingzhou had the King Yun secret realm, the King Yun secret realm was not particularly outstanding among all secret realms. Although it could produce King Yun creation fruit, the growth rate of King Yun creation fruit was extremely slow, taking at least several hundred, or even thousands of years to mature, and the yield was very low. Especially a few hundred years ago, Ye Fan led people to directly sweep through the King Yun secret realm, almost seizing all the King Yun creation fruit with an invincible stance. Only a few King Yun creation fruits were left, to prevent talented cultivators from being unable to obtain King Yun creation fruit in the future. Until now, the Qingzhou secret realm had not recovered, and it was estimated that even if the entire secret realm was thoroughly searched, only a few ripe King Yun creation fruits could be found. Therefore, Su Wuji and Gu Bai deliberated and decided not to meddle with the few remaining King Yun creation fruits in the King Yun secret realm. After some discussion, they finally chose the Blood Secret Realm. The Blood Secret Realm is a medium to large secret realm, with a complete ecological system within it. Countless first-tier and even second-tier Yao beasts live there. However, the secret realm has restrictions, only foundation cultivation cultivators can enter, while foundation establishment cultivators cannot enter the Blood Secret Realm. For ordinary chi refining cultivators, this Blood Secret Realm is a secret realm of 9 deaths and a bloody battlefield, which is why it was named the Blood Secret Realm. Over the years, less than 50% of the Blood Secret Realm has been explored, with nearly half of the area still unexplored. However, the Blood Secret Realm is very suitable for prodigies like Changchun and Lin Yuhan, who compete with foundation establishment cultivators. The Blood Secret Realm is the property of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, only the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty and its allies can obtain tickets to the Blood Secret Realm. However, the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, to thank Ye Fan and the other two, promised them many benefits and privileges. This Blood Secret Realm is naturally one of those privileges. The Great Qin Immortal Dynasty promised that every 10 years, when the Blood Secret Realm opens, the 3 of them could obtain 10 slots. And now, it was the day the Blood Secret Realm opened. Under Su Wuji's control, the flying boat flew towards the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty at an extremely fast speed. To be safe, Gu Bai also went to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty with Su Wuji. Besides the two of them, there were disciples like Gu Changchun and Lin Yuhan, who were among the top 10 in the sect competition. Bang! Shortly after the flying boat left Qingzhou, it was attacked by several bird-type third-order demon beasts. Although Qingzhou was peaceful, the outside world was already in chaos. Su Wuji so brazenly piloting the flying boat in the sky naturally attracted attacks from the Ya race. Master, what should we do now? Gu Changchun asked with some concern. As far as he knew, his master was a very strong golden core true person. But even so, facing several third-order demon beasts still posed some risk. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, your master, I, am very strong. Su Wuji laughed loudly. He had killed countless third-order demon beasts before. With a flash, he appeared outside the flying boat, then transformed his mind into a sword, unleashing several invisible sword chi. Before the several third-order demon beasts could even scream, they fell from the sky. Their spirits were instantly shattered, and they completely lost consciousness. With a wave of his hand, Su Wuji collected these fallen third-order demon beasts into his storage pouch. Gu Chongchun, who was watching from the side, was stunned. He looked at Su Wuji in disbelief. He had heard his master say before that he killed third-order demon beasts as easily as killing dogs, but Gu Chongchun hadn't believed it. After all, it sounded like Su Wuji was bragging, but he didn't expect Su Wuji to be so powerful, truly resolving several third-order demon beasts with one move. Gu Bai smiled without speaking from the side. Due to the need to conceal information, Su Wuji and Gu Bai outwardly maintained their golden core late-stage cultivation. Apart from a few close individuals, most cultivators in Lingyun, including Gu Chongchun, Su Wuji's disciple, still believed that Su Wuji and Gu Bai were in the golden core late stage. But in reality, they had both been nascent soul cultivators for many years. It's likely no one would have thought that the three chaotic devil kings who rampaged through the cultivation world a while ago were actually Yafan and the other two. We've arrived. Soon, the flying boat reached its destination. By this time, countless people were already waiting outside the blood secret realm. Fellow Daoist Wuji, long time no see. As soon as Su Wuji arrived, countless people greeted him. Even though they were also golden core cultivators, these people still actively greeted Su Wuji. Su Wuji merely nodded indifferently, his expression as cold as could be. He hadn't wasted his early years in the great Qin Immortal dynasty. After all, when he was in the golden core late stage, he already possessed the combat power to contend with nascent soul. Furthermore, together with Yafan and others, he almost slaughtered most of the Jishu, marauder cultivators, within the great Qin dynasty, and even killed several great Jishu, marauder cultivators, of the nascent soul realm. At that time, Yafan and the other two were at the peak of their power, and their status was no less than that of nascent soul cultivators. One must know that in the great Qin Immortal dynasty, across hundreds of states, all forces combined only amounted to a little over 100 nascent soul cultivators. As the absolute overlord of this region, the great Qin Immortal dynasty itself only possessed a little over 30 nascent soul cultivators. Although Yafan and the other two suddenly left when the heavenly Dao Qi was about to descend, legends of the three still circulated within the great Qin Immortal dynasty. Gu Chongchun was once again stunned. This expressionless person, who clearly seemed like a major figure, was actually his usually unreliable master. Everyone waited for a moment longer. After everyone had arrived, the entrance to the blood secret realm finally opened. Gu Chongchun scanned the surroundings and found that the number of people participating in the blood secret realm was roughly 200. Among them, there were even dozens of small groups gathered together. Brother Lin, do you have confidence? Gu Chongchun, Gu Qingyu, and Lin Yuhan stood side by side. Gu Chongchun crossed his arms, speaking with a slightly arrogant tone. Isn't that obvious? With us three working together, we're invincible under the heavens. Lin Yuhan rested his long spear on his shoulder, his expression incredibly relaxed. Both of them had strong confidence in their own strength. Even if their opponents might be second-order demon beasts, or dozens of top chi refining cultivators, the two of them showed no fear at all. Instead, a unique youthful arrogance emanated from within them. Then I will heal you too. Influenced by the two, Gu Qingyu, who had been a bit nervous, was no longer nervous. Youth is truly wonderful. Not far away, Gu Bai, seeing this scene, said with some emotion. He was not repulsed by the arrogance emanating from the three of them. After all, if young people aren't arrogant, are they still young people? In the three of them, he seemed to see his past self. Back then, Gu Bai also pulled himself and Xing Ning to go to the King Yun secret realm. Even though the three of them were very weak at the time, they overcame many difficulties. First, they went to the poison mist marsh, deciphered the poison of the poison arrow frog, and obtained the first creation azure cloud fruit. Then, they worked together to defeat the second order silver moon bear and obtained the second creation azure cloud fruit. They skillfully defeated the ice frost wolf tribe, killed the wolf king, and obtained the third creation azure cloud fruit. Although the process was incredibly difficult, the mortals at that time never thought of giving up. Thinking about it now, that was his lost youth. Gu Bai believed that Gu Chongchun and the others would also be able to overcome many difficulties and obtain treasures, just like the three of them did back then. Protect your younger sister. Gu Bai looked at Gu Chongchun and said in a deep voice. Understood. Gu Chongchun also nodded seriously. As the secret realm gate opened, the three of them followed the main group and entered the blood secret realm together. After everyone entered the blood secret realm, the secret realm entrance slowly disappeared from their sight. The secret realm entrance would only reopen after a month. Gu Bai and Su Wuji sat on the flying boat, leisurely drinking tea. He wasn't worried about the safety of the three, because each of them possessed several second-order teleportation talismans, so even if they couldn't win, they could escape. Su Wuji had also left a strand of his sword chi within the bodies of the three. When the three encountered danger, they could activate the sword chi within their bodies. The power of this sword chi was roughly equivalent to a full power strike from a golden core late-stage cultivator. Moreover, Gu Bai had also made a teleportation formation for the three. After activating the formation, it could ignore the special space of the secret realm and directly teleport them in front of him. Aren't you going to meet up with your friends? Gu Bai took a sip of tea, then said with a smile. There's no need for that. They're just superficial friends. My true, close friends returned to the sect with me back then. Su Wuji shook his head and said in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Gu Bai smiled and shook his head. This was actually a very normal social activity in the cultivation world, everyone was just putting on a show. Becoming a sect master and attending various such occasions, getting along with these people who harbored ulterior motives, was an indispensable skill. But clearly, as a sword cultivator, Su Wuji found such behavior repulsive. When he was still the sect master, he might have forced himself to engage in such socializing, but now that he was no longer the sect master, there was naturally no need for it. However, Gu Bai himself walked forward with a smile and chatted with the surrounding golden core and even nascent soul cultivators. At first, these people around him looked down on Gu Bai. In their eyes, Gu Bai was just a follower of Su Wuji. But when Gu Bai revealed that he was a third-order physician and casually cured the long-standing injuries that had troubled several golden core cultivators for years, the way the surrounding people looked at Gu Bai instantly changed. Gu Bai then chatted with everyone very naturally, relying on his superb speaking skills and his own aura that made people instinctively feel close to him. In just a short while, Gu Bai became well acquainted with these numerous golden core and even nascent soul cultivators. They couldn't help but chat with Gu Bai. The more they talked, the more congenial they became, and the more they marveled, feeling that Gu Bai was simply a soulmate in their lives. After all, Gu Bai hadn't read all those books for nothing over the years. He could now be said to know everything from astronomy to geography, and was proficient in all kinds of cultivation arts such as alchemy, artifact refining, swordsmanship, and body refining. He could chat for a long time on every topic, and Gu Bai always had his own unique insights. No matter what topic they brought up, Gu Bai could easily follow along and then introduce topics that only the two of them knew, topics that would make them smile knowingly. Furthermore, Gu Bai had a clear understanding of the current situation in the cultivation world. After Gu Bai's analysis, many people gained a clearer understanding of the situation in the cultivation world, the positioning between the human race and the Ya race, and the future direction of both sides. Later in their conversation, they simply took out their treasured fine wine and chatted with Gu Bai while drinking. The gentle aura emanating from Gu Bai was vastly different from these cultivators who had experienced many years of tempering in the cultivation world. But for these cultivators, Gu Bai's characteristics were all attractive to them, making them want to know more about him. As the saying goes, boiling wine to discuss heroes, the group chatted until late into the night. By the latter half of the night, they were completely captivated by Gu Bai's charm and even wanted to become sworn brothers with him, but Gu Bai politely declined with a smile. Gu Bai also successfully negotiated many business collaborations with the great Qin Immortal dynasty. This was Gu Bai's skill, as long as one chatted with him for a while, they would involuntarily approve of him. In his previous life, he relied on this superb social finesse to lead his small company to become a top 500 global enterprise in just 5 years. And now, with the blessing of his affinity talent, even nascent soul cultivators who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years couldn't resist him. The cooperation between the great Qin Immortal dynasty and Qingzhou was clearly more favorable to Qingzhou, and in many areas, the great Qin Immortal dynasty was even at a disadvantage. Normally, this group of ancient foxes would certainly not agree, but now they involuntarily agreed. Don't ask why, just say they drank too much. Fellow deist Gu Bai, a cultivator as knowledgeable and gentle as you is truly the first I've ever seen in my life. Would you consider being my Dao companion? I am the Grand General of the great Qin Immortal dynasty's iron-clad army, with the middle stage nascent soul cultivation, and I command hundreds of golden core realm cultivators. As long as you follow me, I will provide the resources for you to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. A female cultivator, wearing armor, with an impressive figure and a fierce personality, patted Gu Bai's shoulder and said with a smile. As a cultivator who had been single for nearly 1,000 years, Gu Bai was simply the most perfect Dao companion in her heart. Especially Gu Bai's gentle aura, which had a fatal attraction for any female cultivator, and even male cultivator. At this moment, her gaze towards Gu Bai was like looking at a delicious roasted meat. Gu Bai wondered if it was his illusion, but he felt as if her eyes were emitting a green glow. Ha 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 ha, no need, I already have a husband. Gu Bai's mouth twitched, and he quickly declined with a smile. Upon hearing this, most female cultivators and a small number of male cultivators felt somewhat disappointed. However, a small number of cultivators, especially the female general beside Gu Bai, became even more excited. She leaned directly against Gu Bai, resting her hand on his shoulder. Fellow deist Gu, free love is popular now, are you sure you don't want to give it a try with me? This is my first time, you know, and look at my tight muscles, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. After the female general finished speaking, she took off her heavy armor, revealing her wild, wheat-colored skin. Her body wasn't as muscular as Gu Bai's, but the muscle lines were very smooth, with clear lines on her lower abdomen, giving a feeling of both beauty and strength. If it were any other cultivator, they might not have been able to resist, but Gu Bai shook his head and refused without hesitation. Are you kidding? As a top physician, he had already thoroughly studied the human body. In his eyes, even the most beautiful female cultivator was nothing more than a moving piece of flesh. Moreover, he had long passed the age of lust, in his heart, there was only the pursuit of the Dao. Seeing Gu Bai reject her, the female general became even more excited. This was simply the ice beauty she had dreamed of. Watching the female general get closer and closer, as well as the various beauties around him getting closer, Gu Bai's composed expression almost couldn't hold up. Please, he had known these people for less than a day. Why did these women want to get so close to him? Wasn't the cultivation world supposed to be very conservative? Why were these female cultivators, and even male cultivators, acting so openly? Was there no integrity left? Was there no morality left? Ha 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 ha, it's getting late, I'll head back to rest first. Gu Bai gave an awkward laugh, and he turned to leave. Thump. But as soon as Gu Bai turned around, he bumped into a soft object. Gu Bai turned back and saw that it was a mature woman nearly 2 meters tall, with 2 massive white rabbits on her chest. She wasn't offended that Gu Bai bumped into her, instead, her face was flushed with excitement as she looked at Gu Bai. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were a bit unfocused, it seemed she was drunk. Fellow Daoist Gu, it's still early, do you want to play a bit more together? Yes, why go back so early? There's nothing else to do anyway. The female cultivators around them moved closer and closer, while the other male cultivators just showed a knowing smile and chose to quietly leave. Gu Bai was sweating a bit, with so many people, he'd surely be exhausted to death. Cough, cough, everyone, that's enough. Just then, Su Wuji's voice came from behind him. He exuded a terrifying sword intent, and all golden core and even nascent soul cultivators stopped in their tracks. Su Wuji walked up to Gu Bai, picked him up in his arms, and with a flash, he took Gu Bai out of the crowd. After putting Gu Bai down, Su Wuji still felt a lingering fear. He truly hadn't expected Gu Bai's charm to be so great, he had only practiced his sword for no more than 4 hours, and Gu Bai was already surrounded by a group of beauties. The most crucial thing was that Gu Bai was forced, if he had reacted any slower, his daughter's maiden purity would have been stolen. Ha ha ha, thankfully you appeared in time. Gu Bai laughed awkwardly a few times, speaking with a slight embarrassment. Although he was forced, facing Su Wuji, his father-in-law, he still felt a bit guilty. In that situation just now, he himself had been startled. He knew his charm was great, but he hadn't expected it to be so immense. In less than a day, those female cultivators were deeply attracted by his charm, almost losing their rationality. If Su Wuji hadn't appeared in time, his situation just now would have been dangerous, although not fatal, his integrity would certainly not have been preserved. If he had come alone, there might have been a delightful 18+ plot, where he would be thoroughly ravaged for a month or so. Just thinking about that scene made Gu Bai break out in a sweat. After all, there are no fields that can't be tilled, only oxen that get tired. Xing alone was already a bit much for him to handle, let alone a large group of golden core and even nascent soul realm female cultivators who had been single for hundreds or even thousands of years. Humph, so you know I appeared in time, eh? Su Wuji crossed his arms, speaking with a hint of exasperation. However, he wasn't too angry, just helpless that Gu Bai's charm was too astonishing. The two of them stayed outside the secret realm like this, and during this time, the female cultivators of the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty tried every possible way to approach Gu Bai, but all were gently refused by Gu Bai. Meanwhile, inside the cave where the secret realm could be exited, Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan were panting heavily, and beside them lay more than a dozen second-order demon beasts. Ha ha ha, the third blood spirit fruit is ours. Looking at the fruit radiating a bloody glow in his hand, Gu Chongchun said with a laugh. At this moment, he and Lin Yuhan looked incredibly disheveled, covered in wounds from head to toe. Gu Chongchun himself was fine, due to his sturdy physique, although he had many wounds, most were shallow. But Lin Yuhan was in a much worse state, with wounds of varying sizes all over his body, some deep ones still oozing blood. They had risked forcing their way into the lairs of over a dozen second-order demon beasts to obtain the blood spirit fruit, and after a fierce battle, they finally killed all the second-order demon beasts and successfully obtained the blood spirit fruit. Ha 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 ha. Both of them laughed heartily, incredibly happy. After half a month in the secret realm, they had finally successfully collected 3 blood spirit fruits, as well as more than a dozen other spiritual items comparable to the King Yun creation fruit. Don't move, let me heal your injuries. Hiding in the back, Gu Qingyu, who had been assisting the two, saw that all the Yao beasts were dead and then walked over from a distance. Seeing the injuries on their bodies, even though she had experienced it several times before, Gu Qingyu still felt a pang of heartache. Because Lin Yuhan was more severely injured, Gu Qingyu immediately began to heal him. Gu Qingyu's hands emitted an emerald green light, and under her treatment, Lin Yuhan's injuries recovered at a visible speed. Gu Chongchun stood at the entrance of the immortal cave with his arms crossed, looking a bit displeased, as his beloved sister was helping an outsider heal. But after all, it was his good brother, so Gu Chongchun was only slightly displeased. Wait, there's a problem. Gu Chongchun, standing outside the immortal cave, immediately became serious. He took a battle stance and said in a low voice. Lin Yuhan, who was in the middle of healing, also stood up with a bang upon hearing this. Rib. His wounds, only half recovered, instantly tore open due to his violent movement, and blood stained the bandages on his body, but Lin Yuhan didn't care at all. Roar, roar. Outside the immortal cave, a series of wolf howls echoed. In their perception, 6 or 7 second-order demon beasts wolves and hundreds of first-order monster wolves had already surrounded the immortal cave. The two instantly guessed that they were being retaliated against by the wolf pack. The first blood spirit fruit was located in the wolf pack's lair, protected by at least 20 second-order demon beasts wolves and countless first-order monster wolves. Even with their strength, they couldn't force their way through. It was Gu Qingyu who managed to drug the wolf pack, allowing them to bypass the wolf pack's defenses and obtain the first blood spirit fruit. But it was clear that the wolf pack held grudges. From then on, the wolf pack had been relentlessly pursuing the three. Normally, they could handle a pursuit of this scale, but now that Gu Chongchen and Lin Yuhan, the main combatants, were severely injured, it was hard to say who would win or lose. Hide here and don't come out. Hide here and don't come out. Gu Chongchen and Lin Yuhan said in a low voice simultaneously, then walked out of the immortal cave without looking back. Brother Lin, can you still fight? Looking at the wolf pack surrounding them and slowly approaching, Gu Chongchen said with a smile. There was no fear in his tone. Although he was only 15, as Su Wuji's disciple, Gu Chongchen had perfectly inherited Su Wuji's fearless sword cultivator spirit. Of course I can fight. Don't forget, I still have a backup hidden energy source. Lin Yuhan held his long spear, speaking with a hint of arrogance. And me, I can fight too. Gu Qingyu also stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone. It's dangerous here, go back quickly. It's dangerous here, go back quickly. Both of them looked at Gu Qingyu and said anxiously. Gu Qingyu didn't reply, she just formed hand seals, summoning countless green vines. The vines instantly entangled more than a dozen first-order monsters and 1 or 2 second-order demon beasts. Possessing the wood spirit body, although her combat power was not as strong as theirs, she still had combat power far exceeding that of ordinary chi refining cultivators. She didn't need to hide in the back. Seeing their companions attacked, all the remaining wolf yao beasts also roared and pounced towards the three. Lin Yuhan and Gu Chongchen positioned themselves one on the left and one on the right, shielding Gu Qingyu in the middle, and then engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf pack. The three, covered in blood and nearly exhausted, gasped for breath. Lin Yuhan knelt on the ground, so tired he could barely move. After all, they had endured 2 rounds of continuous battle, first fighting over a dozen second-order demon beasts, and then battling so many wolves. Without time to rest, the three simply treated their injuries and immediately departed. 3 days later, inside a rather secluded cave, Gu Qingyu was tinkering with a pill furnace, beside which lay a large pile of spirit medicine. Gu Chongchen and Lin Yuhan stood outside the cave, guarding its safety. The medicinal pill Gu Qingyu was about to refine was called the blood spirit pill, with blood spirit fruit as its main materials, along with many other precious spirit medicine. This was a pill formula that Gu Bai had temporarily researched based on the spirit medicine in the secret realm before the three entered the blood secret realm. The blood spirit pill could perfectly combine the medicinal properties of the blood spirit fruit and various other precious spirit medicine, making its effect much better than consuming the spirit medicine individually. If consuming a King Yun creation fruit could increase one's talent by 1 point, consuming a blood spirit fruit could increase it by 5 points. However, this type of talent increasing spirit medicine has medicinal resistance. If a second blood spirit fruit or similar spirit medicine is consumed, the effect would be greatly diminished. But if it were refined into a blood spirit pill, the medicinal effect could be fully unleashed at once, eliminating concerns about resistance. Although the blood spirit pill is a first-order medicinal pill, its alchemy difficulty is extremely high, even much harder than most second-order medicinal pills. Fortunately, under Gu Bai's guidance, Gu Qingyu was not only a top-tier physician but also a top-tier alchemist. With her alchemy foundation, combined with the experience imparted by Gu Bai, she was capable of refining the blood spirit pill. Gu Qingyu formed hand seals, conjuring bursts of pill fire, and then began to add the spirit medicine in sequence. She then focused intently on controlling the pill fire, beginning to refine the spirit medicine. Gu Qingyu admitted that this was her most nervous alchemy session. After all, every single spirit medicine within it had been snatched from the Yao beasts by the three of them, enduring life and death struggles. However, this immense pressure did not break her. Instead, it made Gu Qingyu's mind even clearer. At this moment, it was as if she had opened her Ren and Du meridians, her mind working at lightning speed. Done. As Gu Qingyu unleashed the final hand seal, all the medicinal liquids finally fused into a blood-red medicinal pill. Blood spirit pill formed. Gu Qingyu also let out a long breath. Refining this medicinal pill had almost exhausted all her magical power. If she didn't possess a wood spirit body, with its recovery abilities, and if she didn't cultivate a wood attribute, recovery-oriented cultivation technique. This allowed her recovery ability to rival that of a foundation establishment cultivator, enabling her to recover while performing alchemy. Otherwise, she truly wouldn't have had enough magical power to refine the medicinal pill. After resting for a moment, Gu Qingyu opened the pill furnace again to continue alchemy. After all, time was limited, there were less than 10 days left until the secret realm closed. She had to finish refining 5 days before the end and leave 5 days for the three of them to consume the medicinal pill. It wasn't that she didn't want to return to the sect and have her father refine them, but rather that heaven and earth spirit medicine from secret realms, such as blood spirit fruit and King Yun creation fruit, could not be taken out of the secret realm. It seemed that due to the incomplete heaven and earth law within the secret realm, these heaven and earth spirit medicine would rapidly dissipate into the world once they left the secret realm. Even if they were refined into medicinal pills, the medicinal pills could not be taken out of the secret realm, their medicinal power had to be fully absorbed into the body. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Gu Bai had thoroughly familiarized himself with the Golden Core and even nascent soul cultivators around him. Furthermore, he had forged more collaborations with large immortal dynasties and several major forces with nascent soul true lords presiding over them. Of course, many female cultivators also attempted to approach Gu Bai multiple times, but Su Wuji always intercepted them. A silver vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately after, countless cultivators flew out from the vortex. Gu Chongchun and the other two also followed the main group, flying out of the vortex. Father, we did it. Upon seeing Gu Bai's figure, Gu Qingyu immediately shouted excitedly. Sensing that the auras of the three had significantly improved, Gu Bai nodded with a slight sense of relief. Gu Bai didn't say much, he simply gently embraced the two. The two just lay in Gu Bai's arms, quietly enjoying the warmth emanating from his body. So Wuji and Lin Yuhan awkwardly looked away. After all, it would be impossible for them, two grown men, to also lie in Gu Bai's arms, right? Besides Gu Chongchun and the other two, everyone else in the sect also had their own gains. Especially Chu Yexun, as Zhou Shue's disciple, her own strength was not weak, capable of barely dealing with ordinary second-order demon beasts. Her aura had also significantly strengthened, clearly indicating that she had found several spirit medicine similar to the King Yun creation fruit. Gu Bai nodded in satisfaction. This trip to the blood secret realm could be said to be a fruitful one, with everyone gaining something. Upon returning to the sect, Gu Chongchun and the other two almost simultaneously broke through to the foundation establishment realm. The three no longer needed to suppress their cultivation or continue accumulating their foundation. After all, one blood spirit pill had already refined their foundation to its limit. Even Gu Qingyu, who had just broken through to the Qi refining 9th tier, had her foundation almost completely refined. Congratulations! Looking at Gu Chongchun and Gu Qingyu, who had already become foundation establishment cultivators, Gu Bai and Qing Ning both felt a sense of relief. Strictly speaking, Gu Chongchun and Gu Qingyu, this generation of cultivators, are the fourth generation of cultivators, or rather, the new generation of cultivators. The first generation of cultivators was naturally So Wuji and Icefrost Genren's generation. At that time, the sect was struggling, merely a slightly stronger golden core sect. Moreover, being in such a desolate place as Qingzhou, there were simply not enough resources. Even though So Wuji displayed extraordinary genius, he could only use 3 ordinary core formation spirit medicine, ultimately forming a superior golden core. If So Wuji had been born in the current era, with his talent at that time, he would have at least been able to condense an immortal golden core. The second generation was Gu Bai and Gu Bei's generation. At this time, the sect, thanks to the prodigy So Wuji, was much better off than before. To cultivate Gu Bei, the old sect master even traveled far to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty, personally seeking 3 superior core formation spirit medicine for Gu Bei. Gu Bei himself also lived up to expectations, successfully condensing an immortal golden core, and successfully ending the war. Ye Fan's generation was the third generation of cultivators, with famous prodigies like Ye Fan and Su Shuet. At this time, Ling Yun sect had already become the overlord of Qingzhou, beginning the first step of the sect's prosperity. Furthermore, due to Gu Bai, Ye Fan had laid a very good foundation from a young age, and finally, relying on 3 top-tier core formation spirit medicine, successfully condensed an immortal golden core. After that, it was the story of So Wuji, Gu Bei and Ye Fan, cultivators born in 3 different eras, developing the sect under Gu Bai's leadership. Cultivators like Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan should be called the 4th generation of cultivators, or rather, the new generation of cultivators. Because the sect has undergone earth-shattering changes from before, from originally having only 6 or 7 golden core cultivators, it has now become a superforce with 2 nascent soul cultivators openly stationed there. But secretly, it possesses 4 nascent soul cultivators. Moreover, the number of new generation cultivators far exceeds the past. Although many people joined Ling Yun sect before, most of them had inferior aptitude, or even no qualification for cultivation, and only came to try. Now, almost everyone who joins Ling Yun sect possesses medium cultivation aptitude and has passed the illusion assessment set by the sect. As new generation cultivators, Gu Chongchun and others have enjoyed the most top-tier treatment since childhood. The wood origin, which Gu Bai and others had to fight desperately for, Gu Chongchun and Gu Qingyu absorbed dozens of drops of it from a young age. With the support of numerous resources, both of them successfully broke through to the foundation establishment realm at the age of 15, breaking the sect's record. This is also the meaning of the efforts of Gu Bai and his peers. If this were in the old Ling Yun sect, even if Gu Chongchun and Gu Qingyu were geniuses, they would probably only be able to break through to the foundation establishment realm after their 20s or even 30s. No matter how amazing Lin Yuhan's talent was, he would probably be stuck at the foundation establishment realm for life. After all, the old Ling Yun sect did not have so many core formation spirit objects for Lin Yuhan to use. Time flew by, and another 3 years passed in a flash. During these 3 years, Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan chose to join the law enforcement hall for some experience. Although Qingzhou is now peaceful, there are still quite a few cultivator robberses. These were intentionally left by Ling Yun sect to use these cultivator robberses to temper the sect's disciples. As long as these cultivator robberses did not go too far, the law enforcement hall generally would not intervene. Those cultivators who were robbed by cultivator robberses could also find Ling Yun sect, and if the situation was true, Ling Yun sect would provide compensation. And those cultivators were well aware of everything Ling Yun sect did, they often only robbed but did not kill. As for demonic cultivators who slaughtered living beings to improve their cultivation, they have basically become extinct in Qingzhou. The current law enforcement hall has slowly transformed from its original department of maintaining order in the sect and even Qin province into a place for cultivating disciples. All disciples who join the law enforcement hall will be taught by the law enforcement hall's old seniors and taken by them to capture cultivator robberses and learn various skills. As soon as Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan joined the law enforcement hall, they displayed their remarkable strength. There was no task they took on that they couldn't complete. In just 3 short years, half of kings whose cultivator robberses were killed by them. Because Gu Chongchun liked to wear black clothes and Lin Yuhan liked to wear white clothes, they were also called the Black and White Fiends by these unruly individuals. Besides learning various secret spells in the law enforcement hall, they would also often be pulled by Su Wuji, Ye Fan, and others for training. Although Lin Yuhan was not Su Wuji's disciple, they were both from the same sect, so there was no need to care so much. Frost True Lord would also occasionally pull Gu Chongchun to teach him various ice-type spells. Although Gu Chongchun was obsessed with the Dao of the Sword, it did not mean he would not learn other types of spells. Lin Yuhan, on the other hand, completely switched to cultivating ice-type cultivation technique, but his spear techniques did not fall behind. Instead, he combined his spear techniques with ice-type spells to create his own unique frost spear technique. Both Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan shone brightly in their respective domains. As for Gu Qingyu, after breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm, she naturally joined the Hall of Returning Spring and became a second-order physician in the Hall of Returning Spring. Her daily routine was to treat various injured people and continue to learn medical Dao knowledge. Although Gu Qingyu did not achieve much in these 3 years, her medical Dao talent was fully revealed. Coupled with the rotational teaching from Gu Bai, Dongfang Yuechu, Oriental Starfall, and Lu Ruan, these top-tier physicians, Gu Qingyu possessed an incredibly strong medical Dao foundation. Besides the 3 of them, the new generation of disciples were also rapidly growing. The quality of the 365 spirit plants in the small Zhoutian star array that Gu Bai had previously arranged had also greatly improved. The current small Zhoutian star array has transformed from a quasi 4-rank formation to a true 4-rank formation. Consequently, the spiritual qi of the entire Qingzhou, after such a long time, has become about 30% denser than before. With more spiritual qi, the cultivation speed naturally becomes faster, and more spirit objects will also be born. It is precisely because of the small Zhoutian star array that Lingyun sect can simultaneously support the daily cultivation of several nascent soul cultivators. Under Gu Bai's efforts over the years, Qingzhou has gradually transformed from an obscure and desolate land into a beautiful paradise. Because there are many physicians in Qingzhou and everyone loves peace, the average lifespan of cultivators in Qingzhou is the longest in the entire cultivation world. Almost everyone can live to a ripe old age, and almost no cultivator dies from illness. Especially in the chaotic era of the human race and Ya race war, many cultivators who were poisoned and had nowhere to go, or cultivators whose relatives and friends were seriously injured and could not be saved, would travel thousands of miles to Qingzhou, just to find a way to save their lives. Before, due to an excessive number of physicians, one injured person would be fought over by several physicians. If the injured person was severely poisoned, they would be even more popular. Many physicians even specifically spent spirit stones to find such patients. And now, injured people with various difficult and complicated diseases from all over the cultivation world have come to Qingzhou, which made the Qingzhou physicians overjoyed. Their eyes almost glowed green when they looked at these people. Physicians specializing in the Dao of pharmacology would only charge the cost of spirit medicine. Physicians specializing in the Dao of medical spells would only charge a small amount of spirit stones, some even charging nothing and instead giving spirit stones. Cultivators who usually had to spend most of their wealth to treat illnesses had never seen such a sight. Especially since Gu Bai is also stationed in Qingzhou, many insoluble 4-rank poisons can be easily resolved by Gu Bai. This led to Qingzhou, although without 4th-order physicians, becoming the cultivation world's holy land for elderly care and a medical holy land. On this day, in Gu Bai's small courtyard, Gu Bai was teaching Gu Qingyu how to make sweet tea. Soon, Gu Qingyu completed all the steps. She pointed to the sweet tea in the cup, then asked, "How is the sweetness?" Gu Bai took a small sip, then smiled and said, "It's a bit bland, you can add 2 more spoons of sugar, or 4 spoons of sugar." Gu Qingyu asked curiously, "Why can't I add 3 spoons of sugar?" Gu Bai said in a low voice, "Because if you add 3 spoons of sugar, it will sound like death horse, dot." Gu Qingyu nodded thoughtfully. So, adding 3 spoons of sugar would it seems she shouldn't add 3 spoons of sugar in the future. On this day, inside the Hall of Returning Spring, the incredibly aged Tianming Ziai was lying weakly on a sickbed. His bed was surrounded by people, including Gu Bai and Su Wuji, who had good relationships with Tianming Ziai, and the atmosphere in the room was somewhat somber. This was because Tianming Ziai had reached his final days. Gu Bai predicted that Tianming Ziai would likely not survive today. After all, he was already too old. During the sect war, Tianming Ziai was already over 500 or 600 years old, and subsequently went through a series of events. Some time ago, his breakthrough to nascent soul failed, causing most of Tianming Zi's cultivation to dissipate. If not for Gu Bai's timely rescue, Tianming Zi would have likely died then. But now Tianming Zi was also nearing his limit, as he had already lived for 1,000 years. This age was considered very, very long-lived for a golden core cultivator. Golden core cultivators could theoretically live up to 800 years, but in reality, normal golden core cultivators could only live to 600 or 700 years old. Only with intentional care from a physician and no lingering hidden injuries from earlier years could one live beyond 750 years. And because of Gu Bai's care, even though Tianming Zi often fought in his early years and had many hidden injuries, he could still live to 800 years old. After taking a third-tier life extension pill, Tianming Zi was able to live to 1,000 years. But this was also roughly Gu Bai's limit. He did have a special method that could extend Tianming Zi's lifespan. However, that would turn Tianming Zi into something neither human nor ghost. Rather than a living person, he would be a living dead. Don't be so serious, I'm already very satisfied to have lived 1,000 years. Come, let's have a drink today, my brothers. Tianmingzi's mindset was quite good, as if the one about to die wasn't him. However, this was normal, as the cultivation technique he cultivated was very damaging to his body, in addition to his body being covered in hidden injuries. According to his own estimation, living to 700 years old would have been a great blessing. But now, he had not only lived past 700 but had lived an additional 300 years. Moreover, his later years were not lonely. Gu Bai, Su Wuji and others would often go to drink with Tianmingzi whenever they had time. Tianmingzi had also taken on 1 or 2 disciples, although their talent wasn't exceptional, likely only allowing them to cultivate to the Golden Core realm, they stayed by Tianmingzi's side, taking care of him. In his later years, he wanted to attempt a breakthrough to nascent soul, and the sect did not stop him, instead, they provided him with sufficient resources. Although he failed, Tianmingzi knew it was due to his insufficient foundation and couldn't blame others. Therefore, having lived until now, Tianmingzi had no regrets whatsoever. Gu Bai and the other cultivators who were close to Tianmingzi set up a small table and began to drink light wine. The other cultivators who were not too familiar with Tianmingzi consciously retreated outside the room. Gu Bai, Tianmingzi and others, as usual, drank wine and chatted. However, this time, they mostly talked about past experiences, with Tianmingzi doing most of the talking and Gu Bai and the others listening. Tianmingzi appeared very energetic, showing no signs of nearing his end. This was a secret medicine Gu Bai had specially formulated, learning from alchemist Liu's lesson, to allow Tianmingzi to maintain enough dignity in his later years. Ha ha ha, I have no regrets in this life. Looking at his caring friends around him, Tianmingzi laughed 3 times and then departed. Farewell. Ye Fan and the others raised their wine glasses, bowed to Tianmingzi, and then drained the strong wine in their cups. In the early morning, Gu Bai began to arrange Tianmingzi's funeral. Having managed several funerals before, Gu Bai appeared very familiar with the process. At the funeral, almost all of Tianmingzi's acquaintances were present, a vast crowd. Gu Bai's expression was no longer gentle as before, instead, it was somewhat heavy. He was still dressed in white, and Xing, Gu Bai and others were also dressed in pure white clothes. As a somewhat mournful Suana sound began, the funeral officially started. Gu Chongchun and Gu Qingyu watched the scene blankly, somewhat at a loss. For some reason, hearing the mournful Suana sound and sensing the heavy atmosphere around them, they both felt an urge to cry. They had also seen Tianmingzi when they were young, although not very familiar, they did know him. But they hadn't expected Uncle Tianmingzi to pass away so suddenly. He was fine just a few days ago, so how did he become like this today? They suddenly felt a bit panicked. This was their first experience of life and death separation. They couldn't help but start to wonder if their father would, like Uncle Tianmingzi, suddenly pass away one day and leave them. Just thinking about that scene, about never seeing their father again, never seeing his gentle smile, never hearing his gentle voice, they both found it hard to accept. Father, Mother, we want to go out and explore. That evening, Gu Chongchun and Gu Qingyu found Gu Bai and Xing and expressed their thoughts. They no longer wanted to stay in the sect and cultivate step by step, even though according to Gu Bai's cultivation strategy, as long as they remained in the sect, they were guaranteed to cultivate to Golden Core, and most likely even to the nascent soul realm. But this was not what they wanted to grow quickly, at least to become nascent soul, or even soul transformation grand cultivators, before Gu Bai reached his end, so they could prevent this tragedy. Staying within the sect, the stable environment was not enough for them to grow quickly, only by experiencing life and death trials in the outside world could they truly grow from within. No, do you know how dangerous the places outside Qing province are? Now is a chaotic era, once in 10,000 years, for the cultivation world, wars are everywhere. Even Golden Core cultivators and nascent soul cultivators will face life-threatening dangers. You are only in the foundation establishment realm, it's too dangerous to go out and explore, you should at least cultivate to the Golden Core late stage. Xing shook her head, saying with some agitation. But Gu Chongchun opened his mouth, wanting to retort something. There are no buts, no means no. Xingning's eyes were a bit red, she was angry, which was very rare for her. Gu Bai, however, appeared incredibly calm, he reached out and gently rubbed Xingning's head. If the children want to go out and explore, we, as parents, certainly can't stop them. This is their own wish, they want to grow, and going out to explore is essential. Just like when you wanted to participate in the war, didn't your father agree? Gu Bai said in a gentle tone. After hearing Gu Bai's words, Xingning gradually calmed down. She looked at Gu Bai, and Gu Bai also looked at Xingning, revealing a reassuring smile. Leave it to me. Looking at Gu Bai's reassuring expression, Xingning finally agreed to let the two of them venture out. Of course, besides Gu Chongchun and Gu Qingyu, they also brought Lin Yuhan along, forming a simple 3-person team. Before the 3 set off, Gu Bai prepared a storage pouch full of supplies for each of them. It didn't contain too many precious items, only a small amount of spirit stone, a few magical artifacts of better quality, and dozens of bottles of medicinal pill. After all, wealth should not be flaunted. If the 3 of them appeared too rich, they might be targeted by cultivator robbers. In addition to this, Gu Bai also prepared a small spatial teleportation jade pendant for each person. As long as a trace of magical power was injected into it, the jade pendant could instantly transport them back to the sect. This way, even if they fell into a desperate situation, they could use the spatial teleportation jade pendant to return to the sect. And these were the overt methods. Secretly, Su Wuji, Ye Fan, and Gu Bei each sent out their incarnations, secretly following behind the three to protect their safety. The incarnations of Ye Fan and the other two all possessed Golden Core late-stage cultivation. And they also possessed weakened versions of their main body's divine abilities, with actual combat power even stronger than when their main bodies were at Golden Core late stage. Each of them almost had the power to contend with, or even defeat, a nascent soul cultivator. With the three of them working together, in this chaotic world where soul transformation cultivators did not appear and nascent soul cultivators reigned supreme, they could basically guarantee the safety of the three. After all, the three were merely foundation establishment cultivators. With their abilities, even if they truly offended someone, they could at most only offend Golden Core cultivators. Nascent soul cultivators would not bother to personally act just to kill three foundation establishment cultivators. In fact, most Golden Core cultivators would not act against the three, as Golden Core cultivators still had some dignity. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the three to encounter life-threatening danger while venturing out. It was with these ample preparations that Gu Bai dared to let the three of them venture out. Then father, mother, we're setting off. Gu Qingyu rushed forward and waved at Gu Bai and the others. Be careful on the road. Gu Bai nodded, smiling as he spoke. Then master, we're going. Then master, we're going. Gu Chongshun and Lin Yuhan respectively said to Su Wuji and Ice Frost Genren. Su Wuji and Ice Frost Genren also nodded. After bidding farewell to Gu Bai and the others, the three took the sex teleportation formation and directly teleported to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. Gu Bai sighed with a touch of melancholy. Although he knew this day would come sooner or later, he didn't expect it to come so quickly. But what made Gu Bai even more melancholic was yet to come. That same night, Ye Fan and the other two found Gu Bai. Master, we are also leaving tonight. There's really nothing left to do staying in the sect, Ye Fan said in a deep voice. Are you leaving so soon? Gu Bai asked with some surprise. Yes, the reason we stayed in the sect was for these two children, Gu Chongshun and Gu Qingyu. Now that these two children have grown up and are even leaving the sect to venture out, there's no longer any meaning for us to stay in the sect. Ye Fan said with a smile. All right, I won't say much else, just the three of you be careful. Gu Bai nodded after hearing this. He didn't say much, only preparing an entire storage pouch of supplies for each of the three. Inside were the medicinal pills he refined, which could be used for their daily cultivation. Most of them were tier 2 medicinal pills, but there were also a small portion of tier 3 medicinal pills mixed in. Although Gu Bai was a Golden Core cultivator, by relying on his almost infinite magical power, refining some basic tier 3 medicinal pills was something Gu Bai could still do. Tier 2 and tier 3 medicinal pills were also useful for nascent soul cultivators, although the effect was weak, it was still somewhat effective. Or rather, most nascent soul cultivators usually took tier 2 medicinal pills daily, and only occasionally took tier 3 medicinal pills. As for tier 4 medicinal pills, it was even rarer, perhaps only one every few decades. After all, tier 4 medicinal pills were expensive to produce, and taking one every few decades was already considered a relatively wealthy nascent soul cultivator. Although Ye Fan and the other two were incredibly wealthy, they could only manage to take tier 2 medicinal pills daily and occasionally tier 3 medicinal pills. After bidding farewell to Gu Bai and the others, Ye Fan and the other two also took the spatial teleportation formation and teleported into the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty. In the early morning, in Gu Bai's small courtyard, Gu Bai subconsciously made a large table full of delicious food, but looking at the empty courtyard, he sighed deeply. Originally, his small courtyard was very lively, even late into the night. Gu Chongshun and Gu Qingyu would play in the small courtyard with little White. Gu Bei, Ye Fan, and Su Wuji would also come to the corner of the small courtyard to chat and drink with him. The small dining table in the courtyard was almost always full of people every day. But now, all these people had gone out to venture, leaving only him alone in the sect. Originally, even if Ye Fan and the other two left, their incarnations could still chat with him. But now their incarnations had left the sect to protect Gu Chongshun and the other two. Somehow, a sense of loneliness suddenly welled up in Gu Bai's heart. In this vast sect, he couldn't find anyone to drink with anymore. All his elders had long since passed away. Unknowingly, he had become the elder of everyone in the sect. The sect's disciples usually had a good relationship with him, but not good enough to drink together. Even if Gu Bai wasn't awkward, the sect's disciples wouldn't dare to drink with Gu Bai. This wasn't because Gu Bai had a bad personality, but because the difference in their status was too great. Even if Gu Bai was easy to get along with, the disciples would inevitably feel nervous. Oh, Gu Bai, why did you make so much delicious food? Just as Gu Bai was feeling melancholic alone, an incredibly familiar voice came from behind him. Qing Ning suddenly hugged Gu Bai from behind, then said with a smile. Even though Qing Ning was already somewhat old, her personality hadn't changed much. Listening to Qing Ning's chattering, vibrant words, a gentle smile also appeared on Gu Bai's lips. Yes, he wasn't alone. Qing Ning had been by his side from beginning to end. Wherever he went, Qing Ning would wait for him. Thinking of this, the loneliness in Gu Bai's heart instantly dissipated. These are all specially prepared for you. Gu Bai hugged Qing Ning, speaking in a soft tone. In this somewhat ambiguous atmosphere, the two of them finished the sumptuous dinner completely. After all, with the physique of a Golden Core cultivator, food would be converted into nutrients the moment it entered their stomachs. After eating and drinking their fill, Gu Bai invited Qing Ning to admire the starry sky together. Looking at the stars in the sky and Qing Ning beside him, Gu Bai only felt his heart grow more peaceful. This is good, I already feel incredibly satisfied with such a life. After Ye Fan and the others left, Gu Bai's life didn't change much. Every morning, he would still brew a cup of tea, then stroll around the sect. Sometimes he would go to the Hall of Returning Spring to instruct the physicians there. Sometimes he would go to the Danding division to refine medicinal pills, and sometimes he would go to the artifact refining room to forge magic treasures. When he was bored, he would go to the sect leader's residence to help Oriental Yuch handle sect affairs. When night fell, Gu Bai would return to his small courtyard to prepare dinner for Xing. After eating and drinking his fill, if he had time, he would lead Little White and Little White on a stroll through the sect. Late at night, Gu Bai would begin to cultivate. He would cultivate for at least 3 hours every day without fail. Although Ye Fan, Gu Chongchun, and the others had already left the sect to venture out, Xing, Oriental Yuch, and Lu Ruyan still remained within the sect. These few people would also come to Gu Bai every night, but not to drink alcohol with him. Instead, they would drink tea and discuss medical arts with him. After all, they were all Gu Bai's disciples, and drinking with Lu Ruyan, Oriental Yuch, and the others was not as enjoyable as drinking with Su Wuji's trio. However, Gu Bai was quite satisfied with his current life. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Now, Gu Bai and Xing were almost 600 years old, and both had almost simultaneously cultivated to Golden Core 9th layer, and were currently preparing for their breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. After leaving the sect, Ye Fan's trio directly plundered a treasure vault of the Ya race, seizing 3 strands of heavenly Dao Qi, as well as numerous spirit treasures. This was considered a direct announcement of their return to the entire cultivation world. Afterward, the trio hid in Tianese Sword Province and began to diligently study sword techniques. Su Wuji and Ye Fan's sword Dao levels also rapidly improved. Especially Su Wuji, it was said that when he was in Tianese Sword Province, he once again comprehended the Dao, gaining insight into a soul-slaying sword Qi that could strike the opponent's soul. He even used the Supreme Sword Blade to elevate his Wuji sword to the level of a half-step Dao artifact, its sharpness even directly rivaling a Dao artifact. One must know that Dao artifacts are weapons used by Soul Transformation Realm Grand Cultivators. Wielding a half-step Dao artifact, Su Wuji was almost unrivaled throughout Tianese Sword Province. All sword cultivators of the nascent soul realm were defeated by Su Wuji. Even a renowned nascent soul late-stage grand sword cultivator, who had been famous for many years, was defeated by Su Wuji. In this chaotic era where soul transformation cultivators did not easily make a move, Su Wuji was also known as the #1 nascent soul sword cultivator in Tianese, and also as the Little Sword Immortal of Tianese. Although Ye Fan didn't have any particularly outstanding achievements, his overall strength was the strongest among the 3. He also fought all over Tianese Sword Province without an opponent, and after Su Wuji, he also challenged all nascent soul cultivators in Tianese Sword Province. Through high-intensity battles with sword cultivators across the land, and witnessing a wide variety of sword daos, their understanding of the sword Dao deepened even further. As for Gu Bai, although he wasn't a sword wielder, he was an almost perfect sparring partner. Because Gu Bai's physical body was almost invincible, even a nascent soul late-stage grand sword cultivator would find it difficult to leave a single wound on Gu Bai's body. Only sword cultivators with profound realms and sufficiently high sword Dao realms could leave a mark on Gu Bai's body. Gu Bai completely became famous in Tianese Sword Province. Any sword cultivator of renown would come to Tianese Sword Province to challenge Gu Bai. As long as you could leave a wound on Gu Bai's body, it would prove your sword Dao level. Conversely, if you failed to leave a wound on Gu Bai's body, it meant you were merely a show-off. However, up to now, only 10 nascent soul cultivators in Tianese Sword Province, and even the entire cultivation world, have been able to leave a wound on Gu Bai's body. Among them, besides Su Wuji, the most formidable was Immortal Master Xiao. His Xiao sword Qi directly severely wounded Gu Bai, though this strike also consumed most of his magic power. After so many years of cultivation, all 3 had almost cultivated to the nascent soul middle stage. A few years ago, the trio left Tianese Sword Province and began to wander the cultivation world again, specifically targeting and killing 4th Order Yao beasts. The Ya race once dispatched hundreds of 4th Order demon emperors to form a grand array and besiege the trio. Yet, they still couldn't defeat the trio. The grand array was forcibly broken open by Gu Bai's Yin-Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder, creating a gap. Afterward, out of the hundreds of 4th Order demon emperors, only a few 4th Order demon emperors skilled in escaping remained after being slaughtered by the trio. After that battle, the trio's reputation almost resounded throughout the entire cultivation world. After all, in this era where soul transformation cultivators could not easily make a move, the combined efforts of Ye Fan's trio were an invincible existence. Looking at the rough experiences of the trio in the letter, Gu Bai smiled helplessly. In front of him, Ye Fan's trio behaved very obediently, but in front of outsiders, they were as arrogant as could be. Especially Gu Bai, who never wasted words, and would blast opponents with Yin-Yang Extreme's Divine Thunder at the slightest disagreement. He was a guest elder of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, an object of desire for all forces, and an existence that made Yao beasts tremble in fear. And Gu Chongchun's trio also experienced a great deal during these 50 years. They joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and because the trio had no background whatsoever and were only Foundation Establishment cultivators, they were sent to the battlefield by the Myriad Immortals Alliance to fight against the Beast Tide. Although the trio were formidable, they narrowly escaped death several times. After decades of war, the trio's strength had significantly improved, and they had all almost cultivated to the Foundation Establishment late-stage realm. The trio, working together, could kill a 3rd Order Demon King. It was just a pity that the trio's realm was too low. Even though they showed great genius, few people knew of them. The trio now planned to return to the sect, and after breaking through to the Golden Core realm, they would venture out again. Outside the sect, a sword cultivator, dressed in black, holding a long sword, with a claw mark on his face, and exuding a thick evil chi, walked at the forefront of the group. Beside him was a spear cultivator, nearly 2 meters tall, dressed in white, and holding a long spear. Behind them followed a beautiful woman dressed in green. These three were Gu Chongshun's trio who had ventured out years ago. Gu Chongshun looked up at the familiar scene within the sect, and his eyes couldn't help but redden. Back then, they had impulsively decided to leave the sect and venture out. All three believed they were geniuses rarely seen in 1,000 years, and after leaving the sect, they should shine brightly and become famous throughout the cultivation world. But after leaving the protection of the sect, they realized the cruelty of the cultivation world. Cultivators like them, with no background but who had already cultivated to the foundation establishment realm, were not welcomed by any force, so the trio could only be loose cultivators in the cultivation world. Ye Fan, Gu Bei, and the other two had truly experienced how hard the life of a loose cultivator was. They did the hardest and most tiring work, yet could only obtain a small amount of resources. If Ye Fan's trio hadn't switched to being Jishu, marauder cultivators, they probably would have starved to death long ago. However, Gu Chongshun and the other two were only at the foundation establishment realm, and they didn't have the strength to be sword cultivators. Therefore, Gu Chongshun and the other two could only go to the most dangerous front lines, fighting against the beast tide to exchange for cultivation resources. If it weren't for Gu Qingyu, who, as a top-tier physician and alchemist, had a special skill and could earn resources by treating the wounded, the three of them probably wouldn't even be able to gather enough resources for their daily cultivation. Thus, Gu Chongshun and the other two had a very hard time in their first few years. It was only later, after they accumulated some battle merits and befriended some fellow deists, that their lives finally got better. It wasn't until the three of them worked together to slay a third-order demon beast that they gained the recognition of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As of now, the three of them have gathered their respective core formation spiritual items and can break through to the Golden Core realm at any time. Once they become Golden Core cultivators, Gu Chongshun and the other two will have truly made it. Unlike Foundation establishment cultivators, who, no matter how strong, can only be cannon fodder in war, core formation cultivators are considered the backbone of the entire cultivation world. Their treatment and that of Foundation establishment cultivators are not on the same rank at all. Gu Chongshun and the other two had thought about returning to the sect or seeking help from Gu Bai, but when they remembered the grand words they spoke before departing, they dismissed the idea of returning to the sect. They thought that it wouldn't be too late to return to the sect once they became more powerful. But they waited and waited, for several decades. Now that they were finally doing a little better and it was time to break through to the Golden Core, they returned to the sect. "You're back." A familiar and gentle voice suddenly came from in front of them. Gu Bai and Qing Ning were seen walking slowly from a distance, smiling. Listening to this familiar yet unfamiliar voice and seeing Gu Bai's gentle face, Gu Chongshun actually felt an urge to cry. Having not seen Gu Chongshun for many years, and not wanting to lose face in front of Gu Bai, he could only hold his head high and forcefully stop his tears. We're back." After a while, Gu Chongshun said in a deep voice. "It's good that you're back." Gu Bai stepped forward and hugged Gu Chongshun and Gu Qingyu. Lying in Gu Bai's embrace, feeling the familiar chi, Gu Chongshun's long-strained spirit finally slowly relaxed at this moment. Chirp chirp chirp. Just then, little white struggled out from Gu Bai's chest, and with a flutter, he flew onto Gu Qingyu's head. Although it had been decades since they last met, little white recognized Gu Qingyu at a glance. Little white. "I missed you so much." Gu Qingyu held little white in her palm, then affectionately rubbed him. Evening. Gu Bai personally prepared a sumptuous dinner for the three of them. Munch munch munch. The three of them frantically devoured the food, as if they were starving ghosts reincarnated. As he ate, Gu Chongshun shed tears of happiness. It was the familiar taste, this was the delicious food he had longed for day and night. Gu Bai watched this scene with a smile, and he had to admit that the three of them had indeed grown during their years outside. Their aura was completely different from before, and their state of mind far surpassed what it used to be. This was the most valuable thing, if Gu Chongshun and the other two were just ordinary second-generation immortals before. Then the current Gu Chongshun and the other two had completed their respective transformations, becoming like Su Wuji and the other two, possessing the qualification to reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world. After the three of them returned to the sect, Gu Bai took them to the Hall of Returning Spring to thoroughly repair their bodies. After all, in these past few decades, the three of them had experienced countless battles, big and small, and hidden injuries had long spread deep within their bodies. Although Gu Qingyu actively recuperated them, Gu Qingyu was only a second-order physician after all, far from comparable to Gu Bai himself. Gu Qingyu could at most treat most of the hidden injuries, but there was still a small portion of extremely difficult to detect hidden injuries, hidden deep within the body. At this time, it was Gu Bai's turn to act. Under Gu Bai's series of moves, Gu Chongshun and the other two, who drank several large jars of medicinal soup, finally had their bodies adjusted to their optimal state. Gu Chongshun clenched his fists, feeling a sense of disbelief. His current body was like a newborn baby, without any damage, and he even felt that his overall strength had increased by a small margin. No, this could not be called an improvement, more accurately, it should be a return to peak condition. However, the process was a bit hard to describe. Gu Chongshun's sense of taste had not yet recovered, and as for the specific recovery process, he could no longer remember it clearly. He only remembered that the process was terrifying, and it even made him feel fear towards his highly respected father at one point. Gu Chongshun shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore. After all, how could he feel fear towards his own father, so it must have been his own illusion. The three of them, having adjusted their states to the best, immediately decided to break through to the golden core. As for the core formation spiritual items required for the breakthrough, Gu Changchun and the other two had already collected 3 top-tier core formation spiritual items suitable for themselves before returning to the sect. Gu Changchun was the first to try. He had only entered the secret chamber for less than half a day when a thick layer of tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. Rumble rumble. Outside the secret chamber, Gu Bai, Qing and others looked up at the tribulation clouds in the sky. Gu Bai's lips curved slightly. Judging by the scale of the tribulation clouds, an immortal golden core was definitely forming, and even special lightning tribulations appeared. For example, the body refining divine lightning that only body cultivators could trigger, and the heavenly sword divine lightning that only sword cultivators could trigger. The scale of his lightning tribulation was no less than when Ye Fan broke through back then. This greatly pleased Gu Bai. It seemed that letting Gu Changchun and the other two venture out was a correct decision. Gu Changchun, relying on his powerful strength, successfully passed the lightning tribulation without much danger, becoming a golden core realm cultivator. Father, I succeeded. After becoming a golden core true person, Gu Changchun suddenly flew in front of Gu Bai, then said excitedly. Congratulations. Looking at Gu Changchun, who was already at the same cultivation as himself, Gu Bai nodded slightly with satisfaction, then said with a smile. After chatting with Gu Changchun for a while, Gu Bai also learned about the divine abilities Gu Changchun had awakened. There were 3 in total. The first divine ability was King Yin Blessing, which could greatly enhance one's strength in a very short period. For example, currently, Gu Changchun is at the golden core initial stage of cultivation. After using King Yin Blessing, he can immediately reach the golden core late stage. However, it can only be activated for about 2 to 3 breaths of time. And there would be very severe side effects. After King Yin Blessing ends, the body would be unable to withstand the immense spiritual power, leading to ruptured meridians, requiring at least several decades of recuperation to recover. However, Gu Changchun did not have this problem, because with his incredibly powerful physique, even if he used King Yin Blessing, his body could withstand the violent spiritual power. Given Gu Changchun's level, even if he used King Yin Blessing, Gu Changchun would at most be weak for a period, without causing any harm to his body. And the second divine ability he awakened, named Severing Heaven Sword, could condense all his essence, chi, and spirit to unleash an incredibly powerful sword chi. If paired with King Yin Blessing, the power of Severing Heaven Sword would likely be even stronger, but Gu Bai was unsure exactly how strong. But he guessed that if he cast King Yin Blessing to temporarily raise his realm to Golden Core late stage, and then cast Severing Heaven Sword, even a Golden Core late stage cultivator would not be able to block it. The last divine ability Gu Changchun awakened was called Qinglian Sword Chi, which could greatly enhance the power of Gu Changchun's Sword Chi. It could be said that Gu Changchun's 3 divine abilities were all purely auxiliary divine abilities. Gu Bai was quite satisfied with this, although Gu Changchun's 3 divine abilities were extreme, they were incredibly powerful. Under the enhancement of the 3 divine abilities in Gu Changchun's innate sword physique, the power of Gu Changchun's sword chi would be elevated to a terrifying degree. However, if it were 3 divine abilities, 1 for attack, 1 for defense, and 1 for recovery, though incredibly balanced, they would not be able to unleash greater strength. Under the same conditions, he would probably be instantly defeated by the current Gu Changchun. There is no need for defense, nor for recovery afterward. What a sword cultivator pursues is the purest and ultimate destruction. And it was clear that Gu Changchun's divine ability template was what all sword cultivators pursued. The 3 divine abilities stacked on top of each other, plus the innate sword physique, and Gu Changchun's own tempered swordsmanship. Gu Bai estimated that if Gu Changchun fought with all his might in the Golden Core initial stage, he might even be able to injure a nascent soul cultivator. I feel incredibly strong now, so much so that I might even be able to fight my master. Gu Changchun crossed his arms, striking his classic pose. Ha ha ha, your master will probably return to the sect soon, so you absolutely must not say that in front of him. Gu Bai said, laughing heartily. Gu Changchun's strength was indeed formidable. As soon as he break through, he possessed the power to challenge, and even defeat, a Golden Core late-stage cultivator. If Gu Changchun's master were truly an ordinary Golden Core cultivator, then Gu Changchun might be able to be a little arrogant. But unfortunately, Su Wuji was not a Golden Core cultivator, he was a nascent soul middle-stage cultivator. Some time ago, he even swept through Tianese Sword Province without a rival, earning the title of the strongest nascent soul sword cultivator in Tianese, which was equivalent to the strongest nascent soul sword cultivator in the cultivation world. Gu Changchun's strength was very formidable, strong enough to even injure a nascent soul cultivator, and even his father might not be able to defeat Gu Changchun anymore. But he was far from comparable to Su Wuji. Su Wuji could probably make Gu Changchun unable to stand with just a glance. Humph, my master is very strong, but I'm not bad now either. Gu Changchun said, crossing his arms, a little guiltily. After all, he had been bullied by Su Wuji since childhood and had developed a bit of a psychological shadow. Oh, really? Then how about we, master and disciple, have a spar? Just then, a steady voice came from behind Gu Changchun. Hearing this familiar voice, Gu Changchun involuntarily shivered. He turned his head and saw Su Wuji also leaning against the wall, his arms crossed just like him. Ma master, I was just joking. Looking at Su Wuji behind him, Gu Changchun stammered slightly. It wasn't that he was timid, it was simply that the aura emanating from Su Wuji was too terrifying. Previously, as a foundation cultivation cultivator, Gu Chongshun might not have perceived much. But now he had become a Golden Core Realm cultivator, and as a sword cultivator in the Golden Core Realm, his perception was naturally incredibly keen. In his perception, Su Wuji was emitting monstrous sword chi and killing intent, the overwhelming sword chi, mixed with killing intent, even condensed a bloody beast phantom above Su Wuji. At this moment, that bloody beast phantom was grinning ferociously at him. Gu Chongshun was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. He knew his master was amazing, but he hadn't expected him to be this amazing. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Later, I'll personally spar with you and see if you've grown at all these past years. Su Wuji smiled, narrowing his eyes, patted Gu Chongshun's shoulder, and then said in a deep voice. All right, don't scare him anymore. What if you scare the child silly? Gu Bai quickly interrupted Su Wuji. But didn't you say you wouldn't be back for another day? How are you back already? Gu Bai asked, a little surprised, after seeing Su Wuji. Something unexpected happened that allowed us to find the mission target early and kill that fourth order demon emperor, so we were able to return sooner. Su Wuji said with a smile. Although the three of them traveled throughout the cultivation world, they were also guest elders of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. While protected by the Myriad Immortals Alliance, they also needed to help complete tasks when there was nothing else to do. It's rare to come back, so stay a few more days. Gu Bai nodded, saying with a hint of happiness. After all, Gu Chongshun and the other two had finally returned to the sect, and Ye Fan and the other two had also rarely returned to the East Gate. All right, I happen to be free these days, so I'll stay in the sect for a few more days and continue to train my disciple. Su Wuji pondered for a moment and then agreed. Upon hearing this, Gu Bai immediately showed a happy smile. Then I'll go prepare dinner. You all do whatever you need to do, and just come here for dinner tonight. After Gu Bai finished speaking, he turned and went to the kitchen to start busy. Su Wuji smiled and held Gu Chongshun's shoulder, then took off, flying at an extremely fast speed towards the Tianyuan desert. Ye Fan and Gu Bei exchanged glances, and with a desire to join the fun, they also flew over. Lin Yuhan and Gu Qingyu looked at each other, both smiling somewhat schadenfreude. In just under half an hour, Su Wuji brought Gu Chongshun to the Tianyuan desert. Qingzhou was very far from the Tianyuan desert, even a golden core cultivator would need a long time to reach the Tianyuan desert. But for Su Wuji, who had already become a nascent soul cultivator, it was not very far at all. A wave of heat rushed over, making Gu Chongshun's clothes rustle. This temperature, which even a foundation establishment cultivator would find unbearably hot, only felt slightly warm to Gu Chongshun, who had already become a golden core cultivator. But at this moment, sweat was already appearing on Gu Chongshun's forehead and even his back. This was not from the heat, but from being scared by Su Wuji. After all, Su Wuji's unconcealed monstrous killing intent was simply too terrifying. Why are you so scared? I'm not going to eat you. I just want to spar with you and see your progress over the years. Looking at Gu Chongshun's appearance, Su Wuji said with a hint of helplessness. With that, he finally concealed his overwhelming killing intent. Meanwhile, Ye Fan and Gu Bei, who were watching from the side, almost burst out laughing. As Su Wuji's old acquaintances, how could they not understand his style? Su Wuji had clearly intentionally leaked his aura, just to scare Gu Chongshun. Otherwise, how could he get along with others with such overwhelming killing intent? If he didn't conceal it at all, Su Wuji would resemble a demonic cultivator more than a demonic cultivator themselves. People would probably be scared away before he even said a word. Gu Chongshun took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart. He looked up at Su Wuji, his eyes no longer holding any fear, only endless battle intent. After all, as a sword cultivator, no matter how strong the enemy, once they enter a battle, they must never fear the enemy. At the same time, Gu Chongshun's body began to emit waves of sword chi. In Su Wuji's eyes, this sword chi, though somewhat nascent, was filled with sharpness. Su Wuji couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Gu Chongshun was even more outstanding than he had imagined. Then, Master, you must be careful. As soon as Gu Chongshun finished speaking, he immediately activated his divine ability, King Yun Blessing. Violent magical power filled his body, and Gu Chongshun's strength began to rapidly increase. In just a short moment, his cultivation soared from the Golden Core initial stage to the Golden Core late stage. Subsequently, Gu Chongshun simultaneously unleashed Qinglian Sword Qi and Severing Heaven Sword. This was a sword Qi that consumed all his essence, Qi and spirit, and was enhanced by Qinglian Sword Qi and his innate sword physique. Humming, the medium-grade magic treasure in Gu Chongshun's hand let out a buzzing sound, then, unable to withstand the immense magical power, it continued to hum. Crack, crack. And the sword body began to slowly crack. Gu Chongshun raised the long sword in his hand with some difficulty. It was clear that the power of this move had exceeded his own limit. Gu Chongshun, with all his might, unleashed an incomparably massive azure sword chi towards Su Wuji. After unleashing this sword chi, the medium-grade magic treasure in Gu Chongshun's hand directly shattered, turning into countless fragments. This sword chi, which cost Gu Chongshun all his essence, chi and spirit, was naturally incredibly powerful. Su Wuji, holding the Wuji sword, looked at the azure sword chi coming towards him and couldn't help but reveal an excited smile. The speed of this sword chi, in his opinion, was not too fast, and he could easily dodge it with his speed. But Su Wuji did not dodge. Instead, he took out an incredibly tiny long sword from his waist. The length of this sword was even only as long as a person's finger. So Wuji held the miniature long sword with both hands and also unleashed a silver sword chi. The silver sword chi and the green sword chi collided in the air, directly leaving a bottomless giant pit where they met. Clearly, in this exchange, neither of them could gain an advantage over the other. But Gu Changchun knew that he had lost, and lost thoroughly. Kid, you're still a bit too green to compare with me, but I acknowledge your strength. So Wuji said with his arms crossed, his voice low. When Gu Changchun saw this, he was truly exasperated. He closed his eyes and simply dropped from the sky. So Wuji flashed and caught Gu Changchun as he fell from the sky. This kid is still the same as before, so not fun to play with. So Wuji said with a smile, looking at the unconscious Gu Changchun. That's because your personality is too terrible. Ye Fan said with a slight hint of helplessness. So Wuji's personality was quite proper originally, but ever since he and the two of them started adventuring outside, with no one to restrain him, So Wuji's personality became increasingly open and increasingly terrible. Ye Fan and Gu Bei placed their palms on Gu Changchun's body and began to help Gu Changchun recover. It must be said that Gu Changchun's foundation was still very good. After unleashing such a powerful attack, he was only a little exhausted. Under their treatment, Gu Changchun quickly recovered. The three of them, dragging the still somewhat bewildered Gu Changchun, returned to the sect. Gu Bai had already prepared a sumptuous dinner, and the group began to eat amidst lively chatter. His small courtyard was now full of people: Xing Ning, Immortal Master Ice Frost Genren, Oriental Yuch, Lu Ruin, Oriental Starfall, the three of them, Ye Fan, So Wuji, Gu Bei, the three of them, Gu Changchun, Gu Qingyu, Lin Yuhan. All these familiar faces from the sect had come to his small courtyard. Master, you went too far. You can defeat me, but you can't insult me like that. Gu Changchun took a mouthful of rice, then pointed at So Wuji and said, somewhat indignantly. What insult? No insult. It's just that you are too weak, otherwise would I use such a small sword. So Wuji, however, waved his hand indifferently, saying with a hint of helplessness. As he spoke, So Wuji's hands were not idle, he was quick-eyed and quick-handed, directly snatching the chicken leg from Gu Changchun's chopsticks. Bullying too much. Gu Changchun angrily slammed the table, but it was only a single slam. After all, he couldn't win in a fight, nor could he win in a verbal spat, so what could he do? Gu Bai revealed a faint smile as he watched the lively scene at the table. Since Gu Changchun and the other two left the sect, his small courtyard hadn't been this lively for almost several decades. The group continued to eat dinner amidst lively chatter. Lin Yuhan was taken away by her master, Immortal Master Ice Frost Genren, who said she needed to explain the techniques for breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Gu Changchun was pulled away by So Wuji, who said he wanted to impart the ultimate mystery of the sword Dao to Gu Changchun. As for Gu Qingyu, she stayed behind to continue learning medical Dao knowledge with Gu Bai. Over the past few decades, she had almost completely mastered the knowledge Gu Bai had taught her, and had even come up with many new questions that needed answers. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, Lin Yuhan was also ready to begin her breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. Like Gu Changchun, Lin Yuhan only needed half a day to adjust before beginning her breakthrough. Rumble, rumble, rumble. One lightning tribulation after another struck down. The scale of Lin Yuhan's tribulation cloud, though not as large as Gu Changchun's, was not far off. Although the lightning tribulation was dangerous, Lin Yuhan passed it easily. After becoming a Golden Core cultivator, Lin Yuhan also successfully awakened two minor divine abilities. The first divine ability was Berserker Body, whose effect was that the more severe the injury, the stronger her power, a divine ability that made her stronger the more she fought. And her second divine ability was the Undying Body. This divine ability could weaken weaknesses and greatly enhance her survival capabilities. Even if her heart was shattered or her head was pierced, with the augmentation of the Undying Body, the cultivator themselves would not die, nor would they lose much battle intent. Of course, this state of Undying Body cannot be maintained for too long. After all, keeping the Undying Body active consumes a lot of magic power. It is necessary to recover in time after the battle ends. Moreover, the Undying Body is not truly undying, it only grants a certain degree of immunity to fatal injuries. However, if one sustains too severe an injury, such as their head being crushed, they will still die. Even so, these two divine abilities complement each other, directly turning Lin Yuhan into a berserker who grows stronger the longer he fights. Furthermore, Lin Yuhan also possesses martial Dao awareness, which can greatly enhance the power of his attacks. Most importantly, Lin Yuhan is also a body cultivator. After many years of cultivation, his physique is already comparable to Gu Changchun's. Paired with these two divine abilities, it can only be said that Lin Yuhan's potential limit will likely be very high. Afterward, it was Gu Qingyu's breakthrough. She still rested for half a day before attempting the breakthrough. Boom. 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 A lightning tribulation, no less in scale than Gu Changchun's, gathered above Gu Qingyu's head. Subsequently, one bolt of lightning after another struck down, but Gu Qingyu blocked them all. She also successfully passed the lightning tribulation without much danger, becoming a Golden Core cultivator. After all, although Gu Qingyu's combat power is not strong, her defensive capabilities are first-rate. Paired with good magic treasures, she can still successfully pass the lightning tribulation. And Gu Qingyu, like Gu Changchun, awakened three minor divine abilities. The first little supernatural powers is called Light of Life. Its effect is similar to Gu Bai's Merit Light, allowing her to summon the Light of Life to shine on allies, quickly restoring their injuries and magic power. The second divine ability is called Myriad Wood Hearts. Its effect is to summon countless thick roots to entangle enemies, making it a relatively useful control-type divine ability. The third divine ability is called Starlight Shimmer, which can enhance the overall abilities of allied cultivators. In general, they are somewhat commendable. While the divine abilities are good, they are not exceptionally good. Perhaps they are better than the divine abilities of most Golden Core cultivators, but they are far from comparable to Gu Chongshen's and Lin Yuhan's divine abilities. However, Gu Qingyu was very satisfied. After all, her primary role is that of a physician, and she doesn't need to personally engage in most battles. She only needs to hide in the back, heal Gu Chongshen and Lin Yuhan, and provide some assistance when necessary. At this point, all three of Gu Chongshen's group have entered the Golden Core realm, completely shedding their cannon fodder status and gaining the qualification to venture into the cultivation world. The current strength of the three is probably hundreds or thousands of times greater than before. After all, the biggest difference between a Golden Core cultivator and a Foundation Establishment cultivator is that a Golden Core cultivator possesses a Golden Core, signifying a complete transcendence into the extraordinary. And most importantly, Golden Core cultivators also possess divine abilities. Under the enhancement of divine abilities, their combat power can increase by several levels. The three of you, come with me for a moment. I will bestow upon you three a great fortune. Not long after Gu Chongshen's group of three break through to the Golden Core realm, they were pulled away by Gu Bai. Within the sect, in a hidden secret chamber. Inside the secret chamber, there was a small pool filled with purple liquid that crackled with lightning. Gu Bai was by the side of the pool, continuously sending electricity into it. This is the essence of myriad lightning, a liquid formed from extremely pure lightning. Ye Fan was not idle either, he was constantly releasing the vitality fire, which was full of vitality. Under the burning of the vitality fire, a rich, potent force of creation and life gradually permeated the pool. Gu Bai, who was beside them, was also busy. He was continuously putting various precious spiritual items into the pool. This is the rebirth pool, formulated by Gu Bai combining the abilities of Gu Bai and Ye Fan, along with various spiritual items. The lightning continuously damages the body and stimulates muscle growth, while the vitality fire and various spiritual items can enhance the body's foundation. Just this one pool of spiritual items consumed over 100 third-tier spiritual items, a dozen fourth-tier spiritual items, and a drop of wood origin. And Gu Bai, a top-tier physician, spent a long time in deep thought to perfectly blend these items together. Ordinary nascent soul level forces simply cannot afford the consumption of this pool. Only Ye Fan and the other two, who have plundered countless spiritual items through years of burning, killing, and looting, can afford such extravagance. However, these expenditures are worth it. As long as one bathes in this rebirth pool, their overall strength will inevitably increase significantly. Master, are you sure this is something a human can bathe in? Gu Chongshen said with a pale face, looking at the pool that was constantly emitting purple lightning and white flames. Don't worry, your father is watching from the side. You definitely won't die. Which of you three wants to try first? This is a good thing even for nascent soul cultivators, let alone you Golden Core cultivators who have just breakthrough. I guarantee that after bathing, you will definitely be reborn. Sir Wuji said with a smile, his arms crossed. He was not lying. Even a nascent soul cultivator, after bathing in this rebirth pool, can increase their strength by one level. Or rather, this was originally something meant for nascent soul cultivators. It was only after Gu Bai's modifications that Golden Core cultivators could barely withstand it. Gu Chongshen was about to say something more, but Sir Wuji was too lazy to waste words with him. He walked behind Gu Chongshen and, without a word, directly kicked Gu Chongshen into the pool. Gu Chongshen struggled violently in the pool. The violent lightning, mixed with flames, tormented him to the point of unbearable pain. Gu Chongshen quickly adjusted his posture. He sat cross-legged in the center of the pool and began to absorb the violent medicinal power within the pool with all his might. How long do you think he can last? Sir Wuji turned to look at Gu Bai and then asked. Given Chongshen's physical strength, he can last at most 3 hours. Gu Bai frowned in thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice. The longer one bathes in this rebirth pool, the greater the harvest. An ordinary Golden Core cultivator might not be able to last even half an hour. Although Gu Chongshen's physique is incredibly strong, he is still within the Golden Core realm. 3 hours is probably his limit. No, with this child's willpower, he can last at least 5 hours. Sir Wuji shook his head and said with a smile. Regarding his disciple Gu Chongshen, Sir Wuji might understand him even better than Gu Bai himself, to a certain extent. After all, Gu Chongshen was raised by Sir Wuji since he was young. I hope so. Gu Bai looked at Gu Chongshen in the pool, and seeing his resolute expression, he couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. Time passed by minute by minute. Gu Chongshen's expression in the pool also became more and more painful. 2 hours had already passed, and his body was nearing its limit. But Gu Chongshen gritted his teeth. He mobilized his magic power and actually began to absorb the violent medicinal power within his body, little by little. As time went on, Gu Chongshen's physique truly began to improve. Gu Chongshen persisted with all his might, for 3 hours, or even 4 hours. He seemed to gradually adapt to this state. Gu Chongshen's physique grew stronger, and the pressure on him lessened. But when the 5th hour arrived, Gu Chongshen's slowly improving physique suddenly stopped, and he began to struggle to hold on. Ultimately, Gu Chongshen persevered for 5 hours, which was already a considerably long time. If not for the fact that a Golden Core cultivator's body has limits and cannot improve indefinitely, requiring rest after reaching its peak, Gu Chongchun might have lasted even longer. Gu Chongchun painstakingly climbed out of the pool, gasping for breath, but his condition was better than ever before. Feeling the surging power within his body, Gu Chongchun couldn't help but smile. His physical strength, the quality of his magical power, and even his divine sense had all significantly improved. He could even challenge ordinary Golden Core late-stage cultivators with just his physique, without using any magical power. The next to enter was Lin Yuhan, though he lasted even longer, a full 11 hours, nearly a day. It wasn't because Lin Yuhan was incredibly strong, but because his two divine abilities came into play. Under the enhancement of Undying Body, even if his body was riddled with holes from the lightning's torment, Lin Yuhan would still not die. And with the enhancement of the Berserker body, the more severe his injuries, the stronger his overall power became. The stronger his overall power, the more medicinal energy he could withstand. Finally, Lin Yuhan had to be dragged out by Gu Bai, who saw him on the verge of his limit, his body already starting to break apart. Gu Bai sighed helplessly, placing his right hand on Lin Yuhan's chest to begin healing his body and assisting him in absorbing the medicinal energy. This child was truly reckless. If he hadn't been present today, this child would have instantly died the moment he deactivated his divine ability. Even a top-tier third-order physician wouldn't have been able to change it, but fortunately, he wasn't an ordinary third-order physician. Under Gu Bai's treatment, Lin Yuhan's severely injured body quickly recovered, and then he slowly began to absorb the medicinal energy within his body. Gu Bai was busy for a full 3 days, assisting Lin Yuhan in completely refining the medicinal energy within his body. However, Lin Yuhan's gains were also immense, as the principle of the body tempering pool was to damage the body with lightning and then repair it, thereby improving overall strength. And Lin Yuhan's injuries were incredibly severe. Without the divine abilities enhancement, he would have instantly died. But because of this, Lin Yuhan was able to absorb the medicinal energy to the greatest extent, truly achieving a complete transformation. At least in the short term, Gu Chongchun, who could originally slightly suppress Lin Yuhan, was now completely unable to defeat him. After the two of them, it was Gu Qingyu's turn. She lasted for a relatively shorter time, only about 2 hours. Although much shorter than Gu Chongchun and Lin Yuhan, this was actually quite remarkable. Because Gu Qingyu was not a cultivator skilled in combat, while her physique was decent, it was far from comparable to Gu Chongchun's. Her ability to last so long was due to Gu Qingyu continuously employing medical Dao's secret arts to heal her own body. Only when she reached the limit of her body's endurance was Gu Qingyu forced to leave the body tempering pool. Gu Bai was extremely relieved, as the process of cleansing the body was quite painful and not something ordinary cultivators could endure. But Gu Qingyu, who had always been very afraid of pain since childhood, persisted until her body's limit. After Gu Chongchun and the other two left, Gu Bai did not depart. At this time, much of the liquid in the body tempering pool had diminished, but a large portion still remained. These were the sect's reserves, specifically left for future genius disciples of the sect. Ye Fan and the other two did not use the body tempering pool, because at their realm, the effect of the body tempering pool on them was already negligible. They also saw no need to contend with these children for such insignificant resources. Gu Chongchun and the other two planned to stay in the sect for a few years before leaving again to venture into the cultivation world. Qingzhou was too peaceful, which was not conducive to their growth. With their strength having undergone earth-shattering changes, the three also needed to go to the cultivation world to showcase their abilities, just like Ye Fan and the others, to make a name for themselves. That's what young people should do. Master, father, then we shall depart. Gu Chongchun said solemnly to Gu Bai, Su Wuji, and the others. Before you leave, I want to give you a gift. Gu Bai pulled out a silver sword from his storage pouch and handed it to Gu Chongchun. This is the silver sword, a high-grade magic treasure, given to me by a senior I deeply respected. However, I'm not skilled in combat, so it has been somewhat wasted in my hands over the years. You have just broken through to the Golden Core realm and lack a suitable magic treasure, so I'll give this silver sword to you. Gu Bai looked at the silver sword in his hand, which he had polished to a shine, and said with a hint of nostalgia. This was the silver sword Elder Zhang had given him back then. The material of the silver sword was very special, and even now, Gu Bai was unsure what it truly was. He only knew that this special material could absorb magical power and slowly strengthen itself. Under Gu Bai's continuous nurturing over the years, the silver sword had evolved from a high-grade magical artifact to a high-grade magic treasure. The sword body was incredibly sharp and hard, far surpassing normal high-grade magic treasures. However, in Gu Bai's hands, its sharpness was completely buried. Gu Bai had possessed the silver sword for 500 or 600 years, yet he had never used it in combat, not even once. It wasn't that Gu Bai didn't want to, but rather that he truly didn't need to participate in any combat. He was merely a support from the rear. Originally, Gu Bai had intended to give this treasure sword to Ye Fan, but Ye Fan's growth was too rapid. And the quality of the silver sword back then was too low, merely a low-grade magic treasure. Even if given to Ye Fan, it would quickly be phased out. However, now the quality of the silver sword had reached the ranks of high-grade magic treasures, sufficient for Gu Chongchun to use until the Golden Core late stage. Furthermore, under Gu Chongchun's cultivation, the silver sword should be able to successfully grow into a pure yang spiritual treasure. I will cherish it well. Gu Chongchun solemnly accepted the silver sword. As Gu Bai's child, he naturally often heard Gu Bai recount stories from the past. The most familiar ones were undoubtedly his two seniors, Elder Zhang and Elder Qian. Therefore, he also understood how important the silver sword was to Gu Bai. Ha 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 ha, compared to an external object like the silver sword, you are the most important. If you truly encounter a life-threatening danger, Don't think about protecting this sword, just fight to your heart's content. Gu Bai ruffled Gu Chongshen's head, his voice incredibly gentle as he spoke. After all, to him, the silver sword was very important, but no matter how important it wasn't as important as his child. After Gu Chongshen and the other two left, Gu Bai's courtyard remained lively. Because Ye Fan, Gu Bei, and Su Wuji were not in a hurry to leave the sect, as Gu Bai and Qing Ning were preparing to break through to the nascent soul realm. The three of them planned to wait for Gu Bai and Qing Ning to successfully break through to the nascent soul realm before leaving. It wouldn't be too late then. After all, it would only be a few decades at most, and a few decades were nothing to a nascent soul cultivator who could live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Without much preparation time, Gu Bai refined his magic power to its limit, ready to begin his breakthrough to the nascent soul realm. Gu Bai was quite confident about breaking through to the nascent soul. After all, although the golden core he condensed was not an immortal golden core, it was almost there with the blessing of multiple lightning tribulations. His cultivation speed was slow because his cultivation technique was self-created, so he naturally had to explore while cultivating. But precisely because of this, he also forged an incredibly solid foundation. Before breaking through to the nascent soul, Gu Bai also went to the metamorphosis pool and soaked for a few hours, elevating his body's magic power and all other aspects to the limit of the golden core realm. Only then did Gu Bai begin his breakthrough to the nascent soul. Sitting cross-legged in the secret chamber, Gu Bai began to absorb spiritual qi, transforming his golden core into a nascent soul. This first step was also the most difficult. If successful, then breakthrough to the nascent soul would be halfway to success. Gu Bai focused his mind and completed this step with incredible ease. Gu Bai then took out a wisp of heavenly Dao Qi from his storage pouch. He gripped the heavenly Dao Qi and instantly refined it. Although heavenly Dao Qi only descended once every 500 years, it didn't mean that heavenly Dao Qi couldn't be found at other times. After all, as long as heavenly Dao Qi was properly preserved, storing it for 1,000, 10,000, or even tens of thousands of years was not an issue. Many ancient secret realms or ruins contained hidden heavenly Dao Qi. Many top-tier large forces also had a lot of heavenly Dao Qi stored in their treasuries. After Ye Fan and the other two broke through to Foundation establishment, they went around plundering, looting dozens of Yao race treasuries. Among them were the treasuries of top-tier Yao beast groups, so they naturally obtained several wisps of heavenly Dao Qi. Rumble. A thick layer of tribulation clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, but these tribulation clouds were not as oppressive as before. Instead, they were golden, emitting waves of auspicious golden light. A bolt of lightning tribulation struck down, but it did not harm Gu Bai in the slightest. Instead, Gu Bai felt a warm sensation throughout his body. Evidently, this was the merit divine lightning that only those with great karma could trigger, and it was the most proficient type of merit divine lightning. This was no longer simply reducing the power of the lightning tribulation. Under the influence of the merit divine lightning, the lightning tribulation had no harmful effects whatsoever. However, this was also normal, as Gu Bai had been actively developing the medical Dao over the years. Under his governance, Qingzhou had become a medical Dao holy land in the cultivation world far and wide, and even influenced by Gu Bai, the medical Dao level of the entire cultivation world had slightly improved. And as the number of physicians increased, so too would the number of cultivators saved by physicians. Although these people were not saved by Gu Bai, these physicians were influenced by Gu Bai to begin practicing medicine and helping the world. Gu Bai naturally received a trace of karma. Although each physician only contributed a tiny bit of karma, the sheer number of physicians made up for it. In addition, Gu Bai also reformed Qingzhou, making it more suitable for mortals to live in and increasing the spiritual qi concentration in Qingzhou. This was also a great karma. All these events combined allowed Gu Bai to obtain a very large amount of human Dao karma, and even a considerable amount of heavenly Dao karma. And even the heavenly Dao itself was affected by his affinity talent, naturally holding a good impression of Gu Bai. All these factors combined allowed Gu Bai to trigger such a high-grade merit divine lightning when undergoing his nascent soul lightning tribulation. Rumble, rumble, the last bolt. The lightning tribulation, emitting soft golden light, fell, and Gu Bai successfully became a nascent soul cultivator. Feeling the surging power within his body and his faster thinking speed, Gu Bai couldn't help but smile. Cultivating for 600 years, today he finally became a nascent soul true lord. And he also awakened a new divine ability, named Karma Protection. This was a divine ability, but it was more like a buff. If someone wanted to attack Gu Bai for no reason, they would be scorned by the heavenly Dao. Being scorned by the heavenly Dao would bring extreme bad luck, heaven and earth treasure would basically be out of reach, and daily cultivation might lead to qi deviation. If breaking through a major realm, the power of the lightning tribulation would even multiply, practically cutting off one's cultivation path. Protected by Karma Protection, as long as Gu Bai didn't seek death by jumping onto the face of a soul transformation great cultivator and outputting damage, he would not be in any life-threatening danger. Even if Gu Bai inexplicably slapped a soul transformation great cultivator, the soul transformation realm great cultivator would not attack Gu Bai. After all, they truly couldn't afford to provoke him. If they were to be scorned by the heavenly Dao, how would they continue to thrive in the cultivation world? Furthermore, protected by Karma Protection, Gu Bai was immune to all curses in the world, and even karma-related curses would have difficulty affecting Gu Bai. This divine ability had no specific quality, could not be improved by any method, and could not provide substantial help to combat power. However, its effect was extremely heaven-defying. In a sense, the practicality of Karma Protection far exceeded great divine power. As for the power of creation descended by the heavenly Dao after his breakthrough to nascent soul, Gu Bai used it to upgrade his 3 divine abilities. Firstly, Karma Light, whose comprehensive attributes were greatly improved, possessing multiple effects such as healing injuries, restoring magic power, restoring stamina, restoring spirit, and clearing negative effects. Secondly, Gu Bai's enlightenment. After being upgraded by Gu Bai to the top-tier divine ability, enlightenment could double Gu Bai's learning speed. And it also possessed the passive flash of inspiration, which could cause Gu Bai to suddenly have a flash of inspiration and think of a solution when encountering difficulties. As for the last one, Heart of Wood Spirit, it was also upgraded by Gu Bai to the top-tier divine ability. Its effect was also strengthened, allowing Gu Bai's wood element spells, including medical Dao secret techniques, to increase in power by several times. It could be said that after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Gu Bai's overall strength was greatly enhanced. Relying on his previous accumulation, the current Gu Bai, even though he had just broken through to nascent soul, had already become one of the few 4th-order physicians, 4-rank alchemists, 4-rank formation masters, and 4-rank artifact refiners in the cultivation world. Although in terms of strength, he could not be compared with Ye Fan and the other two. However, Gu Bai's auxiliary abilities were the most top-tier in the cultivation world. With his presence, Ye Fan and the other two would no longer have to worry about logistical issues. In addition to this, there was Gu Bai's change in appearance. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, although Gu Bai's appearance only underwent some subtle changes, his attractiveness increased significantly. Specifically, the gentle aura emanating from Gu Bai became even more intense. Gu Bai, you smell so good. Xing Ning, who was beside him, suddenly hugged Gu Bai, then lay on him and began to inhale frantically. Stop messing around, so many people are watching. Gu Bai's mouth twitched as he said, somewhat helplessly. Oh dear, why can't I suddenly see? Ye Fan, who was beside them, suddenly covered his eyes and said loudly. Oh dear, I can't see either. Ah. Me too, this must be a conspiracy of the Ya race. Gu Bai and Su Wuji also reacted at this moment, they both quickly covered their eyes, and then the three of them swayed away, disappearing from in front of Gu Bai. Ye Fan was quite self-aware, knowing that he shouldn't disturb Gu Bai at this time. Gu Bai chuckled lightly, then picked up Xing Ning and walked towards the Immortal Cave. A sleepless night passed. 3 days later, Gu Bai, feeling refreshed, pushed open the door of the Immortal Cave. It must be said that the body of a nascent soul cultivator is indeed good, even after 3 days and 3 nights of continuous battle. Xing Ning was already exhausted, but Gu Bai didn't feel very tired. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Gu Bai began to immerse himself in research, and he quickly developed several medicinal pills that could improve the aptitude of golden core cultivators. Xing Ning also accepted them without refusal. She ate as many medicinal pills as Gu Bai refined, and Xing Ning displayed an unprecedented willpower, using almost all her time for cultivation. After all, she hadn't lived enough yet. As soon as she thought about having more time with Gu Bai after breaking through to the nascent soul realm, Xing Ning's fighting spirit ignited boundlessly. Time flew by, and in a blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. After 20 years of preparation, Xing Ning had already honed her body to its limit. Come on, I believe you can do it. Outside the secret chamber, Gu Bai looked at Xing Ning gently. Xing Ning nodded, then walked into the secret chamber with firm steps. Time slowly flowed, and in a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Pfft. Xing Ning's breakthrough journey was not very smooth, her accumulation was ultimately too shallow. This accumulation was not in terms of her physical body, but in terms of her mental state. Breaking through to the nascent soul realm requires essence, qi, and spirit, which means the physical body, magical power, and mental state. None of these 3 can be lacking. Xing Ning lacked nothing in terms of her physical body and magical power, the only thing she lacked was her mental state. She had been too well protected since she was young. When she was little, Su Wuji protected her, and when she grew up, Gu Bai protected her. Although Xing Ning also joined the battlefield to fight Yao Beasts midway, which improved her mental state. Otherwise, Xing Ning would not have been able to condense a golden core, and a superior golden core at that. However, her mental state remained Xing Ning's weakness. In the estimations of Gu Bai, Ye Fan, and others, the probability of her breaking through to the nascent soul realm this year was about 40%. As a result, Xing Ning did not successfully condense a nascent soul. Instead, her body suffered a backlash, and she spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, Gu Bai, who was constantly monitoring Xing Ning's condition, immediately noticed her abnormality. Without any hesitation, Gu Bai flashed and appeared in the secret chamber. He released pale green light from his hands and began to heal Xing Ning's injuries. If Gu Bai had still been in the golden core realm, it would have taken at least more than 10 years to heal such a severe injury. But now that Gu Bai was a nascent soul cultivator, healing nascent soul cultivators of the same realm might still be somewhat difficult, but healing golden core cultivators was simply too easy. In just a few breaths, Xing Ning's injuries were mostly healed by Gu Bai. Next, she only needed to recuperate for a few months and drink some medicinal soup prepared by Gu Bai to nourish her body, and Xing Ning would probably fully recover. Xing Ning opened her eyes, and what met her gaze was Gu Bai's slightly worried eyes, which were as gentle as ever. Gu Bai, am I very useless? Xing Ning, however, lowered her head slightly, somewhat afraid to look directly into Gu Bai's eyes. She recalled that when she first met Gu Bai, she was at the Qi refining 7th level of cultivation. At the same time, she was hailed as a rare genius in the sect, capable of easily defeating the former Gu Bai and Gu Bai with one hand. But in just a few years, she had already been surpassed by Gu Bai, and now even Gu Bai, the one with the worst aptitude among the 3, had a higher cultivation than her. Xing Ning did not feel jealous, she was just slightly disappointed and somewhat anxious. Unknowingly, she had already become a burden to Gubai. Could she still be worthy of Gubai, such a gentle and excellent person, now? How could that be? My Qingning is clearly the best. Gubai, however, hugged Qingning and said in an incredibly gentle voice. Have you forgotten what I said back then? You are the most important person in my life. Even now, I still believe that. Gubai gazed at Qingning gently. He was a person who valued relationships, no matter what, even if Qingning could not provide any help at all, he would not abandon Qingning, nor would he be disappointed in Qingning. Gubai had never forgotten his purpose in pursuing power, to protect the people around him. If he were to be disappointed in Qingning merely because of this matter, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Qingning softly hummed, and looking at Gubai's gentle, water-like eyes, the unease in her heart instantly dissipated. Afterward, Qingning prepared for another year, adjusted her condition to its best again, and then began to attempt the breakthrough. Come on, even if you fail, it doesn't matter. It's just trying again, and we have plenty of time. Gubai looked at Qingning gently and said with a smile. Although breaking through to the nascent soul realm would consume a large amount of resources, the one thing he had no shortage of was resources. And if an ordinary golden core cultivator failed to break through and did not have a third-order physician by their side, they would likely die quickly due to their meridians being severed. Even with a third-order physician present, they could only save their life, but not their cultivation. Only the most top-tier third-order physician could preserve most of their cultivation, but they would still lose 1 or 2 levels. Afterward, a third-order physician would still be needed for recuperation, which would take at least 100 or 200 years to fully recover. And during this process, a very large number of spiritual items would be consumed. But Qingning had no such worries. Gubai, as a fourth-order physicians, and a fourth-order physicians with extremely high medical skills at that. He could completely preserve Qingning's cultivation and even fully heal Qingning's injuries in less than a year. This gave Qingning the capital to make mistakes. If it didn't work once, then twice, if it didn't work twice, then thrice. Anyway, Qingning was only 600 years old now, and with Gubai by her side, Qingning could live for at least another 400 years. Gubai refused to believe that with 400 chances to break through, she wouldn't succeed even once. With such a massive number of attempts, even a pig could break through to the nascent soul realm. Rumble. Rumble. Just as Gubai was pondering, tribulation clouds suddenly began to gather in the sky. Things weren't as bad as Gubai had imagined. Qingning only tried twice before successfully breaking through to the nascent soul realm. However, Qingning's tribulation clouds were not as large as those of Gubai, Yefan, and the others. Gubai estimated that the scale of Qingning's tribulation clouds was only about 1/5 of theirs. Converted, it was roughly equivalent to the difference between a human path nascent soul and an earth path nascent soul. It was better than an ordinary human path nascent soul but had not reached the level of an earth path nascent soul. Clearly, with Qingning's talent, even if she consumed many more natural treasures, cultivating to the nascent soul realm was her limit. The breakthrough process was exceptionally smooth. The lightning tribulation of a human path nascent soul was not very powerful, and with several pure yang spiritual treasures prepared beforehand, the lightning tribulation didn't even cause much damage to Qingzhou. Gubai, I succeeded. After becoming a nascent soul cultivator, Qingning excitedly shouted. Congratulations. Gubai also smiled and nodded in congratulations. Although Suwuji, beside Gubai, did not speak, everyone could see how happy he was. After all, Qingning was his beloved daughter. He originally thought it would be difficult for his daughter to break through to Golden Core, but now, Qingning had already broken through to the nascent soul realm. At night, on the nameless mountain peak, Gubai, Qingning, Suwuji, Gubei and Yefan were gathered around a bonfire, eating barbecue. You've worked hard all these years. Suwuji turned to look at Gubai, speaking with a hint of emotion. A large part of their current success was due to Gubai. When Gubei and Yefan were not yet strong, Gubai had helped them a lot. And the reason they could venture out with such peace of mind was because Gubai was guarding the sect. If Gubai hadn't been there, Suwuji, the former sect master of Lingyun sect, would never have been able to leave Lingyun sect unattended. What kind of talk is that? Gubai, however, waved his hand, saying nonchalantly. He and the three of them Yefan, Gubei, and Suwuji had a relationship of mutual achievement, and it was difficult to say whose contribution was greater. The few of them ate barbecue and drank wine, laughing heartily. Late at night, Yefan and the other two returned to their respective accommodations in the sect. Qingning also returned to her immortal cave to stabilize her cultivation, leaving only Gubai on the nameless mountain peak. Standing beneath a peach tree, Gubai clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the stars. For some reason, Gubai felt a lingering fear at this moment, as if something bad was about to happen. Gubai frowned tightly. A cultivator's sixth sense was often very keen, especially after reaching a high realm. He had now cultivated to the nascent soul realm. At his realm, one generally wouldn't experience feelings of unease. If he did, it was his sixth sense warning him. Gubai instinctively cast the star observation secret technique, wanting to observe the future of this world. He was now a fourth-tier diviner and favored by the heavenly Dao. If he were to consume lifespan without regard for the cost, he would be qualified to divine the future of the cultivation world. However, doing so was quite dangerous, especially in this chaotic era where heavenly secrets were muddled. Suffering a backlash could lead to death or severe disability. But Gubai possessed an immortal body, so he didn't have this concern. Gu Bai silently chanted a complex incantation, forming hand seals, and instantly consumed 500 years of his lifespan. Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky, only to find that the threads of the future were entangled together like countless lines, densely packed. Gu Bai widened his eyes, hoping to glimpse a scene of the future from this chaotic mess. This was a rather cumbersome process. He had to pick out a few threads related to himself or Qingzhou from these countless threads. Pfft. But the situation was very unfavorable. As soon as Gu Bai made a move, his lifespan rapidly drained away like flowing water. In just a moment, Gu Bai had about 1,000 years of his lifespan drawn away. But Gu Bai did not stop. He continued to use the star observation secret technique, further dissecting the threads of the future. Immortal, kid. Thus, Gu Bai's lifespan was frantically extracted by the heavenly Dao, with an average of 2,000 years of lifespan being drawn away with each breath. Moreover, this was 2,000 years of a nascent soul true lord's lifespan. Cultivators of different realms had different qualities of lifespan. For example, 1 year of a nascent soul cultivator's lifespan might be equivalent to decades of a golden core cultivator's lifespan. Therefore, the star observation secret technique, which consumed a lot of lifespan in the golden core realm, might only consume a few years of lifespan in the nascent soul realm. Such a rapid extraction of 2,000 years of lifespan in a single breath, no other cultivator in this world, besides Gu Bai, could bear it. Time passed by minute, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had gone by. With Gu Bai's efforts, he finally found a future segment of Lingyun sect from the countless intertwined futures, 220 years later. In the future, he stood on the nameless mountain peak of Lingyun sect, gazing at the sky with an extremely solemn expression. And above the sky, Ye Fan and Suwuji stood in battle stances. Opposite them was Gu Bai, covered in lightning from head to toe. At this time, Lingyun sect seemed to have been ravaged by lightning, appearing somewhat messy. Pfft. The moment he saw this scene, Gu Bai also suffered a backlash from the heavenly Dao, and tens of thousands of years of his lifespan were instantly drawn away. Gu Bai lay on the ground, taking a long time to recover before getting up. Something is wrong, very, very wrong. Gu Bai frowned tightly. He couldn't figure out why Gu Bai would turn against Ye Fan and Suwuji in the future. Gu Bai knew how good their relationship was, it was absolutely impossible for them to become enemies. Gu Bai continued to ponder the future scene in his mind. As a nascent soul cultivator, photographic memory was the most basic skill. Even though he had only seen a glimpse of the future, Gu Bai had deeply imprinted that moment in his mind. Soon, Gu Bai discovered something amiss. Although Gu Bai was enveloped in lightning, Gu Bai noticed that Gu Bai's eyes were slightly red through the gaps in the lightning. And while Ye Fan and Suwuji's expressions were somewhat solemn, they did not reveal any killing intent. Clearly, Ye Fan and Suwuji had not fallen out with Gu Bai. Gu Bai might have been affected by something that influenced his mind. After realizing this, Gu Bai's frown deepened. Because he couldn't figure out what could silently affect Gu Bai's mind? After much thought, Gu Bai decided that he should make preparations early. After a brief rest, Gu Bai looked up at the starry sky again and cast the star observation secret technique, hoping to glimpse the future once more. Soon, before Gu Bai's eyes, the entangled threads of the future appeared again. Each thread represented a different future for the cultivation world. He needed to find the threads related to him, or to those around him, among these dense, countless threads. This time, Gu Bai was not so lucky. It wasn't until dawn was approaching that he finally found a thread about his own future. This was a future approximately 250 years from now, and at that time, he was no longer within the Lingyun sect. He stood in an unfamiliar grand hall, his brow furrowed, discussing something with a group of cultivators. Pfft. Gu Bai once again spat out fresh blood and collapsed to the ground. After a long while, Gu Bai slowly stood up, feeling a bit confused. Given his personality, he would never leave the Lingyun sect unless under special circumstances. Yet, his future self had clearly left the Lingyun sect. Looking at the rising sun, Gu Bai took a deep breath, wanting to perform the star observation secret technique again. But this time, he sensed a huge, unseen threat, as if someone was searching for his whereabouts. Without thinking, Gu Bai quickly formed hand seals, instantly expending hundreds, even thousands, of years of his lifespan to conceal his heavenly Dao. Clearly, he had just been detected by a great power of the demon clan. A moment later, sensing the danger disappear, Gu Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least for a short time, he had no intention of performing any more divinations. Because he had already been detected by the Ya race, although he immediately concealed his heavenly Dao, making it impossible for the great power of the demon clan to perceive him. However, the great power of the demon clan was not to be trifled with. Gu Bai was certain that if he were to divine again, he would instantly be detected by the great power of the demon clan. A diviner who could still divine the future in this chaotic era of confused heavenly Dao was an existence the Ya race could absolutely not tolerate. The Ya race would likely spare no effort to assassinate Gu Bai. But it's enough. Gu Bai murmured softly. Divining 2 or 3 times was sufficient. Too many times would incur the wrath of the heavenly Dao. Gu Bai planned to spend more time carefully studying the second scene of the future. Gu Bai did not rest. He immediately took out a piece of paper and a brush and began to draw on it. Soon, the grand hall where he was in the second scene was completely drawn by Gu Bai on the paper. Gu Bai then went to the scripture pavilion and began to quickly browse various cultivation world classics, hoping to find a similar building. Time slowly passed, and 3 days went by in a flash. During these 3 days, Gu Bai looked through hundreds of thousands of books and finally found a similar building in one of them. That was a grand hall of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, similar to the Hall of Returning Spring in Lingyun sect, a place specifically for treating the injured. And the cultivators he was arguing with were Fourth Order physicians from the Myriad Immortals Alliance, or rather, from various parts of the cultivation world. Roughly estimated, this small grand hall gathered over a dozen Fourth Order physicians, including Gu Bai. This was a rather terrifying number. It should be known that there were only about 20 Fourth Order physicians openly known in the entire cultivation world. Yet, nearly all of the cultivation world's Fourth Order physicians were gathered in that grand hall. Gu Bai frowned and thought, it was obvious that something major had happened in the future cultivation world. The Myriad Immortals Alliance convened nearly all Fourth Order physicians in the cultivation world, just to come up with a solution. This matter likely involved the entire cultivation world, and even affected Xing, otherwise, with his personality, he would absolutely not go to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Recalling his first divination, where Gu Bai inexplicably went mad and the Lingyun sect was in ruins. Gu Bai speculated that a mysterious toxin might have appeared in the future cultivation world, and once infected, one would lose their sanity, unable to distinguish friend from foe. Gu Bai was infected by that toxin, which was why he fought with Yafan and Suwuji. Moreover, the scope of this toxin's infection was quite large, potentially affecting the entire cultivation world. And even he temporarily couldn't think of a solution, which was why he left the Lingyun sect and went to the Myriad Immortals Alliance to discuss solutions with other Fourth Order physicians. In the future scene, Gu Bai could see himself standing at the very front, facing those dozen plus Fourth Order physicians. This meant that his future self might be the leader of these many Fourth Order physicians. And the Myriad Immortals Alliance had probably already gathered all the physicians in the cultivation world. His ability to serve as leader also implied his future self. On the path of medical Dao, he had already climbed to the pinnacle of the cultivation world, at least one of the most top-tier physicians, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to command respect. Thinking of this, Gu Bai did not feel happy, instead, his mood became low. It seemed that the medical Dao in this cultivation world had truly declined. He still had some self-awareness. With his medical Dao level, in 200 years, his actual level would at most be the limit of a Fourth Order physician's, though his theoretical level might approach that of a 5-rank physician. But even so, he had already become the most top-tier physician in the cultivation world. Clearly, for the future great disaster of the cultivation world, he would have to stand at the forefront. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, the tall ones bear the brunt, but he had already become the tallest. The future scene cast a shadow over Gu Bai's heart. Although the future outbreak of a great disaster in the cultivation world was just his speculation, this possibility was very high. Gu Bai sighed softly. It seemed that his leisurely days would no longer exist. Whether the future would unfold as he predicted or not, he had to work even harder. He must protect Xing, the Lingyun sect, and his friends and family in this chaotic era. That day, Gu Bai thoroughly explained the news he had divined to Yafan and the other two. Upon hearing this, Yafan and the other two immediately became serious. Master, what do you think we should do next? We will listen to you. Yafan said in a deep voice. Although what Gu Bai said might sound somewhat fantastical, completely like nonsense, given Gu Bai's personality, he would absolutely not be joking at this moment. Next, you will continue to roam the cultivation world, diligently increase your strength, and try to collect useful resources to send back to the Lingyun sect. I estimate that in about 200 years, the cultivation world will change drastically. You three just need to return to the sect within 200 years. Gu Bai said in a low voice. Understood. Yafan and the other two nodded. What about Gu Chongshan and the others? Should we call them back now? Suwuji asked in a deep voice. No need, the children still need to venture out and gain experience. It won't be too late to call them back to the sect after another 100+ years. Anyway, they have a teleportation formation on them, returning to the sect only takes an instant. Gu Bai shook his head and said with a smile. Yafan and the other two did not stay in the sect for too long. That very night, they left the Lingyun sect by formation. And Gu Bai also put away his carefree nature and began to tirelessly delve into medical arts, preparing for the great disaster that might be approaching. Since that day, Gu Bai had brought Oriental Yuch, Oriental Starfall, and Lu Ruin to study medical skills with him. As Gu Bai's disciples, the three of them had never stopped their research into medical skills over the years. Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall both possessed the theoretical level of a Fourth Order physicians in the Dao of Pharmacology and the Dao of Medical Arts, respectively. Oriental Yuch's talent was even stronger, although she was only in the Golden Core realm, her theoretical knowledge was in no way inferior to that of a typical Fourth Order physicians. Although Gu Bai was their master, he would often discuss the Dao with his disciples. In some areas, the three of them could still provide inspiration for Gu Bai. The three of them now also possessed Golden Core late-stage cultivation, and with a little more preparation, they would be able to break through to nascent soul. At that time, Oriental Starfall and Lu Ruin, working together, would be a ready-made Fourth Order physicians. Oriental Yuch did not need to team up with anyone. As long as she break through to the nascent soul realm, she would be able to become a Fourth Order physicians. Although a Fourth Order physicians might not sound like much, it should be known that in the entire Tiangsu world, there were only about 20 Fourth Order physicians in total. After all, the medical Dao legacy in the Tiangsu world was almost severed, and the difficulty of becoming a physician was too high, leading to a consistently small number of physicians. Gu Bai even suspected whether a 5th-rank physician still existed in the cultivation world today. Therefore, the cultivation world was currently severely lacking high-level physicians, and in order to cope with the great disaster that might erupt in the future, Gu Bai could only cultivate as many medical practitioners as possible. Subsequently, Gu Bai spent most of his time each day with Oriental Yuch and the other two, jointly researching the medical Dao. Under the blessing of enlightenment, Gu Bai's medical Dao level improved rapidly. Oriental Yuch and the other two also benefited greatly. In order to allow Oriental Yuch to better study medical skills, Gu Bai directly resigned Oriental Yuch's position as sect master and handed it over to Frost True Lord. In addition to researching medical skills, Gu Bai was also urgently strengthening King Su's defenses. Some time ago, Ye Fan, from who knows where, acquired an upgraded version of the small Zhou Tian star array, the true Zhou Heavenly Stars formation. This was unlike the small Zhou Tian star array, which was only a quasi fourth order formation. The true Zhou Heavenly Stars formation was a top-tier fifth order formation. It was one of the top 5 formations in the Heaven Ruins cultivation world. Logically speaking, the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation had been lost for tens of thousands of years, but Ye Fan, from who knows where, managed to obtain a complete formation diagram. As a fourth order formation master, Gu Bai, although unable to set up the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, could set up a simplified version of the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation. However, even the simplified version of the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation was a top-tier fourth order formation. Once set up, it could envelop the entire Qingzhou. With Qingzhou as its foundation, even when facing the attacks of a soul transformation realm grand cultivator, it could resist for a moment. Because Qingzhou already had the small Zhou Tian star array as its foundation, setting up a simplified version of the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation was much simpler. It only required an upgrade on the existing foundation. This was not too difficult for Gu Bai. It only required consuming many precious spiritual objects to make formation flags to serve as formation eyes. Fortunately, due to Ye Fan and the other two, Lingyun sect had an abundance of spiritual objects, so much so that they could not use them all. Gu Bai thus became engrossed in his work. Under his command, Lingyun sect and even the entire Qingzhou began to operate rapidly like a precise machine. Although Gu Bai was no longer the sect master of Lingyun sect, his prestige within the sect was terrifyingly high. Almost everyone in the sect, even the current sect master, Frost True Lord, still obeyed Gu Bai's commands. Time thus slowly flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, 100 years passed. During these 100 years, Oriental Yuch, Lu Ruin, and Oriental Starfall successively break through to the nascent soul realm. Oriental Yuch had the best talent, succeeding in her breakthrough with only one attempt, and she even condensed an earth path nascent soul. Lu Ruin and Oriental Starfall's talents were somewhat inferior. They both attempted 3 or 4 times before barely break through to the nascent soul realm, and their nascent soul was the lowest quality human path nascent soul. However, both of them were quite satisfied with this, as with their not so outstanding talent, being able to cultivate to the golden core realm was already a great fortune, let alone breakthrough to nascent soul. By this point, including Gu Bai, Lingyun sect had already produced 8 nascent soul true lords. Furthermore, it also possessed top-tier nascent soul combat power like Ye Fan and Gu Bai, which was a considerable force in the entire cultivation world. Under Gu Bai's transformation, the spiritual qi in Qingzhou became increasingly dense, gradually resembling a cultivation holy land. From originally having only a few dozen golden core cultivators in one province, Qingzhou has now given birth to several hundred golden core realm cultivators. And under Gu Bai's deliberate guidance, the number of physicians in Qingzhou also increased. Gradually, learning medical skills seemed to have become a mainstream trend. Almost all cultivators cultivating in Qingzhou had studied medical skills. Even if they were not physicians, they would know some simple medical Dao knowledge. You could even randomly find an old man on the street, and he might know more than a typical first-order physician. There were countless first- and second-order physicians, and even third-order physicians numbered over 100. This proportion was terrifying, as the number of golden core cultivators in Qingzhou was only 3 to 400. Yet, it had given birth to over 100 third-order physicians. It could be said that on average, 1 out of every 3 golden core cultivators was a third-order physician. The remaining 2 golden core cultivators, while not third-order physicians, had a high probability of being top-tier second-order physicians. As for the issue of injured people, there was no need to worry. As King Su's reputation grew, more and more cultivators from the cultivation world traveled thousands of miles to Qingzhou, just to heal their injuries. Qingzhou also gradually transformed from a small, insignificant place into a true medical Dao holy land. If one suffered from incurable injuries, or was poisoned by a severe and deep attack, as long as they could reach Qingzhou, there was a chance of salvation. The only thing to worry about was dying on the way. This seemed to be a consensus in the cultivation world. It was precisely because of this that even with so many physicians in Qingzhou, there was no shortage of injured people. However, due to the increasing number of injured people, physicians in Qingzhou also began charging for their services. After all, physicians also had to make a living, but the fees charged by physicians in Qingzhou were very low, only about half of the normal cultivation world physician fees, which was quite affordable. And if your injury was very rare or even uncommon, then you would be eagerly sought after by many physicians. You would not need to pay any spirit stones. Many physicians would even actively pay spirit stones, just to treat your injury. Moreover, influenced by Gu Bai, physicians in Qingzhou would not conceal their knowledge from each other. Instead, they would generously discuss the medical Dao with other physicians. During this period, the Ya race was not without thoughts of ambushing Qingzhou to destroy this holy land of medical Dao. However, Qingzhou was protected by most of the human race cultivators in the cultivation world, making it almost impossible for any Yao beast to step into Qingzhou. Even the myriad Immortals Alliance personally intervened, dispatching several nascent soul cultivators to guard near Qingzhou, solely to ensure King Su's safety. Although the Ya race launched beast-tide sneak attacks and even strong assaults multiple times, they were all stopped. The most fierce attempt only managed to get close to Qingzhou. Gu Bai's reputation also soared as a result. Even without leaving Qingzhou, he became famous throughout the entire cultivation world. After all, there were only so many fourth-order physicians in the cultivation world, but Qingzhou produced a total of 4, 3 of whom were taught by Gu Bai. Furthermore, the reason why Qingzhou had such a large number of physicians, all of whom were high-quality physicians, was due to Gu Bai. This was enough to prove Gu Bai's excellent teaching ability. Many people came from far and wide, just to become Gu Bai's disciple. Of course, Gu Bai refused all these people. After all, he already had enough disciples, and he simply did not have the time or energy to teach new disciples. However, some of these people chose to join the Hall of Returning Spring, because when Gu Bai had free time, he would occasionally come to the Hall of Returning Spring to teach disciples. After leaving Lingyun sect, Ye Fan and the other two reappeared in the cultivation world, but when they reappeared, they were warned by the Ya race. The Ya race could no longer tolerate the increasingly audacious actions of the three over the years, so they specifically told the three that if they went too far, the Ya race would not hesitate to dispatch a fifth-order demon venerable. After being warned, although Ye Fan and the other two were somewhat displeased, they reined in their actions significantly and were no longer as reckless as before. After all, the three of them were only at the nascent soul middle stage. Although their strength was terrifyingly strong, they were no match for a fifth-order demon venerable. Meanwhile, Gu Chongchun, Gu Qingyu, and Lin Yuhan also made quite a name for themselves in the cultivation world over the years. Although they could not compare to Ye Fan and the other two, they had certainly begun to show their prowess. The only thing that puzzled Gu Bai was how unusually peaceful the cultivation world had been these past few years. Although battles between the human race and the Ya race had not stopped over the years, they were not as intense as they were in the beginning. Most were just perfunctory skirmishes, rarely involving nascent soul true lords, mostly small-scale battles with only golden core cultivators or third-order demon beasts. Gu Bai, who was familiar with the history of the cultivation world, knew that this meant the great war between the human race had entered its middle stage. This situation should continue for another 1 or 200 years, followed by another large wave, at which point soul transformation realm great masters were very likely to make a move. However, even if they did make a move, it would not be too tragic. It would probably just be a casual fight, just for show. After all, after enduring countless hardships and finally cultivating to the soul transformation realm, one could enjoy a lifespan of 10,000 years. Wouldn't it be too much of a loss to die in a war? After the fight, soul transformation realm mighty figures might not even be injured, and not too many nascent soul realm cultivators would perish. The most deaths would instead be among Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm low to mid-level cultivators. Judging by this situation, the war should end in another 200 to 300 years. So why did the Myriad Immortals Alliance summon him and the other dozen or so fourth-order physicians? And why did Gu Bai lose his sanity? Master, Physician Miofa, Physician Wu, and Physician Lu, these 3 fourth-order physicians, wish to meet with you to jointly discuss the medical deo. Just as Gu Bai was frowning in thought, Oriental Starfall's voice came from outside the room. Understood. Tell them to wait a moment. I'll be right there. Gu Bai nodded, his voice gentle. Ever since his reputation spread throughout the cultivation world, many physicians came from far and wide, just to discuss the medical deo with him. After all, many people knew that Gu Bai was selfless, he would teach others whatever he knew. Coupled with Gu Bai's profound foundational knowledge, he was practically a living treasure trove of experience. Many physicians, after discussing with Gu Bai, found their medical deo improved to some extent. Gu Bai never refused the requests of these people, as long as these physicians were sincerely discussing the medical deo with him. To improve medical skills, one needed to communicate more with others, staying in Qingzhou would only lead to working in isolation. Discussing the medical deo with various medical deo great masters, even if the other party did not reveal their medical deo knowledge, it was enough as long as they provided Gu Bai with an idea. Gu Bai also benefited greatly during this period, his medical skills improved significantly, and he befriended nearly half of the fourth-order physicians in the cultivation world. The 3 fourth-order physicians who came today were also frequent visitors to Lingyun sect, they would come to Lingyun sect almost every now and then to discuss the medical deo with Gu Bai. Inside the Hall of Returning Spring, 3 benevolent old men were leisurely sitting on benches, drinking tea. Oriental Yuch and Lu Ruin sat opposite them, chatting with the 3 old men. Oriental Yuch and Lu Ruin were not nervous. After all, having become fourth-order physicians, their status was equal, the others were just a bit older than them. My apologies for making you wait. He did not make everyone wait too long. Soon, Gu Bai's gentle voice came from afar. Not at all, we just arrived not long ago. Physician Wu waved his hand, saying indifferently. Gu Bai did not waste time. After brewing a pot of tea for himself, he began to discuss the medical deo with these 3 fourth-order physicians. Including Gu Bai, 7 fourth-order physicians gathered in this small room. Under normal circumstances, it would be almost impossible for so many fourth-order physicians to gather in the cultivation world. Because if physicians had differing opinions, they were very likely to argue. Therefore, few physicians would gather to discuss the deo, and even if they did, there would be at most 2 or 3 people. Only Gu Bai possessed enough charisma to keep the peace. Under Gu Bai's deliberate guidance, the several people chatted from day to night, and then from night to day again. The discussion lasted for a full 7 days and 7 nights before everyone reluctantly ended it. Including Gu Bai, the medical Dao level of the physicians present all slightly improved. After seeing off the 3 4th order physicians, Gu Bai let out a long breath. It had to be said that although his current life was somewhat tiring, it was incredibly fulfilling. Gu Bai was making progress almost every day. Time flew by, and 50 years passed in the blink of an eye. The cultivation world remained calm during these 50 years, with no major events occurring. However, to be safe, Gu Bai still informed Ye Fan and the other two, as well as Gu Chongshun and the other two, to return to Lingyun sect. Because recently, whenever it was late at night, Gu Bai would always feel uneasy. Because there were only 50 years left until the time he predicted Gu Bai would go mad. After receiving Gu Bai's message, Ye Fan and the other two rushed back that same day. Big brother, we're back. Outside the sect, Gu Bai called out enthusiastically when he saw Gu Bai. Gu Bai also smiled and nodded. Ye Fan and the other two merely went out to explore, but that didn't mean they wouldn't return to the sect. Due to the upgraded teleportation formation, the three would return to the sect every so often to have Gu Bai regulate their bodies. After many years of tempering, Ye Fan and the other two had all cultivated to the nascent soul late stage. Their combat power was extremely formidable, even without the three of them working together, just one person could be considered invincible in the nascent soul realm. If the three of them joined forces, they could even contend against a soul transformation realm grand cultivator. Only then did Gu Bai slightly relax. With Ye Fan and the other two guarding the sect, plus the simplified Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, even if the cultivation world became chaotic, Qingzhou should not suffer any major incidents. Just as Gu Bai and Ye Fan were chatting, Gu Chongshun and the other two also returned to Qingzhou via the teleportation formation. After several years, Gu Chongshun and the other two had also cultivated to the Golden Core late stage. Relying on their extraordinary strength, the three of them had also made a name for themselves in the cultivation world. Although not as exaggerated as Ye Fan and the other two, they were still somewhat famous throughout the cultivation world. After all, Gu Chongshun and Lin Yuhan, when working together, could fight a nascent soul cultivator, and given their talent, such individuals were rare in the entire cultivation world. Father, we're back. Gu Chongshun looked at Gu Bai and said with a hint of joy. It's good that you're back. Gu Bai smiled and nodded. Ye Fan, Gu Chongshun, and the others returning to the sect did not have too much of an impact on Gu Bai's life. He still did what he usually did every day, only occasionally drinking with Ye Fan and the others when he had time, and then spending time with Xing Ning in the evening. His days were incredibly fulfilling. Time thus passed unknowingly, and 50 years went by in a blink of an eye. During these 50 years, Qingzhou did not undergo too many significant changes, only the difficulty of absorbing spiritual qi increased by another notch, and the number of cultivators and physicians grew slightly. What pleased Gu Bai was that Gu Chongshun and the other two successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm not long after returning to the sect, and they were even heavenly Dao nascent souls. Gu Chongshun additionally awakened a divine ability called Blade of Space, which is an extremely rare space-type divine ability. Upon activating it, his sword qi can sever space. Furthermore, his other two divine abilities were also elevated by Gu Chongshun from minor divine abilities to top-tier divine abilities. Although Gu Chongshun had just broken through to the nascent soul realm, if he unleashed his full power, one sword strike could kill most nascent soul cultivators. Of course, the premise was that Gu Chongshun's attack could hit the enemy, while his sword qi was immensely powerful, enemies could easily dodge it. Lin Yuhan also awakened a new divine ability called Barbarian Body. This divine ability could greatly enhance Lin Yuhan's physique. Thus, Lin Yuhan had completely set his path, a body cultivator who also specialized in spear cultivation, always charging to the front to attract the enemy's attention. Gu Qingyu also awakened a new divine ability called Creation Green Lotus. She could condense a Creation Green Lotus within her body to store magical power. When her magical power was depleted, she could draw upon the Green Lotus's magical power to restore herself, making it a very practical divine ability. Now, with the three of them working together, they were sufficient to deal with most nascent soul cultivators. Of course, while Gu Chongshun and the other two had become stronger, it did not mean they could be compared to Ye Fan and the other two. Gu Chongshun, whose confidence was extremely inflated after just breaking through to the nascent soul realm, once pulled Lin Yuhan along, wanting to spar with his master So Wuji and see who was stronger. As for the final result, the two of them were beaten by So Wuji with no ability to retaliate. So Wuji did not choose to dodge Gu Chongshun's strongest attack, which condensed all his magical power. Instead, he also unleashed a sword qi. But in the end, So Wuji was still superior. His silver sword qi directly cut Gu Chongshun's green sword qi in half. As for Lin Yuhan, no matter how strong his physique was, he couldn't withstand So Wuji's sword qi and was left covered in wounds. Even after activating his divine ability, which boosted his strength by several levels, Lin Yuhan was still no match for So Wuji and was easily subdued by him. After all, like Gu Chongshun, when So Wuji first broke through to the nascent soul realm, he already possessed the strength to contend with a nascent soul late-stage grand cultivator. Later, while adventuring in the cultivation world, So Wuji experienced countless battles, big and small. Facing a super fourth-order formation composed of hundreds of fourth-order demon emperors, So Wuji could still fight them. He even set a record of facing a super beast tide composed of 10 fourth-order late-stage demon emperors, 20 fourth-order middle-stage demon emperors, and countless third-order demon beasts, and emerging victorious, all by himself. His Wuji sword, due to devouring countless top-grade pure Yang spiritual treasures, had formally advanced from a pure Yang spiritual treasure to a Dao artifact. Dao artifacts are incredibly rare in the cultivation world, even a soul transformation realm mighty expert might not possess one. With the enhancement of a Dao artifact, Suwuji was completely dominant in the nascent soul realm. Even a nascent soul late-stage body cultivator could not withstand a single one of his sword chi attacks. It was only because the difference between the soul transformation and nascent soul realms was too great that Suwuji dared not guarantee victory against a soul transformation realm grand cultivator. For someone like Gu Chongshun, who could only barely contend with a nascent soul late-stage cultivator and might not even win, Suwuji could easily defeat him with one hand. Therefore, even though Gu Chongshun and the other two had already broken through to the nascent soul realm, reaching the same realm as Ye Fan and the other two, the mainstays of Ling Yun sect remained Ye Fan and the other two, and Gu Bai himself. That night, Gu Bai stood on the nameless mountain peak, gazing up at the starry sky. Time really flies. Looking at the stars in the sky, Gu Bai said with some emotion. Time seemed to have been fast-forwarded 200 years ago, ever since he divined that a great disaster might erupt in the cultivation world. He had been preparing for this matter ever since, and by the time Gu Bai realized it, 200 years had already passed. Gu Bai, however, did not feel much. It was as if he had transmigrated through time. His memory seemed to still be stuck when Gu Chongshun and Xing Ning were just born, but now, Gu Chongshun had already broken through to the nascent soul realm. Gu Bai had a premonition that tonight would be the day the great disaster in the cultivation world would erupt. Because he had been restless all day, unable to calm down. Ye Fan also had a similar situation, though not as severe as Gu Bai's. Other top forces in the cultivation world also seemed to have noticed something amiss. Therefore, in recent years, the cultivation world had fallen into an eerie calm. The human race and Ya race no longer fought, and all major top powerhouses had retreated into their own forces. It wasn't that there were no powerful individuals in the cultivation world who wanted to divine what would happen in the future. But without exception, they all failed. It wasn't as simple as the heavenly Dao being sealed. The hidden mastermind had completely obscured the future. He himself had stumbled upon it by chance. The reason he could see the future wasn't because his divination skills were particularly high. It was merely because the heavenly Dao had absorbed too much of his lifespan and held a certain degree of goodwill towards him, which led it to voluntarily reveal the heavenly Dao to him. I just hope Ling Yun sect will be safe and sound, Gu Bai murmured softly. He had made all the necessary preparations. The simplified Zhou Heavenly Stars formation had been activated to its maximum power. A pale blue light barrier enveloped the entire Azure province, isolating it from all external influences. Now, even intangible things like curses could not penetrate this light barrier and reach Azure province. Master, my ominous premonition is growing stronger and stronger. Beside Gu Bai, Ye Fan frowned and said in a deep voice. He had not come to Nameless Mountain Peak alone. Ye Fan and two others were with him. No sooner had Ye Fan finished speaking than a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. Rumble. 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 Ling Yun sect, or rather, the entire Azure province, and even the entire cultivation world, was experiencing violent tremors. In the sky, an enormous black sword blade appeared. This sword blade directly split the entire sky in two, and behind the gap was a massive, blood-red eye. The eye peered through the gap, greedily observing everything in the Tiangsu world. It extended two incredibly large black hands, gripping the fissure, seemingly wanting to pry it wider. Gu Bai's pupils contracted violently. He instantly understood that an unknown great terror had forcefully shattered the Tiangsu world's protective membrane. Moreover, this unknown great terror wanted to enlarge the gap so that it could enter the cultivation world. Gu Bai was horrified. This unknown great terror's single finger was almost as large as the entire Azure province, let alone its body. At this moment, the heavenly Dao also reacted, and countless golden chains containing the supreme Dao tightly bound the black giant hand. Even from a great distance, Gu Bai could feel the immortal Dao contained within these chains. Even a soul transformation powerful individual would probably not be able to withstand a single chain. The part of the black giant hand entangled by the chains had already begun to sizzle. Crack! Crack! But the black giant hand did not give up. It exerted force fiercely, trying to break free from the golden chain's bondage. In just an instant, dozens of golden chains were snapped by the black giant hand. However, the number of golden chains was simply too vast. The black giant hand struggled for a while and finally had no choice but to retract, leaving only a black fissure in the sky. Golden chains began to appear beside the fissure, like threads, slowly stitching this enormous fissure back together. It was clear that the heavenly Dao of the Tiangsu cultivation world was not to be trifled with. Even if the owner of the giant hand possessed immense power, they could not break through the Sky Ruins world's defenses. The fissure grew smaller and smaller, but just then, countless black gases, emanating an ominous aura, slowly flowed into the cultivation world through the fissure. These black gases quickly dissipated into the air, and then the enormous fissure finally closed completely. Gu Bai's expression changed drastically. He instantly guessed that since the owner of the black giant hand could not forcibly break through, they resorted to underhanded tactics, directly releasing poison. Gu Bai's loss of reason might be related to this ominous black gas. And the reason he went to the Myriad Immortals Alliance was likely to join forces with other physicians to collectively discuss a solution. Gu Bai also had a rough guess as to why the owner of the black giant hand did this. The most precious thing in the Sky Ruins world was its world origin. The owner of the black giant hand likely coveted the Sky Ruins world's world origin and wanted to forcibly destroy the Sky Ruins world to seize its world origin. However, due to the incredibly high consciousness strength of the Sky Ruins world's heavenly Dao, the owner of the black giant hand could not forcibly break through, so they thought of using poison to weaken the living beings within the Sky Ruins world. The strength of the heavenly Dao is related to the number and strength of the living beings in that world. Currently, the Tianxia world is in a relatively prosperous period, even though the human race are at war, not too many of their powerful individuals have fallen. Therefore, the heavenly Dao of the Tianxia world is exceptionally strong, but if too many living beings within this world perish, the heavenly Dao of the Tianxia world will naturally be weakened. At that time, the Tianxia world might no longer be able to withstand the Black Hand owner's forceful attack. Gu Bai swiftly formed hand seals, controlling the simplified Zhou Heavenly Stars formation to activate the formation to its maximum extent. A dazzling blue light barrier enveloped the entire Azure province. Ye Fan, Gu Bai, and Su Wuji also stood beside Gu Bai with solemn expressions. Damn it, I've long been annoyed with you, let's have a one-on-one fight. Just then, within Ling Yun sect, a disciple suddenly shouted loudly at another disciple. Come on, let's fight. The other disciple agreed without hesitation, and then these two disciples actually started fighting in broad daylight. The other disciples of Ling Yun sect also became somewhat irritable, like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. The fight between the two disciples seemed to trigger a chain reaction. The other disciples of the sect, with reddened eyes, also began to attack indiscriminately. In just a moment, Ling Yun sect, which had been quiet and peaceful, descended into complete chaos, with shouts of battle everywhere. Something's not right. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai frowned. The atmosphere in Ling Yun sect was quite harmonious. Even if disciples had conflicts, they would at most argue a few words, never resorting to physical violence. It was clearly some special substance that had affected the sect disciples' minds, making them somewhat uncontrollable. He himself was protected by karma, immune to any negative effects, and had not lost his reason. I need to find a way to make them stop. Gu Bai said in a deep voice. The situation in the sect was still manageable, only a portion of the people were fighting, and a large portion of those who cultivated more peaceful cultivation technique were also affected, but not as severely. But if left unchecked, the sect would quickly become a chaotic mess. Leave it to me. Su Wuji, standing beside Gu Bai, said in a low tone. Su Wuji was also unaffected. As a sword grandmaster, he was immune to most mental negative effects. Stop it. He instantly flew above Ling Yun sect, looking down at the somewhat chaotic Ling Yun sect, and Su Wuji roared loudly. Immediately after, a monstrous sword intent suddenly surged from him, directly enveloping the entire Ling Yun sect, and even the entire Azure province. Thump. 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 The disciples who had just been fighting instantly knelt to the ground, crushed by this sword intent. Even Golden Core Realm cultivators were the same, unable to stand under Su Wuji's pressure. This was Su Wuji's strength, suppressing the entire sect with his power alone. But Gu Bai did not relax his vigilance. He turned to look at Gu Bai, who had not spoken the entire time. At this moment, Gu Bai's body was trembling, he was gasping for air, and his eyes were somewhat bloodshot. Not good. Seeing this scene, Gu Bai had a bad feeling. Gu Bai hadn't expected that despite all the preparations he had made beforehand, including equipping Gu Bai with a pure Yang spiritual treasure for mental defense and having him consume medicinal pills to strengthen his mental fortitude, Gu Bai still couldn't escape the fate of losing his sanity. After all, Gu Bai wasn't like Ye Fan or Su Wuji, both of them practiced sword arts and were immune to any mental influences. Gu Bai possessed an incredibly powerful physique and the strongest output, the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder, but mentally, he had a weakness. Gu Bai's eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a series of low growls like a wild beast. Gu Bai's abnormality startled both Ye Fan and Su Wuji. With a flash, they positioned themselves firmly in front of Gu Bai, then watched Gu Bai with some vigilance. Roar! 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 Fortunately, Gu Bai hadn't completely lost his sanity yet. After a few low growls, he forcefully controlled his body and flew towards the sky. Gu Bai was also quick-witted. He swiftly controlled the formation, leaving a gap in the sky above Ling Yun sect. Gu Bai flew out of Ling Yun sect, and even out of King's Hu's boundaries, through this gap. As soon as he was outside, Gu Bai completely lost his mind, and golden lightning bolts flashed all around him. Rumble. 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 Under Gu Bai's control, countless golden lightning bolts furiously destroyed everything around them. Fortunately, Qingzhou was protected by a simplified Zhou Heavenly Stars formation. Although the lightning strikes caused ripples on the formation, they could never break through its defenses. And while some cultivators in Qingzhou had lost their minds, they were forcefully suppressed by Su Wuji's sword intent. Gu Bai took a deep breath. He didn't concern himself with Gu Bai outside Qingzhou, but instead rapidly issued one command after another. Under his arrangements, the remaining cultivators who had not lost their sanity quickly restrained those who had. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ling Yun sect was completely stabilized, and Gu Bai then urgently dispatched personnel to quell the chaos in Qingzhou. As for Gu Bai's problem, Gu Bai planned to deal with it after the chaos was resolved. Gu Bai seemed to have completely lost his mind, yet also not entirely. Although he was rampaging, he remained near Qingzhou and did not leave it. He wasn't worried about Gu Bai's safety, because Gu Bai had already cultivated the Wang Undying body tempering art to the 5th layer, which corresponds to the realm of a soul transformation body cultivator. It's important to know that the cultivation difficulty of the Wang Undying body tempering art is the highest among all body refining secret arts. Many soul transformation realm body cultivators cannot cultivate the Wang Undying body tempering art to the 5th layer. But relying on the endless cycle of the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder and his own extraordinary body refining talent, Gu Bai had achieved it. This meant that Gu Bai's physique was now unrivaled in the entire cultivation world. Any attack from the nascent soul realm could not harm Gu Bai in the slightest. Even the attacks of most nascent soul great experts would find it difficult to break through Gu Bei's defense. Gu Bei rampaging outside Qingzhou was actually quite safe. Compared to worrying about Gu Bei, the most important thing right now was to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible and then develop an antidote. After a brief study, Gu Bei discovered that the reason cultivators went mad had little to do with their realm. Regardless of whether they were low realm or high realm cultivators, nearly one-third of them had lost their sanity. And these cultivators shared a common characteristic: the cultivation technique they practiced was relatively violent, and they had not practiced any mental secret arts. The remaining ones who were mentally normal, or barely able to control themselves, had cultivation techniques with more peaceful attributes, or were like Su Wuji, a sword grandmaster immune to any control. Clearly, the black ominous chi had completely merged into the spiritual chi of Tiangsu world. Therefore, cultivators of both low and high realms were affected at the same time. Cultivators normally needed to absorb spiritual chi to maintain their state. And there were also those like Gu Bei, who were constantly absorbing large amounts of spiritual chi to body temper. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual chi mixed with the ominous chi, Gu Bei lost his sanity under the influence of the black ominous chi. Although low-realm cultivators did not have strong mental fortitude, they absorbed very little spiritual chi, so as long as their mental strength was slightly stronger, they could avoid being affected. Gu Bai immediately informed Ling Yun sect and the entire Qingzhou of this discovery, and instructed all cultivators who were still clear-headed not to absorb any more spiritual chi from the outside world. Although most cultivators were still conscious, that was only because they had absorbed less spiritual chi. If they absorbed too much, there was no guarantee they wouldn't lose their sanity. Fortunately, Gu Bai had made ample preparations beforehand. Ling Yun sect now had an abundance of medicinal pills. Even if they completely stopped absorbing spiritual chi and relied solely on medicinal pills for sustenance, Ling Yun sect could last for at least several decades. Of course, that was on the premise of not cultivating at all, merely maintaining their own consumption. If cultivation was also factored in, they probably wouldn't last even a few years. Under Gu Bai's arrangements, Ling Yun sect quickly fully restored order. All cultivators who had lost their sanity were temporarily confined, while those who still retained their sanity went to support other parts of Qingzhou. Other parts of Qingzhou were not like Ling Yun sect, where Su Wuji's sword chi kept things suppressed. Those cultivators who lost their sanity instantly caused huge casualties. Even with support from Ling Yun sect, it took a full 3 days to quell the chaos. Rumble. 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 Inside the Hall of Returning Spring, Gu Bai, who was focused on studying the spiritual chi problem, suddenly felt a tremor. However, Gu Bai didn't pay too much attention. He continued to diligently research the spiritual chi problem with Oriental Yuch, Gu Qingyu, and others. This should be the aftershock caused by the attack of a soul transformation great expert. Since that day, in addition to the chaos in Qingzhou, other parts of the cultivation world were also experiencing similar situations. However, compared to Qingzhou, other parts of the cultivation world were much worse off. Because of Gu Bai, Qingzhou had a very large number of physicians, with nearly half of the cultivators having studied medical arts, and most cultivators practiced relatively peaceful cultivation techniques. Therefore, the number of cultivators affected by spiritual chi was naturally very small, only about 1/3. But in the entire cultivation world, the number of people who went mad was nearly half, and a significant portion of the remaining half of cultivators who didn't go mad were also affected. Compared to the human race, the Yao race was even more tragic. Almost half of the Yao beasts had lost their rationality. This wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying thing was that the soul transformation realm great experts of both the human race and the human race were also affected. This was the most fatal. The cultivation world was too fragile for soul transformation realm great experts. Under the nearly indiscriminate attacks of the soul transformation great experts, in just 3 days, nearly 40% of the cultivation world's land was turned into ruins, no longer suitable for cultivators to inhabit. Under the indiscriminate attacks of the soul transformation realm great experts, golden core realm cultivators couldn't even escape, and only a small number of nascent soul realm cultivators were able to flee. The remaining 60% of the regions were also affected by the war. Countless cultivators, both insane and sane, fought in a chaotic melee, resulting in rivers of blood and corpses strewn for thousands of miles. Innumerable hidden demonic cultivators, having completely lost all reason, unleashed their demonic techniques to butcher lower realm cultivators. In the spirit transformation realm, the Blood Lotus demonic venerable, who had been secretly cultivating for many years, though not having lost his sanity, unleashed a powerful attack at this time, directly sacrificing the lives of creatures from hundreds of provinces to refine a high-grade Dao artifact. According to the information he gathered, in just 3 days, Chi refining to Foundation Establishment realm cultivators were almost wiped out, and Golden Core cultivators suffered heavy casualties. Although there were no casualties among the Soul Transformation realm mighty figures, they were embroiled in an internal conflict. Soul Transformation realm mighty figures who had not lost their sanity intervened, attempting to temporarily restrain those insane Soul Transformation realm mighty figures. The aftermath of their battles repeatedly devastated the already scarred Tiangsu cultivation world. As for mortals, unfortunately, cultivators were like mud bodhisattvas crossing a river, barely able to protect themselves, and entirely unable to care for the situation of mortals. Even an insane Chi refining realm cultivator could slaughter hundreds of thousands of mortals in just 1 day. Furthermore, for some unknown reason, those insane cultivators were not aimlessly mad, but subconsciously attacked all living beings. In just 3 days, almost all mortals in the entire Sky Ruins world perished. To date, only Qing Province, Tianese Sword Province, Myriad Immortals Alliance headquarters, and a few isolated areas have managed to suppress the chaos. Over 90% of the remaining regions have completely fallen, with insane cultivators everywhere. Xing province, due to the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, was able to barely withstand even the aftershocks of Soul Transformation Realm Grand Cultivators. In Tianese Sword Province, because most cultivators were sword cultivators, they were largely immune to negative influences. As for the Myriad Immortals Alliance, from the information Gu Bai gathered, it seems that the alliance leader of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Immortal Lord Limitless Method, personally took action to forcefully suppress everything. The Yao race was not much better off, due to their inherently more violent nature. An average of nearly 60% of Yao beasts lost their sanity. The 10,000 barren mountains, which nurtured countless Yao race members, were nearly 90% destroyed due to the war. This is bad, extremely bad. As he read through one piece of intelligence after another about the cultivation world, Gu Bai's heart grew heavier. This was far more serious than he had imagined. He had originally thought it was merely a trick by the Yao race, who had developed a difficult virus. But he never expected it to be an unknown extraterrestrial demon, who nearly destroyed the entire cultivation world with a single move. It could now be said that this was the most chaotic period in the history of the cultivation world. If things went awry, the cultivation world might very well be annihilated. Gu Bai felt immense pressure. At such a time, it was the physician's turn to come forward and research a countermeasure. Gu Bai temporarily named this unknown toxin that could cause people to lose their sanity the cultivation tribulation, symbolizing a calamity for cultivators. The cultivation tribulation is not a very advanced toxin, roughly equivalent to a 5-rank potent poison. A 5-rank physician should be able to devise a solution after a few years of research. His own medical Dao theoretical knowledge was also roughly at the level of a 5-rank physician. Given a few years, no, just 1 year, Gu Bai was confident he could develop an antidote. But this time was still too long. The cultivation world simply could not wait that long. Due to the decline of the medical Dao, there were only about 20 fourth-order physicians in the entire cultivation world, including Lingyun sect. Moreover, in Gu Bai's opinion, most of these fourth-order physicians were not skilled in medicine. They could only barely be called fourth-order physicians. Only a few fourth-order physicians had decent medical skills. This was not Gu Bai being arrogant, rather, he had discussed the Dao with these fourth-order physicians and naturally understood the average skill level of physicians in the cultivation world. In fact, if there were no reclusive 5-rank physicians in the cultivation world, then he would be the most formidable physician. And the future of the entire cultivation world now rested entirely on Gu Bai's shoulders. He had to develop an antidote as quickly as possible. The longer it dragged on, the fewer living beings there would be in the cultivation world. Once the number of living beings in the cultivation world decreased to a certain extent, the heavenly Dao of the Sky Ruins world would inevitably become extremely weak. At that time, the weakened heavenly Dao would be unable to withstand the attack of that black giant hand. Once the owner of the black giant hand breached the Sky Ruins world's defenses, they would likely refine the entire cultivation world. This outcome was unacceptable to Gu Bai. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai decided to take a gamble. He took a deep breath, consciously deactivated the karma protection, and then Gu Bai exerted all his strength to circulate his cultivation technique, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi. Soon, Gu Bai's gentle eyes were gradually replaced by madness. Just as Gu Bai was about to completely lose his sanity, he activated absolute rationality. Under the enhancement of absolute rationality, Gu Bai instantly regained his sanity. He closed his eyes tightly and began to carefully perceive his physical condition. This was Gu Bai's plan. With the enhancement of absolute rationality, even though he had theoretically completely lost his sanity, Gu Bai was terrifyingly clear-headed at this moment. After a long while, Gu Bai slowly opened his eyes. At this point, he already had a general idea. Without hesitation, Gu Bai immediately took out several 4-rank spirit medicines and began to refine them using a secret method. Soon, a jar of dark purple medicinal soup was brewed by Gu Bai. Gu Bai expressionlessly drank the entire medicinal soup and then once again perceived his physical condition. Gu Bai quickly came to a conclusion. Although there was an effect, it wasn't too obvious, and there was still much room for improvement. After a moment of thought, Gu Bai then took out several more spirit medicines from his storage pouch and began to brew them. Meanwhile, Gu Qingyu, Oriental Yuch, and the others dared not even breathe loudly from beginning to end, fearing they might disturb Gu Bai. It was only when Gu Bai regained consciousness that they came to his side to help. Although they and Gu Bai were all fourth-order physicians, the gap between them was unusually large. If, under normal circumstances, Gu Bai could develop an antidote in 1 year, then even with Oriental Yuch, Gu Qingyu, and the other two working together, it would still take at least several decades to develop an antidote. Time slowly passed, and another 3 days went by like this. In 3 days, Gu Bai finally developed the most basic antidote. Looking at the golden liquid in front of him, emitting a soft glow, Gu Bai let out a long breath. This was the basic antidote he had developed in 6 days. He had already tested it on his own body, and just 1 dose of this liquid could restore the sanity of a nascent soul cultivator. Gu Bai is entrusted to the two of you. All you need to do is knock Gu Bai out and force feed him the antidote. Gu Bai should then regain his sanity. Looking at Yafan and Suwuji beside him, Gu Bai said, feeling a little tired. Leave it to us. Yafan and Suwuji nodded, then solemnly accepted the antidote. After Yafan and Suwuji left, Gu Bai immediately began to optimize the antidote. This antidote was just the initial version, with too many flaws, the most obvious of which was its exorbitant cost. Just this single dose, capable of restoring a nascent soul cultivator's sanity, required over a dozen precious 4-rank spirit medicines and hundreds of 3rd-rank spirit medicines. This cost was too high for the cultivators of the entire cultivation world. It was feared that even collecting all the spirit medicines in the cultivation world would only be enough to restore a very small portion of cultivators' sanity. Secondly, the difficulty of refining the antidote was extremely high. Only top-tier 4th-order physicians like Gu Bai were qualified to refine it. Even most ordinary 4th-order physicians couldn't refine it. Gu Bai roughly calculated that even with the formula, there were no more than 5 physicians in the entire cultivation world capable of concocting the antidote. It could be said that the antidote he developed was not enough to save the current cultivation world. However, this was just the beginning. His next step was to reduce the cost of the antidote and, as much as possible, lower the difficulty of its refinement. But this would be a long process. Gu Bai needed to improve it little by little. Even if he experimented on himself, he couldn't achieve significant results in a short time. Meanwhile, outside Qingzhou, Ye Fan and Su Wuji were looking worriedly at the golden giant in the distance, which was 1,000 meters tall and constantly emitting lightning. Qingzhou, protected by the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, could withstand Gu Bai's lightning attacks, but the areas near Qingzhou were in a terrible state. In just 6 days, the areas near Qingzhou had turned into scorched earth, with lightning still flickering above it. Even after several days, the lightning had not dissipated. Instead, it stubbornly adhered to the ground. This place had become a forbidden zone for life. The residual lightning on the land would not weaken for at least 100 years. Clearly, Gu Bai hadn't been idle during these 6 days. An area roughly 3 times the size of Qingzhou had been completely destroyed by him. The golden giant roared to the sky. 3 currents of lightning suddenly surged from his hands, the golden lightning representing pure yang spiritual treasure, the black lightning of extremely yin divine lightning, and the creation divine thunder that could neutralize all things. The 3 lightning currents merged, ultimately forming the blood red yin yang extremes divine thunder. Gu Bai controlled the yin yang extremes divine thunder in his hand and struck it fiercely at the empty space in front of him. Boom. 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 In the empty space ahead, an endless abyss, 100,000 li in diameter and unfathomably deep, instantly appeared. Seeing this, Ye Fan and Su Wuji's eyes twitched, and they suddenly doubted whether they could defeat Gu Bai. If Su Wuji and Ye Fan were mechanism monsters, capable of unleashing 10 or even dozens of times their own strength with the enhancement of their divine abilities, then Gu Bai was a pure numerical monster. His base stats alone were higher than Ye Fan and Su Wuji combined. Even Ye Fan, who had great body refining talent, had not cultivated the Wang Undying body tempering art to the 5th level, but Gu Bai had achieved it. Because of this, Gu Bai's physique was the strongest among the 3. But that wasn't the main point. What truly widened the gap between Gu Bai and Ye Fan and Su Wuji was his divine ability, Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. This was a divine ability created by Gu Bai himself, capable of fusing 3 top-tier divine abilities into the Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. The Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder had 2 modes, representing pure destruction and pure vitality. As the saying goes, Yin and Yang circulate, endlessly regenerating. The 3 divine thunders operated within Gu Bai's body in a specific manner. Coupled with Gu Bai's heavenly thunder body, which could absorb lightning to temper his body or restore his spiritual energy. This allowed Gu Bai's recovery ability to reach an extremely abnormal level. Even Ye Fan's great divine power, vitality fire, could not compare to Gu Bai in terms of recovery alone. Furthermore, the destructive power of Gu Bai's Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder was truly formidable. At least so far, Gu Bai had not encountered an opponent capable of directly withstanding his Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. Even a quasi-5th order formation composed of over 100 4th order demon emperors could be torn open by Gu Bai's Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder. Such power, even a soul transformation realm mighty figure would not dare to face head-on. This was the current Gu Bai, the physical body of a soul transformation realm body cultivator, abnormal recovery ability, and the Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder that even a soul transformation realm mighty cultivator would not dare to face. It could be said that Gu Bai was a small soul transformation realm cultivator, although not as powerful as a true soul transformation realm mighty cultivator, he was not far off. After Ye Fan and Su Wuji exchanged glances, they both attacked, launching their assaults towards Gu Bai. Although Gu Bai was now operating at full power, pushing his divine thunder Dharma idol art to its limit, transforming into a 1,000-meter tall golden giant, and constantly unleashing random Yin Yang Extremes divine thunder attacks. If it were any other nascent soul cultivator, their spiritual energy would be depleted in at most an hour. But Gu Bai was different. As the saying goes, Yin and Yang circulate, endlessly regenerating. The Yin Yang Extremes Divine Thunder formed a cycle within his body. Therefore, Gu Bai was like someone equipped with a great holy grail, his spiritual energy almost inexhaustible. Even after 6 days of continuous bombardment, Gu Bai's mana bar was still full. Ye Fan opened the lid of the gourd hanging from his waist, and streaks of crimson blood flowed out, quickly forming a blood-colored armor on Ye Fan's surface under his control. This blood was prepared by Ye Fan in advance. His divine ability, blood sacrifice method, could control blood to condense into various weapons, or burn blood to strengthen himself. Of course, the drawback was also obvious, it consumed an extreme amount of blood. Ye Fan only had so much blood, and even with his extremely strong recovery ability, he could not frequently use the blood sacrifice method. Ye Fan thought of storing his fresh blood in advance, but his fresh blood could not be stored for too long. Over time, the spiritual energy within the fresh blood would rapidly dissipate. Therefore, Ye Fan entrusted Gu Bai to help him acquire a special pure yang spiritual treasure, which was the moistening water gourd now hanging from his waist. This moistening water gourd had a nourishing effect and was usually used to nourish ordinary water into spiritual water. However, with a slight modification by Gubai, it became the current gourd. When fresh blood was stored in the gourd, not only would the spiritual energy within the blood not dissipate, but it would slowly increase. After more than 100 years of accumulation, the moistening water gourd was already filled with Yefan's essence blood. The quantity was roughly 10,000 times Yefan's current total blood volume, which meant Yefan no longer had to worry about consumption. Blood-colored flames began to burn on Yefan's body, and his aura began to rise steadily. Soon, Yefan had already elevated his cultivation to the half-step soul transformation realm. This was also the limit Yefan's body could currently withstand. Yefan took a deep breath, and under his control, more fresh blood surged out from the moisturized gourd. The fresh blood began to burn, gradually forming a 1,000-meter-tall blood-colored phantom. A set of blood-colored armor and an enlarged blood-colored scarlet firmament sword slowly appeared on the blood-colored phantom. This was Yefan's peak state. According to the old man under the moon, he now possessed the same combat power as an ordinary soul transformation realm cultivator. Come on! Yefan roared at Gu Bei in the distance, then controlled the blood-colored giant to unleash a sword chi. In just a fleeting moment, the blood-colored sword chi arrived before the lightning giant, slicing off one of its arms and half of its body. However, the lightning giant was composed of pure lightning. In just a single breath, the lightning giant's shattered body completely recovered. Gu Bei also noticed Yefan in the distance at this moment. He roared, controlling the blood-colored giant to charge towards Yefan. Yefan showed no fear. He also controlled the blood-colored giant, engaging in a fierce brawl with Gu Bei's golden giant. Every sword strike from the blood-colored giant caused immense destruction to Gu Bei's golden giant. However, the golden giant's attacks found it difficult to harm Yefan's blood-colored giant. The golden giant was formed by the extremely yang divine thunder Gu Bei had conjured. Both its defense and attack power were at the peak of the nascent soul realm. But Yefan's blood-colored giant was condensed from his own essence blood, directly crushing Gu Bei's lightning giant in terms of quality. Meanwhile, Su Wuji was also in the vicinity, continuously unleashing extremely powerful sword chi at Gu Bei. Each sword chi left a series of hideous wounds on Gu Bei's golden giant. For a time, Gu Bei was beaten so badly by the two that he couldn't even raise his head. However, Gu Bei was at the very center of the golden giant, so the attacks of the two could not touch Gu Bei at all. After repelling Gu Bei once more, Yefan wanted to press his advantage, but suddenly, his divine ability, Heart of the Beast, began to send frantic warnings. Yefan didn't even think, immediately turning around. The moment he turned, a red lightning bolt struck the spot he had just occupied. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A bottomless giant pit was instantly blasted into the ground. And the part of Yefan's blood-colored giant closest to the deep pit, even without direct contact with the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder, was completely obliterated by the destructive power contained within the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder, merely from the aftermath. Looking at the bottomless giant pit beside him, Yefan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. When he was Gu Bei's teammate, Yefan hadn't felt how terrifying the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder was, but as an enemy, Yefan realized that the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder was truly terrifying. If he had been hit just now, even with his physique, he would likely have been crippled if not killed. This was power that did not belong to a nascent soul realm cultivator. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder consumed a great deal of energy, and even Gu Bei could not use it a second time in a short period. The three remained in a stalemate for several hours, until deep into the night, they still couldn't take down Gu Bei. Although their combined efforts could suppress Gu Bei, they couldn't completely defeat him, only slowly wear him down. Su Wuji numbly unleashed a sword chi. The sword chi created a huge gap on the lightning giant, which was emitting golden light in the distance, but in just one breath, the gap completely recovered. Su Wuji took a deep breath, popped a medicinal pill into his mouth to restore his magic power, and then numbly unleashed countless more sword chi. He just felt it was absurd. He knew Gu Bei's recovery ability was extremely strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. They had been fighting at high intensity for several hours, and during this time, Gu Bei had been fully repairing his golden giant, but repairing the golden giant required a massive amount of magic power. If it were any other nascent soul cultivator, or even a soul transformation realm mighty figure, their magic power would probably have been exhausted long ago. But even now, Gu Bei only showed slight signs of magic power depletion. The same was true for Yefan, who was fiercely brawling with Gu Bei. If he didn't possess an inexhaustible supply of fresh blood, he wouldn't have been able to last this long. Fortunately, Gu Bei's magic power was not infinite either. His golden giant grew smaller and smaller, and its color became increasingly faint. It's over, Yefan whispered, a hint of weariness in his voice. As the golden giant was once again cut in half at the waist, this time, the already translucent golden giant did not recover, instead, it directly dissipated. After an entire night of intense battle between the three, Gu Bei's magic power was finally exhausted. Thinking back to last night's experience, Yefan still felt a lingering fear. There was no other way, Gu Bei's Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder was simply too fierce. Last night, Gu Bei unleashed 6 Yin-Yang Extreme's divine thunder attacks in total. By the end, Yefan even felt like cursing. He had never encountered such a disgusting enemy. Just as Yefan thought victory was at hand, Gu Bei, whose magic power was completely depleted, suddenly pushed off with his legs and shot directly towards him. Then Gu Bei swung his fist violently, and with a bang, the outer armor of the blood-colored giant Yefan had conjured was actually shattered by Gu Bei's punch. Finally, Gu Bei landed punch after punch, actually suppressing Ye Fan for a time. Gu Bei's greatest strength was his physique, so even with his magic power completely exhausted, Gu Bei still had the strength to fight, and his agility was even far superior to before. Looking at Gu Bei, who was still full of vigor, Ye Fan's eyelids twitched. Just then, a sword chi directly struck Gu Bei. Clang. After a clang of metal, the sword chi only left a medium-sized sword mark on Gu Bei. It must be said that Su Wuji still had a trick up his sleeve. The power of his sword chi, strictly speaking, was already comparable to the attacks of a soul transformation realm grand cultivator, which was why it could break through Gu Bei's defense. However, merely breaking through the defense was useless. Under the effect of Gu Bei's formidable physique, the medium-sized wound on his body stopped bleeding completely before the blood even had a chance to flow out. And it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, Gu Bei's wound had completely healed, leaving only a faint white mark. Gu Bei, who was fighting Ye Fan, suddenly turned his head to look at Su Wuji 1,000 miles away. Seemingly sensing that Su Wuji could threaten him, Gu Bei pushed off with his legs and shot towards Su Wuji like a cannonball. Looking at Gu Bei rapidly flying towards him, Su Wuji's mouth twitched. Without thinking, he immediately placed his Wuji sword in front of him. Clang. With a clang, Su Wuji transformed into a streak of light and flew backward at an extremely fast speed. Rumble, rumble. It wasn't until he crashed into an enormous city wall, creating a dent in it, that Su Wuji finally managed to stop himself. This was the city wall specially built by the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty to resist the beast tide. Clearly, Su Wuji had been directly launched from Qingzhou to the Great Qin Immortal Dynasty by Gu Bei's punch.